suing media outlets for $10 billion, claims bias. Oh, yeah, baby. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the New York Times, CBS, and other media outlets for accusing them of defamation and political bias. The suit's demanding $10 billion in damages. Target coverage Trump calls industrial-scale libel and election interference. Oh, yeah, baby. Trump is suing for billions the media companies that have rigged the game against him, often using the public airwaves, right? This is what it gets. This is what is so infuriating about what they try to do with Saturday Night Live and shoehorning Kamala Harris in there. Is because when you're on public airwaves, you have a duty, an obligation to cover both candidates equally. And by not giving Trump a chance to do that, by not opening up the invitation to do that, you're behaving in a way that will strip you of your broadcast license. This is something that the Trump administration should severely look into, because ABC, CBS, and NBC, these are all public airwaves, along with PBS. They are brought in for free. The American public is taxed for them, and they are effectively given to these networks for free, these massive platforms. But you have rights and obligations under that, and of course they sabotaged Trump. The ABC News debate was a straight-up hit job against Donald Trump. So this is a rightful lawsuit. Here we go. Trump sues billions. Media says bias against him. President Trump-elect intensifies long-standing media hostility, filing lawsuits against New York Times and CBS. With only 2 months left until Donald Trump returns to the White House, the president-elect and convicted felon. Wait, president-elect and convicted felon. This should be part of the lawsuit. You realize he's not a convicted felon until the judge actually overseeing the case convicts him and sentences him. That hasn't happened. So you should add this to the lawsuit. You should add the Guardian to the lawsuit. Okay. Has been waging lawfare with a flurry of lawsuits against media companies and publishers that have been critical of him. The lawsuits come amid growing fears the second Trump administration would mean for press freedoms. Oh, what was the first one? The first one was the greatest moment in American media history. Your ratings have never been higher. You've never made more money off advertisements. So shut up, right? Literally, shut up. You can't wait. You probably voted for Trump. I mean, if you were smart, you would. I did. Press freedom, Trump intensifies long-standing hostility towards media, which he called the enemy camp in his victory speech. On Thursday, he's right about that, the Columbia Journalism Review revealed that just days before the presidential election, a Trump lawyer, Edward Plazik, issued a letter to the New York Times and Penguin Random House and demanded $10 billion in damages over the articles critical of Trump. The letter joins a series of frivolous lawsuits along with other media companies that Trump accused politically targeting him. In the letter, which was reviewed by the Columbia Journalism Review, accuses articles of authors Peter Baker, Michael Schmidt, Suzanne Craig, and Russ Bettner of false and defamatory statements, and Trump adding New York Times full-throated mouthpiece of the Democrat Party, industrial-scale libel against political opponents. You are entitled to free speech. You are not entitled to lying about somebody in order to destroy them. You don't have that right. There are libel laws, there's defamation laws in this country. You can't just say anything you want. You can't just say the most heinous things you can think about somebody and say it and shout it as loudly as possible, publish it, print it, run it on air, and then expect for that person to not bring damages if you damaged them, right? So you're entitled to say, you're entitled to say Joe Biden's a bad president. You're not entitled to make up crimes, right? To manufacture crimes about Joe Biden. I mean, if you want to see the crimes of Joe Biden, just watch the way Joe Biden behaves with any child. He literally put a baby's foot in his mouth like multiple times on camera during the White House Halloween. So creepy. Thank God that Americans ejected that predator from the White House. Addressing New York Times, the letter accused the outlet of harboring every intention of defaming and disparaging the world-renowned Trump brand that consumers have long associated with excellence, luxury, and success in entertainment, hospitality, real estate, among other industries, as well as falsely and maliciously defaming and disparaging the candidate for the highest office in the United States. In response to the letter, newspaper referred Plazik to Penguin Random House over its accusation of a book that it published that also did the exact same thing. CRJ further reports that on November 5th, lawyers for Trump's campaign chief issued a letter to the Daily Beast demanding the outlet correct articles that stated that Chris LaCivita, as Trump's campaign director, raised $22 million to help Trump's re-election. In response to the letter, the Daily Beast added an editor's note to the article stating that, based on further evidence of FEC records, the correct total is 19. The Beast regrets the error. The article has also been updated to make clear the payments, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This was not sufficient enough for the campaign, and so now they're going in. So Donald Trump suing for billions. The media, Candace Owens, saying, you cannot be this dense. You have the right to say whatever you want, but you face legal consequences if you commit libel with malicious intent. Anyone purporting to be a professional journalist should have learned this in undergrad. This is making a lot of news and a lot of attention. And quite frankly, you know, it's hard to sue media companies for libel because it was a ruling called New York Times versus Sullivan in America. But one, you can do that, and two, this sets the media on its heels. This says we are ready to fight back. This says you can't just use your media organ as a mouthpiece. You can't just use the public airwave. One person, if somebody starts a podcast, I don't care. There are no successful left-wing podcasts, so it is irrelevant. But if somebody starts a podcast, let's say there was somebody who was on the left that started a podcast and they were successful. Chances are that's not going to happen. Anyway, I don't care because you're not using the public airwaves. You're not using taxpayer-funded municipalities to push ABC, CBS, NBC, and PBS. NPR. This is government-funded, taxpayer-subsidized news that is being used, that is being cudgeled against one of the two parties in this country. Trump sues CBS News in 60 Minutes over interview with Kamala Harris. Network says the suit is completely without merit. What happened here is CBS ran a preview of their interview with Kamala Harris where they proved that they changed her answer. So in the preview, her answer is different than what they actually ran for the interview. So they were able to edit out Kamala Harris's answer. They were able to splice it all up. And then they refused to release the actual documentation of what was said, the transcript. So yeah, this is why media is failing. First victims of CNN layoffs reveal, yeah, high-paid host who insisted he was leaving to pursue podcast. Well, what do you know? Mr. Election Rigger himself. Do you remember when he wouldn't let Donald Trump talk about Hunter Biden's laptop during the debate in 2020? I do. CNN anchor Chris Wallace was the first network star given the boot as the channel faced staffing bloodbath in the face of cratering ratings. Puck News reported that Wallace, who was paid $7 million a year, was told these two shows on the network were being axed. $7 million a year. Nobody watches Chris Wallace, dude. Nobody has ever tuned in to see Chris Wallace say or do anything. He was told he could stay on in a greatly reduced role as an analyst for a smaller salary, but decided not to. Former Fox News star ended up quitting instead. His decision was entirely on his own. He now claims to be pursuing a career in streaming and podcasting. Good luck, Chris. He's 77. Although he does not appear to have a job lined up. It's not a job lined up. You make your own job. You carve out your own niche. You do it yourself. You do what like Megyn Kelly did. Megyn Kelly left the cushy limousines and 50-person staffs of corporate media to do her own thing. She's doing great, doing better than ever, right? But you're gonna have to build it yourself. This is highly irregular, Megyn Kelly says, of Oprah getting paid by Kamala Harris $1 million. Dude, I mean, so Kamala Harris's FEC reports, you can find time and time again where Kamala Harris is paying media, buying off media to endorse her, to do events like do live streams for her, $1 million. The subject of an interview does not pay for the set production costs, the interviewer does. Even more shocking when the costs are $1 million, especially shady when it's a presidential candidate. This is grossly unethical. Oprah needs to be fully investigated for this. This is like how you launder money. This is like money laundering. And did you see this stupid live stream? There's no way it costs $1 million. This is high level, high scale money laundering, which is really what the corporate media has turned into, which is why I'll be so glad if Donald Trump bankrupts them. At the very least, it's a shot across the bow, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say there weren't warning signs. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure? Is the
I mean, the president getting shot, like, if that's not a colossal failure, then what would be? Like, I feel like, is it only colossal if he gets killed? I mean, like, what's...
question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible...
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy...
See, for me, when I see people talking like this, like, any time for me, whenever I see a person who doesn't answer a question directly, I assume it's because they're trying to obscure something. They're trying to obfuscate something. They're trying to, like, hide something. Because a normal person, it's like, do you want, you know, ketchup or mustard? They're just going to say ketchup or mustard. Right? Like, you know, do you want a medium or a large? They're going to say medium or large. So, like, yeah, if you don't answer a question directly, the odds are, like, this isn't always the case, right? Because people can ask bad questions too. But in a lot of these cases, I don't think that happened. These are just people that are coming up with excuses.
Preventable, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
No.
Yes.
How?
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
Yes
eager to
or no?
come
You didn't
and
want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to...
Yeah, she probably leaked it just so she could create the narrative. Yeah, no, she's right. I mean, she's a liar. I mean, it's obvious. Like, who the fuck would take this seriously?
To ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection to ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On
she's gonna
July
ask specific
15th, this
questions.
committee
Yeah.
sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or
I
no?
will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on
Of
July
course
15th?
not.
Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of
See, this is the thing. Oh.
shit today. You're just being completely...
See, the problem is that, like, if she was being honest, she would say, of course we haven't given you all the information. Some of it's still classified and it's not ready to be shown to the public. Like, she would just say what happened. It's, again, like, to me, and you guys know this. Have you guys ever bought something that was, like, illegal? Have you ever bought something that was illegal and you know how important it is to have that level of trust, and the moment that somebody breaks that trust at all, you just have to completely cut contact. Totally. Where there's smoke, there's fire every single time.
dishonest. Mr. Chairman, completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I want to.
I'm
Come
gonna
on.
We have to
continue.
maintain the quorum in this committee, no matter
Have
how
you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. You are being dishonest or
Yeah.
lying. Like, you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not
Yeah.
hard questions. Have you provided us all communications?
And the thing is, like, if she was competent and good at her job, she could explain why releasing some things to the public would be a bad idea at this current time. She could easily explain it if she was competent. Because some of the questions that are asking her are unreasonable. And it's like, of course you're not showing all of the information. Do you know if there's a second shooter or not? Well, we don't know, right? They're not going to say that, because if they say that they think it's going to happen, like, this could cue off the person who they're trying to find. Like, that's the thing. Well, DEI, I'll get to that.
From the Secret Service related to that day and that rally. Have you provided this
I
to me?
don't
We've
think that's
asked
the
for this
reason.
information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information
this shit
that
too.
this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay. And you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So,
I'm surprised that they can even deny giving that to Congress. It sounds insane.
was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All
we
right.
need
How
to
many
determine.
Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
0. I
At
bet.
this time, none.
How many?
Again, displacement of responsibility to such an abstract sense that nobody can ever be blamed for anything. That's what's happening here. And I've seen it in so many other situations. Yep, there it is. This is what people do, and that's what bureaucracy does.
Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump.
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the
How
time?
do you not know that? Like, I feel like the fact that you don't know that is an indication that you're incompetent. Like, you should have known that on the first day. She's so unprepared? No, it's not that she's unprepared. See, unprepared implies that there could have been something that she could have done that would have made her, like, she knows the answer to that question. She's not stupid. Like, I don't think this woman is stupid. She's just incompetent at her job, and she's lazy. It doesn't take a very intelligent person to understand that if I answer the question about what time it is, then they're going to say, why didn't you solve this problem? Like a fucking 85 IQ person could see, I don't know.
Law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks in the shooting. How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Yep, there it is. I think that the reality is the display of incompetence is in front of everybody. And it's the fact that you had a 5'6", 5'8" at most overweight woman guarding a 6'2" male president. The fact that that could have ever happened in any capacity indicates that you're incompetent at your job.
In the wake of gun violence and tragic loss of life, Republicans are ignoring solutions like gun safety reform and instead trotting out sexist tropes.
Don't bring some short fat bitch to guard the president. It's not that hard. What are you crying for? Shut the fuck up.
Titled, right-wing media figures blame women in Secret Service and DEI for security failure in Trump shooting.
Without objections ordered.
This article quotes members of Congress and others that plainly accuse DEI and the hiring of women as a liability for the Secret Service.
It's a liability, it is.
Women have been an integral part of the agency since 1971 and are held to the same standards as their male counterparts. To use them as a scapegoat during a time of crisis is shameful and it is dangerously divisive. In fact, based on recent publicly available demographic data of the agency, the largest demographic groups among special agents are white and male. But to right-wing extremists, the truth doesn't matter. The lies they
China will never come back from this.
Before we begin, thank you very much to My Existence Is Not Political for joining the Patreon campaign. This comes from a trans member of my community, and they are entirely right. Their existence and who they are should not be political, is not political. I have a strict no politics policy in my comment section and on my channel, and frankly, I've had to block a lot of people for it. I don't care. This is a safe space, and if you don't like that, you are free to leave this space. And if you make noise about it, I will force you out of this space. Okay? Are we clear on that? Treat people right. Don't presume things about them just because they're not like you. So, let's get on to the topic for the day. Thank you very much for the support. It helps me out a lot. So, today I'm going to talk about something that we don't get anymore, which is one of the fan votes that we had for Transformers back in the day. I miss this. I miss having a small say in what was about to happen in the Transformers toy line. It was fun. It made you feel involved. It made you feel like Hasbro was listening. Wasn't that refreshing? So, they did a vote where we could choose the next Prime. So prior to this, we actually had fan votes for Windblade and all the million things that you could choose for this upcoming Transformers toy. We basically just got to help co-design an entire Transformer. When it came to the next one, it was color scheme, molds, and characters for creating the first all-female combiner. When it came to Power of the Primes, the vote was, very much more ambiguous of we get to choose the next Prime. We didn't know it at the time, but the toy line coming up was all about primes. It was all about matrices and matrix cores, and characters would have matrix cores who never wielded the matrix before. Predaking had a matrix, because why not in this toy line? So we got to choose a prime, which essentially meant we got to choose a very prominent toy for the Power of the Primes toy line. Now, at the end of the day, Optimal Optimus won. And I do think that's the right choice overall, because it is a very prominent leader character who was never acknowledged as one of the actual primes. So to actually give him, a turn with the Matrix and to work him into the current toy line wasn't a bad call. To be fair, with the Evolution toy line that was going on with the leader classes in Power of the Primes, makes total sense for a character who could integrate into that. I don't believe the integration was all that great, but I will acknowledge that, yeah, it made sense. It was the one that made the most sense. To the point where I would almost claim that there was some kind of rigging going on when it came to that vote. Just because keep in mind, it was only like 7 months after Primal won the vote that his toy was revealed. So it feels like they might have already had that one cooking for the Evolution gimmick, and since he won the vote, he just got to have a Matrix included in the figure. Willing to bet that's how it worked. With how long toy production takes, that feels like the right time frame. If they started designing from the ground up, that would have been a little rushed. Granted, I think the toy feels a little rushed, but it's beside the point. But that's not what today is about. It's not about the eventual winner. It's about the contest and the vote itself. So we had 3 brackets of 3 characters to choose the next prime, representing honor, order, and chaos. And there's some interesting names in this, including one that's technically not a name. So let's just kind of go through this and just kind of go back and take a look at what they were trying to do with this, because everyone was pleading their cases essentially for why they should be selected as the next prime. Starting with Ultra Magnus. Now, they all had some kind of pledge as to what they're going to do for the leader, but for the honor side of this, the overall idea was these legendary warriors will lead with honor and carry on the noble legacy of Optimus Prime. So 3 that would carry on Prime's ambitions and ideals. For Ultra Magnus, the pledge was, Ultra Magnus has sworn to honor his forefathers and wield the Matrix of leadership with a sense of duty, justice, and honor worthy of their sacrifice. Keep in mind, this is Ultra Magnus, who never felt he was worthy of the Matrix in the first place. So now hearing him dedicate himself to that is a little bit odd. It's a little bit off. Also, it's a very obvious choice, isn't it? Because Ultra Magnus is technically a Matrix bearer. He is, it's a very short term. It's like less than a day he was leader of the Autobots, but he was. I actually think it plays in nicely in all this. There is a interview out with one of the original, director or animator, one or the other. But someone actually talked about that scene in the movie where he put the Matrix in, because you could see it fit, and then his hands went back up to readjust it. And it looked like an animation error, but according to them, it's actually correct because the Matrix doesn't fit, and he's trying to get it to actually fit when he puts it in. Interesting little detail to add to Ultra Magnus. He's one of those where I don't think he's very different than what we saw as leader. We've seen him as leader. So if he were to have been the Matrix bearer we picked, I don't necessarily think he would have changed. I think he just would have had a Matrix accessory with him. The other 2 are more interesting though. RC. Now keep in mind, this is post IDW 1.0 RC, where she was very prominent and a very strong character. So it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that this would actually happen. This is late 2016, early 2017. So this is when RC was in IDW 2.0, when she was more of still a very serious and tough character, but more motherly aspects. She was much more family oriented in that run of books. Her pledge was, RC has witnessed the damage done by war. She vows to leave her warrior past behind and embrace a future of unity. RC as a Matrix bearer would have been interesting because, like, for starters, it's hard to get RC's toys to even work for RC, let alone to also work a Matrix into her. It probably would have led to, at the very least, the first Voyager class RC toy. Like, she would have had to have been a bigger figure in order to make that work. You wouldn't do it as a deluxe. You know, even the tiny Matrix that we have right now wouldn't have worked. And, you know, and to do one for Power of the Primes, it would have to be a separate accessory. It'd have to be an RC that just has a separate accessory. Like, I don't think it would, like, at deluxe size, it wouldn't fit inside her. You need to be at least Voyager. So that would have been a completely reimagined RC Prime. Like, that would have changed things dramatically. And I would be completely down for that. Remember, I'm the guy who says RC needs a complete overhaul so she can have toys that actually work, rather than trying to get these, you know, incredibly feminine curves with almost no vehicle kibble whatsoever to actually work as a transformer without having a massive backpack. You know, I'm all for an RC redesign, you know, akin to like what Animated did, so we can have more proper RC figures. This might have been a good way of getting one. I kind of lament that this wasn't a choice, because this would have been interesting, if anything. Of all of the ones in this vote, I think Hound is the one that made us scratch our heads the most. Hound is not the most prominent of characters in G1. He's one of those who never really had an episode devoted to him. He just had good moments in episodes here and there. He's the character who was supposed to be Spike's friend on Earth, and then Bumblebee ate his lunch and continued to do so for the next 40 years. The Prime Pledge. Hound looks to forge his legacy on a single straightforward vow: protect all living beings on Cybertron from tyranny. Alright, so very much following in the Optimus Prime ideology. Given him being a more militaristic character, but he's not like super serious in most fictions. Like, he's still kind of fun-loving. And would you kind of have to be a little bit fun-loving and a little bit mischievous to work his like hologram gimmicks? Like, that just kind of fits for a character like that. Take this someone who is a chaotic illusionist mage in Dungeons and Dragons. I think this is the one where I'm scratch my head the most. Go, like, on the one hand, I can't really see Hound ever wielding the Matrix, because he's never really shown signs of leadership. But at the same time, there's so many military vehicles that you could have upsized Hound to. Instead of being stuck as a Jeep, you imagine a Voyager Hound who's like a full Humvee, or, you know, like an even larger one that's like a full, you know, military like missile truck or something. You could upscale him. There's so many options to upscale Hound into something really, really cool to make a Hound Prime. Like, that's the coolest part about it. Similar to RC, I think the coolest part about this idea is the toy it would have required. Like, that would have been awesome. Like, the character himself, I don't even know how he would work as a Prime, if I'm being completely honest with you. That one is like I said, that was the biggest head scratcher out of the entire thing, was why Hound? Why Hound randomly get something? The next category was Order. And this is, again, coming from D&D. Remember, there is such a thing as lawful evil, which is why we're going to look at Megatron and Shockwave for this one. Because you can follow a strict code and follow strict laws while still being very malicious while you do it. These commanders vow to leave the Autobots and Decepticon factions in the past and unite Cybertron under a new order. So we're dealing with the Megatron here, who's just kind of sick of the war itself, and it's essentially time to just start anew. The pledge here is tired of the war between the Autobots and Decepticons. Megatron stakes his claim on a final act of destruction, tear down the old system and usher in a new era of unity under his rule. It is a peace through tyranny approach, and it is very Megatron. Keep in mind, again, we're in IDW 2.0, where he's leading the Decepticons and trying to overthrow what he views as a corrupt government. And it kind of is. So if this was 1.0 IDW, this would be even more curious because we'd be dealing with Autobot Megatron, and now you can make a case for maybe he would wield a Matrix. We saw him try to. He doesn't believe he's worthy of it, no matter how much good he has done since reforming. Understandable. His whole story is he can't be reformed, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't try. That said, yeah, Megatron with a Matrix is weird. Now, weirdly enough, around the same time we saw that in Cyberverse, Megatron actually did claim a Matrix of his own, but that's when the Matrix was basically used as an alternate blaster you store in your chest, so not the most thrilling type of Matrix in that depiction. Shockwave is another one that's a super weird choice to wield the Matrix. Let's see here. Shockwave declares that Cybertron can only be saved through the creation of a strict order, and only he is brilliant enough to be the mastermind behind it all. So we have very much a comic book style Shockwave gunning for the Matrix on this one. Now, a Shockwave Prime at least sounds like a curious idea, that someone of complete logic but also cruelty could also wield the Matrix of leadership in any capacity. When someone with that much logic has access to that much wisdom, now your logic is extremely different from what it used to be. You're not just dealing with your own personal perceptions. You're dealing with the perceptions of, 10 million years worth of accumulated wisdom. That's a lot. That is a lot. The weird thing is, if you take, some of the comic book depictions of Shockwave where he started off as a senator who was an Autobot, who wasn't a villainous Decepticon until his emotions got stripped, you might have actually had something interesting there. What happens to a completely logical creature who now has so much wisdom tapped, at their disposal? What does it do to Shockwave mentally? And does it actually make for what might actually be a pretty good leader who who has a ton of logic behind their actions, but it's tempered by millions of years worth of wisdom? And maybe it doesn't come out to the same cruelty we know Shockwave for. That might be a curious story. But then again, we never get those stories. So I'm just fanficking at this point, but it sounds fun. It's an intriguing idea. Here's the most obvious one on the list. So Starsaber, yeah, fantastic lead character. Weird that he would be under the guise of order. I could see, especially if this is got a little tint of the IDW Starsaber in it. Yeah, but to leave Autobot and Decepticon behind to unite Cybertron under a new order, I don't see that as a Starsaber thing. He's very, very Autobot. See, a valiant champion of peace, Starsaber vows to wield his mighty sword as a servant of hope who will fight for the good of all Transformers robots. That really does sound like you were supposed to be in the honor category. But they wanted this very strict 3 per category thing, so you are stuck here in order for some reason. But yeah, he's exceptionally obvious, and a Starsaber Prime, I guess Saber Prime would sound cooler. I just like that idea of Saber Prime. That sounds cool. This one, he's very obvious. He's a very obvious that he would be a really good leader character to wield the Matrix. And a lot of these, Megatron, I wouldn't see changing or evolving with the Matrix. Shockwave, maybe that would justify him being a spaceship instead of a gun. And no, Starsaber would kind of be like a Magnus type, where he's already incredibly powerful. The Matrix wouldn't evolve him into something capable of like storing, that much power, he would just kind of be Star Saber. He would just have a Matrix where there's supposed to be a Brain Master. I mean, that was my vote. I mean, obviously. That leaves Chaos as our third and final category. These powerful warlords will stop at nothing to become supreme leader of Cybertron, even if it means creating a chaotic world where only the strongest survive. This is going to make sense for 2 of the 3. Once again, I think we're a little bit mixed up here. Thunderwing is interesting because he has also wielded the Matrix before. In the Marvel Comics, he had control of the Creation Matrix for a hot minute. So a brand new Thunderwing toy that comes with a Matrix would make total sense. And frankly, he would have worked in with the Evolutions gimmick. Because if you go by the Mega Pretender he was, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You just have this extra ship that turns into his body. You have this little ship that turns into a robot, then folds up Power Master Prime style, slots into the big body. Boom, you have Thunderwing with an Evolution gimmick that still plays homage to his Pretender toy. Everything works, and everything is great. Why don't we have that? Why don't we have that toy? Why has Thunderwing never gotten a good toy in like 10 years? I didn't even think the one toy he got was good. Born with a unique spark that gives him a mysterious connection to the Matrix of leadership, Thunderwing vows to use his ability to unleash unknown powers that lay dormant within the Matrix of leadership. We've seen him with the Matrix. We know how he would be. Chaotic and conquering. This one confused me. Why are you in Chaos? Just because you're a beast? That seems just like a little bit judgmental. Let's see. Optimus Primal heralds the coming of a new age of beasts. Those who follow him know he will keep fighting no matter how big the odds are against him. Yeah, like he really is just he is an Optimus. Like he wouldn't belong. He doesn't. Like, going back to, like, the quote for the Chaos side, like, even if it means creating a chaotic world, only the strongest survive. You're just saying that because he's a beast mode. Just because he has a beast mode, because he turns into a monkey, you're just lumping him into Chaos. This one made no sense whatsoever. I mean, perfect choice. Obviously, he won, so yeah, great choice. But, yeah, this was just a really weird placement. Yeah, like, the more I look at it, the more I think, like, yeah, this whole, like, 3 category thing that they did is a really stupid idea. It's a really stupid idea. But that will bring us to the one that was the most interesting, because he was labeled as unknown evil. He was only shown in silhouette. Yes, it's Deathsaurus. Yes, we know. It was revealed as Deathsaurus at the end of the vote. But that said, like, for whatever reason, they were being very ominous and mysterious about him. I presume because they still didn't know if they could put a toy named Deathsaurus out into normal stores. This merciless agent of chaos will send the universe spiraling toward an unknown and unforeseen fate. Cybertron will be reborn in the image of this powerful dictator. We knew who it was, so of course he was going to get a lot of votes. This is another character where he's already got a lot of chest gimmicks, just like Star Saber. So, like, lumping a Matrix in with him too would be weird. Again, I don't foresee an evolution like I do Hound, but, you know, this one, again, he just seems like he'd be powerful enough to wield it without that. Yeah, it would just be Deathsaurus with a Matrix chamber, and, like, that would be it. And would have been cool to get a Deathsaurus toy out of nowhere, but maybe good that, you know, that was the thing. And this is the thing that kind of hurt this vote. And this kind of bled over into the final 4. So the way that this worked was everyone who got the most votes in each category made it to the final round, and then whoever got the most votes in second place in one of those categories got to be the wild card. So as you can see, we ended up with, you know, pretty much the most obvious choices that you could make. I mean, I will admit, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed that, as curious as, like, Hound Prime and RC Prime would have been, we didn't go for that. You know, we went for, like, the lowest common denominator here. Ultra Magnus, Optimus Primal, Star Saber, and then Unknown Evil. But because Star Saber and Unknown Evil both made it into the final round, they ate each other's lunch. And I know I keep using that expression. I don't know why I like that expression so much. But yeah, basically they ate each other's votes. You know, Victory fans got split between the two. So we missed out on an opportunity here, like where this could have been a far better story. Like imagine if it was Star Saber who ended up winning the vote. Imagine if like Unknown Evil was left off and Victory fans like me could have just had Star Saber to vote for, and he might have won the whole thing. He might have won the whole thing, which means in the Power of the Prime cartoon, you know, like it's Star Saber who's waiting for the rest, rather than Optimus Primal, voiced by Ron Perlman, for what turned out to be the first time in the role for the guy. So yeah, I think we missed out on really cool stuff. The Primal we got is fine. But man, I miss things like this. Like, this was fun. This was chaotic. This was kind of exciting to think that, like, we could have just had, like, a completely out of nowhere new Prime pop up. Or, like, a classic character that's never had a US toy that now has an opportunity to actually get produced. I think I just went with Primal. Because guess what? Most of the time when Hasbro puts Beast characters into a vote, they tend to win. Because Beast Wars fans are fanatic. Understandably so. I hope they do things like this again. This was such great community outreach. This made you feel connected to the brand. This made you feel like you got to contribute something. And it was fun just to see who would win. It's engagement, you know? That's so important in a brand like this. It's so fan-centric. So no Hound Prime, no Shockwave Prime. No, just Optimal. No big surprise. But it was fun. It was fun. It's fun to look back on to see how they actually tried to convince people, yeah, you know, go ahead, vote for Thunderwing. See what happens. But hopefully we get stuff like this in them again. I really do miss stuff like this. So that's been your brief history lesson for the day. I just thought I'd go over and just like a little reminder of just how much they put into this back in the day. You know, it was fun. So that's it for the day. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you next time.
Being forced to see ads? Getting paid to see ads? Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily basis are actually ads? That's an ad. That's an ad. Yep, all ads. That's why Pi will transform the way you scroll online. It blocks all ads for free. YouTube ads, cookie pop-ups, search ads, and it even works on Amazon. But that's not even the best part. Pi is the first ever ad blocker that will pay you if you opt in to see ads. You can finally get straight to your search results without being bombarded with a million ads. And unlike most ad blockers, you know this one is working because you can physically see your ads disappear. Browsing online has never been fast.
Before
Yo, what is going on, guys? Got a video here today from Peas World titled "Modern Woman Was Fired Seconds After Posting This TikTok." And without any spoilers, this is another example of how spoiled and entitled so many of these modern women are. Today's video was suggested to me by Matrix of Madness. I'm going to leave both of their channels linked in the pinned comments, so make sure you go and subscribe to these guys. Don't forget to leave your own thoughts and comments, and let's jump right into the video.
Like, I don't care if I get fired because of this. There's no way I would, but like, if any of my managers are watching this, keep scrolling. There's a few things that like different people different customers have said to me that have made me think like, girl, you're at a Chili's. 1.
This woman can't even count from 1 to 4, yet carries herself as if she's better than the people who gave her the job in the first place. It is ironic how some people feel entitled to look down on others despite their own glaring shortcomings.
Lemon in your water? This is a Chili's. It's not going to make the water better, and it's not going to make the cup clean. 2. You want your steak butterflied? Am I saying that right? I don't know what that is. You're at a Chili's. I'm going to tell them what to do. They're not going to do it. And while we're at it, 3, I'm asking you how you want your steak cooked. It doesn't matter. It's a nicety. This is me being polite. You're going to get what you get. It will either be bleeding or overdone. Like, just why are you getting a steak here? 3, you're telling me the bathroom's dirty? What is it? This is a Chili's. So many times a day, I just want to say, hey, you're at Chili's. Hey, guess where you are? You're at Chili's. I got fired for it. My managers did not keep scrolling.
What a surprise. She posted that video for attention only to lose her job over it. Was it worth the fleeting likes and the clicks? Most would say no. At least now her position can go to someone who genuinely values it and needs it.
Girl, why are you tripping? You can now go hang out with your hoe-ass friends in peace! Oh my god! Like, you're single. Remember that outfit that if you put on, you were seeking attention, yada yada yada? You could put it on now because you're single. I'm so proud of you, sis. Congratulations. Oh my god. No more, oh, be home at this time or else. Dun, 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 dun. You don't even gotta come home. You're single. You can stay out. Like, the saying be single, ready, and mingle. No, it should have been single and free. Single and free. I don't even want to mingle. I am traumatized. I just want to be free. Like, it really gives inmate vibes. It gives jail vibes. Like, I am so sorry, inmate number 227. Stand up. You are free to go. You are free to go.
Isn't it funny how some women encourage each other to make reckless decisions only to turn around and blame men when the consequences catch up? It's a pattern we see far too often, and it is hard to take them seriously.
I'm not sharing my 20s with a child. I am not sharing my 20s with a baby. I refuse. Once I become a mom, I'll be a mom for the rest of my life. So why rush it? I am not sharing my 20s with a child. Akibati, Angizi, Angfuni. I am not sharing my 20s with a child. A child will find me in my 30s. And if you say, oh no, then you'll be too old to give birth, I'll pray the prayer of Hannah and God will grant me a child. But I am not sharing these years of my life with a child. I am not willing to shift and do what and delay because of a child. So I am not sharing my 20s with a child. And this, I had baby fever the whole year. But I just had to hold it in because I am not sharing. Whether I afford it, whether I do not, I am not sharing my 20s with no baby.
She really thinks she deserves a man to settle down with after wasting her youth chasing other things. The reality is that most men aren't going to invest in someone who didn't value her prime years wisely.
Well, 3:30, I haven't slept a fucking wink. So, well, at least my bed's made. And all them lot are still sleeping. And this is what happens when you work away. And they're working a lot of fucking hours to provide for your family. Just to find out that they've been fucking cheating. Yeah. Work my fucking ass off for my family. They found out last night wife's been fucking cheating.
If this man didn't have his wife sign a prenup before tying the knot, he might be in serious trouble down the line. While prenups aren't foolproof, not having one leaves him completely vulnerable in divorce.
So, fuck knows now. That's it. You know, the kids have gone absolutely fucking mad, which is understandable. But whether I'm going to carry on doing this job or not, because my laddie wants to call me, I'm not sure what daughter's doing. She's old enough, I think she'll just moving to boyfriends. But yeah, cheers Angie. 17 fucking years of grafting and shit, and you do this to me. Brilliant.
And these same women will demand that their partners do half of the housework after working all day, as if their husbands have been lounging around. It's unreasonable to expect equality only when it is convenient for you.
All right, if you're a single lesbian and you hear what I'm about to say, let me just say this. Do not drop your pin, your location, your age, your dating status, what you're looking for. I don't want to hear that right now. I'm looking for like real answers only. Why is it that single lesbians consistently say that they cannot find each other and the dating pool is dry? Why is that? Now, if you're from a small town, I completely understand that there might not be that many queer people where you live, and I get it. But like, I lived in LA, San Francisco, Atlanta, now in Tampa, Philly, like all these places where everybody's saying the same thing. And so here's what I'm seeing. Y'all can tell me how y'all feel about this. If we're just at home, we don't congregate, when we do go to like day parties, clubs, bars, whatever, we show up with our friends, we talk to and dance and drink with them all night, and then we go home. People aren't talking to each other.
These ladies are the same women who insist life without men would be easier and better, yet constantly contradict themselves. The irony is as exhausting as their endless complaints.
Talking about this to somebody the other day. So what's the deal? Like, what do we actually want? What is like the best way for women to actually meet and be able to like make connections and find each other? Because people are trying, right? There's platforms out there. People are trying to connect people. There's a billion posts on TikTok where it's like, drop your location, drop what you're looking for. Like, does that actually work? Has anyone actually ever responded to one of those posts and you're like, oh, we go together now? Probably not. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, because I've been throwing around some ideas around, you know, connecting people and blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't want to waste my time. I still believe in us though. I still have hope, but I need to hear from y'all. Like, what's the deal?
The same traits men dislike about certain women, women can't stand them in each other either. It's ironic. Women claim that men are the problem, but when dating each other, they still face the same struggles. Funny how that works.
I feel like a lot of women try to rewrite history too.
Yeah. When you say rewrite history, what do you mean?
They have this thing where they always talk about like black women, like we're so docile and we be pushed over and run over by men and we never had a voice. And I don't know in what history they'd have been with black men, the only group of men that ever gave their women a voice. Y'all have always listened to us. We've always been included. And then it's just also kind of like one of the things where it's so funny to me because they talk about how men are, you know, so emotionally detached and this, that, and the third, are so mean and so ruthless. And when you think about, have you sat down and talked to an older black woman like your grandma?
Yeah.
Do she watch her tongue?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, no. My aunties, I'm from the country. I'm from the Delta. They don't give a about what they say. They don't watch their tongue.
When they talk to who?
Anybody. If they feel a certain type of way, they get it off their chest. They don't hold their tongue. Now, they may, they're more likely to not say nothing at all than to bite their tongue. And that's a huge difference.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about.
They probably not say nothing at all to avoid what it could be versus bite their tongue.
Exactly. Modern women often manipulate history, twisting facts with their emotions to suit their narratives, but history isn't about feelings, it is about facts. This kind of revisionism is dangerous and misleading.
Why on God's green earth did this woman just text me and say, I fell asleep, can we reschedule? You fell asleep? You fell asleep? You fell asleep and you didn't set an alarm? Guys, let's unbox it because all this is actually going back to the store. Might I go on a picnic is because I have a leg injury right now. And so I can't really walk that much. So I'm like, picnics don't require a lot of walking. We're gonna go on a picnic. I just left around a fucking store. Oh, I'm trying not to cuss. Oh Jesus. I'm trying not to cuss because my mama follow me on this app. I just left around the store for you to fall asleep.
This ties back to what we've discussed. Many women struggle to get along with each other, yet they expect men to tolerate what they themselves cannot tolerate. The double standard here is absolutely staggering.
I think the part that men don't understand when it comes to women with certain standards or women that know exactly what it is that they want, they don't recognize that some of us who have our set list, our set standard, we know exactly what it is that we want because we've already failed. We've already tried marriage and it didn't work.
We all know who is at the root of most of these failing marriages, and it doesn't take much digging to see the statistics that back it up. The facts speak for themselves.
So now I want what I want, I know what I want, and I understand that by me staying within what I want and not willing to waver, that I might be alone. And I'm okay with that because I want what I want more than I want to be in a relationship. You understand what I'm saying?
Women like her try to impose absurd and unrealistic standards on men, then wonder why their relationships completely crumble. The lack of self-awareness is astounding.
I don't want a relationship above anything. I want to be happy above anything. And I understand that, and I'm willing to accept the fact that my happiness might be me by myself. And I'm okay with that. And I think a lot of men don't recognize that. A lot of women have accepted that idea that, hey, if someone else is not willing to live up to my standards, I'm okay with being alone. Because most men are not willing to be alone. Most men will settle. That's why you see them hit 40, 50, and then they're like rushing, like trying to get married to any woman that would have them because they spent their years full out line, ripping and running the streets, not being kind to the women in their lives, even though they've had women bend over backwards for them.
Is she sure that she's describing men? Because everything she's saying sounds more like a description of modern women themselves. The projection is glaring.
And then, because men fare better in marriage than women. It's a fact. No matter how much men say marriage is not a benefit to them, it's literally proven. Like, there's studies on it. Like, I'm not gonna argue with it. Like, the only thing men used to bring to a relationship is finances, and that's no longer the case, and y'all have not evolved yet, so...
She claims to have studies backing her statements, but I'd bet good money that if asked to provide them, she wouldn't be able to. It is all talk and absolutely no substance. With that out of the way, guys, I've got another video to break down for you titled "Woman Cries After Realizing That Men Don't Care About Her Success." It highlights how many of these so-called assets women value don't matter much to men in the context of relationships. Let's dive right in.
People patronize single women so much, and it's actually crazy. I go to so many weddings and they're like, "Oh, are you still single?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then they're like, "There's one guy, he's over there, he's single." And I'm like, "Okay, this isn't musical chairs."
No,
like,
literally.
I don't get why you would think that I would automatically want to date him just because he's single. That's literally insane.
No.
And I bet you they're not saying that to the guy, which is the most frustrating thing.
I literally pulled my best friend aside and go, "Am I crazy?" Because I've had 5 different people try to set me up with this guy at this wedding who's in our friend group. So obviously I know him. What?
No,
also,
crazy.
I know for a fact, are people bringing up me to him like this? I wonder. Because honestly, my resume is better than his too. So what? Like,
I know. And the worst thing is I don't even think guys like care about our resume. That's the crazy part.
don't.
Absolutely. Many women fail to realize that their degrees and career accomplishments may hold weight in the workplace, but in marriage they don't carry the same importance. Men are looking for other qualities.
What you mean if you need child support, give the baby back to their daddy? What you talking about? The daddies don't be wanting them.
Correction. People like her don't want children because they value motherhood. They want them for the benefits, cash, and perks that come with having them. It is not about love, unfortunately. It is about leverage.
I remember sitting in arbitration, right? We're having this mediation conversation with the district attorney about our child support. That district attorney asked my baby daddy, "How many days do you want your child?" That man said Saturday and Sunday and was like, wait, no, just Sunday. That man put himself on child support. If he said 50-50, you have him 3 days, I have him 3 days, 4 days, back and forth, there would be no child support.
I don't know the details of her divorce, but this isn't how child support works in reality. It's always more complicated than these narratives make it seem.
He wouldn't have to pay me anything if we split the parenting time in half. The grown men not telling y'all they don't want the damn babies, don't want to deal with the kids, don't want to raise the kids, don't want any infant's energy in their life, no toddler energy in their life. That's why they're paying child support. If they were an active father, they would not pay child support. So I'm so tired of y'all ignorant grown men on the internet saying, give the baby back. The daddy don't want him. The dad don't want to be a parent. Because 50-50 parenting would mean zero child support.
Nope, this is wrong. Most men genuinely want to be involved in their children's lives. The idea that they don't is a narrative used to justify keeping them away, and for some it is all about securing financial support.
The male loneliness epidemic is about to get so much worse. So we know that most young men are going to be voting for Donald Trump, and we know that most women in general are going to be voting for Kamala Harris. So with the incels over here, most of the girlies over here, that gap is just going to keep getting wider. Dudes are already hiding on their dating profiles if they're conservative. They already put moderate, right? They already put that because they know that women are less likely to swipe on conservatives. That's just facts, okay? So don't get your feelings all in a twist.
Here's another issue with modern womanist ideals. They rush into relationships without truly understanding the man or giving him a real chance, then blame him for their loneliness. It is a cycle of self-sabotage.
It's facts. So they're already lying. They're already manipulating, trying to get laid. Just think how desperate they're gonna be after she wins. Do you think women aren't keeping the score? Do you think women aren't gonna ask you who you voted for in the next 5 to 10 years when you're dating? Think about this. Do you think women aren't going to ask you who you voted for? And what do you think your chances of getting laid are if you voted for him? Think about that.
We've already seen how the elections turned out, and it's clear enough where society stands on these issues. No surprises here.
It really breaks my heart to realize that these aren't the things that society, or rather men, really want to see in a woman. Maybe I'm never meant to be with someone. Sorry, that's so crazy, but I didn't expect to cry. Wow. If all they want is someone that's simple and passive, I refuse.
Of course, she'd refuse to engage seriously. The video itself is just a cry for attention and validation. Posting it online says everything about her real priorities.
I never want myself to be that. Part of that is accepting maybe I will be alone for the rest of my life. And I am okay with that, but I think there is a level of grief to that. That you have to grieve the life that you thought you were gonna have. When I grew up, I always thought that I was gonna have that Disney princess kind of love.
Ah yes, the Disney princess syndrome. These women expect the fairy tale but refuse to put in the effort to make it a reality. No wonder they are still single.
So proud to be the woman that I am, that I don't want to let go of that identity for a man. But that also means that I have to let go of these dreams that I have for my life. Because I'll never conform.
As we've said before, modern women will go to any lengths to prove that they're better than men, even if it means ruining lives, including their own. The self-destructiveness is absolutely hilarious.
Black men are making it very clear that they love black women, but they do not like us. And that's a problem. And I think the biggest problem is we don't care. That doesn't bother you that they don't
Black women have progressed. Okay? It's not that we don't care and we have bad attitudes. It's that we have progressed. Okay? We're starting businesses. We're building wealth. We're leading in entrepreneurship. We're leading in home ownership. We are leading in degrees. Black women have progressed.
Men don't care about what these women own or how much they earn. Material wealth won't mask a narcissistic attitude or an unbearable personality. It is as simple as that. But that is it for today's episode, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Drop a comment below, and I'll catch you in the next one. Take care of yourselves, guys. Peace.
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, I come to you with breathtaking news. Shoe on Head has returned. The man problem. This is good, because I do like it when women tell me about man problems. And then, why are men moving right? I suppose it's talking about the failure of modern leftism or something. I don't know. I am not a politics channel, I am a chaos channel, which means I am a politics channel in disguise. Except my political alignment is chaotic neutral, and I fucking shit on politics on every side of the aisle. This is gonna be great. Very excited for the new Kamala Harris Fortnite map. This is definitely gonna change the world. We have a lot to do and a lot to see. It's time to hear a woman talk about how men are issues. This is gonna be good. I like women, especially when they talk about men.
Hello everyone, and happy 1-year anniversary to my male loneliness epidemic.
That was a banger video.
I'm happy to announce that since that video uploaded, the discourse has greatly improved.
Lies! Lies! Freaking YouTubers, man, they just sit down and lie to your face. Discourse improved? Bro, have you seen modern America? I feel like the right and the left have never been this divided ever. Okay, she just got me. This was a huge debate. She's gonna say, just kidding. She's literally gonna say, just kidding. I literally just got fucking baited.
People all around the world are taking men's issues more seriously.
Okay, all right, this is a bait. This is bait. I literally just I literally just got baited. Literally just got fucking baited.
And the gender war has finally come to an end.
Not! It's worse than ever. The gender war is here, and it's great because I will continue making content shitting on people. All right.
Just kidding.
See, fucking bitch. No offense. I didn't mean that in a bad way, okay?
Everything has gotten worse, and nobody has learned anything.
Yeah, literally. It's so bad right now. It's insane. God! The blue-haired libtards keep telling me what to do, and then the MAGA hat people are up.
From the witches on The View.
Wow. Listen. What all I have to say is that the blue satanic pedophile cult and the red satanic pedophile cult have never been this satanic or pedophile.
Cackling about how men are useless.
Dude, it literally does not help. I feel like, you know who the biggest proponent to people voting Republican are? It's the Democrats. They are literally helping people vote Republican because they are demonizing every man. It's like, it's fucking crazy.
Do we need men?
Let's go! You see? Like, is that really gonna help men come to your cause? Oh my god.
Men are useless.
To women online, saying they'd rather be stranded in the woods with a bear than a man.
Yeah, true.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or bear?
The bear. Bear.
It seems that things have gotten more toxic than ever, and the gender divide couldn't be any wider.
Now, on the one hand, this is very bad news for society, but on the other hand, this is very good news for people who like chaos. So I am torn!
Especially politically.
In 2008, 58% of young people leaned Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last 2 major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group, young men.
Young men literally control all the power. Thank you, women, for literally giving men more power. God, it feels so good to be a man in today's day and age. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to men everywhere. Can we get a moment to shout out men? I feel like we've been shouting out women a little too much lately. Women are literally giving men all the power. They're trying to take men's power and instead just give power to men instead. The woke mind virus. Dude, I can't believe that that's a real phrase. I heard my father say the term woke mind virus and I literally lost my mind. Oh my god. All right.
Okay,
let's go.
I know I said I was gonna focus on the gender war and not talk about politics for a while. However, I found a
The
loophole.
gender war and politics are the same thing.
Politics is talking about gender war.
Ooh.
With this election being hailed by the media as the man versus woman election.
There's no fucking way. What's really behind America's man versus woman? That is so cringe. That is so wildly cringe. Oh my god. There are actually people saying this.
According to any and all data coming out recently, men all around the world have shifted more right, and women have shifted more left. But women
That's so fucking insane. That's so insane. Oh my god.
going more left was not the focus of this month's outrage. The outrage, of course, was about men. That's right, we got our yearly,
Men,
oh no, what
men,
is happening to
men,
men? Why are they moving to the right?
God, I love what's happening to men videos. They're so good, especially when women explain them, because I like when women validate man problems. What can I say? I'm a simple fellow.
Freak out. But unlike last year, this freak out isn't solely happening on the internet, no. It's also happening
In real life?
Washington, D.C.
Dude, fuck. Yeah, baby. I love how the internet is just a few steps ahead. Every time you see some massive brain rot on the internet, you're like, all right, looking at my watch, that gives us about 12 months until this brain rot leaks into real life.
There are only 4.
It's like everyone was criticizing fucking Twitch for their insane double standards, and ladies and gentlemen, America Congress has gotten involved into Twitch's double standards. It only took them a year, but they made it.
36 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men.
The Harris
men, ugh, disgusting. Oh, those gross creatures.
It is making an aggressive last-minute effort to win over younger male voters.
Am I really gonna make a video criticizing the Democrat Party days before the election?
Oh shit. Oh shit!
Of course I am.
She's a psyop! She is a psyop! A pick-me shit. Well, she's already been picked, so it's too late, but you know what I'm saying.
Now, before you celebrate or grab your pitchforks, this is not a pro-Trump video. This is a do-better video.
No, honestly, this is a shit on everyone video, all right? This is chaos incarnate. I live for the chaos. Subscribe if you like chaos. I will shit on everyone. Everyone deserves it.
This is a mommy's not mad, she's disappointed video.
Oh, that was weird. Wonder how her audience is gonna feel about her calling herself mommy.
Actually, I lied. Mommy's pretty mad. In this video, I am going to be addressing the Democrats' so-called man problem, the recent discourse about men moving right, the last-minute pandering the Democratic Party is doing to get them back, what they could be doing instead.
Kamala Harris's campaign just paid for a Fortnite map called Freedom City, okay? That is the most fucking insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. They paid for a Fortnite map. I'm gonna do a whole deep dive on why the Republican advertising campaigns are way better than the Democrat advertising campaigns. Because Kamala Harris, for whatever reason, thought, like, their squad made a goddamn fucking Fortnite map called Freedom City. But you ready for the twist? Since they're anti-gun, they removed guns from Freedom City. You heard correctly. They made a Fortnite map without guns, okay? I just want to make that clear, okay? That is the fucking stupidest thing of all time.
And of course, going over some terrible opinions.
They don't want you to have too much freedom in Freedom City, okay?
My opinions. I have never had a bad opinion in my life.
That is probably true. I have had many bad opinions, but I decide to stick with my opinions until people realize that I was in fact correct before the opinion was correct.
Except that one opinion.
All right.
We don't talk about that one opinion.
Rochelle.
In a world where it seems like everything men do and like is toxic, from eating meat to working
eating meat? Oh, dude!
out to even having a beard.
That's not a real thing. This isn't a real thing. These are not real people in real life. These are internet brainlets. This is AI, okay? There's no real person that thinks men with beards are sexist. I say as I scratch my beard in the microphone.
Oh wait, that reminds me. Before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's video sponsor, Henson Shaving.
Yeah! Men with beards are sexist into shaving fucking sponsor? That's genius.
If you've used a multi-blade razor, you're probably familiar with this story. Irritation, razor burns, and maybe even ingrown hair. Studies show—
What the fuck is ingrown hair? Anyway, let's move on.
You didn't skip the ad, right? And
no, I didn't skip any part of the ad, okay? I was just stroking my sexist beard.
Now, let's get back to the video. If you are a regular viewer to the Shoe on Head channel,
that's me, regular viewer here, sharing a single brain cell.
First of all, I'm sorry. But also, you know by now, I have been documenting the internet and society in general's growing and widely
She's a documentarian, guys. She's not a shit poster. She's not a troll. She's a documentarian. This is journalism, ladies and gentlemen.
Accepted hatred of men. This has been happening for a very long time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Listen, I like the gender war. Not that I like that it exists, but I definitely like laughing at the stupidity of it all. I don't know why. I view everyone as dumb except for me and my audience. For some reason. And a lot of other people, too, that aren't dumb that I know as individual. But, like, masses of people, all stupid. If you need to be part of a cult in order to feel important, I don't have respect for you as an individual.
And if you dare spoke up about it, you were called an incel or a pick-me.
I've been called an incel. I haven't been called a pick-me. No one's a pick-me.
Depending on your gender. But
oh, never mind. It's a sexist term. I forgot.
Seemingly, almost out of nowhere, there has been a change of heart.
Oh. You know, I think men are in crisis, actually.
What? That's crazy! All it took was them realizing that they need men to vote for them in order to recognize that they care about men. Wow! That's insane! God, it's so selfish. Every single time I hear people talk about actual issues, it comes from a place of selfishness. It's like, wait, they're not voting for us. They're in crisis.
In this country, I think that plays out different ways, but I think we need to have a real conversation about that.
Wow, that's interesting.
Damn.
Mainstream media talking about this.
Yeah, they want votes.
I wonder why
it's selfishness.
They care so much now. Democrats fear Harris losing too many male voters to Trump. Signs have been mounting that for the first time in recent decades, Democrats may lose majority support from young men in 2024. The risk to Democrats is that this is not just a one-time fluke, but an indication of growing trouble with men in coming elections. Democrats can celebrate the support they are getting from young women, but they also need to take the disaffection of young men seriously, engage them directly, and respond to the visions of manhood and masculinity.
I love how, like, you have fucking articles saying this. The Democrats need to do this and that and the other and this, and then nothing changes anywhere, okay? No one's ever changed anything in politics, okay? It's all selfishness. All of a sudden, people care about people, and it's only caring about them because they're gonna use those people. Bro!
That Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are offering.
It's like, you hear this every single time. All right. Here's you ready for, like, the classic, fantastic example of this? Why is it that Republicans, generally, don't like immigrants, and Democrats like immigrants? Well, immigrants vote Democrat. Coincidence? Sorry for being a cynic, but yes!
All right, Kamala, you got 2 weeks to reverse anti-male propaganda and resentment fueled by our government, media, and institutions.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, she should go on Joe Rogan to talk about it. That would probably be good.
How you gonna do it? Harris campaign creating space for white dudes. That's a great idea. I mean, a little too late, but I'm glad you're finally doing to be honest about role in history.
Kamala, bubble lady.
Oh, it's always a space for white men to talk about how much they suck.
That's really important, honestly. Can we have a moment for all my haters to come together to talk about how much they suck? Dude, that would be really good. I think we should implement this everywhere.
What made you start this group, White Dudes for Harris? And I suspect some...
That's a real group, White Dudes for Harris? Hell yeah.
Some of it has to do with the polling.
Yeah, for far too long, the left has essentially ceded white men to the MAGA right. There's large parts of the left who have gone out of their way to alienate white men over the last couple of years, and that's understandable in many ways. We decided that we wanted to create space for white men to be a part of electing Vice President Harris.
At the top of the call,
I'm very confused. Like, what? He did not mention any solution at all. He was just like, it would be really nice if the people that we wronged decided to stop being wrong then be righted instead.
White Dudes for Harris organizer Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room, criticism surrounding an event organized for white men given the country's history of racism. A lot of people felt uncomfortable about the call, he said. Throughout American history, when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. They can't even have their...
Did he just call generic white dudes KKK members? What the frick? Is this how you're... This is like the counter propaganda. Like, what are you doing? You are literally villainizing people while you're trying to bring them close. It's like, Babalu, come close. I want to tell you about how you're probably a racist.
Gay little Zoom call where they circle jerk about hating themselves without their own movement going, yikes! A bunch of white males in one space? It's kind of like the KKK.
Eagles, beagles, what is this, Twitch staff?
Black people can have their little groups and that's fine, but if a bunch of white people get together, well, that's just called BreadTube.
Damn.
Never mind.
Damn,
White dude.
Got him. Destroyed.
Who's for Harris? I mean, she's doing pretty bad with Latinos too. What's next?
Wait, what? Is she?
Hombre is con Harris.
See, reality is in fact funnier than fiction. This is why I personally have shifted my content to chaos maxing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Chaos maxing.
Oh. So basically, men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's not looking too good for the Democrats. So it wasn't long until everyone's favorite discourse hit Twitter again. If Kamala loses, which is very possible, there needs to be a real discussion about how Democrats speak to and reach young men.
Damn, crazy.
If Kamala loses. If she wins, there doesn't have to be discussion.
God, that's such a good point. It's like, dude, they only care about white men when they literally need them to vote for them. They do not give a crap about anyone. No one cares about anything except for their bottom line. Oh my God, this is so pathetic. It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic.
We shouldn't change anything. Clearly, we're doing everything right. To be clear, I'm not saying we need to worry about women less or change any positions. I'm saying the polling around young men is concerning.
Like, they're just saying the quiet part out loud. They're saying the quiet part out loud. It's like, okay, so we don't like white men, but we need to do propaganda to make believe we do like white men so that they can vote for us, unless we win, in which case we don't really need to convince them that they're not shit because they're literally doing our job for them.
And if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion about how condescending we are coming off to a huge part of the electorate.
We know they're shitty, but we don't want to make it sound like we know they're shitty.
To be clear, I'm not saying we have to change anything. I'm just wondering why men aren't voting for us.
Yeah, I don't want to change anything. I just think that the propaganda, we need to convince them that we actually do give a shit about them. I think so.
What? I am gonna regret posting this so hard. And oh boy did he.
Because now he's not only in a Shoe on Head video, but he's also in every single VTuber that reacts to Shoe on Head's video.
The replies were insane, to say the least. I must admit, I cringed reading most of this.
Oh no.
I feel that one thing you didn't address is the systemic entitlement bestowed upon white men in the US. That sense of entitlement, that privilege they felt for eternity, is eroding. Systemic entitlement they have felt for eternity? They're like 22 years old. The f do you mean eternity?
I love this so much, bro. Dude, Nux, when have you taken accountability for the sins of your parents? Have you ever renounced your slave owner grandparents? I'm like, bro, I am literally from Poland. Like, my grandparents are Holocaust survivors. I don't feel at all bad for the sins of my grandparents, thank you. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like, these people, they're all fucking crazy, man.
Was this like...
everyone. And everyone is just there for the vote. It's like, okay, what kind of propaganda could we push? Good question.
200-year-old man.
And also, you do realize that DEI stuff directly is antithetical to generic white man. Generic white man is just basically being told we are rigging shit against you. that is what DEI programs are. Like, oh my God, I feel so privileged right now on my $8,000 a year income. Like, yo, you're so lucky, chat.
So, young men are snowflakes with hurt fifis because they're not the center of attention anymore. Got it.
Yeah, true. Why should we care about them?
So, are they poor little snowflakes, boo-hoo, or are they scary fascists that are gonna turn America into the Handmaid's Tale?
But you fool, it is literally Schrodinger's racist. Schrodinger's racist. Are we racist towards them because we hate them, or are we racist towards them because we don't hate them, but we want them to think we hate them?
Because they can't be both. You either care about the future, or you don't. You cannot simultaneously hand-wave away men moving to fascism, but also fearmonger about it. Hi, man here. Maybe men just need to stop being absolute pieces of dog. It seems like the easy.
This dude is in all the fucking white dudes for Harris group chats, for real. Like, dude, hi, man here. Maybe men could stop. Dude, I fucking love these. These people are awesome. These people are great.
Thing to do,
oh, yeah.
Right? I don't feel alienated or uncomfortable with democratic messaging because I'm not a complete wannabe fascist cheese dick incel loser who thinks he's the good guy.
You do realize that people are leaning right. Young men are leaning right. Okay, so you're obviously doing something wrong. You do realize that a democracy is supposed to be the best thing for the most people. That is obviously not what is happening. These people are fucking insane. Like, do they think? Do they have brain? Life is not a Reddit video, sir.
Reddit and its consequences have been.
Oh my god, dude, she's literally fucking the same brain cell. We have the same brain cell. Like, god damn it.
Disaster for the male race. They just need to get off their asses, stop playing video games, and get real jobs. First of all, what real jobs? These guys are coming out of college with useless diplomas and there are no jobs. Also, what out of touch boomer ass take? Get off your ass and stop playing those video games from the generation who watches TV 24/7. I don't want to hear it. Tell them to get therapy. Tell them whatever you told or gave to women in the 1950s.
So the solution of a lot of men are leaning right is lobotomizing men. Damn, I didn't think of that. That's pretty good insight. Holy shit, they're so smart.
They made this bed, let them sleep alone in it.
You do realize, okay, like, I love these people so much because these are obviously human beings that have zero actual media literacy. Like, these are people that don't understand life. They're like, there is an issue that now the young white men are not voting for us, okay? They are voting for what you think is a fascist, okay? And the solution is drive them further towards that path or voting for the person that you think is a fascist. Like, even from your own perspective, you're retarded.
Or be better for men. Any other group of people and it's, oh, boo-hoo, poor baby. Let me rewire all of society so your feelings aren't hurt. And then with men, it's get therapy.
Got him.
While there is truth in messaging needs to be better from Democrats as a whole, I reject that telling young men they need to be better is the problem. They are trash in their nature.
Damn.
And if they can't do the work to not be toxic seed, that's on them.
These people are such morons. Like, do you realize you are antithetical to your cause? Do you think telling people that they are wastes of seed, that is gonna make them go to your side of the aisle, bro? These people are fucking crazy. Like, they're all losers. Everyone's insane.
Vote for my team, by the way. We may not want to hear.
Yeah, like, dude, on the one end, like, they're saying the quiet part out loud here.
But this is what the data reflects. There is a massive loneliness epidemic in this country, which is disproportionately affecting men. Instead of calling them incels or mocking them, we should be willing to hear out their concerns. Wow, a surprisingly good tweet in a sea of bullshit. That's nice to see. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you're a straight white man. So yeah, go do something about it. Why are you guys bothering the rest of us with this? I can't figure it out. Because I would like for Democrats to win the election. Why do you care about men suffering?
Why do you care about men suffering? Well, I don't actually care. I just make believe I care. So they vote for my side, you know?
Because I want to win the election. Amazing. This is the issue right here. Start seeing men as people and not numbers in polls. That is step one. You can't even do step one. Anyway, there were thousands of these kind of tweets in response to this guy. You get it. We've seen it all before. If I went through all of them, this video would be 3 hours long. White Dudes for Harris wasn't the only strange.
Yeah, this is insane, honestly. It's like, it's so funny. It's like they're literally saying the quiet part out loud. It's like, we don't care about men. We just care about their votes. So what do we do?
Attempt the Democrats threw out at the last second to get the male vote.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck.
Okay, all right.
Every time you go online, it's the same story.
Oh
We're
my God.
the problem.
Oh my God, you're literally talking to some people probably. I don't feel like I'm the problem, but okay.
And yeah, some white dudes are.
Like everyone. There's some of every group that's bad.
Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out.
Like Trump.
They're making it worse.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Years of these people saying men suck and are the problem, and now they're like, hey fellow men, are you sick of being told you suck and are the problem? The audacity. Apparently, Kamala Harris has a secret weapon to win over male voters.
Kamala Harris
Vagina.
is turning to her running mate, Tim Walz, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump.
Tim Walz is the secret weapon to win over young voters? What the fuck?
Support from men.
Much like how Trump chose Pence to win over the more established Republican vote.
Like, Trump's selection of fucking vice presidents was so smart. Like, you cannot take that away from him. The first time he ran for president, he had zero political energy. Zero at all. So what did he do? He gets this old ass freaking goddamn old school classic politician dude. All right? Mike Pence. This time, the issue is Trump is a fucking 1,000 years old. He's in his 80s or something. I don't know. He's old as balls. So who does he get? He gets the youngest guy in the Senate. Like, you have to realize, like, his selections actually made sense. Like, from an advertising perspective. And they're like, my secret weapon to get white young people. I'll get Waltz.
Kamala seems to have chosen Tim Walz to try and win over the white male vote.
All right.
And boy, are they trying. Now, I don't hate Tim Walz. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised when they chose him over Josh Shapiro. I like a lot of his policies.
I don't know anything about these guys.
Like his universal school lunch policy. That's an amazing policy. You'd have to be an insane freak to disagree with that.
JD is a grifter. He used to call Trump Hitler. But was it a good choice or not? Grifting is part of the game, bro. Like, these people are all fucking gross pieces of garbage, okay? Oh my God. Every single politician is garbage, okay? I want you to recognize my stance here.
Or a libertarian, but I repeat myself. And there were a few times where he was speaking where I completely forgot he was running to be Kamala's VP and not president himself. And he actually brought a lot of energy to the Democratic stage for once.
All right.
So what the was this? Putting out a bunch of ads of Tim Walz changing the air.
Oh my God! Generic white guy shit. Look at me changing cars.
Filter in a car, clumsily shooting a gun, and
this is so embarrassing. It's crazy.
Drawing a political football play-by-play, trotting out Walz like some kind of minstrel show of a white man, like a man dressing up like a man for Halloween. You don't gotta do all this, bro. I promise you. And they don't shy away about how that's exactly what they are trying to do. Tim Walz is clearly a Midwest man's man, but he's the antidote to toxic masculinity.
Because he's a generic white man that gets told what to do by a woman. We have solved the problem at last. Women letting men do what they want. God, I'm so glad we've come full circle.
His typically masculine resume as a Midwestern football coach and veteran, Walz is utilizing those qualities to push forward a more progressive, compassion-based form of
masculinity. Don't you hate men who have no compassion? Well, now we have Waltz.
Masculinity. Part of being
I don't know anything about him. I'm just fucking assume he's a politician.
Vice president is understanding that you are just that. Someone who is there to aid and support the president. Walz simply being there on the ticket with a woman and taking a back seat to his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, is him embracing his leadership role in a positive masculine way.
This is the most fucking bullshit article I've ever seen in my entire life. It's like the good thing about him is that he accepted a promotion by being vice president, but still has a woman in charge, which proves that it's positive masculinity.
Football coach and cheerleader. How Tim Walz is defining masculinity.
This is insane. Are they literally trying to tell you, if you want to be masculine, just get ready to have someone in charge of you all the time?
Deal. A sexism researcher.
The fuck is a sexism researcher? Is this the person that wrote the article about having beards makes you sexist?
An author of the 2023 book Glass Walls told
they need to get her on working on Dragon Age's new fucking game ASAP.
USA Today that men like Walz who are intentional about rejecting traits and beliefs commonly dubbed as toxic masculinity are the tonic to harmful stigma associated with expectations of men and boys. He shows you can be masculine but also not threatened by women as equals or women who are in positions of power. In fact, you can be cheerleaders for them. Notice the common theme here: taking a back seat, cheerleading, like 5 different.
Like this is a vice president. Let's not fumble the bag here. This is an incredibly powerful position. Why are they talking about this from a perspective of taking a back seat? He is literally going to become the second most powerful man in the country. Like, what?
Articles I read specifically use this word cheerleading. Even a few about Kamala Harris's husband, Doug. God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy men in the news. I think I found one. A lovable goofball who is happy to cheerlead for.
They have one fucking sentence. They have one goddamn brain cell, and they got that shit running on a treadmill. They call her husband a cheerleader too?
Or his wife, the vice president of the US. Thank God for Doug Emhoff. Success
This is an allegation. I'm not stating it like a fact. Weren't there allegations that he was a domestic abuser? Like, is this really the poster boy of masculinity that you want? I don't know if that's a real thing. I just saw that floating around on Twitter.
Successful guys can support their wives and be respected. You don't have to be the quarterback to play the game at an elite level. Emhoff and his breed of dudes who are giving it their best shot may never be as come hither to lost young men.
I'm typing it in. Kamala Harris, husband, domestic abuse? I have no idea. I just get a bunch of random, vague, shitty articles about nothing. And this article, which is definitely not nothing. Holy shit, what the frick? Again, oh god, I hate news sites. Every time I open a news site, my whole computer goes haywire. I get 1.5 billion ads and sign in with different things and disable a billion other things. Ad blocker detected, become a member. Oh my fucking god, I hate this. I hate these people. Anyway, according to the Economic Times, apparently, according to this, there are domestic abuse and sexual assault allegations against her husband. I don't know if this is real. I opened it up for a second before the ad blocker shit happened, but I have no idea if this is true.
And as the militant Andrew Tate models of manhood, but they are out there, and not unlike good husbands, will appear when they are needed.
Yeah.
From the outside looking in, the right promises young men a return to the good times, of the glorious past. You know, the one your grandfather had. The Coca-Cola ad rose-tinted version of the past. Back when you can afford a house and support a family on one income. While the left, which historically, in my opinion, had the policies to make that happen, are instead trying to sell men a vision of the future. And well, the future is female. A future.
Have you seen Star Wars, kids?
Where you're no longer playing the.
I don't understand. Like, it's so mind-blowing to me that they think that this is gonna get, you know, young men into this. It's like their solution. Someone in my chat just said this. Their solution to toxic masculinity is to turn men into 1950s housewives. Like, this is so wild. You know, I believe. I know this is cringe. I believe men and women both have the right to be powerful and successful and awesome people. Okay. Like, how easy is it to say that? Oh my god.
The game, men. You're on the sidelines being a cheerleader.
Dude, the Democratic advertisement campaigns are insane.
Doesn't that just sound so exciting? Like, what the hell is going on inside these DNC consultant meetings? I really gotta know. Does anyone have any ideas on how to appeal to young men? And please, for the love of God, do not say we have to offer them anything or change in any way. I got it. What?
All right.
Camo hat. We did that. Vasectomy bus.
Oh my god. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is so stupid. Like, as far as advertisement campaigns goes, Trump worked in a McDonald's, which ultimately is so fucking dumb. The guy worked in a McDonald's, but it became such a huge meme. He worked in McDonald's, and then after 15 minutes, he's like, I just worked for 15 more minutes than Kamala. You know? Which is fucking stupid, but it's such a zinger. It's such a zinger. It went so viral. It's stupid, but it's a meme. And they sell camo hats to appeal to men.
I got it. What? Camo hats. We did that. Vasectomy bus. We did that.
No, not vasectomy bus. See, Biden went out and said that MAGA people are garbage or something. So what did Trump do? He drove a garbage truck. It is so stupid, but it works. It's memorable as shit. And then the vasectomy bus.
Have you perhaps tried nagging them? Yes, we've been doing that.
Classic women strategies. Am I right, guys?
Say, you know that whole male loneliness epidemic thing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh yeah.
It's a really nice place. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here.
I said I go on a lot of dates, but...
Are they trying to tell you that if you don't vote, you're gonna lose your dates? Oh my god.
Hey men, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, women won't fuck you. Brilliant.
Damn, that's a good strategy, honestly.
Young men should know that if you vote...
We want you to make the right decision. Your own decision. You have the right to choose, but only choose my side.
Vote for Trump, you're basically never going to get laid.
What the fuck?
I mean, is it incorrect? Don't think so. Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get laid.
What a fantastic strategy.
They are not beating the pretending to be progressive to get laid allegations with this one.
Listen, one thing I have to say, they are using every ounce of creativity, money, and holes in order to get the job done.
Literally just endorsing woke fishing. When men pretend to be more progressive.
Have you been woke fished? Woke fishing? It's men pretending to be woke to get laid? That's fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh, this country is so lost.
Dating apps to get laid. Do not do this, by the way. Be open and honest about your opinions.
Yes, always have the right amount of wokeness.
No, you cannot fix them. Also, pretty weird and like low-key sexist to imply like women are some prize for voting the correct way. Hey, and if
utilize every hole at your disposal, god damn it.
If all else fails, go after the Gooner vote.
The Gooner vote it's a big vote. Listen, honestly, the Gooner vote's fucking they're really there for it. Oh!
Sorry, you can't do that.
What the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman.
Oh my god.
Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide.
That's a real commercial. No. You're telling me that the Democrats made a commercial saying that Republicans are gonna ban your porn? See, this is what I mean by it's literally the worst fucking advertisement campaign on the planet. Like, the fact that Trump and Vance were both on Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world. He got 40 million views. But for some reason, why didn't Harris do it? Like, dude, it is the biggest advertisement campaign on the planet. And then they're like, oh, they're going after the Gooner vote.
I'm sorry. I love this ad. The one time they speak to men directly, and it's, hey men, the Republicans are gonna take away one of the only vices you use to numb the pain. So vote for us. Bleak. Just the absolute state of the world right now.
Harris had an invitation. I heard Harris had an invitation and she turned them down. Why? She said that, oh, we can only do the podcast if you come to me, and it's only 1 hour because we can't do a 3 hour. Why, bro? Oh my god. She wants to become the most powerful person on the planet and can't speak for 3 hours? God damn. Dude, it's tragic. It's pathetic. How did we end up here?
Also, was that Germa? Believe it or not, this wasn't the worst of it.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. Man, and I'm man enough.
I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat.
Man enough to cook my steak rare.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I'll tell you another thing I sure am not afraid of. Women.
When I first saw
well, I am!
That was a joke. Women are awesome. Thought it was a parody created by Republicans to make fun of how hard the Democratic Party is trying to pander to men to get their vote. But alas.
I love women.
I love women who support their families.
Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
That's insane. That's not a parody. I can't believe that's not a parody.
Everything from them directed towards men has to have like this tone of irony or self-deprecation. They can't even do it sincerely. But apparently, white men aren't the only demographic Kamala is struggling with.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Democrats deployed their ultimate weapon, Barack Obama.
Yes!
Pain stump for Harris on.
See, but Barack Obama, he is such a good speaker. He is so fucking good at what he did. Oh my lord. It's crazy. It's crazy to see the downfall of society. Obama is so fucking charismatic. It's insane. And then you have Kamala Harris.
On Thursday in Pittsburgh, Obama said that despite Harris raising upward of $1 billion, we have yet to see the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running.
So true, he was goated at drone striking. God damn it. Chat, fuck you. I'm just talking about politician doing politician advertisement things, okay? All right? Can we shut up for a second, please? All these people are dog shit. Can we recognize that every single one of these people is probably a piece of garbage? Okay? That's it. We're chaotic neutral in this house. Every single one of these people are shit.
That lag in energy, he added, appears to be more pronounced with the brothers. You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that, he said, because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman for president.
Oh my god, dude, frick, man.
And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. Once again, their only tactic seems to be getting in a man's face.
All right, man, listen, you just hate women, don't you? No, I don't hate women, so vote for women.
Face and going, tisk bad boy. Like a dog that just peed on the carpet. It's not 2014 anymore, Barack. Nobody cares about sexism, motherfucker. We can't afford groceries. What?
We have evolved past caring about sexism, you fool.
What's crazy is, as far as I know, Kamala herself has never played the woman card. She has never played the sexism card.
Oh,
in
shit.
fact, she actively pushes against it.
You've been reluctant to lean into, to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy on the campaign trail. Why is that?
Well, I'm clearly a woman. I don't need to point that out to
Got him.
anyone. The point that most people really care about is, can you do the job? And do you have a plan to actually focus on them?
I was proud.
Honestly, true. And then you have freaking Hillary. Didn't she only say that she was a woman thing? That's a pretty based move, honestly. But I still think she should have gone on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. God damn it, fucking loser.
It's like they finally learned from Hillary Clinton's failure, but that didn't stop the media or Barack Obama from doing it for her. Thanks, Obama. For all the Zoomers, thanks, Obama was a meme. And like,
She proved she was a woman the second she said, I'm talking now. God damn it, chat. You people are fucking insane.
2008. Yeah, it was funny back then. That would have slapped. While I was writing this video, Kamala and Gretchen Whitmer were getting ready to film a video at a bar together when Kamala was apparently caught on hot mic saying this.
Yeah. Oh, we have microphones in here listening to everything. I didn't realize that. Okay. Well,
You'll
now
bleep
tell
my
us.
F words.
We just told all the family secrets. Shit.
We need to move ground with men, so
All right.
what we're gonna do is pretend to drink beer at a bar.
Fantastic. That's a good strategy.
Men like beer, right?
Cheers.
Are you recording us? Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, back to talking about football.
Just talk about policy. Just be yourself. Just listen to men and what they want.
Listen to men? Oh, God. Disgusting, I say, as I listen to a woman.
Kamala, all you gotta do is talk. Actually, no, now that I think.
Actually, I don't know about that. She's really good about at talking, to be honest. I don't know if she's good at, like, having conclusions after hearing what she says. Like, bro, dude, it's insane. It's like, you have Kamala Harris go, like, talk for, like, 40 minutes, you have no idea what she said, and then Trump goes up there and he's like, to quote Adolf Hitler. It's like, what the fuck are you supposed to do today? Everyone's insane. They're all crazy, man. What are you gonna do? Oh, my God.
Think about it, that might make it worse. Put Tim Walz out there, okay? But let Tim Walz do the talking. Don't.
No, you want to make a man do all the talking? I don't know if that's a good message there, Mr. Shoe on Head.
Dress him up as a man. You wanna.
All you have to do is dress him, Waltz. We're so cooked. We're so cooked.
Know how to speak to men? Go to where they are. A good place to speak to young men is the Joe Rogan podcast.
Oh my God, she's so right. Me and her with the brain cell, literally spitting facts.
Which Kamala hinted at going on, but then that never happened. And instead, Trump went on.
And Vance went on. That is a collective of 6+ hours of the biggest, most amplified interview on the planet. It's just me, Jaden, and Shoe on Head were listening to that, and it was crazy.
And that episode hit like 20 million views in a day.
It's over 40 million views right now.
But like, can you blame her? Joe Rogan is just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience. I hate it here. Every time this topic comes up, so does the topic of like Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, internet algorithms, Gamergate, whatever.
Get out of here with internet algorithms. Oh my God, dude, there's so much misinformation literally floating around everywhere. We are here, the little peons floating through the misinformation dung heaps as we go through our day trying to figure out what to do.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in young
that interviewed terrorists on Twitch?
male spaces, any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever. Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment
What? Playing video games is right-wing sentiment?
being expressed by individuals that they find
Bro didn't play the new Dragon Age.
charismatic.
But you can only blame internet algorithms for so much for so long. This automatic assumption that any dissent from liberal mainstream thought could only be caused by manipulation or brainwashing from podcasters is honestly a cope, in my opinion, and just an easy excuse for failing to reach anyone beyond your own subreddit. As if this all wasn't the result of like a stat neoliberal corpo hell world that created a vacuum that was just waiting to be filled with any kind of populism. The crazy thing is
No, man, the crazy thing is, like, if you're gonna blame the algorithms for shoving right-wing shit down people's throats, why aren't the left-wing people going on the podcast? Like, you have to think about it for like a second, and then you realize it makes no sense. Oh, Joe Rogan is geared towards men and is pushing right-wing shit down their throat. You literally had the opportunity! You had the opportunity for the president, the vice president of the United States, to go on the podcast. You had that opportunity. You fumbled it.
the Democratic Party did have a candidate who successfully spoke to the demographic that they are currently trying so hard to reach. His name was Bernie Sanders. And
everyone, a lot of people love Bernie Sanders. I don't want to say everybody. Let's be real. This is politics. No one likes anybody out here. But he actually does talk to people.
Every time he did speak to that demographic, or say he was concerned that the Democratic Party didn't do enough to speak to that demographic, he was called a sexist, a racist, he was backstabbed multiple times, and cheated out of winning the Democratic primary.
Cheated out of winning the Democratic primary. I'm just saying, to everyone that says that the Jews control the media, y'all can fucking sit your shit down. This is the one Jewish guy that actually got up there, and that dude was kicked straight up.
His fans were called Bernie Bros and constantly berated as sexists and misogynists. His campaign was too white and too male.
He's just a little too white and male for me. Let's put Biden in instead.
And this apparently was a top priority to remedy in a future campaign. We were told
I literally stole Bernie Sanders from ever running. That's crazy.
Was just like Trump and, quote, appealed to angry white men. Well, who's trying to appeal to angry white men now, bitch? It's almost like Bernie's hyper-focus on working-class issues, bread-and-butter issues, and populism was naturally attractive to men. No football or beer required. I miss him. And you know what? Maybe this shift with...
Yeah, Bernie has his shtick too, let's be real. But he knows how to talk to people.
Young men has less to do with who's holding the football and more of what happens when the DNC spends all their time and energy trashing the little bit of populism in their movement. And if you ask me, handing conservatives a monopoly on anti-establishment rhetoric on a silver platter was probably their first mistake.
It's honestly pretty crazy. I feel like we're at like a really insane time just seeing how, it was Democrats that used to be anti-establishment until I'd say a few years ago when somehow Republicans became the anti-establishment. Like, it is crazy to see that shift in our lifetime. And it feels like it really happened out of nowhere.
They kind of gave up on that bread and butter New Deal stuff for identity politics, and if you deny this, you are either lying or coping. The physical manifestation of the left has gone from the vision of the blue-collar union worker to a nagging, scolding fat woman with blue hair, barging into everyone's spaces and culturally colonizing them. Change this, change that, I don't like this, I don't like that. It's just incredible for me to witness years of anti-male rhetoric finally come back to bite the left and Democrats in the
That's karma, baby. Karma comes around and bites you in the ass, and it always will.
Watching these chickens come home to roost has just been both incredibly depressing and deliciously vindicating to me in a sick way. And
I don't know, man. I like the chaos. I think it's obviously bad for the world. Is it bad for America? Yeah. But is it enjoyable to watch the fucking train? Yes. I would say it is.
Not sure if I should lend out a helping hand or move them off this fucking cliff.
Bro, laugh at the chaos. That's the only thing you could do. You think you can actually do anything? Get out of here. You can't do shit. You laugh at the chaos. That is all you can do, and I like doing it. It's very fun.
Democrats are nervous the party was too late to realize the problem. These Democrats worry that the party has focused too much on courting women voters, LGBTQ voters, and culturally progressive voters, alienating too many men in the process. There's a recognition that we're losing men, and the things we're doing around men haven't been working.
I love how, I'm surprised she didn't mention this. I think this is something that I would have mentioned in a video like this. Kamala pushing for DEI stuff definitely pushes away white men. Like, absolutely pushes white men away. Because, like, it's like, we're gonna give this position to someone less qualified because this person is not a white man. Like, that pushes white men off a fucking cliff. And I'm just saying, it's kind of crazy.
I think
what's DEI? It's diversity, equity, inclusion. It's the fact that you're gonna put someone in a position that they aren't necessarily the best person for, but they're not a straight white man. So we're gonna put them in that spot.
A lot of it is a reaction to social progressivism done the wrong way, says David Hogg. Young men, he says, feel like progressives look down on them for saying the wrong thing, even when it's a mistake. That discomfort is enough to drive them away from the Democratic Party, even if they don't necessarily agree with Republicans. They would rather be around someone they don't agree with who doesn't judge them, than somebody they do agree with who judges them constantly. Men aren't moving right because they are choosing fascism. They are
Whoever says that, like, has never spoken to anyone.
Are moving right because the left made them the villains in their anime fan fiction. It's not that they all like Trump, it's that they all hate you. And no amount of
that is actually the modern day fucking dilemma. It's like, who do you hate more, Trump or Harris? Well, that'll decide your voting. Like, I think that 80% of people don't like either candidate. I think you're obviously going to have your 10% that like Harris, and you're going to have your 10% that like Trump, and then you're going to have 80% of people that like one more than the other, or like one less than the other, rather. And it's kind of wild to see that this is what happened. This is supposed to be a democracy, right? It's supposed to be people coming together to vote on somebody that you think is the best. But because of all the insane amounts of radicalization that happens on both sides, you get the most radical version of each side that you're going to need to vote for.
This is going to fix that. But do not get it twisted. I do not in any way, shape, or form believe the GOP is going to help men. I don't think they're going to help anyone, except maybe Israel. Do I think all of the left is some hyper woke fat lady wagging her finger in men's faces like no fun allowed?
Yes.
No.
Damn! I'll take, unsubscribe.
If I did, I wouldn't call myself left-wing. I'm not a Democrat, I'm a registered independent. But the Democratic Party is historically better on politics.
I'm also a registered independent. Oh my god, we are the same person.
And despite their messaging, even when it comes to helping men. Healthcare, higher wages, paid family leave, labor protection, social security, things Republicans have always fought against. And I think that's why this is extra frustrating to me. I don't say this with any love.
Because it's always been giant douche versus turd sandwich.
But for the Republican Party. In fact, if anything, I say it with love for the Democratic Party. I fucking hate them, but deep down, I wish they could be better. I'm doing this for your own good.
I'll be honest, I wish everyone could be better. I have hope that somehow America can unite and some sort of middle ground can be found. And I have no idea how the fuck that's ever gonna happen, but I do have hope.
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. I love you, go sleep. I just hope that whether Kamala wins or loses, the party can take a step back and evaluate what they're doing wrong. Because I don't think the Democratic Party should be the party for the gays and women. I think the Democratic Party should be the party for everyone, including angry white men. So in your opinion, what could the Democratic Party do to win back young men? Can they do anything? Are they? To me, it might take decades.
It's obviously that they're obviously not fucked. They're still definitely pulling in a lot of votes. I think the first thing they need to do is stop with the DEI stuff, honestly. I think it's, I'm surprised you didn't mention it, but DEI, to a lot of people, it looks like just legal racism. It's just nepotism against white men. Like, that is what it looks like to a lot of people, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's important or not. That is what it looks like to so many people. And it's kind of wild. I don't know.
Decades of work to fix the culture, the rot that infests the progressive ideology. It is going to take a lot of work to fix, but I think it's worth it, not just for the Democratic Party's sake, but just for society's sake.
Society's kind of fucked. And that's why I'm here, to milk the fuckness of society.
If you like this video, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It really helps to
Yeah, kind of wild. This has been the new Shoe on Head video, discussing the man problem. I do love when women discuss men. It definitely boosts my ego. But as a man, I think I say in the name of all men that women are cool, except for some men that don't really think that. But this was a great video. I would like to take this moment to appreciate men and women and believe that there is some way for people to look past each other's obvious fuck-ups and idiocy and recognize that the chaos is here anyway. You might as well laugh at it, otherwise you're gonna cry, you're gonna spiral into depression. Realistically, you're probably not gonna be able to change anything anyway. You are one tiny, teeny, itty-bitty little cog in the machine that is never gonna do anything. You are manipulated by algorithms and misinformation and all that shit. You think you know what's going on. You don't really know what's going on. Let's just make believe. Society is fine. Sit in the fire and laugh at the chaos. Do your best in the world and be nice to your fellow human. Your job is to be nice to the real people around you and stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Insider told me that refunds are skyrocketing for Dragon Age Veilguard, and the whole Trump thing has caused BioWare devs to lose their collective minds. Legacy Gaming Media, who assured us all Dragon Age Veilguard was a total success, the game didn't just underperform, it cratered. Hardly 75,000 in pre-orders, less than 500,000 copies sold, and 30,000 refunds. Man. It's not looking good, huh? That's pretty bad? Yeah, it is. I can't believe Anthem sold better. There are tons of games that sold way better than that.
At its peak, Dragon Age the Veilguard had a Steam rating of around 80%. And for days now, it's been steadily declining back down to around 70. And it looks like the public opinion over on the Dragon Age subreddit is also
You know what's really funny? Is that this was 1 day ago, and it's already gone down by another 20,000.
To shift. You may have seen previously how Asmongold posted that he was
We're losing it. I'm getting shut down.
Did I do that?
Decided to play Dragon Age Veilguard over on that subreddit, to which he was extremely swiftly banned from the entire thing. Apparently, moderators even went on to set some auto-mod function up that instantly
Asmon was banned, LOL.
Anyone subscribed to Asmon's subreddit too.
That's right.
Then I saw some reports from a few other subreddits that this was also occurring.
That's also known as racism. So yeah, it's a racist subreddit. And Reddit is racist against me and other gamers. Other based gamers, they're racist against us.
There, where similarly, anyone subscribed to those subreddits were also automatically banned from our Dragon Age.
Yeah, there it is. The moderators probably checked my account and saw that I was following Asmongold. So this is what happened. Any person who has ever made a post or done any level of interaction with my subreddit will be categorically banned from other subreddits. We're basically getting quarantined by all the soft boys on Reddit. That's right. That's the Bad Boys Club, bro. It's Roach Ranch. Which, by the way, I think we have 15,000 members in it now. Yeah, you're right. I said that on Twitter. I said that they banned my subreddits because they thought my subreddit had an inferior culture. Oh god, people were mad about that one. Oh jeez. Oh boy, oh boy. We like to have a little bit of fun. What can I say?
It looks like people over on our Dragon Age really didn't want any negative opinions about the game being posted. There were a few critique posts I saw getting through, but they were only like the most mild of critiques, and they were few and far between, especially when compared to the overwhelming amount of posts there that were just shilling for the game. As mentioned a moment ago, however, it looks like things are starting to change. Either they've given up trying to keep it just an echo chamber, or the game's biggest offenders are finally admitting that the game's not as good as they were trying to say it is. It's like
It's crazy that Jason Schreier deleted his post talking about the game doing well. That is unbelievable. And do you want to know why I bet he deleted his post? I bet he deleted his post because he got information, like inside information from BioWare or from somebody who he trusts that knows, and he's like,
part of the plan.
oh, jeez, oh, all right, get rid of this, get out of here.
Is being dropped. Perhaps what's going on is a combination of both things. Regardless, let's take a look. From 21 hours ago, a top post reads, soft reboot, devoid of life.
Soft reboot.
So obviously avoided spoilers in the intro to this post, but I'll delve into some in-game spoilers later. This game doesn't feel like a Dragon Age game. It feels like a spin-off made by writers who didn't read the material beforehand or who hate this game. Let it be known
that's true.
The entire game's not bad. Solus has some good moments, but overall, the writing and story are a dumpster fire. A good example is Morgan.
Anytime that I see a character that was previously sexualized in a story that is made less sexualized, or the character is less, less attractive, I automatically assume that the entire game is bad. And I know this might sound like, wow, you insane idiot, why would you do that? But if you think about it the way that I think about it, ask yourself the question, why would you do that? Why would you take a character that is very attractive and that players clearly like, and then make it worse? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because number one, you don't respect the source material, and number two, you want to use the source material as a vehicle for your worldview. And I think that people that do those two things oftentimes aren't going to tell good stories because their focus isn't about telling a good story. It's about telling their story. That's the reason. And I think that any time that you ever see a video game and they have uglified characters, you should immediately assume that the game is garbage. Because it's been infected with a sense of, with a sort of rot that will permeate the entire game. For me, I actually think it is a canary in the coal mine.
In Origins was a distant, cold, but somewhat caring individual once she got to know you. The crew slowly turns her to be kinder as time goes on. And if she had Kieran, a popular choice with the Warden usually, she ends up being a far more caring figure. In Inquisition, where we see her next, even without Kieran, she's grown slightly warmer, if only because of her affection for the hero of Faldrin, and her friends like Leliana. And yet Veilguard feels like it's butchered that in a way. You see her in-game as a deus ex machina. She appears when the plot demands it, drops off lore and tidbits, and leaves. You can have no interactions with her outside of cutscenes, and can't prod her or get to know her as the Inquisitor did. Did she have Kieran and marry the Warden? It's implied that she at least had Kieran because Solus takes a massive portion of power from Mythal, and she's at her strongest with that plot point, but the game makes no effort to actually speak about this. And the Warden, who is teased to be hunting a Kieran Inquisition, is not mentioned. Did he live, die, cured?
This is what I was saying before, is that people that have no respect for the source material have no respect for the source material. And that doesn't just end with making a character more woke or less attractive. It will permeate the entire story. And this is the exact example.
We'll never know. Not that it matters by the halfway point of the game.
See?
So much of this game feels empty and devoid of life because the NPCs sit around doing nothing.
That's the thing, is like everybody always gets mad at me. They say, oh, he's just saying what's obvious. I know. I fucking know. I'm not a wizard. How the fuck are people like, oh, wow. Why do I need to say this? It should be fucking obvious. But it's not. Nobody sees it. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. I go on the internet, I read these comments. These people aren't even living in reality. What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
And the NPCs we know from previous games either don't act the way we expect them to, or are so distant from who they used to be, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Even Morgan, who was in character, wasn't given a chance to finish her plot thread. Kieran basically doesn't exist. And the game treats all of the prequels to this as if they're taboo topics. I feel like even if this game's writing and story were better, which I don't think it does, it wouldn't get close to what the previous games had because the world feels devoid of all life and care once put into it. And the ending really helped cement the idea that they did this to distance themselves as much as they could from the Dragon Age keep. And the Sea of Choice is transferred over from just 9 hours ago.
man.
Another top post reads, "Am I the only one who can't stand Tosh? I need to..."
Uh-oh. It looks like we've got a bigot. Yeah. We've got a fucking bigot in here. Oh, wow. That's real bad. Do you think BioWare will be closed before the next Mass Effect? No. I think usually you need 2 points on a graph in order for a studio like this to fail, especially if it's a big studio like this, like BioWare. So they'll probably need Mass Effect 5 to fail too. And then they'll be done. Anthem? Well, who made Anthem? Oh, Bio. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Man. Wow. That was back when I was only playing WoW. I didn't know that.
The place to vent. Just got done with the scene where I had to play Peacemaker between them and Emmerich, and the nerve on this Canary. They're constantly portrayed as this moody, angsty teenager and trash on everyone else, but especially Emmerich. I get being wary of necromancy, but the guy hasn't earned the bullying Tosh was giving him. In fact, Tosh comes across as the bully to everyone. How old are they supposed to be anyway? 18? I'm trying to be patient with them and see through the end of their storyline, but it doesn't help that...
Well, the reason why that character is written that way is because the way that you have to write characters that are of like a unique gender identity is you have to treat them like they're children that are never wrong about anything. Because you can't have a non-binary person with flaws, because if you have that, that means that you're saying that non-binary people are flawed. This is Twitter logic. That's the way it works.
Brooke can't call them out on their behavior at all. It can only be nice to them. It's like the writers were playing favorites and made sure Tosh was protected. Yeah, Tosh overall has to be one of the weirdest things about Veilguard. It's
this is a very common. It's a very common pattern, and you'll see this in a lot of games. Is that characters that are put into games for what would be considered to be a diversity reason are oftentimes the most like morally good, intelligent, and always come out of every interaction being the one that's on top. This is extremely common.
That the devs have tried to push Tosh as this like flagship character of the game, but the character just sucks. And I'll never get over how creepy this thumbnail is. Like, what were they thinking? Heck, even their storyline is so far the most boring. Like, we went to explore Dragoness, where I thought we would finally get to see their dragon hunting skills in action, and nothing. It was another therapy session. I'm sorry, I know some people might enjoy those scenes or relate to them, but I can't bring myself to care about their storyline at all. At this point, I don't even care that they're hunting a dragon or whatever. Darvin and I already took down an Arc Demon anyway, and if I need dragon hunting tips, I can always ask the Inquisitor. Sucks that all companions are essential. I would have sent Tosh packing ages ago. Wonder if that's why the writers made them essential. Dang, so yeah, that post absolutely destroyed Tosh. Get wrecked.
That's why we recruited her.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
They asked us to let folks know. So, now you do.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
How is it that...
Thank you for telling me. That's why we recruited them.
So yeah, I think we've all seen...
How is it that I just keep seeing more clips of this game that are like this? I feel like, because I'm the kind of person, like if I see one clip getting passed around, I'm like, okay, everybody's just talking shit about this one thing that happened because it's like, what else are we going to do? But like, man, I just keep seeing more and more of these. There's more? Yes. It's like, how deep does this go? It's the whole game. That's amazing. I don't even know what to say. Time to do a Brave? Yeah, I can't believe this.
The barf misgendering scene, but there was another one. Like shoving in as many of these things as they possibly
Jesus.
can. The comments are hilarious. This game is so cringe, it's ridiculous. Is this real? This gotta be a joke. DEI simulator. That's why I play Space Marine. That's why. Hopping back over to the Dragon Age subreddit and the post about Tosh that we just read. One of the top responses says, yeah, kind of ironic how a non-binary character that has a whole arc about her pronouns is forcing a label on Emmerich and refusing to call him what he identifies as, even after telling Tosh it upsets him.
What an insanely fucking good point. Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. She does what? So this guy like is referring to like himself as like a necromancer or whatever, what you are, and she's like insisting that like she's going to call him another word or another phrase that sounds bad. Play the clip? I don't know. I'd have to find it. That's the irony. Yeah, exactly. Like calling normal people cis? Was that the point? Yeah, it's completely hypocritical.
What kind of cheat is this?
And when he's called a death mage / corpse guy instead of his name. Tosh's response is, what? You are a death mage. Can no one in the writer's room see the irony here? Once again, I'm reminded of multiple occasions where these weirdo Twitter activist types of people were getting all mad about femboy characters. A few months ago, there was like this femboy anime that came out, and they kept misgendering him as a woman, saying it's a trans woman. Some of the people misgendering this character.
Oh my god. This kind of stuff, I know it might sound crazy, but this kind of stuff is the reason why people vote for people like Trump. It's because it's so fucking ridiculous. It's so outrageous that it just makes people furious. I actually think that like Democrats have done such a bad job at like removing these like weird gender activists from their space. I think that it's done so much damage. Honesty is a big factor. Yeah, it's huge.
Or even trans women. You think they would want to, you know, gender people properly? But nah, to them it was okay when they do it. Talk about double standards. And then, of course, way before that, there was the situation with that femboy manga, where the localizers similarly turned the femboy character into a trans woman. The rights holders.
This is the problem, bro. Like, people don't understand it. And, like, I even made a chart for this because it was so problematic. Let me see if I can I find the chart here? Yeah, here we go. And so, again, you guys can go ahead and, you know, there's a lot of young people that might not be as certain about how this chart works, but we do actually have the chart between boy, drag queen, cross-dressing, femboy, non-binary, traps, futanari, tomboys, and girls. Yeah, it's very, very simple. Anybody who's been on the internet and is a loser already knows all this.
Getting so upset they forced
Make asylums great again. True.
Similarly turned the femboy character into a trans woman. The rights holders getting so upset they forced it to get translated again the proper way.
What the fuck? So they tried to like force transgender on? Oh my god. This is insane.
But you had some localizers defending the mistranslation, including that Katrina lady. Anyways, continuing with comments on the Tosh post, this one reads, very juvenile type character. Supposed to be early 20s, but they act like 14 years old. Really weird that you can romance someone with that sort of personality. It's like romancing a child. Ugh. Tosh is so
That's a really weird way of saying it, and I think they're completely right. I never thought of it in that perspective, but yeah, true.
Someone self-insert or wish fulfillment character that's designed to exist so they can teach everyone how to treat non-binary folk, except they made them super unlikable and creepy.
Absolutely.
The character's a jerk unnecessarily to innocent people. They're hypocrites who don't respect other enough to use their names, and because this game is designed by people who don't want you to be mean ever, you can't call them out.
See, like, Dragon Age, it would have been absolutely fucking based if, like, in the story, there was, like, an option for you to, like, ignore the person's pronouns, and you can make this, like, the evil option, where it's like, no, I'm not going to use your pronouns. You're not they. You're a her. I don't want to hear about it. But, like, you know they would never do something like that, right? And, like, I think that when you have situations like that that happen, it becomes very evident that you're not playing an RPG. You're playing a tool that's designed to teach you a lesson.
On it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, and it should say, like, Tosh did not like that. And then, like, if you misgender the character, like, 5 times, it starts, like, a hidden quest where you have to fight them. And they try to, like, kill you or something. Now, that would be an actual RPG. That would be cinema. And that'd be worth it, you know? Because, like, you can go along with it or not. It's not the fact that it's in the game. It's the fact that it's in the game and there's no, like, there's no freedom to approach it. That'd be good. Yeah, you're saying, yeah. And then, oh yeah, right. If you do the duel with her and you beat her in the duel, you get banned for a hate crime. And they make it so you can't log into the game anymore. Now that would be, it's like, you know, somebody said in, like, Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you fly the plane into the Twin Towers, they ban you. I don't know if that's true. I kind of wanted to try it, but, like, I never really, I never really felt the time. And I think, like, Frogan was going to do something like that, but we'll have to wait for our ban to be out, and then, you know, we'll see what happens. Anyway, yes, absolutely, people love that shit. And the reason why is because it's fucking funny. It's funny, and it allows the person freedom to approach it in a way that's interesting. It absolutely does not ban you. Didn't you say that you wanted to become a terrorist when you were a kid? It was a lot more complicated than that, okay? That was not exactly what I said. Let me explain. Now, anyway, let me move on. Yeah, let's move on. There's a lot of context to that. It's actually a problem in RPGs with no good evil role-playing. Exactly. Like, and that's why you want to know one game that really did that super well. You know it, I know it, and everybody knows it. And yes, okay, all right. Yes, where is it? Baldur's Gate 3. Again, guys, in order for me to play Baldur's Gate 3, I have to beat every single other turn-based game that's been made. After I do that, then I will play Baldur's Gate 3. So yes, 5 hours played. Well, yeah, in 2020, I played the game for a stream. There's even a VOD of it on YouTube. But yeah, there's no, you can't be evil. Are you doing with metaphor? No, I'm not.
It's all acceptance or pivoting. I firmly believe that if it were possible to not recruit companions, get rid of them, kill them beforehand, early on, etc., etc., Tosh would be one of the most disposed of companions in the game, if not the absolute most removed from all the
exactly
fans have been given.
And do you remember what happened? You want to hear a really great example of that? So I got sponsored by Dragon's Dogma 2, and they had me make a pawn of myself. And when the game came out, one of the most popular tweets of the game were people picking up my pawn and throwing it into the brine and killing it, and figuring out different ways to kill my pawn. He was so bad. Wait, no, he wasn't. Get the fuck out of here. No, it was good. What do you mean, I use your pawn? Yes. And so, of course, that's what people did. The brine hungers, I guess so.
How they were handled. Every time I type their name, my autocorrect almost changes it to trash. And while I would never call them that, the way the character behaves and is handled certainly lives up to
I would.
autocorrection. That's on the writers and whoever decided this character was a good idea. I mean, look, if the character's trash...
Autocorrects to trash. Let me see if mine does that. Oh, God. Give me a minute. TAASH. Okay. Give me a minute. I want to show you guys something. I just tried this. Okay. Okay. I have to send it to my Twitter, and then you guys can see it. Oh fuck, no, not that. Okay. Where is it? There it is. And we did it. Is it trash? It's better than that. It even does the emoji. It even added in the fucking emoji for the trash can. Man. This has been probably one of the saddest things that I've seen.
Angry guy here, and women are furious. Friend zone men are cutting them off and joining the passport bros. Women are furious that friend zone men are cutting them off and joining the passport bros, but who do they have to blame other than themselves? I mean, after taking advantage of these men for so long, these men are realizing that there is freedom out there. Let's jump into it.
You want to split it?
Yeah, I'll pay half, you pay half.
Do we split the mortgage?
Well,
Do we split the car outside?
no.
Who pays the T-Mobile bill?
You do.
You have your cute little job, pay the cute little bill. This isn't fair.
You really want me to pay for all of it?
You want me to pay for everything?
You must have lost your mind.
And make investments for us and worry about our future? How about you take care of something?
Okay.
I think that's only fair.
This is a fucking disgrace, bro. This is a fucking disgrace. I'm paying for, dude's paying for the house, the car, the investments, even the cell phones, right? And she has her cute little job, and she has the nerve to ask him, "Do you want to split the meal? You want to split the bill?" Bro is covering the rent. Bro is covering the car, the phone bill, the electricity, everything. Everything. He's covering all the bills. And she just asked him, "Do you want to split the bill for the meal?" Because she has her job. But his money is their money. And her money is her money. She doesn't even pay her own phone bill using the money that she makes from her job. She does, let that sink in, guys. She does not even pay her own phone bill. She does not pay her own T-Mobile bill from the money that she makes from her job. And she wants the man to pay for their meal. My gosh. gosh. My gosh.
You know what?
I like what he did there. Do we split the mortgage? Do we split the car note, the insurance, and all of that stuff, the cell phone bill, and
the mortgage? They have a house. They have a house. This man is holding down the mortgage. He's holding down the car note. No. He's holding down the T-Mobile bill. What the fuck is going on in this house? Everything this man pays for. And she wants to split. She wants to split the meal this way. This way, she doesn't end up having to really end up losing anything. All right? She'll do him a favor by paying for hers. But she sure as hell won't pay for his. This is not a relationship. This is not a relationship. All right? It is a form of slavery. Indentured servitude. This is a fucking joke. I hear stories about how Filipinas do amazing things for their husbands, buy them trucks, and do really kind things for them. Women who work, women who still work. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, their money is always going to be their money. And your money is always going to be our money. Their money as well. But at least the Filipina, because you're still going to be responsible to pay all the bills of the house. The man is always going to be responsible to pay for the cost of the home, pay the utilities, pay for everything. In this case, this guy has pay for even the cell phones, which is unbelievable. But usually when a woman has a job, you know, she'll at least pay for some shit for herself. In the case of Filipinas, what I've heard is Filipinas, they will appreciate the fact that the man holds everything down so much that when they do have their own money, they will go and they will try to do something to show the man how much they care for him. Because he gives them the freedom to live their lives the way they want to live them. He gives them that foundation where they are free. They don't have to worry about shit. They don't have to worry about they don't have to worry about anything. They still cook, they still clean, but they work their jobs. Their money is their money. And they have that foundation where they don't have to worry about anything. So they can go and buy what they want to buy. They can provide for their families. All right? They can be, and they know that at the end of the day, they will always have that man that is holding them down, and they will always have that foundation underneath them. And they love that man for that. So when they can, they show some form of appreciation. They show some form of appreciation when they can. But American women, they don't do that. They just take and take and take some more until they cut this man off and go find another sap to live off. Because I've said this countless times, the woman is planning the divorce before she plans the wedding. She is planning the divorce before she plans the motherfucking wedding.
now you want to split the inner bill when you invited me here? Don't fall for that, bro. Put your foot down, bro. Straight up, because she's trying to play you like a sucker. And that's her husband that she's doing that to. Imagine what some of these women is doing to you guys when they really look at y'all like y'all are disposable. Don't fall for it, bro.
Sometimes a woman can talk her out of a relationship. You can talk. We do that.
Yes,
we will talk.
I'm telling y'all, no man in his right mind, no man in his right mind, I don't give a fuck how fine she is. I don't give a fuck how fine she is. No man in his right mind should ever be thinking about dating one of these women. Right? I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't give a sorry, not sorry. I don't give a fuck how fine you think these women are. Look at this one right here. Titties hanging out. All right. Look at her with her fake hair, fake weave. I don't give a fuck how fine y'all say. Oh, she was so fine, angry. You don't know, you dumbass simp. You get no sympathy from me, motherfucker.
You can talk. We do that.
Yes,
we
but
will talk.
I'm gonna say something, and this might ruffle little feathers. I don't think just being a good man is enough.
Oh my! Being a good man is not enough. This is how they think, y'all. This is how they think, fellas. This is what's going on in their brains. And by the way, guys, if you're enjoying these videos, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, never miss another video again, and like the videos. You know, as much as I like, well, okay, so I don't really like you guys a lot, but anyway, like the videos, like the videos.
To stay in a relationship with them.
But when I say a good man, I mean like he's good. That means all around. That means himself, spiritually.
80% of women are not attracted to most women. Are only attracted to like 1% of men. 80% of women do not find, most women today do not find most men attractive. 80% of women are attracted to only 1% of men today. Think about that carefully. 80% of women are only attracted to the same 1% of men today. Most women today, the vast majority of women today, do not find most men as attractive. And it's not because these men don't work out. It's not because they don't have money in the bank. It's not because they're losers, or it's only because their standards have risen so much that, like I said, they want athletes. They want athletes with dicks the size of Kevin Hart. All right, Kevin Hart is a small man, but he's a big dick. All right, and if you're gonna roll up on them, you need to roll up with something the size of Kevin Hart. All right, and you need to know how to use it. All right. These women are looking for men that are far, far, far outside of their league. And just because they were a jump off for these men, now they think that these are the types of men that they deserve.
Mentally, physically.
That's great.
Healthily, like he's a good man.
That doesn't mean.
Look at this one right here. Look at this black girl right here. She just shut her fucking mouth. She just shut her fucking mouth. That's right, sister. Shut your fucking mouth, right? Because this bitch is on some bullshit. But this is how most modern day women are today. They're on some bullshit.
That he's the man for you.
You need to leave that dope alone.
Oh man, you need to sell that crack, man. Get out.
He need to leave that dope alone.
And maybe when you're going through these motions of getting to know him, you're realizing, okay, he's a great person, but honestly, I don't with his humor. Like, he could be funny, but he's not funny.
And that's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats.
That's why a lot of modern day women are turning 40 with 4 cats. Guys, I told y'all, come 2030, come 2030, 45% of women ages 25 through 44 will be single and childless. All right? That's not accounting for the oldest of the millennials in 2044. It's 2044. Shit, I don't even wait that long. In 2030, in 2030, I will be 40. In 2023, I will be 40 years old. In 2030, I will be 37 years old. All right? And women who were born in the same in the same year, or right around the same years that I was born, 1983, they will also be pushing up on 50. I will be pushing up on 50 in 2030, and so will these women. All right? And the statistics I gave you, these are just for women born. These are just for women, 25 to 44. We're not talking about the 47-year-old women. We're not talking about Gen Z women, the youngest of the Gen X women. All right, who are going to be literally in their 50s at that point, because the youngest of Gen Z is actually 1980. The youngest Gen Zers are the youngest Gen Zers are actually 1965 through 1980. All right, and the millennial generations are 1981 through 1996. That's right. That's right. For some of you, here's another one for y'all that many of y'all don't know. The Generation Alpha, those are the children of the millennials. Those years are 2010 through 2025. In 2 years, the children of the millennials should all be born, more or less. There will always be cuspers and overlighters, but the vast majority of the millennials should have had their children between the years of 2010 and 2025. A generation is 15 years. Okay? So when you consider the fact that most of the millennial women have already missed their generational cycle when they should have given birth, in 2 years they'll be out of that shit. You have to realize that everything has gone downhill for them. All right? Listen to what that lady said. I'm gonna rewind that shit again.
Be funny, but that's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats.
That's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats. Because look at what someone said. He could have look at this shit. Look at this shit. How they lined it off. All right? He provides security. He provides love. He provides money. But I just don't like his personality. So I'm gonna have to, and it's not to say that he's not funny. I just don't think his type of funny is just as funny to me. What?
My name is Jen. I'm a research scientist at NSA. I'm really proud of our work in novel materials and devices. Incorporating innovation and new ideas allows us to make our progress and stay ahead of our adversaries. Being able to use my physics knowledge to solve the country's problems in support of national security is my dream job. So being able to incorporate all of my skills to make a difference, can it get better than that? I'm proud to be a part of NSA.
Guys, like I said, they're playing games. Most women today do not find most men attractive. It doesn't matter if they're 6. You got a lot of dudes. It doesn't matter if they're 6'3". It doesn't matter if they make over $100,000 a year. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if they're in shape. It doesn't matter if they're young. All right? It doesn't matter. There's something about him that I just don't like. Because women are now looking for reasons. They are looking for reasons to next dudes.
Be funny, but that's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats. And no man, because he's a good man, but because he's not funny, you gotta throw that out.
All right, fellas, this is proof that you cannot please every one of them, right? Did you hear what she said? Being a good man is not enough to stay in a relationship with a man. To me, that sounds like she wants somebody off of social media, like one of those type of guys, an entertainer or something like that. A regular dude who's faithful, loyal, provider is just not going to be enough for her. Don't waste your time with women like that, bro. Straight up, she's nothing. She's nobody.
That's how most women are today. They all feel like they're on The Bachelor. Like, have you tried to date a woman today? Most of y'all have, because most of y'all getting the fuck up out of here. But a lot of these women, they're acting like they're going on dates like they're acting like they're on The fucking Bachelor. Like, what the fuck is this?
Real talk.
Do not act tough, no matter how strong you are. Let me explain why. You probably noticed a lot of these professional fighters, like boxers, wrestlers, and etc., they say they would never fight in the street. And there's a reason behind that, because it's just not worth it. For example, the other day, I was with my friend in a parking garage. It was late at night. We're trying to get out. For some reason, my card wasn't working. So I asked the lady if I can pay with cash. The guys next to us started laughing and saying things like, "Oh, you got a Beamer, but you can't even pay for parking." And I just ignored it. And they just kept going with it. Like, damn, dude got a Beamer, he can't do. And it was literally just 2 fat dudes sitting in the car.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there.
I wrestled in high school. I played football. As a kid, I did Muay Thai. So I know how to stand for myself. My friend is 6'2" that hits the gym. So guess what we did? We just kept it pushing. You know why? You have to understand, if those two people have the courage to talk to you like that, that means they have nothing to lose. And it's bad when people have nothing to lose. Guess what happened when we drove off?
Oh, it's bad when people have nothing to lose.
Nothing. If we responded, could have been bad.
All right, fellas, this man 100% right. Don't be out there acting tough. I'm gonna tell you a few reasons. One, the person you messing with might seriously got them hands for real and will put hands and feet on you. I've seen people get head butted. I've seen people get choke slammed. I've seen people get knocked out cold. I've seen people get stabbed when you didn't even know a weapon was on the person. I've seen people get shot. Acting tough is not the way to go. There's always somebody bigger and better than you, bro. I don't care what nobody says. Be smart enough to live another day.
Do you think we could split it?
What kind of shit is that?
Now look, we already told y'all how it go down at them hospitals, man. I'm gonna link the video right here so y'all can go and watch that one. It's a very important video for you to watch. You might be dating one of them girls.
So just, what's this video right here? All right. If your spouse works at a hospital, they are probably, let me check this out right here. So, all right, so I'm gonna put that right there. Maybe I'll put that up for you. Maybe I'll play that video for you guys.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I'm a mother.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
So when a guy's like, ooh, let me go over, like, I don't care if your kid's there, like, I'll wait till they're asleep. Blocked. Done. Like, what the f you mean you gonna wait for my kid to be asleep? Bitch, hell.
Yeah, real fucking quick.
That's the instant turn off.
Let's get some more female talent in here.
Look, let me just say this. What if that was your baby mama and she was letting dudes come over there? Even if your child was asleep, you'll be looking at her like she loose as a goose, man. Come on, bro. But at the same time, man, ain't nobody hard up like that about that. Come on, man. Let's be real, bro. Like, it's not that special, bro, for somebody to be like, yeah, I just gotta come to your house. Nah, it ain't that. It ain't that deep. Come on, chill out.
I went on a date today, and let me tell you my experience. I planned ahead, and I went to the store and bought flowers. Show up to the date.
You never bring a bitch flowers. She'll look at you like you're a dumb, like you're a real fucking simp.
With the flowers in hand. She said, why did you buy flowers?
Send this to someone who needs it. Hold this L.
I thought that's what we were supposed to do. Am I wrong? Oh, and to top it off, I ended up keeping the flowers. She didn't want them.
To me, bro, bringing some flowers on a first date is some sucker shit. That's just me personally. I don't think that's what you should have done because she.
See, unfortunately, a lot of young men. This is not a bad young man. You have to understand. This is a sweet young man right here. He's trying to be kind. He's trying to be respectful to her. You know, he's trying to be respectful. Show that he's a decent dude. Unfortunately, a lot of young women. You know, the rules have changed. In the old days, you know, you'd buy women some flowers. She'd put them in. She'd take those flowers. She'd put them inside. And she would look at those flowers. She'd think, oh, these flowers are pretty. And women would appreciate having flowers. Those flowers were nice to have in the home. All right. They brought life into the home. All right. And they showed that a guy was trying to invest in her and invest in a new life with her. All right. But modern day women don't appreciate these things. I'll tell you right now, if you had bought her some shit like, oh, here, you know, check this out right here. I got some AirPods for you. Oh, she wouldn't have rejected that shit. She would not have rejected that shit. I'll tell you that right now.
Definitely would have looked at you like, oh, I got me a sucker. Definitely, bro. Because who just bringing flowers on the first date these days? Knowing damn well half of them for the streets, bro. She looking at you like a sucker. I promise you that. But I know you feel played because she didn't even want the flowers. And she made it known. Like, didn't even pretend that it was a lovely gesture. She looked you dead in your face and said, why?
I just love this shit. Two motherfuckers talking shit about this motherfucker, school this motherfucker. That's how it's supposed to be.
Did your lane bring me flowers? Come on. Which goes to show you a lot of these women aren't used to good men. They're used to toxic dudes.
Look, guys, I'm telling y'all, men are tired of this shit. Men are tired of this shit. They don't want to put up with this shit anymore. They don't want to do this shit anymore.
Cut your losses and never talk to her again. Which one you gonna do?
It's the only time y'all see me cry on this app. Probably gonna be the first and only time y'all see me cry on this
Oh, we gonna see you cry. What are you crying for? What are you crying for? Huh? I want to know. I want to know what you crying for, Ma. Because you look like the kind that's caused a lot of trouble in your life. All right? You look like the kind that's caused a lot of trouble in your date. So I want to know what the fuck you're crying for. We gonna listen to what you crying for.
This app, but I just woke up and my best friend of almost literally the last decade has unfollowed me on everything. And he started doing it app by app over the course of the last week. Mind you, we spoke
Passport bros, passport.
like I wasn't noticing.
Passport bros are done with these hoes.
And even though you unfollowed me on this app, I hope this message still finds you, because I just want to know how you can so easily dispose of someone and something that you're supposed to care about.
You ain't doing shit for this man, all right? You're not paying his bills, but he's probably helped you pay your bills. You're not giving him any neck, all right? You're not giving him anything. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Someone who you know cares about you. I've had your back through everything. And vice versa, you've had mine. I don't care if you got a little girlfriend that don't approve of our friendship. I don't care about none of that. It was too easy for you to dispose of me, and that shit hurts a lot. I never would have expected you to fold this way, and
I never would have expected you to fold this way. Well, sorry. Sorry, not
especially without explanation.
This man doesn't owe you shit. All right, let me tell y'all something. A woman cannot do anything for you. I'll tell you that from experience. These friendships that we have with women, they are literally one-sided. All right, and when you need her and she doesn't need you, she will cut you off. That's how women work. All right, and then here's the funny thing: when you get back on your feet and things aren't going so well for her, that's when she suddenly knows you again. I'm telling y'all right now. And she'll come up with every fucking excuse like, oh, no, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. What was the misunderstanding? Where was the misunderstanding? Yeah, listen, you have a good one, miss. You have a great one, all right? You have a great one.
What I will say, though, is it's no love lost. And I hope this still finds you. I wish you the best.
Now listen, when she said that he blocked her on all social media accounts, that does lead me to believe that he has a girlfriend and he don't want you reaching out to him because it's pointless at this time. He never really considered you a real friend anyway. He was just playing friends so he could get the draws. And I don't know if he ever hit it or not, but let's just say he did. He realized you wasn't the type of woman he wanted to be with long term. Let's say he didn't. He still said, all right, cool. She's not the type of woman I want to be with. She's made it abundantly clear that I'm never going to hit. What's the point of even continuing this relationship?
And that's it, but it's happening. A lot of guys get in these relationships with these women, and these women make it abundantly clear that they're never gonna hit. But they're like, "Oh, we're friends. We're friends." You don't do shit. The guy you go out to eat, he's covering the bill. You're walking out with him, and there's a guy walking behind y'all. You're there grabbing onto his arm like he's your man because he's not responsible to protect you. All right, he's paying for your food. He's there protecting you. He's your emotional support. But what the fuck are you doing for him? Oh, he's lucky to be in your fucking presence? Get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit. And by the way, guys, if you're watching and enjoying these videos, y'all need to subscribe to the channel. It doesn't take much to hit that subscribe button and also to hit the like button and turn on notifications so that you never miss another video ever again. But getting back to this, these women are out of their fucking minds. They think this shit is a fucking game. And it's no wonder why men are walking away, going overseas, finding themselves an Asian honey and starting a new life and then living their best life.
The whole time y'all was friends with each other, talking about y'all been through thick and thin, that sounds like he probably was helping you out, because what could you have done for him? You probably wasn't fighting women for him. You wasn't loaning him no money. Typically, that is not what female friends do with their male friends. And I don't really think that's a real thing for the most part. But to address his little girlfriend, she done did her reconnaissance. She knows he got a girlfriend, and she don't like the fact that that woman is getting all of his time now. I think she thinks that she was going to be able to just put him on the back burner while she was running the streets. And then when she realized that the streets wasn't what she needed to be, she was going to just use him as a contingency plan and settle down with that guy, thinking that he was going to go for it. But he wised up, came to his senses, made the wise decision. Let's go.
Let's go. That's the end of the video, guys. I'm going to link you to this video and switch the video in case you want to go back and check it out, watch the video for yourself. This is from That Boy Will. That's the name of the channel. I mean, guys, what do you think about the situation? What do you think regarding these women that, these women are furious these women are furious. Friend zone men are cutting them off, enjoying the Passport Bros, getting themselves a new life, new wife, and living their best life overseas without them. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and we'll talk more about that in the comments because I want to hear your opinions. This is your channel, this is your space, so you guys decide what really happens here. You know, I've been pinning your comments recently, so best comment may get pinned. All right, you need to let me know what you think. And also, before we go, hey guys, I just want to show you some of the great exclusives you can find on patreon.com/angryguy. We have new videos such as Passport Grannies are using poor blokes for sex overseas, Hero Dad unalives a pedophile, people are still living in extreme fear of COVID, leftover women are growing, and of course, 7 kids by 7 baby mamas. Tyrone is a menace. This is a video that was too hot for YouTube. And we have other videos as well that are exclusive to our patron members. So go ahead and check out Patreon, patreon.com/angryguy. The link is in the description of the video. Enjoy. That's all we have, guys. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Women are fierce. Friend zone men are cutting them off and joining Password Bros. Let's talk about description in the comments. And like I said, you can find the full video linked in the description of the video if you want to watch the video we just watched by yourself and check that out and relive the adventure. Like the video if you like it. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you like the video, share the video. And just remember that all roads lead to FWA, men walking away, and cheers.
Everyone hates the Acolyte. What is this?
Cultural critics like the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic have dubbed the show lore-breaking for its recent revelations, but their commentary isn't productive. Rather, it encourages bigotry and hatred over a show that's just getting started.
What? It encourages bigotry and hatred over a show that's just getting started.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Power 1. Power 2. The power of many. The power 1. The power 2.
This intro is so good. I love this. This is so funny.
The power of many.
Oh my god.
Nerdrotic.com.
What is this?
I didn't want to make this video, but considering the events of the last week, where we found out that the Acolyte isn't ruining Star Wars, we are. And that's the royal we, by the way. The 14% audience score should be embarrassing for the reviewers and apparently the Critical Drinker.
I don't understand why reviewers think that they can guilt trip and, like journalists think that they can guilt trip and moralize and tell people what they're supposed to or what they're allowed to like. It's probably one of the most annoying things that online journalism has cultivated, that people think that they have like this moral obligation to like basically propagandize to the public different viewpoints or different worldviews. Because you allowed it to work for some time? We did. And I think that it's not working anymore because it's become so, they're gaslighting us. Yeah. Keep in mind, you have every right to not like something for whatever reason that you want, and nobody has the right to take that away from you. It doesn't matter.
And yours truly, through our reviews of a poorly written streaming show, are fostering hatred and bigotry. Keeping all that in mind, I have decided to reconsider and apologize. For nothing. Let's talk about the Acolyte episode 4.
Oh my god.
Previously on the Acolyte.
You lost your entire family. Your mothers, your sister.
I carried them.
I wonder how many people actually watch this show. That's what I'm curious about. Like, obviously a lot of people are probably gonna hate watch it. Oh, that's the power of one. Oh, that's the fan base of the show, of course. Yeah.
The power of one.
There it is.
Where is their father?
They have no father.
You are not.
Ascension is about walking through fear. It is about sacrificing a part of yourself, the power of many, instead of the power of one.
Time to die. The Acolyte episode 4 is thankfully a very short 27 minutes and 11 seconds, not counting the previously on in credits, which quite frankly isn't enough to review, but thanks to the Acolyte's lead actress Amandla Stenberg providing us with some bonus content.
Oh, she's the main actress for the show and she did this like really cringe music video? I didn't even know that. I work in screenwriting with the Writers Guild in a studio. The amount of professional writers who love this show is sickening. They really do think that, like that journalist article. Well, the problem is that, like, I think that this kind of issue, like, it has a lifespan because eventually people are, like, the company will lose so much money pandering to these kinds of people and creating this kind of content that it just won't happen anymore. And I think it's already happening. Like, it's been happening now for, like, 2 years. And, like, you're seeing a lot of shows correcting and not doing this anymore because of that.
There is. The Acolyte episode 4 day is filled with slow-moving establishing shots, multiple exposition scenes, characters slowly walking down hallways or slowly walking up to doors, characters talking to each other and not making much sense. And we're going to skip all that. It opens up with an establishing shot of Planet Gobbledygook where we find the Wookiee cooking and possibly investigating the lesbian space witches. Man, at least we get to see a Jedi Wookiee fight, right? Can't wait for that. This is followed by a scene with Osha, who was coincidentally Osha trained to put out fires in space, crushing on X-23. And who couldn't see this coming with a Disney Star Wars product? Two young girls crushing on each other after roughly 4 minutes of screen time together. Now, to be fair to the House of Mouse, if they break up next episode, it checks out. Jedi Master Nepo does some girl bossing and quickly assesses that May was trained by a Jedi. How? From this hologram. The nepotism is strong with this one, but I'm not really sure how she figured it out. Maybe it was these awesome Jedi moves.
This is sad, bro. Really? I mean, this shit is sad. Oh my God. How can it be so bad? The reason why it's so bad, let me explain why this happens. The reason why it happens is because all feedback and all criticism is labeled as sexist or racist. That's the reason why. So you have people that don't have any talent and don't have any skill in creating a good story that get protected from criticism because all of the criticism is effectively thrown away because it's considered some sort of like bad thing and like nobody wants to say that thing. And this is the issue, right? Is that journalists don't want to say this in a lot of cases. And even people in like the industry don't want to say this because they're afraid of backlash. They're afraid of other people in the industry, you know, basically damaging their careers for going against what the narrative is. So Reddit IRL? Yeah, basically Reddit IRL. Exactly. So I think that's what's happened. Because it's like, you think about, okay, this is like basically a majority female, you know, like minority demographic show that's, you know, it's like putting an emphasis on like LGBT issues. Like people nowadays, especially in like the, you know, this type of like entertainment industry, are really afraid to go against something like that because they're worried it could hurt their career. That's the reason why it's happening, I think. Because like I think it's like an Emperor's New Clothes like type situation where it's like everybody knows it's bad to some degree, but nobody wants to say it because they're afraid of the repercussions. That's really what's going on. Trying to be politically correct? Yeah, exactly. It's so bad they're using the feedback to fuel their bad ideas. Yeah.
Then Jedi Master Nepo spends the rest of the scene trying to figure out what the hell Jedi Master Soul is saying.
May's objective is not solely her own.
And despite absolutely nothing happening in this episode, Leslie Headland wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to once again take George Lucas's lore to Harvey's couch. Hey, remember the guy who said this in The Phantom Menace?
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
This is Jedi Master Conehead, or Kiadi.
Wait, is it this? That's the same guy? How does head get longer? In the first movie, his head was way longer.
Mundi, who wasn't supposed to be born at this time until, of course, Disney Star Wars decided to retroactively destroy more lore. And honestly, that's
I don't like, this is going to be maybe an unpopular opinion, is that, yeah, it's bad, but I don't really care about that as long as the story is good. I think that if you go back, there's probably already been a number of things in Star Wars that have been retconned ever since the first movie came out. So it's not really that big of a deal, but at a certain point, it's like one more fucking thing, right?
Least of this scene's problems, because apparently there's a deleted scene out there where after saying that the Sith have been extinct for a millennium, he follows that up with, except for that time we ran across a coven of lesbian space witches where two of them managed to conceive twin daughters without a father, who incidentally didn't look anything like their mother. I mean, where are the horns? But they were created by this thing called the Thread. So that really Dark Lord looking dude carrying around a red lightsaber who trained May couldn't possibly be a Sith. It's not important. Please keep in mind this is the same Disney Star Wars that's been...
This is sad, bro. Like, what the dude, I never watched this show, so like I don't know a lot about this. I didn't realize it was this bad. I thought it was just like, oh yeah, you know, it's a Star Wars show and it's like, it's probably not that good and people are playing it up. Wow, this is crazy.
Been destroying George Lucas's lore for years and doing things like having Han Solo walk into a lightsaber, Luke Skywalker overdosing on the Force, Princess Leia died, not really sure how. Somehow Emperor Palpatine returned, and their one hit series is a repurposed Boba Fett and a repurposed Yoda. And when they got around to doing a Boba Fett series, they made him Boba Fett.
And I tried to cut back on the beers so the stomach wouldn't be out too far.
And then there's Obi-Wan Kenobi, whose sole purpose was to watch Luke Skywalker until Disney Star Wars got a hold of him, and he decides to fuck off twice to fight Darth Vader twice and not mention it later, meet a toddler Princess Leia that Princess Leia fails to mention later, and the Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi had a real hard time getting through a gate he could...
My understanding is that I actually thought that people liked this show. Like, I saw some clips of like him fighting Darth Vader and it was pretty cool. Okay, maybe that was the only cool part of the show.
No.
Yeah, maybe that was the only good part. Yeah.
Clearly walk around.
I don't know.
And Ahsoka being alive to usurp Luke Skywalker's story. In other words, it's on brand for modern Disney Lucasfilm. Anyway, Sol and Jedi Master Nepo devise a plan to once again use Osha as bait to draw out May. And this brings us to the most poignant scene in all of The Acolyte.
And here's another reality, and I'm just going to say it because nobody else is going to say it, is that most of the people that really get involved with Star Wars are guys. And so if you make a show that's all about girls and girl shit, well, then guys aren't really going to be interested in that because it's a different life. So, like, why is it that this keeps happening? That, like, you have this is the big problem that, like, a lot of media has, is that media is incapable of acknowledging a simple truth that men and women are different and their interests are different. And you can't take a male character and then turn it into a female character without some degree of dissonance there, because gender roles and the way that people act in society and their sex and everything, this does determine the way that they behave down to a chromosomal level. But for some reason, acknowledging this fact is like, I don't know, bad or something like that, and we have to pretend like everybody's the same. Well, we're obviously not all the same. Everybody looks different. Well, of course men and women are different. Like, you think the only way they're different in every single physiological way, but somehow their brains are the exact same? What's the logic there? It doesn't make sense. So the issue is that you have these male-dominated franchises, like, for example, Blade. You're looking at Star Wars, things like this that are made for a male audience, and then they try to diversify the show or the IP into being a female audience, and then it alienates the original audience because a lot of guys identify with Luke Skywalker because they're guys and Luke Skywalker is a guy. Yeah, Blade is unbeatable. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's the thing, is that Blade, where like they're saying like, oh, it was a female character that was actually supposed to be like the main character of Blade. Like, what is this? Why? Like, who do you think's watching Blade? It's a bunch of guys that like seeing this really cool dude with sunglasses that's a vampire kill other guys. What the fuck did you think this was? And so I think it's a failure. I would say it's an inability to read the audience. But the truth is that I think they know what the audience is, and they're actively trying to propagandize to them, and it's just not working. It's not working because you're not going to convince somebody that, you know, like this is like, oh yeah, you actually are, you know, like your life experience is the same as a woman. It's not. And again, like I watched Star Wars whenever I was a kid, you know, like I had all the lightsabers, the things. Everybody that went out and we played with lightsabers, we were all guys. Star Wars was always a guy thing. Why are you making a story that's built around women and then being surprised whenever the Star Wars fan base doesn't like it? I mean, really, it's like making the Barbie movie and all about Ken. Well, you can't do, that's not what people are there for. So yes, and bad writing. Well, obviously, but what I'm saying is that, like, I've noticed this a lot where like games that are like existing games will have like a prominent female protagonist, and like this is a game that like guys are playing. Guys want to play other guys, I think, in general, right? For relatability. Yeah. I think absolutely. And you can look at live streaming as an example of this, right? Where like if you look at live streaming and you see how many people, the only reason why a guy wants to play a girl character is if the girl is hot. And I think that this is not a 100%, but I bet it's about 90. I do. I think it's about fucking 90%. Nobody wants to play an ugly chick in a video game. They'd rather just play a guy. That's like the worst case scenario. People are fine with, you know, like Underworld, okay? The movie. Great movie. People are okay with Tomb Raider, right? People like the movie. And why is that? Because Angelina Jolie is hot. So that's the reason. So you go back and you look at the characters and like the games that did well with a female lead, and all the characters are very high level of attractiveness. Samus, well, it doesn't matter what gender Samus is. She doesn't even talk. So it doesn't even, like, it's totally irrelevant. But yeah, but also, I mean, Samus is like what, like a 6'2", like blonde Amazon hot chick? Like, yeah, I think people are going to be okay with that too. Yeah, so that's not even it. Let's see, what else is there? How many other examples? Like, you think about it. How many games that are really popular don't fit that example? Bayonetta, extremely fucking hot. Yeah, Alien, Ripley and Alien, that's true. Yeah, I think that's definitely an exception. I would say that is an exception. Nier Automata, yep, there it is. Blood Rain, yeah, it wasn't really that popular of a game. Ripley's badass, yeah, absolutely. And I like Lilith, yeah, Lilith is a good one. Stellar Blade, yep, there you go. So yeah, anyway, the point that I'm making is that I don't know what they were thinking making a Star Wars show, like all about like girls and like this like weird force, like all this bullshit. Like what were you thinking? Like how would you think that like the audience for Star Wars would like that? It doesn't make sense.
Pronouns in live action Disney Star Wars.
Is he or they with us?
And the rest of the
I think the problem is that like whenever you see lines like that, it kills the immersion for the story, because it makes people think that the story is only being created as a vehicle to spread a message, and it undermines the escapism that a show like this can have. Like whenever I see something like this, I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to take this seriously. And the problem also is that the issues that they're trying to push are these like super contemporary, very like relevant, hot button social issues versus like Lord of the Rings trying to push the idea of perseverance, you know, honor, dignity, good versus evil. So like it's the difference between like trying to push like this very contemporary modern social issue versus being able to push like a you know, like a core human virtue that's been considered good for all of time, right? It's pop culture versus classical. Yeah, exactly. It's timeless. Yeah, it's going to be timeless. Like, I'm sorry, but they're never going to find like every one of these shows. Not a single one of these male characters is a better male role model than Aragorn, and it's not even close. And the reason why is that I think that a lot of people don't really they don't really understand what that means, right? I think that's the big issue. Everyone's pure acting. Yeah, exactly. Are they trying to be? Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are. They're trying to have like absolutely. If you really think that the things where they're trying to like add pronouns into a story like this, that they're not trying to avoid toxic masculinity and have good role models for like men, absolutely that's what they're trying to do. Of course they are.
27-minute episode is spent with the clueless Jedi in a race to get to Kelnaka, the Wookiee Jedi, before Asian Ezra
it's like
Miller.
Here's another example, sorry, is that somebody brought up Samwise. So there's a little bit of backstory behind this. And so like J.R.R. Tolkien was I forgot, like he was Marine, a soldier. He was a soldier in World War I, like actual trench soldier in World War I. And he was an officer. Obviously, you know, he's very well educated, so he had an officer position. Still sucked, but not quite as much. He had a guy that worked underneath him who he felt that like this guy was like the pinnacle of what a man should be. He had every good instinct, every good virtue, just totally this great, amazing person. And Tolkien felt like almost like inferior in this other person's presence, right? So not inferior, but like he felt lacking, you know, in some cases based off of how virtuous this other person was. And so Samwise Gamgee was built off of that character. But the difference is that the virtue of a noble worker and a man who is just trying to go about his daily life and do the right thing no matter what is so much more timeless than trying to make like a little one-liner that pays credence to a current social issue. Like somebody can go back, like for example, in like 100 years, why would somebody's going to think, why are they saying, you know, he or they, right? Like, what is this? It's not going to make sense. There's not going to be any resonance with that. But whenever you listen, like in 100 years, people will be able to watch Lord of the Rings and think Samwise is just as much of a pimp as they do now. That's the difference. Is that it's just so, it's so contemporary and fleeting. It's timeless. Yeah, it's timeless. He did have a lot of kids. He did. Was it like 9 kids or something like that? It's actually what Tolkien was talking about with applicability versus allegory. Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, obviously people in their real life get inspiration for their stories.
Or in May. Then we get a heel turn that might give you whiplash. Jesus. May is good now. You heard me right.
I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to kill a Jedi without a weapon. I don't need to keep this deal. What? Osha being alive changes everything. My loyalty is to Osha, not your master. What I'm going to do is surrender myself to Kelnaka and then turn myself into the Jedi. No.
You gotta be kidding.
And this shouldn't surprise anyone. Nobody thought that diverse female antagonist was actually going to be evil. Of course she's going to be oppressed somehow, and her actions will be justified, even being responsible for the death of 2 Jedi.
Down with the patriarchy.
And leave it to a Disney Star Wars Gen Z villain to give up on revenge because it's hard. This brings us to Kelnaka, the Jedi Wookiee. Arguably the most compelling thing about this series. It would have been awesome to see him fight, right? Well, he dies off screen. And what was the reason?
I think also another issue is that a lot of these characters don't actually... I think that there's a lot of, like, there's a lot of like social baggage of having a character that's a minority doing bad things in a show. Because like if you have a character that's a minority doing bad things, people say that it's caricaturing that minority, or it's like demonizing those minorities. So what I think ends up happening is that like in cases where it's, especially if it's like a female like minority, they don't want to attribute any bad attributes to that person because they're worried that people will view that as like some sort of messaging of what this person thinks about real life. Like have you guys noticed this a lot? Who cares? It's not real life. Well, and this is a big problem that like a lot of Western media has. A big issue that I think a lot of Western media has is that every single type of media has to push a message forward. And if it doesn't push that message, then other people interpret the media and create the message for it. So for example, you know, people say that with, you know, even Lord of the Rings or anything else, right? And they take what's in a lot of cases like a message about friendship or, you know, the power of family, and then they elevate it to like being again like these like wedge social issues. So what I think the problem is with like, because you had, for example, Kylo Ren in like the newer movies, I think that people generally liked Kylo Ren. They liked the story of the character. Now, they might not have liked the movies in general, but like I would say that personally people, you know, I would say a lot of people liked him, right? He was all right. Yeah, he was all right. And I think the reason why is because they allow that character to make mistakes and to do bad things. But I think the issue is that writers are afraid of allowing characters that are played by like minorities or females to do bad things or to be incompetent because they're worried that people could interpret that as a message to what that writer or what that group of people thinks about that actual group in real life. I think that's what's been happening. That's not true at all. Okay. That's what I think. Yeah, I think it is happening. I think that's exactly what's happening.
Didn't get to see a Jedi Wookiee fight. The budget. Listen, guys, they only had $180 million. What do you expect? And after sitting through 27 minutes and 11 seconds of an episode that felt like it was 2 hours long, you would think this Disney Star Wars intricately written story would lead to something. After we had two girls crushing on each other, pronouns in space, and a Wookiee Jedi killed off screen. Nah, Smilo Ren shows up and pushes a bunch of Jedi. And the big mystery to the fives and...
Wow. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
And tens of people who are actually interested in the show is, who is Smilo Ren? Is it Asian Ezra Miller? It could be, but I'm leaning towards something like this.
It's a girl?
Credit to Disney Star Wars.
Keep in mind, that's exactly what Eowyn did in Lord of the Rings Return of the King, whenever she killed the Witch King. And this goes back to what I said before about trust, that people nowadays don't trust Western studios and Western writers to write a story that's authentic. And they assume that every story that's being written is being written in the context of some sort of message that's trying to be spread. This is exactly the same thing I was talking about.
For not making an episode as bad as the previous. The good news with The Acolyte, we're halfway through the season. The bad news, we're only halfway through the season. And just when you think things couldn't get worse for Lucasfilm, they do. Series star Amandla Stenberg, who has the amazing ability to play two characters exactly the same way with the exact same haircut, decided to come out with a diss track against Star Wars fans. A diss track that Amandla feels so strongly about that she's copyright claiming absolutely everyone who posted on X or YouTube.
Jesus.
In what's likely an industry first, a TV show star has written and released a song and a music video complete with dance moves in response to racist backlash against the show.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for
backlash.
So this is kind of what I'm talking about before, about how, like, I think that a lot of journalists, like the Hollywood Reporter, nobody is actually going to criticize and say, like, no one is ever going to be saying and, like, criticizing the show for, like, for example, anything that I'm talking about, like, that I've talked about with this video. They're never going to bring any of that up. And the issue is that a lot of people think the way that I do. Even if you think that it's wrong, it's very clear that a lot of people think like I do. Many, many people think the way that I do. But why is it that this viewpoint is not represented in any sort of real, like, journalistic outlet outside of, like, maybe Fox News or, like, a few other, like, random ones? The reason why is because all of these different outlets are working basically together to push the same message. And I think that's also what's made a lot of people upset and annoyed. This is why I think people don't trust journalists anymore, is because journalists are not really trying to spread truth. They're trying to spread a message. Tinfoil hat? It is. It is a tinfoil hat. But I think that it's true.
Against the show.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah. Let's see if it pays off for them.
A song with a chorus, and I quote, "We so bored, don't fuck with yo discourse." Yet you made an entire song about it. Now, most of this song is in response to End Wokeness putting up an older interview with Trevor Noah where Amandla Stenberg says she wants to make white people cry. That had nothing to do with The Acolyte, because taking things out of context to support a narrative doesn't help anyone. I want you to remember that. Amandla Stenberg, the adult pretender who's worth $3 million, speaks mostly of oppression in her song, but she also says this: "Speaking of which, journalists, I'm looking at you. Did you forget it's your job to provide the truth? Spreading divisiveness, mining the metrics and date. Seem you gave up on all your ethics for money and views. And I can tell you that people are tired." Yes, they are, because you can absolutely apply what you said there to Disney, the company you work.
Well, I think that's true, right? And so, this is the issue, is that if a journalist or somebody like this steps out of line and criticizes something that's supposed to be above the criticism, because it's like, you know, any criticism of this is seen as racist, like, then this person gets, you know, fired or removed from the industry.
And the kids don't trust anything they view. Yeah. And you're right. But you don't have to worry about that with The Acolyte because no kids are watching it. Another lyric from the song by adult pretender worth $3 million, Amandla Stenberg. "And now you listening, I'ma tell you something fascinating. They spinning woke, bastardizing it, and appropriating it. Last I recall, woke was something we created." Did you create it, Amandla? "Speak truth to power." I don't hate to break this to you, Amandla, and anyone else at Lucasfilm, because apparently you need to hear this again. You are the power. You work for one of the biggest entertainment companies in the world who owns ABC.
It is very weird that people who are, you know, somebody said, like, her dad was a millionaire. She has, like, a lead role in a Disney show. She's a multimillionaire herself. You're not being oppressed. Like, that's not the way it works. What are you talking about?
ESPN, Hulu, they bought Fox for $72 billion. They're a little influential. They're also, and forgive me if you've heard this one before, the same company that thanked a concentration camp in China for Mulan.
Disney, what's this here? Disney criticized for filming Mulan in China's Xinjiang province. Oh, yeah.
Covered up Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster.
Yeah, this is how much Disney really cares about racial issues. So this is, maybe you didn't know this, they covered Black Panther, like Chadwick Boseman, they covered his face in order to have the movie posters be put up in China. So, like, Disney actually doesn't care about any of these social issues if being a racist and like if Hitler had won World War II, Disney would be pushing Nazi propaganda.
China shrunk Finn on the Force Awakens post.
Another one.
For China, a company well known for providing the discourse and gaslighting what's left of the divided fandom for years now, as far as Disney Star Wars is concerned.
It's never going to work for people. It's never going to work gaslighting and guilt tripping fans into trying to like something. It'll never happen.
Demandla, you're just the latest shield they can hide behind to cover for a bad TV show. And your diss track takes things wildly out of context and conflates them to support a narrative. One that calls Star Wars fans, your potential paying customers, racist, which unfortunately is on brand for modern Disney. Here's how the game plan works. Preemptively attack your fans by calling them racist before your crappy show comes.
What is this? It confronts toxic Star Wars fans. Often get attacked because the fandom is mostly dominated by men. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's exactly right. Never feel sorry for this, right? And like, I don't understand how do these people think that they're being oppressed when she's like the CEO or something like that of Disney, and she's like changing the narrative of an entire show. It's nuts, man. How do these people think that they are the oppressors? They're the ones doing it. It's crazy. It's a guilt trip policy. Yeah, bro. Never give these people an inch.
Show comes out. The show comes out. Everyone says it's crappy. Continue to call the fans racist. One of the stars makes a video calling the fans racist. Access Media articles are written in support of the actor calling the fans racist. And then the inevitable support from Disney.
I'm wondering if there are any mainstream publications that go against her narrative of saying that the fans are racist. I would be very curious to see that. They won't dare, right? And that's the reason why nobody trusts the media. It's because you can't have certain opinions, even though I think the majority of people believe them.
Or Star Wars, or both, calling the fans racist while supporting the actress. And please tell me when this has ever worked. The Acolyte is the Marvels of Star Wars. It was something that was predictably bad. We just didn't know how bad it would be. Recently, a Spaceballs sequel was announced, and it's well over a decade too late.
Probably gonna be better than this.
Because Disney Star Wars is the parody. And as far as independent reviewers fostering hatred and bigotry, the only ones I see doing that are Disney.
Certainly, there have been times where, there's no way we're hiring a white male person.
It's kind of unspoken.
There are times when it's spoken, but
what they say is,
there's no way we're hiring a white male this role.
Nerderotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
I think that's what's happened, right? That's what's happened. The Acolyte caused Star.
Today's actually
Asian Andy.
I had 100 cockroaches.
This isn't about what I.
Sponsored by that.
Varys Strikes Back.
Sponsored by that game.
Anchorage.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. Big bombshell news around the sale, or should I say lack of sale, of the InfoWars website to leftist evangelists, The Onion. Well, really, The Onion's ownership. We found out a lot more about how much they probably paid, and there looks to be some shenanigans where the site, at least according to those with knowledge of the situation, the site was sold for not the largest offer, but to a company that would ensure the mockery and shutdown of the brand for all time. Turns out, at least allegedly, there were bidders who had much larger amounts, and the judge allegedly picked somebody that he thought would humiliate Alex, as opposed to who would bring the most money. This is obviously a pretty big deal, and we've got some, I mean, this situation is wild. And before we get into that, huge shout out to this video's sponsor, PDS. Look, debt is something that we all deal with at one point or another in our life. In my early 20s, I didn't know where to turn. I was opening credit cards to pay off other credit cards, and it was a huge mess. No one really wants to think about debt, but the cold, hard truth is many will get deeper into debt during the holidays. Last year, half of American customers took on debt to pay for the holidays. Thanks, Joe Biden. Anyway, this could be you, could be me. It's never too early to start planning to get out. And my friends at PDS Debt can help you with a personalized solution. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, PDS has solutions for you. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit both accepted. And you can save more, by the way, when you're paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. Start planning today. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/quartering. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/quartering. pdsdebt.com/quartering. Now, judge has halted the sale of InfoWars and is ordered to review the Onion's purchase of the website for possible, I would assume, shenanigans. This is, I mean, corruption at the highest level, right? Everything from, look, you know, whatever you want to say about Alex, and what happened here, I think we can all agree that even if he was wrong, and even if he lost a fair trial, which many of us believe was not fair, but even if that happened, the judgment for $1.5 billion was pure insanity. That was meant to shut down the company, not to compensate the families. The families knew they would never get that money. This amount was to shut down and silence the company, not to actually get any retribution or fair payout for whatever potential inconveniences those parents had. And again, I don't blame the parents. I assume they were just, acting on advice from some lawyer who ends up basically acting on behalf of the government or the establishment, in my opinion, and they used this to try and silence Alex. On Thursday morning, it was announced that The Onion had bought InfoWars at the bankruptcy auction, but later that day, the judge overseeing the bankruptcy case held an emergency hearing during which lawyers representing Jones and company affiliated him with him expressed concerns about the process. The judge has ordered an evidentiary for next week to determine if the auction was even conducted fairly, which could delay the process. From what I'm told, or from what Alex said, this auction was supposed to be, public, and everyone was going to be able to allow a bid, and then they changed things at the last second, and then it was like a sealed bid, and then the person got to pick the winner of the auction, even if they weren't the highest bidder. Some people online said that the Onion paid just $200,000 for it, which makes sense because, again, all you're getting is equipment and a domain name that's worthless going forward. So I don't really, understand why they would have picked them outside of some bidder who probably wanted to buy it and keep it running. You would think that bids would be in the many millions just to keep it running, because the brand is nothing without Alex. I suppose maybe they couldn't get a guarantee that he was going to stay at the company. I don't know. We're going through the evidence. The only other bidder, allegedly, was First United American Companies, a company that is affiliated with one of Jones's product-selling websites. So allegedly, there was only 2 bidders, which is wild. I would bid on it. I mean, I guess, do you assume the debt? I don't know how all that works. But, I mean, I feel like we could get together or GoFundMe and have the community purchase it. At the emergency hearing Thursday, a lawyer for First United American Companies took issues with the auction process, noting that no bidding round was held on Wednesday for rival parties, and that only sealed bids submitted the previous week were considered. I mean, to me, it seems like the fix is in, right? The exact amount offered by the Onion for InfoWars remains unknown, but it is reported that it was lower than First United American's bid of $3.5 million. The Onion's offer was seen as a better deal because some people related to the families agreed to forego a portion of the sale proceeds to help pay off Jones's creditors. It was reported on Thursday that the Onion's purchase for InfoWars received support from the families. So this judge, or whoever's in charge of it, picked less money in order to pick a company that would shut InfoWars down. The families, those noble families, picked less money in exchange for shutting down InfoWars. Here is what Alex had to say.
All right, this is the last update. I detailed all this on air today, but I learned even more tonight. It's worse than I thought. But here it is, very simply for everybody. There was an auction ordered by the judge, but he wanted to have more hearings about it for the details to make sure it was all legal. The U.S. trustee assigned by the Justice Department that was in charge of it went ahead and had what he said was an auction. But then it came out that he didn't make the auction public, didn't let people have bids to go above the supposed highest bid, which means it's not a real auction. And then it turns out he ignored the highest bid and gave it to a lower bid because they were the Democrats. And so it was a private sale masquerading as an auction that did not happen. That's what the judge said today. He said it did not go through. He's having a full evidentiary hearing next week. In the meantime, the U.S. trustee, overstepping his power, came in and closed InfoWars and cut the broadcast off. So it is off the air. We're over at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X and Real Alex Jones and the satellite uplinks, the radio stations, the TV stations. They're having to switch over to our new satellite. There was some problems there because it was just sneak attack. Boom. They have the auction, keep it secret Wednesday. This morning they show up at 8 a.m. and say, shut the building. I go on and, talk about it. Then they go order people to shut things off. I'm just saying, I'm a federal trustee. Do what I say. Like the last federal trustee did in June or late May, saying shut the building with no court order. I didn't leave. I threatened to call the police. And then they had an emergency hearing thinking I would be kicked out, and the judge fired them. So this is the second federal trustee doing this wild vigilante crap. So
isn't that weird?
Everywhere announcing they bought it. The media saying they got it. But Bloomberg and AP are going, well, now the judge said, no, he's questioning it. No, he said it didn't go through, and he's going to decide what to do. And my lawyers are like, well, they've taken this thing off the air. These employees are out on the street. The judge said, well, as soon as we can have it, early next week, I'll give you a date. But yeah, this is crazy. So bring your evidence in.
So at minimum, it would seem like Alex has the opportunity at least another week to broadcast from InfoWars and move his audience over, which is great.
How did you kill my...
You know, I always talk about, like, I've been trying to move, you know, I'm doing everything I can to move my audience over to watch stuff on my private member server, but it's going to take months to get everyone moved over. I mean, years probably. You're only going to get a small amount of them. By the way, if you want to support our channel, you can go to thequartering.com and join. And then when you join for $8 a month, you get 3 members only videos. You get access to a members only Discord where I am in there along with Melanie Mack, and Hannah Claire will be in there, and Luke Rodkowski and stuff like that. You also get exclusive discounts on all sorts of other products like ammunition, 15% off ammo, 20% off Coffee Brand coffee products, and so much more. So, you know, if you're so inclined on this wonderful Friday to support our coverage, the team is much bigger than just me. So while everybody was doing this victory dance yesterday about The Onion buying the Alex Jones show, or his, you know, InfoWars, turns out, at least from what I've seen, totally corrupt. The auction was apparently not public, even though it was supposed to. The buyout wasn't even with real money. The court, they told the court that the money used was Alex Jones's future earnings. The money over $1 billion he owes is basically credit. So they didn't even put real money down on the auction. The people who ran the auction did not even tell the bidders that, quote, credit could be used. The auction was pretty much fake. They gave special treatment to Democrats who wanted to buy out the assets, buy out with non-existent money, and without other bidders even knowing what's going on. I mean, this is, again, corruption at the highest order that is it's like specifically set to they just want Alex silenced. They want him gone. I'm incredibly happy that he's continuing to fight this and he's putting it all out in the open. And hopefully some of these corrupt loser judges and trustees get their, you know, some sort of punishment for what is clearly corruption, at least if all of this is true. This is wild. Make sure you subscribe to this channel or you follow wherever you're watching if you're watching on Rumble. I'll continue to update on the InfoWars situation. I hope you enjoyed this video, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
I do actually think that we're having a Western gaming crash. This might sound crazy, but I think it is legitimately happening. The reason why, like identity politics and like woke shit in games, 10-20% of it. The rest of it is that games are so safe and so boring now, people just don't care about playing them. Thank fuck. Yeah, it's been happening. It is.
This is a real tweet from Xbox. They said, "You don't know it, but you're living in one of the greatest ages of all right now." Post.
Why would they do this? It had to be an ad?
In this image, timeline through the ages: ancient age, medieval age, modern age, contemporary age, and Dragon Age, the Veil Guard. You are...
Wait, this says, let's read this. Contemporary age, the French Revolution.
Guess not.
And the French Revolution ended in 2023. Who the fuck made this? What? What are we talking about? Oh my god.
Here.
That's a long ass
because
revolution.
Veilguard is clearly the greatest thing ever, best game of all time. And I know they're joking around a little bit, but so many people have seriously been trying to prop this game up. As you might expect, the comments are not really agreeing with Xbox.
Yeah, I guess so.
So many corpos and their bootlickers have been going crazy lately. Enraged that gamers have been winning simply by refusing to buy games.
Imagine that the consumer actually had all the power all along, but people didn't want to accept it. That's always been the case, is consumers have always had all of the power. You can make the decision and you can change the way that businesses work just simply by voting with your money.
Of these corrupt Western AAA companies. This is something that I've talked about quite a lot recently, and now in this video, even more examples have come up. Over on Indie 100, Jake Brigstock made this article titled More than 1,500 games have been rated on wild, quote, woke detector, unquote. An online group has firmly brought the culture war of woke and anti-woke into video games.
It's been in video games for a long time. It's not anything new.
More than 1,500 titles have been rated on an absurdly wild quote-unquote woke detector Excel spreadsheet. And that's not the worst part. More than half of them listed are not recommended because they contain details and features that are considered woke. What did you expect from something titled woke detector?
I went into this fucking restaurant. It was called Longhorn Steakhouse. They had a bunch of fucking steaks there. I can't believe it. I'm a fucking vegan. What is this? This is disgusting.
How is that surprising? I love how he says that's not even the worst part, though. Like, you can clearly tell that he's upset by this spreadsheet thing.
Oh, of course he is.
He then posts an example of transgender character Serona Ryan from Hogwarts Legacy. But this seems like the worst example he could have used. Hogwarts Legacy? It was like the activist types on like Twitter, like the armchair activist types who were really upset by this game, saying that to like boycott it.
Yeah, they
and
were real
making
mad.
like lists of streamers who streamed it, hunting people like Me down. Like
that was so stupid.
This example hurts your argument. Look, I'll even say that
Well, here's the problem with like the woke lists. The reason why they're problematic is because there's not they're a binary system. Like, for example, like they'll categorize a game like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 as woke because Elden Ring doesn't use male and female, they use body type 1 and 2. Or they'll categorize Baldur's Gate as woke because you can have like gay relationships. And I think that it's a huge problem with like that group of people that are like trying to fixate on figuring out which games are and are not woke because they don't know how to categorize them as a tier list. Like, you might think that Baldur's Gate 3 is woke, that's fine, but everybody knows it's not as woke as, like, I don't know, Dragon Age, right? So that's really the issue. It's that there's not, like, a tier list or a power ranking for them.
I've seen some games that get not recommended on these type of lists that do seem like whoever put them on said list is taking too extreme of a stance on, like, making too big of a deal out of things on occasion. However, plenty of times the not recommended posts are very reasonable, like simply not wanting to buy the very shoehorned in fake corporate DI slop stuff. Of course people don't want to buy games that come off fake and preachy. Who would want to get lectured by a bunch of lame corpos? I also find it hilarious when armchair activist types get all mad at gamers when they refuse to buy products from corporations. It's like
that's what they're getting mad about. See, and the reason why is that like if we think about, so let's go ahead and let's do something kind of funny. Biggest games of the year. Wukong. Chinese dev. Metaphor. Japan dev. Final Fantasy VII. Rebirth. Japan Dev. Stellar Blade. Korean Dev. I'm starting to see a pattern. Pow World. Japan Dev. Elden Ring. Japan Dev. Dragon's Dogma 2. Japan Dev. Concord. American Dev. Okay, Monster Hunter. Japan Dev. Helldivers 2. Fair. Finnish? Where were they from again? I don't remember. Swedish? European Dev. Eurodev. I think that's fair. Yeah, Sweden, okay. Space Marine 2. Fair. Where was Saber Interactive? I think they're American, right? Oh, they're Russian. Oh. Did we make any good games this year? Did we make a good game this year? No, not us. No, I'm saying, like, did we make a single good game? Saber is in Florida. They just have a Russian studio. Okay. All right. Maybe Saber's American. Okay, why are people saying Russian? Okay. U.S. Dev. Okay, we've got one. We're saved. Everything's fine. But let's look at this. Western game dev has a huge problem. Massive. Tremendous problem.
Like they're mad that gamers are actually better activists than they are. At the time of writing, 403 titles in the document are recommended, 323 are informational, and a staggering 824, it's staggering, 824 games are rated not recommended, with some hugely successful titles in there. There were corners of the internet that were up in arms because a transgender character in Serona Ryan was included in Hogwarts Legacy when it released in February 2023. Once again,
yeah, because there's a lot of people. So this is what these people don't understand. So when he's saying there are corners of the internet, do you want to know what corners of the internet are? They're called corners of the globe. So you have an international platform where people from all across the world, across multiple cultures, religions, races, and also nationalities are discussing topics. And in some of those corners, being transgender is against the law, or it's not viewed in a positive light. So, big surprise, some people on the internet don't agree with things that are literally against the law in their country. I'm sick of these people going and acting like this is some kind of a problem here when we're talking about this is a global internet. This is a global platform. Of course you're going to have people that disagree. Yeah, meanwhile, in the secret HQ of Modern Evidence, yes, the internet's worldwide, exactly. It's because we have a toxic positivity game community? Well, I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy wasn't a great game. It wasn't woke. It had one trans character into the game. I don't think it was woke either. I'm just telling you, like, it shouldn't be a surprise that there are people out there that are not fans of transgenders because the internet is worldwide and people on the internet come from cultures and from nationalities where it is literally illegal to be transgender. I feel like this is such a cold take.
And this is a terrible example. Like, I can't believe this guy's actually writing this. Does he actually think this, or is he trying to, like, rewrite history here? Because if I recall, it was the Boycott Hogwarts Legacy people that were all upset with Serona Ryan. They were saying the name Serona was transphobic because, like, the Sir. They were like, of course Hogwarts Legacy's trans character would be named Serona Ryan. This is a transphobic dog whistle. And it was actually a lot of the pro Hogwarts Legacy people defending that trans character by citing this Celtic deity, Serona, He then says, unsurprisingly, the proverb...
None of these people care about that issue. They're just looking for something to complain about.
Real woke content detectors curated list of games does not recommend Hogwarts Legacy.
Let's be honest.
So as I mentioned earlier, I do think sometimes the people making those lists, or at least posting, like partaking in the lists, are too extreme. This being one of those examples.
Proverbial woke list contains 18 in Scotland, somehow has diverse LGBTQ characters, uses body type instead of biological sex. I feel like that's fair. I mean, like, there's no logical reason other than a woke reason to use body type instead of biological sex. I can't think of a single logical reason why that would be the case. Doesn't make any sense.
Like Hogwarts Legacy, I think it's a cool game. So, it's just my opinion. Moving on. Oh, first, one more thing. I did check the list to be sure he wasn't making this up, and yeah, that is on there.
Yeah.
This is sadly
right.
just one example of hundreds and hundreds, with each one having a similar format. None of the recent Call of Duty titles are recommended because of emblems containing pride flags. Forza Horizon 5 isn't either because the pronouns they, them can be chosen, and Bully Scholarship Edition must have caused repulsion among those who made this wretched list. Because players can...
Well, yeah. Big surprise. Like, a lot of people don't accept that there are more than two genders. Like, this is another component that these people don't seem to understand, is that I would say, like, the massive, overwhelming majority of the world that's on the internet thinks there's two genders. Whether you agree with them or not is irrelevant. You have to acknowledge that this is a minority opinion. What are we talking about? Why? It's unbelievable. 90% easily? I don't know if it's 90%. I have no idea. But it's such a huge amount of people. And so, isn't it transphobic? I don't know. Genders and sex are different. How many people do you think give a fuck about that distinction? Really? Like, I mean, really, ask yourself the question, how many people actually give a fuck about it? And I'm not talking about just here in America. I'm talking about across the entire world. That's not going to work. Oh, yeah, it's such a small, minor amount of people. Some people make the poll here. We don't need to make a poll here. What I'm saying is that I find it to be very annoying that people write these articles complaining about how, you know, people on the internet are not inclusive, but we have a global internet. If we had an internet that for some way, in some way, only allowed people to post from, like, America, then you probably wouldn't see this stuff be as popular. The reason why this stuff is getting really popular, the guy that made the original DEI detected list is from South America.
Get an achievement for kissing other boys with the lead male character. Video games are for absolutely everyone, and an entitled select few should not hold any influence when it comes to so-called recommending games on if they have content deemed woke.
Video games are absolutely for everyone, and the entitled few, an entitled select few should not hold any influence when it comes to so-called recommending games. Why not? Ironic? It is really ironic, isn't it? Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, that's what they're doing? Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is unbelievable.
Do us all a favor, get over it, and just enjoy playing. So yeah, you guys already know my opinion here. I think sometimes the list makes some good points, sometimes they don't, sometimes they're too extreme and sound silly, but I do enjoy how they make Corbos mad. Even if I disagree with some of the things these lists are saying on there, I do find them amusing because of that fact. Let me know what you guys think about all that. And now moving on to the next part of this video, Mike Rose.
This is so fucking silly, man. It's so fucking silly that they Because here's really what the problem is. They want you to not be able to express what your opinion is. They fundamentally want to take away your right to speech, and they want to have your opinion censored, and they want it to be where you are not allowed to have this type of an opinion. That is crazy. Absolutely insane. No, they don't. They just don't like all the hate. So then they don't want you to have your opinion. They say that you're not allowed to have an opinion, you're not allowed to express their opinion, because they think that that opinion is hateful. That's exactly what they're saying. Yeah, it's literally that simple. Don't be a hateful cunt. I don't like the idea that because some people have opinions that you consider problematic, that then they shouldn't be having a right to have that opinion. Unless they're openly advocating for violence or like threatening violence, then I think they should be able to have an opinion on whatever they want. That's the way it is. Who decides what hate is? Who decides who watches the Watchmen? Who watches the people? Who's the one that's determining what is and isn't okay to say? Well, that changes, doesn't it? And that's why it's a problem. You can't let somebody make those decisions. It's a pretext. Yeah, it's a pretext for control. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I think people have realized what the conclusion for this is because it's happened so many times.
Part of this video, Mike Rose over on his Blue Sky account, made this post on Blue Sky with over 10,000 likes. A lot of people over there love this.
I'm gonna be surprised. I didn't know Blue Sky had 10K users.
Take, it seems. He says, everyone trying to work out why video games aren't selling anymore. Quote, too many games. Prices are too low.
Yeah.
Marketing is hard, unquote. When the answer this time around is actually simple. The world got destroyed and no one has any money. People are struggling to pay bills and rent, let alone buy your game. Look, things have definitely been a mess, but when it comes to the gaming industry, largely the games...
The funny thing about what he's saying is actually it's been found out that in recessionary and economic bad times, people will end up spending more money on luxury goods in some cases and entertainment goods to distract themselves from their real lives. And that's why you can see a lot of games, even this year, like Black Myth Wukong sold 20 million copies. You had other games like Helldivers was so popular. You also have, what do you call it, like Dragon's Dogma 2 that was kind of popular. I think this is an entirely fake premise. Visible luxuries? Yeah, exactly.
It's not getting bought are AAA slop. And that post seems like it's trying to cover, it's trying to make excuses for these AAA companies. And when I say AAA companies, I'm also specifically talking about Western AAA. I should have specified that, but I'm clarifying it now.
Yeah, Capcom is hiring more people. From Software increased their base salary. This whole idea that video games are in some sort of a depression is not true. Video games aren't in a depression. Western development studios are. That's the problem.
A lot of gaming companies in Asia, for example, have been doing great. Last month, FromSoft even announced that they were increasing the average basic salary pay by around 11.8%.
So true.
And what's really funny is that the gaming companies over in Asia that are struggling right now are often the ones that are adopting Western practices like DEI. For example, as I talked about just yesterday, a recent financial report from Square Enix was so bad that it caused a massive sell-off of their stock and the market cap loss of around $350 million.
Jesus.
This follows their partnership with Sweet Baby Inc. and their further involvement with practices as mentioned like DEI, which you can see them pushing all.
I don't think that's the reason, by the way. I like that's like maybe like a small percentage. It's probably a single-digit percentage of the reason why.
All over their website. In my coverage, to be fair, I did also mention other issues not related to that. For example, the price of their games and how many people find them to be too costly, among other things.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact still stands that the Western policies they've been adopting certainly don't seem to be helping when other major gaming companies in Asia are not adopting those policies and are seeing extreme success. On top
I think people want to use video games as a form of escapism. And anytime that people feel like the video game that they're playing is, you know, like involving itself with something that removes that escapism, it's going to lower their interest in the game for that reason. And because, like, fundamentally, they can't escape out of the game now because, or escape out of their real life now because they feel like their real life has been put into the game.
That we can see more evidence of these policies hurting Western companies when you take a look at games like SSK the JL, and now that apparently cost Warner Brothers around $200 million.
Jesus.
Of course, also Concord and the massive loss.
Oh, Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. He probably didn't want to say the words to not get demonetized. I understand. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
That was, and recently Dragon Age the Veilguard, which, while isn't as disastrous as Concord, seems like they're struggling to even hit break-even point based off all the current metrics. And when I say they...
I think that, I mean, Dragon Age, it's not a terrible game. It's just not a very good game either. It's like just it's fantasy Starfield. Like, honestly, I'd say probably maybe Starfield might have been a little bit better. Yeah, it's a mid game, right? And also, like, here's another problem with Dragon Age, is that, like, how many of you guys actually played Dragon Age? Like, actually played the game? Okay, nobody's played the game. For those of you that have played the game, have you run into the same problem where, like, after you get past like level 20 or like 25 or so, you feel like you're just spamming the same few abilities with, like, you know, hitting bosses or mobs that have like just a ridiculous amount of health? Like the gameplay doesn't really feel dynamic or anything. It's very repetitive. Yeah, same blight, same objectives, exactly. And so, like, even if you drill down into the gameplay itself, it really isn't very good.
I'm referring to EA and BioWare, of course. So yeah, returning to that post from this Mike dude, I've seen a lot of people, often corpos, making similar takes to that, where they ignore the real policy issues going on at Western AAA companies, and instead they seem to try and deflect and cover for them. And keep in mind,
another big component for why a lot of people are losing interest in a lot of Western games is because Western games are turning into the same game. It's like basically every single game is the same. Where and it's kind of like how, you know, how movies have turned into like kind of a Marvelization of movies. I think that video games, it's like a Fortniteization, where, like, after Fortnite's success, I feel like so many other games have tried to emulate that style in multiple ways, and that's caused them to have like a sameness to them. Yeah, the Ubisoft formula, exactly. Yeah.
Are other issues going on at these corporations. For example, their inflated expenses. However, Mike is specifically talking about why people aren't buying their games, which is why I focused on discussing that specific point. And it's really weird how often certain types of people try to ignore how delving into DEI has verifiably caused a negative impact on many game sales. But moving on.
I do think that's a huge problem, is that a lot of developers and journalists try to ignore the problem and hope that it goes away. And, like, you know, here's what's going to happen. You're going to ignore the problem and it is going to go away. The people are going to leave. That's what's going to happen. And I see this all the time where they're like running defense for it and like trying to pretend like, oh yeah, there aren't a lot of people that think this. Well, if you go to the YouTube channel and you look at the amount of people that are responding to this, I do actually think that like an official trailer getting a really bad reception on YouTube does absolutely play into people's opinions. And like maybe not these super normies, but there probably aren't that many super normies. Like there's a lot of people that play video games and like playing video games, and they look at YouTube. Like a lot of people use YouTube. And guess what? They're gonna see that and they're gonna scroll down to the comments and they're gonna be like, wow, a lot of people really think this game sucks. I don't wanna play it. That's the real reason. I use the show dislike button. If I see 90% dislike ratio, I'm staying away. Yeah, and I think that's a lot of people. So this whole, like, basically I think that there's a lot of like game studios that are banking on basically low information gamers instead of low information voters buying their games, even though their games have bad reputations inside of more invested communities. And I think that's what companies like Ubisoft they're trying to bank on.
I want to talk about the Game Awards. Look at this. It says, according to the official website of the Game Awards, the opinion of the fans counts in the selection of the winners, but the value of the fan vote is much smaller than that of the jury vote. Thus, the jury's decision counts for 90% compared to 10% for the popular vote, aka the fan vote.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier.
The jury vote is right here. The jury includes IGN, Inverse, Jeff Gerstmann Show, Kinda Funny, LA Times, MinMax, PC Gamer, Polygon, VentureBeat, The Verge, Tough Arcade, What's Good Games, Game Rant, NPR, Pride.com, and Variety. So as you can see, most of this list by
totally represents me as a gamer. Oh, yeah. Oh, these are the people that are really going to be able to tell me what the best games are. For sure.
Has like nothing to do with gaming, but here you go. This is the jury for the Game Awards. I also know that most gamers, like, we don't care about this stuff at all. We don't care about the Game Awards. This is just some corpo nonsense, but it's another example of how lame
I think people care about it. It's not a big deal. Like, I mean, who gives a shit at the end of the day? But it does matter. Sure, it matters.
Stuff is, and I thought it would be pretty funny to take a look at. Also hilarious how Kinda Funny is on this list, when just the other day we were talking about Andy Cortez from Kinda Funny, and how he went on this giant rant about gamers. He was like so mad that
it was like a minute rant, but like, you know.
First dare criticize DEI. Anyways, that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about these topics in the comments. And if you missed the earlier video about 2B and Ubisoft and all that, consider checking that out.
That was crazy. Like, I could not fucking believe that. Oh my, it looks so fucking bad. Oh my God, how does it look that bad?
Out too. Hope you enjoyed today's segments. Consider liking and or subscribing if you did, and I'll see you in the next one.
I just don't know what to say. Just literal trash. What do you think about game devs?
This is a real tweet from Xbox.
What do you think if the panel was game devs instead that aren't being represented? I think that they should make it like, I think it should be a panel vote, but I think that it should be 80-20 with like fans being 80% and the panel being like 20%, somewhere around there. So I do think that there should be like some degree of editorial control that's exercised, but it shouldn't be like a 90-10 against fan voting, right? Yeah, fill up the panel with haters. Yeah, fan-based 100%. I think that's fine, but I feel like fan-based 100%, like you can do that already. You just look at Steam charts, and the game that has the most people playing it on Steam charts, that's the one that wins, right? It's pretty simple. Let's go on. Yeah, like Cotton Tomatoes. Well, I don't know about Cotton Tomato. The fuck is a Cotton Tomato? I'll link you guys the video. I feel like what's happened is that I can't believe they would tweet this out. You're living in one of the greatest ages right now. And here's the thing. It's really funny because actually I agree with them, but not because of Dragon Age. I feel like there's so many really good games that are coming out all the time now. All the time there's great games that are getting released. And now, like, I feel like it's just, there's so much focus put on the bad games that we never think about the good games.
I'm sitting down for a different kind of video today, where we're going in raw. It's just going to be me talking to you because I'm really frustrated about where we are in gaming and particularly gaming discourse, and I'm frustrated at how difficult it's become to just talk about video games. Something that I'm really...
Yeah, I think that's true. It's become increasingly more difficult to do that because people have so much of an agenda behind what games are doing. Like Dragon Age the Veilguard is a great example. Like, people want the game to fail or succeed for reasons that have nothing to do with the game. And all of that noise is completely overshadowing any genuine conversation about whether the game is good or not.
Passionate about, and something that I know a lot of you are really passionate about, and I enjoy talking about my passion, and I'm sure most of you do too. And there's a lot of bullshit that's happening with video games right now. There's a lot of activists getting into the industry.
True.
And I think the reason for that is because the industry is it's so popular And with that popularity comes attention, and with that attention comes power and opportunity for propaganda and to
I think
spread
that's
your
true.
message and all this other bullshit. You know what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm talking about. And so you've seen a lot of people, a lot of us, stand up and call it out. Stand up and say, hey, like, why are you shoving this like social activism? Why are you shoving your personal politics? Why are you shoving your morality and your censorship into like my video games? Like, this is
very good question. Extremely good question.
This is what I do to get away from the world. I play video games to get away from stress. And so when you see,
I think that's a really big component too. Like what he's saying is that a lot of people play video games for escapism, and when video games turn into being a way that people get to express like their worldview like that, I think that the escapism is lost and it ends up hurting the game.
In your game where you're trying, it's escapism. And when you escape to the video game just to have somebody say, hey, how do you feel about pronouns?
Yeah.
Are you a bigot? When you have that kind of rhetoric and that kind of messaging, and when you have writers and characters in the game that are clearly propped up on soapboxes, it ruins the immersion. It ruins
it does. I'm gonna be honest. He's right about everything that he's saying, and I think that he's saying it from the perspective of a person who's like just an average Joe. You know, this is like, I think, what a lot of average guys think.
Escapism, it takes you right out of the video game, and it sets you down right into like some Twitter brain rot discourse.
Of course.
That I think people are getting sick of. I think people
fundamentally don't like being told what to do. They don't like being ordered around, and they don't like having things dictated to them. And I think that at the end of the day, a lot of the people that try to push stuff like this are very bossy, they're very pushy, and they're extremely aggressive with how they want to communicate, and they tell people to act. And I think that if you just extrapolate it to like a very basic level where people don't want to be told what to do and what to think by a video game, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
I'm getting sick of it. And I know that I am. And it was one thing years ago when I saw these kind of interactions and this kind of discourse around video games, and it was only online.
Yeah.
It was only on like Facebook, or it was like only on Twitter back in the day. But you didn't see it in real life. Like you just saw it on the internet, and you were like, what's wrong with these people? You know? But now it's gotten to the point where like it's in real life. Like half the time when I go to the GameStop in my town and I'm looking at games, if Assassin's Creed Shadows comes up, or the new Ghost of Tsushima having a female protagonist, like when this stuff comes up, or like we discuss these games like in a general way, if it comes up for any reason, now I always find myself in a situation where I'm having to discuss these topics with a person face to face, or it's weaving its way into real conversations where I don't really want it. Like, I'll be honest.
Well, I think the reason why that happens is because nowadays there's so much of an emphasis being put on trying to get people to talk about these issues and putting them in your face. Like, and this is a big issue that I think a lot of people that are like social activists have, is that they think that the way that they can attract attention and favor to their cause is by being so obnoxious and aggressive about it that everybody has to take them seriously and listen to them and like pay attention to them. And I think a good example of that is like the Just Stop Oil stuff, where it's like people that are throwing like cans of food. Like, I remember there was like some Spanish like TV show, and it's a guy that just walks up to two of the people that like, you know, were doing that and just shoots them in the head and kills them. And all of the comments were spamming based, right? Everybody was like, yeah, thank God, you know, please do this in real life, right? Which is like clearly, I mean, not what you should do, but I think that it goes to show that people are just fed up with having people that want to take every single like platform and every single place that exists and turn it into a soapbox for their personal issue. And I think that that's what's really happened, is that these people have put themselves into these positions and they've changed the way that different media is portrayed, and then they want it to be in your face. They want it to be something that you have to directly interface with, because they think in doing so they're, I don't know, helping and making the problem better. They don't want to debate these issues. They want to talk down to us. If we push back, then they immediately start the "you're a bigot" rhetoric. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's also about, like, they don't want to give you a place to breathe and relax, because they think that their issues are so important that you have to always be thinking about them.
With you, like, I don't mind it, but
and this happens with politics too. Like, anybody in the US knows that nowadays, especially with, like, people, like, there's so much of an emphasis being put on this. Just change DEI and woke stuff for anything radical in messaging. Yeah, well, I think it's true. It's not even really about anything specific. It's just about radical forced messaging that isn't reflective of what the customer wants.
I grew up with this mentality that, like, when you go to the bar, or when you go out, just in public in general, you leave your politics at home. There's no...
I actually disagree with that. I don't think that there's a problem to have conversations about politics with people in public and people that you meet. I think that actually not being able to do that, and the fact that people could treat it like a taboo subject, is a bad thing. I like the idea that you can go and just say, you know what, like, what do you think about this? And just have, like, an honest, genuine, like, conversation about it. And I think the real problem isn't the fact that that's happening. It's the fact that people lack the emotional maturity to deal with a dissenting or a disagreeing person without completely losing all their marbles and acting like this person is, like, everything wrong with the world. Like, you can't have civil discourse when it's, like, basically, it's like, oh, well, do you want to support, like, making women, like, forcing them to die by having babies, or do you support genocide, or do you support, like, rapists or pedophiles? Like, it's just, the language is so emotionally elevated that, and it's because it's being dictated by people that are mentally ill, right? It's like, basically, on the internet, there is, like, a huge contingency of people that are completely mentally ill, that are trying to create the rules for social engagement, that have totally fucked up discourse everywhere. Because I don't think it's a problem to talk about politics with a person in public. I don't think it's a big deal at all. You just have a conversation, listen to what they're saying, they can listen to what you're saying, you can disagree or agree, and that's it. It's not that big of a deal. But for other people, they don't see it that way. And the reason why, it's because, like, they believe so strongly in these issues. It's that this issue means everything to them. And the reason why they're on the internet is because they've alienated everybody else in their real life by their intense fixation on this issue in a lot of cases.
No good.
That's why they're on the internet to begin with.
From dragging your politics and your activism or whatever into a social setting with a bunch of people that are really just trying to chill out, It, I think, like, pollutes the sense of community that you feel in public with people when that kind of shit gets brought in. So I grew up with that mentality that you just, you check that shit at the door, and then you just enjoy your time with other people.
I think that it's fine to talk about it, but the problem is that when people think that other people have to have the same opinions that they do, and they get emotionally attached to that, that's when it becomes extremely toxic.
Seeing that line being erased, it feels like, more and more in real life.
It's being completely erased, and it's being done on purpose. You see it all the time where people say things like, everything is political now, everything is political. Everything is clearly not political. And, like, using different, using, like, some sort of, like, I don't know, like, some sort of media as, like, a soapbox for your, like, fringe political issue, like, this isn't normal. This isn't normal. People don't like to deal with this. If you're a Nazi supporter, you shouldn't be given a space to exist. Well, there's a lot of countries that agree with you for that. But in America, you can be a Nazi supporter and you can live and exist. That's freedom of speech. It's the First Amendment of the Constitution. So everybody can be stupid, and that's it. Like, just because, and this is like a Nazi, like, what do you mean by a Nazi? Like, do you mean somebody who doesn't like illegal immigration? Like, it's just all of these words and like all of this language. Like, you don't really believe this. Like, you're not actually willing to. This is the other issue that a lot of people have, is that they shouldn't be given a space to exist. Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to like go and kick them out? Are you going to like beat them up? Of course you're not. You're just going to hope somebody else does it. It's obnoxious. It's so obnoxious.
And I see like this stuff coming up, and it's like these battle lines are starting to get drawn in real life. It's not just like brain rot on the internet anymore. It's affecting opportunities. I have people that won't work with me as a YouTuber or a streamer because of opinions that I have about Dragon Age the Veilguard. You know, because of a tweet I liked. About some bullshit with The Last of Us Part 2 or something. And I have people that genuinely are just like, it happens every time I put out a video.
Well, this is the problem with a lot of content creators, is that a lot of content creators are really afraid of getting canceled or losing their audience. So what they end up doing is they end up pretending to be a person that they're not in order to hopefully not lose that audience of people. That's what happens a lot. And so that's why you see like streamers that don't ban abusive people in chat. It's because they're worried about losing the viewer. And so like basically these people care more about like their public image, and like this is your job, right? If it's your job, you should do whatever you think is best for your career. But at the same time, like if you do that and you continue being like a version of yourself that doesn't really exist, I think that you do run into a lot of problems. It's self-censorship? Yeah, exactly.
On Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I'm sorry for like being so like emotional or whatever about this.
It's weird.
I've been feeling this way for a long time, and I've wanted
and I even had, so like my opinions on Dragon Age the Veilguard, like the game, as I said, I enjoyed it more than I expected that I would, and I intend to continue playing the game off stream. I don't think it's a great game. I think it's like a 6 out of 10. But I think that a lot of people expected me to completely shit on it like I did with Star Wars Outlaws, and I just didn't do that. And it actually got a lot of people angry at me, and they were mad that like they were like, oh, Asmon's gone woke now, like he doesn't want to offend woke people because he's not, you know, shitting on this game as much as we think he should. I read a lot of comments like that about me. Now obviously like everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I don't delete any of those comments. Like if you want to post something like that, go ahead. But I don't really give a shit. But at the same time, it's kind of weird and annoying to read, for sure.
About it for a long time, and I don't have a
that's
script,
just how it is.
So if I bounce all over the place, I'm sorry, but I'm just so frustrated that we can't just talk about our video games. Every time I put out a video on Dragon Age the Veilguard, I have to deal with this. You know, I'm either not mean enough to the game or I'm not nice enough to the game. It's like,
yeah, it's a culture war. It has nothing to do with the game at all. They don't care. Like nobody cares about the game. People don't care about like, is this game good or not? It has nothing to do with it. It's like, does this game cause me to gain ground or lose ground culturally? That's the only focus.
It's like the Super Bowl. It's like sports. It's like a competition, and it's two teams. Pick your side. Are you red or are you blue? Put your jersey on, and then you go to war, and all the new...
I really like the fact that, like, this guy... I mean, so this dude only has 500 subscribers. So the odds are, like, this is just your typical everyday guy who just makes YouTube videos for fun, right? It's not like this probably isn't, like, his career or anything like that. Might not be able to make enough money to do that. And he just does this for fun. And I'm so glad to hear this, because this is, I think, what an average Joe thinks. This is the way an average person looks at it. Yeah, he's so spot on. Yeah. And I think that what's good about it is that it's so authentic.
And all of like the real conversation that could lead to some sort of resolution gets thrown out the window. And then anybody who tries to bring the gray back into the spectrum of the conversation gets called a cuck or gets called a fence sitter or whatever. It's just never...
I wonder who that's happened to. Who could that have ever possibly happened to?
enough. You're either never left enough or you're never right enough, you know? If I say something negative about Dragon Age the Veilguard, even if I'm criticizing a game mechanic, somehow I'm like an alt-right grifter that hates.
As I've said before, we are in the midst of a profound mental health crisis in America. You might not realize it, but hopefully after enough of these videos and after enough time on social media, you'll realize that it's worse than you could ever imagine. It's bad.
LGBT, whatever. Yeah. And then if I praise the game, if I say I see some stuff I really like, maybe it could be good. Like maybe it could overcome some of the things I don't like. Maybe I could end up liking this game. Well, then all of a sudden I'm part of the problem. Yeah. And I'm supporting the toxic activism in the community that's subverting the quality of the product that we're paying money for.
And I think that like really the focus about this is that if you take this a step back and you think about what is he really complaining about, he's complaining about this same thing that I've talked about how people are no longer encouraged and they're actually in fact actively discouraged to critically think about situations. Because if you critically think about situations, you end up in the middle of the road in a lot of cases. Or you don't have the same viewpoint that like whatever dogmatic group that you are a part of generally wants you to have. And so what happens is that somebody like this, he tries to critically think about the game and come to his own conclusions. And then his own conclusions are not sufficient for people that are radicalized. And because people that are radicalized are so loud, they basically dominate discourse. And what ends up happening is that every time that somebody wants to do that and they come up with their own opinion and then they get hate for it, do you know what that does? That tells them, stop thinking for yourself. And that is the fundamental problem that I think is pervasive through gaming. I think it's pervasive through all social issues. It's pervasive through politics. It's pervasive through science. It's pervasive through everything. And that has been the actual core problem. It's that people don't want to live with their mind in a cage. And modern social media and like just modern discourse requires you to have your mind in a cage.
It's just, I just feel like when I know that I'm not grifting and I know that I am only making this video or doing this reaction or talking about.
Most of the people that grift is one of the words that if I ever see this word, I assume that the person who's making the post is a retard. What does grifting mean? How is somebody a grifter? How do you define that they're a grifter? It's become one of those words that's used on people that are saying things that you disagree with. That's it. It's just the new word for basically Lion Ted. It's the new buzzword.
Dragon Age because I genuinely care about it, and all I want to do is just have a discussion about it. The good, the bad, the things I like, the things I don't like, and then have conversations. That's what I miss about YouTube, man. Maybe I'm wrong, you know, because I wasn't really heavy on YouTube until about like 8 years ago. But I feel like there was a time when somebody would post a video and it would like provoke conversation. And then when you would go into the comments, you would see people having conversations about the topic and it would be interesting to read. And now
I think that it's gone down and it's gotten worse, but the truth is that this has always been a problem on the internet, and now I think there's more of a microscope being put on it, but it's been an issue for quite a while.
It's fucking gone. We're losing it. And I feel like that was a really important part of YouTube, and I feel like we're fucking losing it. When I see Luke Stevens or Asmongold or anybody post a video about, you know, a video game, anything, the least controversial topic, it doesn't matter. You go down there and it's just the comments are just bots, and then like just the most toxic. It's Twitter now. The YouTube comments are looking more and more like Twitter. It's OnlyFans promotion and bots, and then just the most toxic, brain dead fucking people. And then the worst opinions a lot of the time, not all the time. Maybe
well, think about it like this. Which opinion is the most accessible? It's the dumbest opinion, right? Because that's the one that most people can understand. So what happens is that the dumbest opinions are the ones that get pushed the most, because those are the opinions that everybody can understand. Lowest common denominator.
Really focusing on the negative, but a lot of the time it's like the most brain dead ass comments get liked or upvoted or whatever the most, and it just makes me feel fucking insane. Now that's probably because normal people they don't really comment that much on YouTube videos. They might like
most of the people that are commenting on YouTube videos. Actually, I think YouTube comments can be okay, but some of them definitely, like especially like these serial commenters that are like writing big long posts, like these are people who have gone hollow. These are the lost souls in the undead asylum at the beginning of Dark Souls 1.
They might give it a like or a dislike, they move on, and then as a creator I get the analytics, I see the retention, and then I can get an idea of what like actual people think. But I don't know, man. I'm frustrated with how hard it is to just have simple conversations. Like everything is so controversial, even if it's not, even if it's objectively not controversial. You know, like if you have a character, like I think there's a line in the new Dragon Age: The Veilguard where the Kunari character is saying like, you know what, I don't want to be called she anymore, I'm a they now or whatever. And it's just, it feels so fucking out of place. Now I haven't played the game yet. I
played the game. It's out of place. It's just somebody on the writing team that is basically, they wish they could say this to their dad, but they're not on speaking terms with their dad, so they decided to write it into their video game instead.
Planning to play the game. I want to see how good or bad it really is. After covering it, I feel like I got to get my hands on it, and I got to make up my own mind. That's what I want. Now, I've shared my impressions. I'm not holding back or pulling punches with how I feel about what I'm seeing, but I am willing to play the game and then really know. You know what I'm saying?
I saw this on Twitter that people were criticizing me for playing the game after criticizing the game, and I thought that was really interesting because, so at this point, I'm wrong for not liking the game, and I'm also wrong for trying to inform myself about the game. So the only way that I can be right is if I agree with you. Okay. So
but when I see lines of dialogue, and I'm sure you've seen if you follow Dragon Age: The Veilguard, I'm sure, because there's been like a million fucking videos on it in the past 24 hours. I'm sure you've seen the clip I'm talking about, and I'm looking at it as a fan of the franchise and as a gamer, and I'm looking at it and I'm just like, this fucking does not belong. Like, what is this writing? This is like some weird self-insert shit.
Yeah, it is.
To me, that's what it looks like. I could be wrong, not having the full context. I'm gonna try and go and get it if I can get.
I think that if you look at, for example, like we just looked at earlier, there was like that golem that was in like one of the earlier Dragon Age games. That golem sounds like a dude and is effectively asexual. So I actually think that if you look at RPGs and fantasy novels and fantasy writing, that it's actually incorporated a lot of like kind of interesting and you know, like fringe social issues in ways that are respectful. But do you want to know why I think that people don't know that like that happens? It's because their media literacy is so low and their capacity for critical thought is so low that the only way that they can perceive a person who has like a you know, like a non-conforming like sexuality is if it's immediately spelled out for them and it's defined in plain text because they can't understand metaphors and nuance. Because if you look back and like you look at a lot of old like fantasy shows and fantasy stuff, there's tons of things like that, but it's told in a way that's not patronizing. And repeated 3 times, yeah.
Through the game, I'm gonna go get it. But just where I'm sitting right now, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this shit does not belong in the game. Why is it here? Like what? Like the reason why. And then of course, when I point that out, you know, I'm a bigot.
Well, and this is one thing that I think is also like really kind of weird, is that I've always thought that gaming is actually one of the most multicultural, like racial groups of people ever. Like if you want to see a really, really diverse group of people, go to your local Smash tournament. Go over there. Like you want to see a really diverse group of people, go to your local Street Fighter 6 tournament. You're going to see all kinds of people. Go to your next speedrunning tournament. They act like it's not. So like this entire premise that like gaming is a hotbed for like extremism or bigotry or whatever, it's not really true, and it's never been true. Yeah, there's going to be bad actors everywhere, of course. But if you look at it at a macro level, I actually think that gaming has been probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest way that people are de-radicalized. And what I mean by that is that, you know, we always see people that are radicalized on the internet. And you see people that are gamers on the internet like that, sure. But what you don't see are guys that join a Call of Duty clan with a black guy and they're raised in the South and their parents are racist. And then they meet this guy and they're friends and then this person's no longer a racist. That happens 100 times more often than somebody like being an actual racist on the internet and like learning to be racist from like Call of Duty. And it's again about the optics of an argument. It's about what sounds good, because it doesn't sound good to say that a lot of the people that are saying slurs on the internet aren't actually racist. They're just doing it for shock value. But the truth is that that's actually the reason why they're doing it. These people are a lot of times not racist. They don't actually care about like homophobia or anything like that. They're just calling you the homophobic F word because that's the word that they use for each other, right? But like they probably have friends that are gay. Maybe they're gay themselves. One of my raid leader's favorite words to use was the homophobic F word. He married a dude. So I think that what happens is that the fixation on optics and the fixation on virtue signaling has created a very, very dark reflection of what gaming actually is. And if you want to see what gaming actually is, go and look at BlizzCon photos of guild meetups. If you want to see what gaming actually is, go to your local Smash Brothers tournament. That's what gaming actually is. Not some weird story that was written about some racist kid on Call of Duty. It's not real. Falls under the current problem of toxic positivity. Yeah, gaming, I think, has actually been probably one of the most, like, I would say, like, multicultural, like, multiracial, multisexual, like, not multisexual, kind of, right? But, like I remember, like, in 2000, and, like, I guess this is, like, it was 2011, like, I was in my friend's guild, and, like, there was a trans person in the guild, and nobody had a problem with it because they were all friends with this person, and they would make jokes about it occasionally, right? Same as you do with anybody. But, like, for the most part, it's like, now you're having an interaction with a person who's trans, and this person is not a male or a female, they're a rogue. They're a mage. And this person, like, you know this person on a level that transcends their sexuality. And I think that that focus allows people to, and also like the internet in general, allows people to ask questions like, you know, how many of you guys have ever asked a question to a person who's part of a group that like you would not want to ask in real life, right? It's like, since I'm on the internet, I can ask this because you kind of feel safe about it. I think that is so healthy. That is extremely healthy. What? Why are you gay? Yeah, exactly.
Or I'm one of them, and all these other weird ass fucking comments that I read. The reason why stuff like this has become such a talking point, you know, you saw it around Concord. You saw it around, what was that game, Dustborn. Sure. You see it around Dragon Age the Veilguard, with like social activism and stuff like that being put in the game. A lot of like, you know, gay and trans issues and, you know, minority issues, or whatever term, right, is put in the game, and it becomes kind of a focus in the game.
Which again, none of these are the actual problem. Bad writing and patronizing is the problem. Trans issues, social issues, gender issues, race issues, none of these are actual problems that people have an issue with in gaming. The only thing that people actually have an issue with is bad writing and patronizing behavior.
The reason why it's such a talking point for people like me, and I think a lot of people, is because more often than not, it seems like when these themes are put into games and explored in games, it comes at the expense of the quality of the game that I'm paying my fucking hard-earned money for. That's the only reason. Like,
I don't think that's true. But what I do think is true is that games that will prioritize using the game to be a soapbox for a social issue, and the way that it's communicated is very heavy-handed and very just on the nose and preachy, I think that those games will have a higher ratio of, because like fundamentally, like if you're trying to use a game to do that, you probably don't care a lot about the game. You don't care about the integrity of the game. You don't care about the integrity of the art. You only want to use this art as a vehicle to talk about your agenda. So the people that on average are going to do that are probably also going to be people that are not going to put as much effort, time, or thought into how to make their stories good or how to make their gameplay good. That's why a lot of these woke games are bad. It's because woke is not making the game bad, but the fact that you want to enforce like kind of these types of like social issues into the game in a heavy-handed way implies that you don't actually care about the product that you're making.
It's only because it seems like there's a direct relation between developers that choose to focus on this and then
and he's saying the same thing, but like all I'm saying is that there's like, he's saying A equals B, I'm saying A equals C, and this B is in the middle. Like his conclusion is accurate, but I'm trying to contextualize it around the reason why I think it's actually happening.
Shitty
Hopefully
quality,
that makes sense.
Bad writing, like unintuitive mechanics. It's just like, if you want to explore sexuality and mature themes and, you know, political this and social that, if you want to explore those themes in your game, I don't have a problem with that. If you want to have a gay character, you can have the whole cast fucking gay, bro. I don't give a shit. I will still play the game if it's good. If it's good, all I worry about.
And the best evidence of that, by the way, is like, I mean, obviously you can use Baldur's Gate 3, but like Apex Legends, the game was massive and like it had like crazy diversity.
Is the quality. That's all I care about. And when I see this stuff in games, I wonder to myself, because I've seen it, there's been so many examples back to back to back to back to back for multiple years now. When I see it, I wonder to myself, did you focus on this so much that you neglected the things that really matter about making the game good? And when you
yes, that's the problem. And also another problem is that, so this is a meta level issue. It's basically, so we've talked a lot about like DEI funds and like BlackRock giving money to people for DEI. I think that in a lot of ways, this is kind of a, you know, kind of like a boogeyman, But at the same time, I think there's an element of it that's true. And I think that games that cannot earn money based off of the merit of the gameplay or the quality of the game, instead try to find merit through the representation in the game or the effective DEI in the game. So what that does is it creates a confirmation bias that video games that are bad are getting funding that are DEI. Because those video games that are getting funding for DEI would not have been able to get funding any other way. Do you see kind of how that happens? It's like effectively like a selection bias.
You put these themes, these mature themes, they're complex themes. These are complex topics, and you're putting them in your game. If you're going to do that, it has to be done with a certain degree of like reverence for the topic, respect for the topic that you're exploring, a certain amount of
emotional maturity,
talent. I think you have to have real talent to write about these themes and insert these themes into your game and do it well and do it in a respectful way that doesn't like negatively affect the game. And that like one of the biggest issues that I have about it is that it feels like the people that insert this into the game, they assume we're fucking stupid. And they feel like when they write these characters and when they put this in games and trailers and stuff,
Dragon Age is probably the game, as I said, the way that I know the Dragon Age devs think that you're stupid is the fact that I can figure out the puzzles. There's like a square block and a square hole, and one person is like, Rook, I believe you have to put the square block in the square hole. And then the other companion is like, it seems interesting that the block over there is in the same shape as the hole in this. And then there's the quest objective, put the square block in the square hole. And then there's an indicator on your map and it says square block. And then as soon as you click it, then there's an indicator on the square hole, and then you put it in a square hole. And then it finally happens and it's like, Rook, you're so smart. Oh my God, this is why you're our leader. Let's go. It's so sad.
You have to get up on a soapbox and like talk down to you like trans people should be treated with respect.
Yeah.
Like they have to fucking scream it in your face because you're too stupid to understand it otherwise. It's not subtle at all. They make no attempt a lot of times to actually...
They don't respect the intelligence of the person who's playing the game. And I think it's represented in the way that the stories are told. And I think that it's also represented in the way that they represent representation. It's a weird way to say it, but the way that they express representation.
Fit it into the game.
This guy's so based. Yeah, I think he is.
In a way that
he's been right about everything.
Is cohesive and is like good. Like it's like genuinely good. Like Parvati. You look at her in the Outer Worlds.
I didn't play that.
And she was done so well. I think she was an asexual character. She's like one of your party members, and she develops kind of a crush on another girl or whatever, and you're trying to wingman for her. You're giving her advice on how to talk to this other girl that she has a crush on, and you're giving her advice on like how to deal with like her, being asexual and stuff. And it's just written so well, and she's such a likable character, and she brings more to the table than just like her sexual identity. She's a fleshed out character that's likable and you're rooting for her. And when the romance works,
that's also another big issue, is that I think in a lot of cases they take these characters that have like a kind of protected identity, like for example being trans or non-binary, and they make these characters be effectively good at everything and smarter than everyone, and they create like these Mary Sue versions of the character because they don't want to have a character that is part of like one of these protected groups that ends up looking bad or doing something that's seen as bad. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, they're like cardboard characters. Yeah, and I think that again goes into what I was saying before. It's not about the character, it's about the way it's written. They're so annoying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, flawless and bland.
Player, I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So it's like, I don't mind any
of like there's never going to be a discussion that's had between different NPCs in the game where this character is wrong.
This stuff like DEI and, the main character's black or gay or what. I don't give a shit, or a woman. I don't care. I don't care. I was upset about Ghost of Yotai, and then I had to deal with some backlash over that. But it was only because I wasn't ready to say goodbye to Jin. I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna like fuck, you know, like I'm.
Yeah, like I remember I like playing guy characters in games, and like I'm a guy, I can relate better to guys. I want to play a guy character. If I can, I'll still probably play the game, but I just wish I could play as a guy. And like if there's a girl that says, yeah, imagine how I felt about Wukong, I'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I get it. Sure.
It just hit me out of nowhere. I thought there was going to be another like story with Jin Sakai, and then we got a new character. It didn't matter that the new character was a woman. It just wasn't Jin, and I was like, oh fuck, like I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I loved Ghost of Tsushima so much. Like I have such a genuine like love for that game. I just think they did so many things so well in it, and the story was brilliant. And it's like fuck, you know. But I'm fine with the new game, and I'm excited to play it. But then immediately, the conversation is no longer about how good Ghost of Tsushima was. The conversation is not about how likable and well-written Jin Sakai was, or, you know, curiosities about what this new story is going to be and who this new character is. I'm not seeing any of like this genuine, like really good, interesting conversation that I can interact with on social media.
Yeah, there's never going to be that.
It's just immediately like bigotry, sexism, gamer chuds, and incels mad that they're not getting another male protagonist. It's just the same grifting bullshit, and I'm just so fucking tired of it. And it
is exhausting. It is so fucking exhausting to see stuff like this happen. And I think that really the reason why is because arguing about like the gender of a character is a lot more accessible to an average person than arguing about like, let's say whether the game was good or not, or like whether this story will be more interesting or not. It's kind of what I was saying before about how like all conversations devolve into the lowest common denominator. I think this is a good example of it right now.
Becomes so difficult for me because the fucking algorithms reward it so much. Like I know if I went like harder, if I leaned into it more with like titles and thumbnails, and I know that if I went, if I chose like a harder angle from the left or a harder angle from the right when I discuss these topics, I will be rewarded with.
This is also really true. And like the phrase for this that a lot of people use that I think is extremely accurate is audience capture. And I think what happens is that some people play into a certain like viewpoint a lot. And then in playing into that viewpoint, they end up attracting an audience of people that is radicalized in the direction of that viewpoint. And then they feel like they can't express viewpoints outside of that. And like for me, for example, like I've had that happen a lot where I've kind of like, because I talk a lot about this stuff and I'm generally pretty critical of it. So when I talk about like a social issue, like let's say abortion or whatever, like you, well, I feel like I basically do the bull in the china shop like act. Like I have no problem making people really mad because I don't share some viewpoint for like a story, or like I don't share some viewpoint about something being DEI. Like a good example is that when the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff came out, like obviously like, yeah, Sweet Baby's stupid. Like the people that are running it are stupid. Yeah, 100%. But like, I didn't really spend a lot of time harping about how bad this company was because I thought they were being used as a scapegoat. And a lot of people got mad at me for that because they said, oh, you're just running defense for them. It's like actually the opposite. 9-month abortion was a crazy take that many here do not agree with. I don't know if you were joking or real about it. Oh, I was real about it. I don't want to get into like a conversation about like social stuff, but what I'm saying is that like my viewpoints on things are not one-dimensional, right? And I think that what happens is that a lot of, and like I'm extremely lucky in a lot of ways that I have so many people that watch me and so many people that are interested in like looking at my content that it literally doesn't matter what I say or what I do because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to agree with it, right? Yeah, no, a terrible take. No, that's fine. People want to disagree with it. Maybe we can talk about it after the video. But what I'm really trying to get at here is that a lot of people would be afraid to say what I say because they're worried about like alienating that group of people that they feel like is their core audience. And that is an extremely dangerous place to be in because now you are no longer in control. The audience is in control.
like views and subs, and I want that.
Yeah,
I want that. I've been making content for 4 years. I'm only at 8,000 subs. Like I on my streaming channel. Oh, this is a new channel that I just started, so it's it's still a baby channel at like 500 subs.
Yeah.
But I would like growth. I would like views. I would just like the opportunity for my video to be seen, and then people can reject it or accept it, like it, dislike it. I just want to be out there and a part of the conversation, but I don't want to have to do that to get there. But these algorithms reward it, and I feel
they
like
do, because the more angry and upset you are, I think that the more people are going to like tune in and watch. But I actually don't think that's entirely true, and I think that there is a degree of fatigue that people are being afflicted by now, where things have become so partisan, so emotional, and so extreme that people want to like, and this has been, you guys might have noticed me doing this, right? And you guys can tell me, like, do you think that this has been, like, have I succeeded in this so far? I have really tried to dial down extreme rhetoric. I have tried to dial down like emotional arguments, like people like getting really mad about this stuff, having like one-dimensional viewpoints, and I've really tried to talk about things in a way that's more authentic and in a way that's more respectful. I've actually genuinely, like, whenever I put out that apology video and everything, it wasn't about like me saying something that was like politically incorrect or like wrong, really. It was about the entire content of my channel becoming one-dimensional and becoming mean-spirited and I think bad. Like, and that was just simply one manifestation of it. And so what I've tried to do and come back from is I've tried to focus a lot more on making content that's like more productive, more funny, more uplifting, more enjoyable to watch at the end of the day, right? And that's what matters a lot. And so good on you, right? Path change time. Well, it's just like a little bit of a like, okay, you're going this way. All right, let's go this way instead, right? Like change things a little bit. That way you don't end up, fucking 5 miles down the road in a completely different country, So yeah, do you think that feeling lighter now with the changes? Yeah, I feel like the stream has done really well. And also like, I mean, like I hit 3 million subscribers recently. Like I'm pretty sure like a lot of the videos are getting over 1 million views. Like it's working. It seems like it's working really well. So yeah, I'm going to keep doing it.
Honestly, to a degree, we reward it. And I do think that there's a certain amount of like self-reflection we have to do. This grit has to fucking go. Like I don't know if it's even possible to get rid of it, but we have to stop rewarding grifting so much, giving grifters so much fucking attention.
I think what we need to do is we need to talk about actual issues and less about people. The big problem that I think happens is that all of the conversations that happen online are about a person and not about an idea. So, like, I think a good example of this is like Mark Kern. So Mark Kern, a lot of people really like him and a lot of people really hate him. And whenever he posts something and people reference it or talk about what he says, there's all of this noise about like the fact that Mark Kern said this. It's not about whether it was accurate or not. It's about who's saying it. And I think that he sucks. Well, no, all I'm saying is that you should look at what's being said, not who's saying it. And I think that this again goes back to like what I was saying about how critical thinking is dead, because it's a lot easier to say bad person bad than bad idea bad. He scammed people with his game. Well, I'm not defending or attacking Mark Kern. It has nothing to do with Mark Kern. That's the point, right? Is like people are incapable of separating an idea from the messenger. And I think that's the fundamental issue, and that's why discourse has gotten so bad.
Like, I can't tell you how many times
yeah,
I
exactly.
have seen somebody put out an inflammatory video, just exploiting a topic, like the female protagonist with Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotai, or the stuff with Concord. Like you can tell. I don't know how easily it is. I don't know how easy it is for other people to tell, but when I look at it, I can tell who's trying to have a genuine conversation about what's going on with the game, why this works, why this doesn't, like the mistakes that were made, maybe how it could be rectified. I can tell the difference between that and somebody that's, you know, just going up there and making their video to either shit on it blindly and in an incendiary way, just lobbing insults at people that like the game, lobbing insults.
Oh, this happens a lot with me. Like, a lot of people that are insulting me and like getting mad at me for something, like I'll see this on Reddit comments. I will see like it's basically a screenshot of a thumbnail of a video that I did, and there's no red bar at the bottom of the video. Nobody watched the video. All of the conversation, it's like a 37-minute video. Everybody is talking about how, like, either I'm right about everything or wrong about everything. But nobody even watched it. It's crazy.
Directly at the director. Personal insults at the writer, naming them and shit like this. It's like, you're only making it worse, and you're doing it intentionally for fucking revenue, for ad revenue and growth. And, you know, maybe I just don't understand the game. You know, maybe I'm just not built for this or whatever the fuck, but I am so sick of it. And I just feel like we've got to stop rewarding those.
I think that doing stuff for money isn't a bad thing fundamentally, and I don't really want to get in, like, I don't really like the soapbox. I'm not saying he's doing this, but I don't like the soapbox that some other people get on, and they talk about how bad it is to do things for money. I think it's fine if you want to do something for money, but what you're doing needs to be accurate, and it needs to be to a certain degree like authentic in order for people to respect it.
Motherfuckers, we've got to stop. Like, when we see that behavior, we have to start rejecting grifters and start clicking on videos and supporting creators that are at least trying to have a real fucking conversation.
Exactly.
And I do think that a lot of people feel the same way I do, and a lot of people are starting to express.
I think that's the reason why a lot of my videos are popular. Like, this is like, I don't want to self-glaze a lot, but I think that one of the reasons why a lot of people like watching my videos is because I talk about this stuff without it being completely one-dimensional.
It's the same sentiments. So I just wanted to make this video and tell you how I've been feeling and what I've been going through. And I'm sorry that it's like I'm sorry that I've got like this crazy crackhead energy, and I'm sorry that I'm like bouncing all over the place and rambling. I didn't write down any bullet points or anything. I just felt like I had this elephant sitting on my shoulder, just weighing me down, man, and it's stressing me out. And all I want to do is just talk about games, you know, that I love. And the only reason I give attention to negative things, the only reason I give attention...
Well, you're always going to have, like, in any platform, in any place where a person can stand to make money, you will always have disingenuous behavior or some form of scamming, whether it's clickbaiting, whether it's people selling products that don't actually do what they're advertised to do, whether it's like OnlyFans bot girls. Like, that's just because people just want to make money, right? And it's important to know how to like kind of filter that out.
...to negative things like Concord or fucking
BetterHelp, exactly.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and I'm not perfect. I know that there's definitely been videos I've made where I leaned into grifting, and then I would watch my video back later. I'd revisit it, or I'd read the comments, and I would think to myself, like, damn, I wish I would have worded that differently. Like, I feel like I hurt my own video
smart.
by going so hard on that one particular topic. Or
I do that too. Like, and I've tried to, like, because really, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. But what's really important is being able to catch yourself when you're doing it, and then stop yourself from doing it, and stop yourself from putting yourself in that position in the first place. Because that's the real issue. What does grifting mean? Basically, what a lot of people refer to it as is people that are just putting out content for money, and they're doing it in a cynical way that is not what they actually believe. They're just doing it to make as much money as possible. That's basically what it's referred to as.
A little bit more nuance or whatever. Like, there's definitely things that I need to do as a creator to improve, and I'm working on that, right? But there's just a difference between creators that are going through that process and trying to grow and get better, and creators that are just out here pouring gas on fire because it makes them money, and I'm fucking sick of it.
Well, I mean, we've always had tabloids, right? I mean, there's always going to be tabloids. It's not really a bad thing. It's just that you shouldn't use these as a primary source.
The reason I even give any attention to like the negative stuff is because it's genuinely affecting our products. It's affecting IPs that we love. It's affecting the quality of our games. So it does have to be called out. It should be discussed. I'm not trying to discourage that, but I just think there's a line, you know, and maybe it's like a razor's edge, you know, maybe it's really hard to walk that line. I think for me it has been.
Everybody is. It is actually very, very hard to walk the line, because people, when they hear something they disagree with, will assume that you're on the other side of their line. That's the reason why.
But we just got to do better, and we got to reward people that do better, and we got to stop rewarding people that are making no effort to have a nuanced conversation about this stuff, because they're winning and I think that we're all losing. And it sucks. But if you enjoyed this conversation, I hope you'll leave a comment. I hope that you'll consider subscribing. I stream on Rex Sterling Live on YouTube and Rex Sterling on Twitch, and I post my videos here on Rex Sterling TV. I hope I'll see you again. And thank you for listening.
That was a really good video. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sitting down.
I really didn't expect to sit through and watch the entire thing. Usually it's kind of like a longer topic. Thank you for watching. Oh, he's in chat. There he is. Rex Sterling in chat. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think this is great. Guy's only got well, now he has 659. He had like 500 and something subscribers. I'll link the video, guys. Give him a like, give him a sub if you like the video. I think this is extremely fucking accurate. Pretty much everything this guy was saying was on point. They pushed too far, and enough is enough. Yeah. Well, and I think this is the other issue, is that when you feel like you're in a circus, the only way to behave is like a clown. And so people basically feel like they've been pushed a lot, and they've been pushed in a certain direction. So what they do is that they have an equal and opposite overreaction. So like in the same way that there's an overreaction for, what do you call it? In the same way that there's an overreaction for, let's say, you know, like adding in like trans like ideology into a game, there's like an overreaction to that overreaction. And I think that's kind of how it happens, where it's like a mutual escalation, I guess.
How I binge hours on Twitch without a single ad. Meet Pi, the ad blocker that actually works on Twitch, aka every user's dream. I can watch my favorite streamers without being bombarded with ads every few minutes. It's seriously been a game changer. Plus, you can use Pi to block ads on Amazon, Google, and YouTube. Like, look at this. It works so seamlessly. And the best part, Pi will actually pay you to see ads. It's your choice. Either block ads forever or get paid to see them. Trust me, everyone is going to be using Pi. Don't.
If trying something new opened up a whole new world of possibilities, would you embrace it? If a small change could make a big difference, would you say yes? If it meant more energy when you need it, or starting your day on the right foot. If a choice is all it is, then today, say yes to doing better, to feeling better, to being better. With Rise Mushroom Coffee's creamy and delicious blend of 6 functional mushrooms, every cup can help improve digestion with long-lasting energy and immunity support. A better routine starts here.
Somebody has made a 40-minute video about me. How about that? 40 minutes. The Asmongold rabbit hole. Uh-oh. Let's get it.
Something that's always chewing away in the back of my head, nibbling away, gnawing away like a worm in Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s brain, is the fact that possibly one of the largest streamers on any platform has one of the craziest pasts and potentially the poorest health a human being can imagine. We're not talking about Dr. Disrespect, we're not talking about XQC, not fucking Airsoft Fatty. Okay, we're not talking about any of these guys. Ludwig, nope. Today, we're talking about Asmongold, the hero of today's story. AKA, we're doing a deep dive into the legend of Asmongold, a man of mythical status, of legend in my own mind. I'm a fan. I don't like the politics shit. I don't like any of the politics stuff, and that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Asmongold.
Yeah, it's the LeBron of WoW, apparently. And looks like the guy might have shit himself over that. And it's like, think about the game, the narrative that creates, right?
And exactly what makes him so mythical, and what people are always talking. A lot of people hate this man.
They sure
and you
do.
yourself probably have seen him. Maybe you don't have an opinion formed on him already, but you've
I don't know about that. I think most of the people have an opinion.
Seen him in his coverage of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. He made like 3,000 videos. Actually, I think it was close to 87, which is a lot.
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish.
I bet they are.
Defendant's exhibit.
This was crazy. Objection. All right. Cut the tape, guys. Cut the tape. Does the job well? Yep. Yeah, we milked the shit out of this. Did I win yet, guys?
The dude's been pretty mad relevant for a while now, and he just loves posting so many videos. Long.
Look at how many videos there are. Just 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 2 days 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 ago, 3 days ago, 3 days. Bro, like, there's a lot of fucking videos. Yep.
Did stream clips where he's
and keep in mind, this is only one channel.
Loves yapping.
If you laugh at a joke from a guy that's gay, you are gay. It doesn't make you gay. You are gay. That's not true. You're gay. So if somebody says something funny and you say that's funny, now you're gay. But you find out later that they're gay, you're gay. You didn't just become gay.
If there was a Hollywood Walk of Fame for Twitch streamers, Asmongold would be one of the first to receive his monument. Also, because he's been doing this for a long time. By the way, he has legitimately posted 80.
Yep, I've been streaming since 2016. That's right. Making videos since 2014.
7 videos in regard to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, which is very awesome.
Oh, we farmed
or at least that's according to a playlist that claims to be complete. Streamers in general blow my mind, but it blows my mind specifically that this guy has committed so much time and energy towards reacting to a trial in which 2 people detail some of the worst moments of their life.
It was funny. And people loved watching it. Oh, there were so many viewers. Look, we got over 100,000 viewers every day watching this shit. Of course I fucking watch. Absolutely. Yes.
Very big
of
deal.
course. You think I'm above making content out of people's trauma? No, that's the whole reason I'm here. What do you expect?
Back then, and I looked at it on stream. I made a couple videos about it, but like 87 videos. That's like 30 hours of video. That's crazy. Never mind, it's way more than 30 hours.
It was the highlights. Yep.
He's got about 80 hours of footage of him talking about Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. That's legendary.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements?
Did you comply?
Of the APA when rendering the professional opinions?
Oh my God!
You've rendered today.
This is the execute.
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA.
Oh,
that's the first domino for the big legend. 2 whole work weeks of just
Bro, yeah, that's what I did. 100%.
Do you know whether the...
And I do it again. And I'm sure something stupid like this will happen, and I will take advantage of that also.
Records, medical records.
Oh my
That's right.
From your EMT were produced in discovery.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
It's entertaining? It was. Great, and this is progress. This is from the Clips channel.
That's what we gotta sound like, dude. Reaction channels, commentary channels. That's just after a while. You would. Shut up! That's what I usually say whenever my TV's yapping at me. Yeah, dude. 80 hours, 3 full days. No eat, no piss, no fart, no make sweet, sweet love. 33 days just talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Either way. It doesn't matter. Something else cool about it is the fact that very few of these videos have under 500,000 views, which means he could have made millions of dollars off all these videos. The guy...
We got over 250 million views that month on YouTube. Not 250,000, 250 million.
Billion.
Yeah. It's crazy.
He is a legend, and by the way, he spent none of it. He spent none of the money, especially not on like health or cleaning stuff or anything that.
To be fair, this is before I had any money. Like this is in like 2010.
Money on. Lay down. Quit doing that. I'm in a garage. I like watching the ants come in. I like watching the ants come in.
Oh, but now when I do it, it's a problem. So the ants are fine, but the roaches aren't? Who decided that? That sounds like bullshit to me. To be fair, I did have ants too, though.
They're all down there. I'm like kind of like my own personal little Asmongold. Got a little colony down here. I'm in a garage, though. Okay, there's no ants in my house. I've got to say, you know, this whole ant bug thing, I'm bringing this up real early because this shit is mind-boggling. If you don't know anything about Asmongold, you're in for quite a wild ride. You guys remember that clip in TLC with 1,000 Pound Sisters where they put the behind Amy Slayton while she was talking about how dirty her house was and how sad it made her, and there was they climbed up the wall. Remember that?
In the past, on my YouTube channel, a cockroach was in my video, and then the fans and haters seen it, and people were hating on me so much, and I tried so hard not to show them in my videos and stuff, and then y'all see them, and it's just hard.
So she crying about a cockroach? You crying about people making fun of you for a motherfucking cockroach? Damn, you all kinds of fucked up, huh? It's not a big deal, man. It's really not.
How Asmongold is. In real life, not added in post with VFX. This is real life. Who is Asmongold? Or Zach Rohr? However you want to refer to the man, he hasn't always been a React streamer. He hasn't always been the man who he is now and what he's become in recent years. In fact, as of the writing of this video, he's reacting to his subreddit to over 25,000 people right now. That's
how about
cool,
that?
and he does this type of shit every single day. The guy is prolific.
If I die in Elden Ring, it's the game's fault, it's my mouse's fault, it's the computer's fault, it's chat's fault for distracting me, and there are a number of other faults that it is except for mine. So yes, obviously it's not my fault.
25,000, that's a lot. How to get this large ass audience? Well, World of Warcraft. Ever heard of it? Wow.
What's up, y'all? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold.
Oh, the 6.2 Arms Warrior. I remember this.
Before he was a streamer, he made World of Warcraft YouTube videos with his original
sitting, and by the way, this is from 2013. I am sitting in the exact same place that I was then. Ain't shit changed.
Channel uploading his first video in November of 2013, 2 years after my first video. So take the L, Asmon.
Okay, all right. I had a YouTube channel in 2008. I had it before you did. If you had it in 2011 or whatever the fuck, nah, bro. Like I had it in 2000. I was in high school. I had a YouTube channel, bro. Like, what do you mean? This is my second channel. I prestiged.
You gotta start from the bottom to get to the top.
My first video was how to mod Borderlands.
Only
on
13
Xbox
years
360.
ago.
Yours is way worse than mine.
Alright, you guys, I'm going to show you how to mod Borderlands.
Yeah, it's only
today.
13 years ago, guys. Come on.
Pretty easy. A lot easier than modding Fallout New Vegas, I think. A lot safer and have a better chance of doing it, so.
After posting a lot of WoW content, including bangers like my rant about learning real-world skills from playing World of Warcraft, in which he says that if he was an employer and his guild acted in person like they do in game, there's no way he'd hire them.
If I was an
Yeah. Let me ask you guys the simple question. Would you hire somebody in your classic WoW raiding guild?
employer, and I knew how half of
Absolutely
like, the
not.
people that I've raided with and the people that I raid with now actually act when things don't go their way, there would be no fucking way I would want that person in my guild, or not in my guild, working for me. There's no way at all.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. There's also another video titled Elliot Rogers Played WoW.
He did.
If you guys don't know who Elliot Rogers is, he's a murderer.
He did. He was a supreme gentleman. That's what he called himself. And he was an incel murderer. He went out, killed a bunch of people, and in his manifesto, he quoted none other than Garrosh Hellscream. In his manifesto of why killing women is what he needs to do.
Who had a YouTube channel, and yeah,
That's
there's a lot
right.
of content about him. He's I don't even know if you're allowed to put like pictures of him on YouTube anymore. I'm not sure. He's yeah, it's bad. Pretty bad stuff. Between November 5th, 2013 and July 5th, 2014, Asmongold uploaded 198 videos about World of Warcraft. That's a lot. For his 199th video, he uploaded a video titled Streaming, in which he announced that he was going to begin streaming.
I'm going to start streaming.
He also talked about Raccoon.
Yeah, I did that because I was like, this could be fun. And then people gave me a lot of money, and then I was like, I guess I'll do it again. And here we are.
In his house, which is a small piece of a much larger puzzle we will talk about shortly.
Last night I did, let's see, what did I do? Oh, I did ICC.
Yeah.
I talked about raccoons in my house.
Yeah, they were getting in all the time.
How I got them out of my house. And I think I did one other thing, and I don't even remember what that was.
Maybe that was his 199th upload, by the way. I'm not sure the significance of that, assuming no videos are deleted or anything along those lines, which I'm assuming is probably not the case because of the Elliot Rogers video still there. You think you would have deleted something else. Anyways, 2 years ago, he reacted to his stream announcement.
Well, it's not like I was saying Elliot Rogers was right for killing a bunch of people. I mean, he played WoW. He did. And I thought that was interesting. And there were other people that went on shooting rampages that played WoW as well. Anders Breivik also played WoW. I thought it would be funny for me to name my character in WoW off of his character in WoW. Blizzard didn't think that was as funny as I did. I had to change the character's name.
And how it got 250 viewers, which is very impressive for a first stream, for anyone really.
The first stream that I ever did, I got 250 viewers. Like, a lot of people tuned in to watch the stream.
He then reacted to the raccoons in his house by laughing, facepalming a bit, and saying nothing ever changed. And that was 2 years ago, which was 8 years after the announcement.
I talked about
I don't have raccoons in the house anymore. What happened is that so basically my house, there was like, they had to do a house insurance inspection, and when they did that, they said that they won't insure the house anymore unless new siding gets put on the house because there were too many raccoons and holes in it. So I had to get new siding put on the house. And so there are no raccoons allowed in the house right now, as far as I know.
Raccoons in my house and how they got in my house, and then how I got them out of my house. And I think I did one other thing, and I don't even remember what that was. And so
the best thing about this is the fact that, like, nothing ever changed. Yeah. Like, nothing ever, like, it's always been, it's been the same the whole time. To be fair, at this point in the video, I had already changed it, but I think I was just referring to like later on, like like I changed it in like 2017 or 18 or something like that because I had to.
When Asmongold started streaming on the Asmongold Twitch channel, it was of course a lot of WoW content. It's just a thing. He grew the channel to 3.5 million followers while continuing to post YouTube videos on the OG Asmongold channel. It was the heyday, pretty much.
What's up, y'all? It's me. It's your boy,
Oh my
Asmongold.
god.
And today I figured I'd do a little holiday video for everybody.
Just kidding. He's still growing massively. He's not fallen off even a little bit. One thing that's
You're goddamn right.
and I don't know the lore for, and with a 5-minute Google search, I couldn't find the information for. I've also reached out to Asmongold before, and he just ignored me, or just didn't see the DM on Twitter or whatever. Either way, doesn't matter to me. He's got massive, big-time, ultra YouTube internet legend status in my eyes, so kind of cool, whatever. I guess I don't have any idea. I'm sure someone will be like, "Well, actually, dude, he's got on him. That's awesome." That's cool. You got, and you're like 30. You're a legend in my book. I'm having limited respect for you. You're a millionaire. You made $1 million just reacting to this bitch, this shit, and you still got raccoons crawling on you. That's crazy.
I had a cockroach the other day. Remember, I had to catch him. I caught him on the wall. Let's see if there's another one. Let's see if there's another one of these fucking things. There's a moth. But that's about it. Yeah, there's no more right now. Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, you have a road, well, where the car? Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just the way it is.
One thing that's odd is both the original Asmongold YouTube and Twitch channels have been abandoned, which is strange. He stopped posting on his YouTube channel.
I never thought of that. No, you're right. Yeah. I stopped using the original Asmongold Twitch channel and the... Oh, God. Oh, God. That's bad.
After 919 videos, with his last upload being in October of 2018. And he stopped streaming on the Asmongold Twitch back in 2022 and has been since streaming on his second channel, Zachrar, which is not a partnered channel and is therefore not monetized. Pretty cool.
True.
Guy's awesome. What a legend. This channel is massive for not being able to make any money for the streamer nor the platform in which it's hosted on. It probably costs Twitch a shit ton of money that he just streams and is the 7th largest channel on the whole platform.
That's insane, by the way. How the fuck does that happen? The fuck is everybody else doing?
According to Twitch Tracker, which might need to be taken with a grain of salt, he's averaging 26,500 streams and now primarily focusing on just chatting and not World of Warcraft. I assume it takes a lot of bandwidth and they're not making their money back.
No, they're probably pissed about this shit, yeah.
Or does it? I like it. Take the L.
46K? Yeah, I mean, to me, it's whatever, right? I mean, like, a lot of people are going to watch the show. People watch this show because it's entertaining. They like it, and I try to make it entertaining, right? As much as I can. I try to cover stuff that people like seeing, etc. I think that a lot of streamers are boring. I think they're boring, and I'm sure there's a lot of people think I'm boring too, right? And so, like, to each their own. But, like, yeah.
He actually talked about how much money he costs Twitch in a recent video. Apparently, he cost them about $8,000 a stream, and he says he tries to stream every single day, but he subtracts 20 days missed from the year, so
probably something like that.
345 days. That's about $2.8 million he costs Twitch a year.
$2.8 million. I think that they should give me $2.8 million. I think they should just give me that money instead. I think this is a good idea. Why? I just feel like that's the right decision.
Let's go in here. We're going to say that I've streamed for about 8 hours, right?
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to say that we have 9,000 viewers right now. We're going to put the average at about 8,000.
Okay.
If every one of you is watching at 1080p and you have been the whole time, it costs Twitch $4,360 to run this stream. That's how that works. That is why Twitch is losing money. This is the reason. Per year? No, for this stream. That's this stream, not per month. This singular stream at 8 hours of streaming.
Dan must fucking hate me. Yeah.
Kick that guy off. What? And he's dirty? He's got bugs on him? What? To be fair, though.
I think that's what makes a lot of people mad, is that I live like an absolute degenerate animal. I don't really give a fuck about like, oh, wow, you're leaving money on the table. Do you know how much money isn't on the table that I took off of the table? More than fucking enough. It's not a big deal. It's just not. I think that a lot of people, they see me and they see a person who's done everything wrong. Literally everything wrong. I live like an animal. I talk like an asshole. I live at my mom's house. I don't shower. I have raccoons and roaches in the house. I play video games all day. I don't exercise or really work out a whole lot. I exercise semi-regularly, but not a whole lot right now. And, you know, still, people are watching. Yeah. The American dream, I guess so.
The estimate does come from a website that estimates the cost of bandwidth for Twitch, which I love using the website. It's pretty cool. It could be more, it could be less. There is
Let's see where it's at right now. Channel, basic, standard, 1080p, hours streams, 6-7, let's say 7 hours a day. Viewers, 46,000. And then so channel, closest region, average viewer watch duration is about 50. Probably actually about, I would say in between this. So it costs Twitch. So today's stream is costing Twitch $20,000. Oops.
The holidays take a lot of effort. Shop at Safeway.com to save time and make the holidays easier when you order online or in the app.
Uh-oh. Sounds like a lot. It's nothing for Twitch? Yeah, I guess so. Man, that's crazy.
Amazon bought Twitch because they have AWS, and it's like, you know, vertical integration. Classic. Though just over a week ago, Mr. Asmongold himself said on his stream that there's a good chance he'll have to partner the channel that so that Twitch will play ads on it so they can start making
that's very impending. Yeah.
Something.
I might have to partner the channel.
It is what it is. Content that he's just react farming and then uploading it to YouTube and making a bunch of money off of. It's pretty funny.
I know, it's ridiculous.
They're just waiting for him to slip up, I bet. Yeah, man. He's been doing fine off of YouTube, I assume, if he's been doing it right and actually activating the ads. He's also a founder of OTK, one of the biggest creator organizations, One True King, bunch of well-known people in there. Jay Schlatt, S-Fan, Mizkif, etc. He's doing fine, and realistically, whatever amount of money Asmongold has coming in, he doesn't need that much of it.
No.
He's a very simple guy. Most people don't need that much money. He's not flexing Rolexes and shit like XQC.
How are you supposed to close that? Like this?
And in a recent interview, he says that he only utilizes about 1% of his income.
I probably spend less than 1% of what I make. Yeah, that's true. 100%. And I don't really spend any money for any reason unless it's eating food. Unless it's something that's like related to my job.
1%? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, just because you make more money doesn't mean you need to spend more money. I mean, if you get $1,000, doesn't mean you have to spend $1,000. You could just get $1,000 and say, damn, I got $1,000. I mean, fuck. What's complicated about that? What do you spend? I invest all my money. All my money's invested. So you could say I spend all my money. What are you going to do with that money when you die, though? Nothing. You see, this is a weird thing. People might not really understand this. People I just don't really give a shit about it. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. Yeah, it's whatever to me. Like, I'm just living my life, enjoying myself, and that's all that matters.
Frugal. Living within his means. What are you going to do with the other 99%, though?
Nothing.
What are you going to do with that? You ain't going to spend all that, are you? Probably.
Nothing. It's not important. It's not relevant or important. It doesn't really matter. It's just whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't need something to do with it. Like, there doesn't need to be a purpose to what I'm doing. Like, why would I care? It's just, it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't really think about it a lot. Like, my life isn't about money. I mean, money is great. I like making money, but money is like a tool, right? I can use the money, like I invested money to start a business, and then we invested more money to start another business, and then we invested more money to start another business, and then after that, we invested even more money to start even more businesses. And so, yeah, we have done some stuff with the money. We just don't need all of it. Does the percentage not go down, or does that the more you make, or does inflation balance it out? Yeah, I don't know. Please spend money on content stuff. Think about it. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't even think about it or worry about it or care about it hardly at all. You definitely care more about money if you didn't have it so much. Absolutely. You're totally right. Wait, yeah. 100%. Yes.
Not? What the point? Might as well throw it in the trash or something. Or give it to me.
Yeah. The darks. Uh-oh.
In spite of being able to sell out a sports stadium worth of live viewers every single day, there's a dark side to Asmongold, a.k.a. Zach Rohr, a.k.a. Zach, a.k.a. the guy that reacted to and talked about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard for 3 consecutive days straight with no time for poo, pee, fart, shit, piss, drink.
Those were the highlights. It was way more than that.
A lot of people have seen this darker side. They know the meme. They know the mythical status of this man's life, but the average content consumer may not know. And that's what the point of this video today is. I think this shit is so interesting. Genuinely, I do. I do not understand it even one little amount, but I love it. I tell you what.
All right, let's see it.
Zachary has lived in the same house for over 10 years. And under normal circumstances...
Over 30 years. I've lived in it my entire life, minus maybe 6 months when I was a baby. My entire life I have lived in this house.
That's normal. You found the place you love. There's no need to move. You should, maybe if you love the house, you should take care of it. If not for your safety, then at least for your health, which is the only thing human beings actually have. Two things. Their attention, their observation, their ability to rationalize, and their health, their physical health. Mental, acuity, attention, physical health, or whatever. Zach has documented how he does anything but take care of his home and therefore himself as an extension of the things that he lives in and loves. He has documented this over the many years of him making content. Just sort of nonchalant. You see, while
this video was from 2010, by the way.
Rohr might be his second Twitch channel. It's actually the name of his first YouTube channel. He started uploading to the Asmongold YouTube channel 10 years ago, but Zach Rohr saw its first upload 15 years ago, titled The Rat.
That's right.
This is where it gets crazy. The video begins with Zach getting hit in the head with some kind of wooden beam. He heads inside.
Yeah, I used to break things on my head all the time. I had a lot of practice. I built up a tolerance for it.
You see the state of the home that he lives in. There's debris all over the kitchen floor, debris everywhere.
There's a
and
rat.
Smack dab in the middle
I had
of
my
this
mom record
debris
this.
is a rat. It almost feels like an episode.
No, it's one rat. It's one rat. We're not talking about 10 rats. It's one rat. It's not a big deal. Damn.
Of hoarders. You remember that guy Glenn, the guy with 1,000 rats?
I only have one rat, probably 2 or 3. I don't have that many rats. I'm not petting them or anything. They're just there.
What would you ever want a rat for? Don't knock it till you try it.
Zach's video titled "The Rat" is reminiscent to me of the moment in which Glenn from Hoarders began his rat obsession and eventually ended up with 1,000 rats. Zach did not do this.
They're everywhere. They are coming out of the walls, out of the mattresses. He sees them as his children.
Instead, Zach became a very famous and successful Twitch streamer. Similar, reminiscent.
There's actually a big spider. It was like the size of my palm of my hand. It was in the kitchen, and I tried to cut it in half with a knife, and it got away. And I said, you know what? That's natural selection. I'll let him go. He's in the house now. He's still in the house right now. Yeah. He passed. No, if I try to cut one of them in half and they get away, I just let them go.
It's not the same, clearly.
Yeah.
Back to the video. He shakes the box around and then he takes the rat outside and dumps it in the trash can. It looks like it's dead. I think it is. I don't know if he killed it or it was,
we killed it after
maybe
the
it was
video.
dead when he was filming.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure. I have no clue, but it's motionless and it does not look good. I'd say it's not that sanitary of a living condition if there is a alive or dead rat within the walls of your home. A rat!
Oh, shit! A rat!
That's not even a big deal. Like, what are you stressed out for? It's probably fake, but what?
A rat!
Not a mouse. A rat!
It's a motherfucking rat. I'm gonna whoop your ass!
That's not...
Your ass!
Like a medieval rat.
Not a big deal. It's
What's
not
wrong
a
with
big deal.
Stop it. A rat, dude. Have you ever... I've never seen a rat, I don't think, in real life. I mean, I had a pet.
I mean, it's just a rat. I mean, you see him, there he is. Like, I have probably caught in my house more than 10 rats over the years. Yeah, it's been a lot of them, man.
Pet rats. Like you see mice and stuff. But a rat?
It's just
the rat
nature.
video is only scraping the surface, too, which is very cool. 13 years ago, Zach uploaded a video titled Asmongold's Lair, which showcased the...
This was the beginning of the legend right here, of like me being a degenerate. This was it. It was this video right here. This video went super viral on Reddit. Like, I remember I got like so many fucking people messaging me, talking to me about it. It was insane. Humble beginnings. Yep, this is the first one. This is the first time one of my videos got really popular.
Showcase the sorry state.
It was like
he subjects
2011 or
himself
12.
to every single day.
Maybe 13.
With fast food so old he can't remember when it's from.
Yeah.
And a desk and floor completely covered in microplastics.
I don't even remember when I had that.
Yeah, that's Taco Bell. I could tell.
Here's my.
That's oh man, those were the days. Those were the fucking days right there. Holy shit. Damn. Man. Oh, OG Wrath? That's the original Wrath of the Lich King, man. Yep.
Desk. There you go. My character.
I just got that mount.
This is Drake.
Reminds me of that movie Signs, leaving the drinks all around. Dude, I leave some shit around on my desk. Nothing like that, man. I imagine being in Asmon's house is like playing Russian roulette, except with 3 fully loaded.
No, I can hear the soda. That's not true. I can hear which one is the right one. through the carbonation. I just have to listen to the soda, and I know it's the one that I have. I can smell it, and I can tell if there's a difference between like that zero sugar soda and the shit that's not zero sugar. I can hear it, bro. Like,
I can hear it, bro.
yep, I can easily hear this. Absolutely.
It's telling me things.
I've never made a mistake. Actually, maybe like once or twice, but hardly ever.
Revolvers.
My whole life.
And the one that is unloaded is the only drink in the entire house that doesn't have a colony of living things within it. No wonder there was an issue with rodents. Come on! He even uploaded a video about his raccoon magnets. Every time.
Yeah, my mom and I, we printed out these magnets here. And it's like, you know, like those World War II planes where they would put like skull and crossbones for all the people they shot down? Well, we did that for raccoons. And so every raccoon that we would catch, we would print out a new picture and then put a magnet on the refrigerator of that raccoon that we had.
And they would catch a raccoon, they'd put a magnet on their fridge, and, you know, that was 13 years ago. There were 6 of them. I wonder if the tradition still lives on
probably like 10
to this very
total.
day. I assume not. He should sell raccoon magnets, so that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would be.
Now,
That's a good idea.
I concede that it could potentially take a long time for someone to change their ways, or specifically to realize the error in their ways in which they need to then change their ways. And it's cool, we get to look back and see Zach 6 years later. He gave us an update in 2017.
That was bro, that looks really nice. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Hey, how about that? You see that Gatorade bottle right there? I still got it. This is my original webcam stand. Yep.
2017, pretty early into the video. He says it's 8:30 a.m. and he's ready to go to bed.
It's about 8:30 in the morning. I'm getting ready to go to bed. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here because it's in the dark, but you guys can just kind of guess.
Yeah, I stayed up all night.
Which is awesome. So, you know, that
Yeah,
hasn't-
I would stay up all night and then I would wake up. I would go to bed in the morning and then I would wake up early enough to go to Wendy's for breakfast, and then I would come back to my house and I would eat Wendy's on an old sofa mattress that I stole out of not stole, but I got out of a sofa mattress. Like, you know, one of those like sofas that you can like pull it out and it's a bed. Well, I got one of those mattresses I had on the floor, and I would like eat Wendy's chili, and then I would just basically pass out on the sofa mattress, and then I would probably get up and jerk off and then go stream. That was my life every day. That was what I did. Yep.
Changed. Wow. He's this is a man we're looking at. He's prioritizing his video game addiction.
That's right.
Over any kind of human being living. He shows us his desk after showing us a full 30 rack
That's the
of Dr.
mattress.
Pepper on the ground.
There's the mattress right there. An ex-girlfriend made me get rid of this. Now it's out in my backyard, molded over. I still have it. It's just that it's just in the backyard, and there's like destroyed, and there's like animals living in it now. But yeah.
And there are definitely less styrofoam cups, which is good.
Pink sparkles made me get rid of it. I still have not forgiven this. It was wrong. The mattress was amazing.
Still quite a few of them. 30 rack of Dr. Pepper, dude. Huge ups on that. I love Dr. Pepper. I think it is the nectar of the gods. It's delicious. It's nutritious. Just kidding. It's terrible for you. Don't drink it.
No, if it's so bad for you, then this is like you get your fat, sodium, carbohydrates. It has zero. Oh, it has zero protein. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've drinking it a lot. It's good. I mean, like, yeah.
Don't drink it. I don't know if there's more or less in this update video. Maybe his desk is just bigger. Maybe there's more room for all of them on the right side of the L rather than in front of him, and on the
those headphones were such pieces of shit.
Floor around him. And we do
that's just
also
food.
see that he's got the big old thing of Dr. Pepper cans, which means he's using less microplastics, less styrofoam, but still drinking a shit ton of soda, which is cool.
Absolutely.
You know? Got to keep that up. Got to stay hydrated. Still surrounded.
Yeah, that's why.
By old food that's rotting and molding, and it's next to him where he spends
Wendy's chili.
10+ hours of his day, so it's just seeping into his body, his respiratory system, his pores. He just probably smells like old food. So yeah, cool.
I do not. Okay, all right, let's stop right there. I do not smell like old food. I smell great. Everybody knows that. Has there ever been somebody complaining about me smelling bad? Absolutely fucking not. No way. I don't smell bad. That's gross. Fat people smell bad because they're sweating all the time from being fat. For me? No way.
Little cheeky 6-year update. Let's see how he's doing in 2021. 4 years after this, we get a video titled "A Day in the Life of Asmongold." He shows us his breakfast, the most important meal of the day, and he starts off strong with a delicious, nutritious meal of everything a human body needs to function and properly fuel itself through the day. A Reese's genius. A Reese genius.
And I just want to start off first thing of the day here. I want to have my first breakfast, and we're going to get one of these here. There we go. Get ourselves.
Those are the special. If you look at those right there, you'll see that this is actually the special Reese's peanut butter cups that are the holiday edition, which are the better peanut butter cups because of the ratio of chocolate to peanut butter than the actual baseline Reese's peanut butter cups. So every time that one of the holiday events happens, so like there's a number of events, there's the jack-o'-lanterns that happen in Halloween, the trees that happen for Christmas, there's hearts that happen for Valentine's Day, and then I think they do another one every once in a while in the middle of the year too. And the eggs for Easter, right? The eggs for Easter, there's the other one. And so you have all these, and I would buy usually 10 bags of this, and then I would eat them throughout the months in between the holidays. So like if I was buying it at Christmas, I wouldn't need to get as many because like it would only be like 2 months, and then it would be Valentine's Day, and then it would be like 2 months, and then it would be Easter, right? And so but like on Easter I would buy like 20 bags, and then I would just eat all those bags of Reese's peanut butter cups.
Got ourselves a Reese's peanut butter tree.
Maybe there'll be a good meal in the day somewhere. Nope. He goes to Wendy's.
What do you mean? Wendy's is good. What's wrong with Wendy's? How's it not healthy? Like Wendy's, there's chicken, they've got meat, they've got potatoes, potato chips. Are potatoes bad now? Are we gonna pretend like potatoes are bad now? They're delicious.
Later, Jack in the Box.
Fingers crossed, gentlemen. We're over here at Jack in the Box now.
Not to mention, there's a nice 12 hours of seated computer time between those two.
5:31 in the morning.
How is he so thin? How does that work? I guess it's...
How am I skinny? I'll tell you how I'm fucking skinny. You know how? It's because I don't eat a lot of fucking food. That's the reason why. It's not a big fucking secret. You want to be skinny? Stop eating so much fucking food. You're like, oh, I don't know, oh, I'm so fat. Well, because you're fucking eating food all. Stop eating food. What are you doing eating all the fucking food for? Quit it. Quit going to Golden Corral. You don't need to be there. Get the fuck out of there. Do you limit yourself? Sometimes, yeah. Like, I don't go all in on food. I went yesterday to a Korean barbecue place, and I ate a lot of food there. Sure, but like that's rare. I hardly ever do that.
Like he's malnourished, right? Like that's a lot of people say there's some people who are skinny fat.
The people that are skinny, you know who the people that talk about how skinny people are malnourished? You want to know who those people are? It's called fat people. That's right. Yeah. It's fat people trying to cope, trying to come up with, oh no, it's the same as me. No, it's not, you whale. Shut the hell up, fat ass. Talking shit, you damn pig. Fuck you. No, I haven't to fucking see this shit my whole life. I had people that were making fun of me for being skinny in school, and you know what they are now? Diabetes. That's where they are. And that's what you get, because they're eating too much fucking food, being fat. They got problems with their knees and shit, because they're fat. Just how it is. I had to deal with that shit my whole life. People talk about Everybody, you're not supposed to talk about how fat somebody is, but you can talk about how they're skinny is more punching up. And I think the fact that it's called like that, it's okay. It implies that being skinny is better. Now, I'll tell you another thing. I lost all my teeth. I only have 4 teeth left of real teeth. I only have 4 teeth left, guys. And I got a bad feeling it's probably about to be 2 or 3 pretty soon. All my teeth rotted out of my fucking head. That's just the way it is.
They're just not good at metabolizing food compared to like someone who's morbidly obese. And they can eat like the same amount as someone, but the food is so low quality and their body's just so allergic to it. Causes so much inflammation, their body works so inefficiently to digest.
No, this is fat cope. This is it's literal hogwash, bro. Like, it's hogwash. They're trying to make this shit up. Nope, all fake. It's all fake.
So that they just don't gain any weight. They just gain fat. Their muscle,
of course.
Anyway, biology. I mean, it looks like it could be possible. Also in this video, it looks like his hair.
It's Golden Corral. It's not biology. That's what they should do. They should rename Golden Corral to biology, or you know what they should do? Rename Golden Corral to genetics. And then maybe finally the fat people would tell the truth.
Doesn't look too great. It seems like he may have gone a while without showering. Shortly after uploading that video, he uploaded a video revealing that he hadn't showered in a month.
Hey guys, it's me again. And last night I ended what happened to be the longest streak that I've ever had of not taking a shower.
I beat this, by the way.
I've got to say, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I beat this. I more than 2x that.
Occasionally, I'll go 3 or 4 days.
3.5.
I don't think I've ever gone more
months.
than 3 or 4. Actually, I did. I went camping for an entire week, so I went a whole week. I didn't go with a shower.
3.5 months.
Shower.
Almost 4.
You know, that's a lot. And I was outside. I just can't imagine that. I just really can't imagine that. What's the reasoning behind it? I don't know. Will we ever find out? We kind of figure out a little bit of it.
Well, it's a waste of time. Like, if I could shower, then that's going to be like 30, 40 minutes. Because it takes me time to shower. Because of how greasy my face gets and my hair gets. And so then I have to wash my hair. And I do shower once a week now. Right now, I shower once a week.
This abstinence from the shower was during a break he was taking from streaming.
That's right.
And he said that he only showered in the first place so he wouldn't look bald on stream.
Yeah, because like my hair gets greasy. Like y'all can see my hair is a little bit greasy here, right? It's a little bit. But what happened, see, like this dude, he might not understand is so like I had really bad dandruff and shit like that whenever I was a kid. I did. Like it would be like snow on my shoulders, like one of those Christmas trees. But what I did, and I had a big problem with this, and I still have a bit of an issue with it, right? If I don't shower for like a whole week, it can be, you know, I have like skin flakes and shit like that. But after I stopped showering for 3.5 months, 90% of it went away. I'm not kidding. 90% of all of the dandruff problems and skin flake problems that I had, because I had to recalibrate the homeostasis of my body. And I did.
Since he wasn't streaming, there was no need to shower.
There were a number of reasons why I take showers. I think one of the big reasons is so I don't look bald whenever I'm streaming.
Yeah, because it just gets greasy
right now, so I'm pretty much good.
Yeah.
Now the reason I broke this streak, as you guys can see, my hair is, well, I still do look bald, but this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah. And that was a long time ago. Now it's worse.
He also says that he broke the streak because he thought he needed to be somewhere, so he showered for that. But he ended up not actually having to go.
I wasted my time.
He showered for no reason.
I thought that I had to be somewhere today, but apparently I don't have to be there. So I pretty much showered for nothing, and I ruined, you know, what turned out to be a pretty good thing.
That's pretty cool. Hey, man, clean your penis. Clean your tip. Zach, clean your tip. And your ball sack. And your gooch. And your asshole, please. And your armpits. And your mouth. The inside, brush your teeth. Everything
I brush my teeth every day.
You don't need to wash any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You don't need to wash your hair.
That's not true. See, that's what I thought too. But what happened is that, like, on my chest, I was actually developing scales. Yeah. And I noticed it because I touched my chest, and I realized that I couldn't even feel my own fingers. And I realized that I was actually evolving. And I had to, that's whenever I nerfed myself and I started showering again. I did. Like, there were actual scales and, like, armor that was being built up on my skin. It took 3.5 months for that to happen.
You don't need to wash your face. It's all nonsense. But clean your mushroom tip and your asshole, please. More of this video talks about how he got a girlfriend and that she demanded he shower more, which meant he had to do laundry more, and that was a lot of work because you have to pick up the clothes.
And then she would get mad if I would ever shower and wear the same clothes after I showered. She would get mad, bro. She'd get mad at everything, bro. Like, you get mad about fucking everything, bro. Like, Jesus.
The ground.
I got a girlfriend, and she was not particularly happy with this designated showering days thing, and she pretty much insisted that I move it up to about 3 or so, and that was a lot of work. You gotta change your clothes after you shower. That means you gotta do laundry. If you gotta do laundry, that means you gotta pick the clothes up off the floor. It's a lot of work. You gotta deal with it.
That's based. I hate laundry. I think that's lame as shit. It's one of the reasons I have a girlfriend. Just kidding, guys. We assume he's gotten better, but even as recently as 2 years ago, he talks about only showering once a week. So I don't really know.
Listen, guys, I know this might be a surprise, but I shower about once a week.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere around there. Like, whenever my hair, like, the main reason why I shower is whenever my hair looks bad on stream.
Now, I mentioned jokingly to wash your an asshole, but there are plenty of health risks when you don't shower enough and you're disgusting and you live in filth. And
it really was incredible what would happen. Like, and so for a long time, I was very sensitive to the cold, and I would get cold very easily, and I would get overheated. And the longer I didn't shower, the more, like, that spectrum evolved. So, like, if I could only be comfortable in between 70 and 80 degrees, by the end of those 3 months, I could be comfortable within 60 to, like, 90 degrees. And so, like, no, I feel like I was, it was nuts. Was upgraded? Yeah, it was. I was growing your own insulation? I was, yeah.
Eat terrible foods and are a health risk, basically. Have you ever heard of an outbreak monkey? Yeah,
no.
Not good. Also, you shouldn't shower too much either, like every other day, every 2 days, something along those lines. Overcleaning is bad, according to Harvard Medical School. There is such a thing as overcleaning. It gets rid of too much oil off your skin, and there's like little colonies of bacteria that live all over your body.
See, that's what I was doing. I was overcleaning. That's why I stopped showering for 3.5 months. See, Harvard agrees with me. That's the thing, is that everybody laughs at me, and then Harvard does a study, and it turns out I was right all along.
And they can't live in a sterile environment, and the absence of normal microorganisms on any organ of your body can even lead to the reduction of what's called immune memory, and your body won't create the normal protective antibodies.
See, this is what I knew this. I didn't read this. I learned it through experience.
Needs to protect itself from all sorts of different things. So wash your in your asshole, and then other than that, take it easy. Sorry, mushroom tip. So yeah, overcleaning potentially bad. Doesn't mean you should shower once a month. That's not recommended by doctors. Once a day is fine. Hey guys, also turns out leaving food and drinks out in your home for days or months, in this case, at a time, it can impact your health. The U.S. Department...
I had this happen. So people had, like, you know how everybody thinks that, like, the Earth is 6,000 years old? and dinosaurs weren't real, and the fossils were put in the ground by Jews to make the Christians doubt their own faith. Like, we all know that, right? And so I actually learned firsthand that that's not true. Because I had food that was put in my refrigerator, and the food, I don't even know what it was originally. It turned into oil. It was like a black goo. I could have put it probably in my car.
It's 2 a.m. in the middle of the night, and I'm being filmed by a security camera with darkness all around me. Only
I threw it away.
Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service has a page
But after
about
that,
molds and the molds that grow.
It's real, guys. It's real.
Food and the potential dangers that these molds can cause: allergic reactions, respiratory problems. In some instances,
yeah, I was like sneezing in some cases. Like I would wake up and I would have like a little bit of allergies, and then I learned that I went out and I looked at like my pillows, and a lot of my pillows were like damp and they had like mold on them. I don't know how this happened, honestly. I have no idea. But yeah, I put them all outside my room. I had to wash some of the pillows and everything. It was like kind of annoying. Yeah, moisture. Yeah, and so I was sleeping in like mold for a long time. And then I thought I got rid of all of it. And then very recently, this was like maybe when I got my new bed, there was actually, this was crazy. I didn't even know mold could grow on shoes. And like I had these Vans from like that I would wear in high school, and they were all molded over. It was crazy. It was kind of sad. So I had to get rid of a lot of shoes and like clothes and stuff like that too. This is very recently. Yeah, it grows on your skin. Maybe it does. Well, not me. I would never have mold growing on me. It would be other people. That's disgusting.
It can produce poisonous mycotoxins that make you sick. Black molds.
Yeah.
Black mold's very bad. I love mold. Every now and then I'll get a loaf of bread that's really moldy. I'll like let one mold, and then I'll put the bag around my head and I'll go.
That's good. That's smart.
I don't do drugs or smoke or anything like that. But
that's probably worse.
You know, I hermetically, hormetically interact with mycotoxins. Hormetic mycotoxin.
I think that's a good idea, right? Is that
Just
good?
kidding, don't do that.
Should you do
Mold's
that?
not the only substance that can have an impact on your health. And after Asmongold's month without showering, he posted a video talking about why he doesn't drink or use recreational drugs. Some of his reasons are totally understandable reasons. Perfectly based, perfectly red pill.
Today, I want to talk to you all about why I don't smoke, why I don't do any recreational drugs, and why I don't drink.
He'd rather have his money spent on video games as opposed to drinking or drugs.
At the very early stages, right, back in middle school, whenever I first had some of my friends drinking and smoking weed, maybe doing a few other drugs too, but mostly just like, you know, the casual middle school, you know, early high school stuff. Why I didn't do it then, pretty fucking simple. I could spend $30 on weed, or I could spend $30 on a video game.
He's also worried about developing an addiction, potentially.
Whenever I was a little kid, this might sound kind of crazy, but whenever I was a little kid, I always expected that I would grow up and be a drug addict.
Yeah.
Because, you know...
Because I acted crazy, and so I just assumed that crazy people would just grow up and do drugs.
The streams, or streams, watch, you know, movies and stuff, and, you know, it's like, yeah, that'd probably be me. You know, I'm kind of like a crazy guy, and these crazy guys doing these drugs, yeah, I could do that. And then I got older, and I realized that they were expensive, and I changed my mind.
Yeah. He has a family history of substance abuse.
He used to drink all the time, and we've had a number of alcoholics in the family. And
the number is all of the people basically in the family, but yes.
You know, I asked my dad, I'm like, oh, what happened to Grandpa? And, alcohol poisoning. Okay, what happened to, you know, your great uncle, whoever? Oh, that liver failure.
Not good.
Starting to see a pattern here.
He also acknowledges in that video that he does not live a healthy lifestyle and that he does do some unhealthy things.
I do not live the healthiest life.
I don't treat my body like a temple. I treat it like a zoo. It's been the same way for my whole life.
Like an animal. I've always lived like an animal. I do not treat my body like a temple. I treat it like a zoo.
That's what I said.
And I've always done things like this.
But he wants to minimize the amount of unhealthy things that he does.
Point is that I do some unhealthy things as well. Let's keep that to as much of a minimum as possible.
Exactly.
He's like looking at it as if it's like a kind of an in and out stat points,
Yeah.
and he didn't upgrade any points into drugs
Exactly.
and alcohol. Which, to me, I feel like you're better off probably drinking drugs and doing alcohol in moderation than you are just completely avoiding those things and then not showering for a month.
No, that's not true. There's no way. Like, showering doesn't make that big of a difference. That's bullshit. Bullshit.
No, I also
That's
don't drink
bullshit.
and I don't do drugs. I
That's
literally do not. I
bullshit.
suck. I'm an incredibly boring person, and people have only liked me since I've been an old man. And people are like, now there's not drinking as much or doing as many drugs. But when I was like 20 years old, I didn't have any friends. Nobody loved me. So me and Asmongold can relate on that. Just kidding, that was me. Don't put that in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. He's a great guy. I don't know. He's got cockroaches on him. I don't know. He's legendary, that's for damn sure. Son of... I'll also say, though, there is a difference between eating healthy and living healthy. Because you can go eat, like, McDonald's and shit.
Yeah.
And then have a clean house and not expose yourself to irritants, molds.
McDonald's isn't that bad.
Mycotoxins.
It's not that
etc.
bad.
You don't have to do one or the other. You can. There's other ways
It's
to
not that
maximize the
bad.
stat points. He minimized all the stat points of both of those things.
Yeah.
And that's why we see videos of his living conditions where there are
Mm-hmm.
millions of ants in his house, thousands.
Oh, yeah. This was so annoying. Oh, my God. Oh, they were so annoying.
I have hundreds in my garage here, but I'm in a
Yeah.
garage. I can't stop them. There's a garage door right there, and just creatures get in here. It's crazy. There's a spider right there that's like this big around. He's got millions of ants in his house, maybe billions. I'm not exactly
Not
sure.
anymore.
Doesn't
No,
it-
I got rid of all these. I got a vacuum and I vacuumed them all up. They're gone. There's no more ants.
Dress them. There's also cockroaches climbing on him, literally climbing on him in his room.
Yeah.
This is disgusting, by the way, but you might think the one place that might be clean in the Asmongold world, the shower. His shower was at one point so nasty because he threw up in it and left it for months, claiming that it melted the bottom of his shower curtain. And his mom had to clean it up after some was still on the bottom of the curtain and it started to smell like barbecue. So I don't know what the fuck that means. It's disgusting. All this was in a story he told to Trainwrecks in person.
I threw up in my bed.
Oh, this is the old apartment. Remember this?
About a few months, and my mom finally cleaned it up. And a few years after that, I kept going in there, and I'd always smell this very strong scent of hickory smoked barbecue.
Oh,
And I
so
thought
good.
this was the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And I cleaned all this stuff, so I never thought anything. And then we replaced the shower curtain, and I saw at the bottom of the shower curtain was melted with rotten puke. And
Yeah.
the puke had oxidized into the point where it smelled like barbecue. And I almost didn't really want to get rid of the shower curtain.
So yeah, that's pretty damn...
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. I mean, for a while, I can't believe that. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is.
Bad. I'm gonna be honest. That's pretty abhorrent, disgusting, degenerate, etc. But my God, is it legendary? Smells must be something that Asmongold doesn't pay that much mind.
I can't smell anything. I have no real sense of smell. I can only smell a few things. I can smell dead animals, and I can smell primarily dead animals. I can smell soda. Yeah, I can smell the types of soda. Yeah. Maybe steak, a little bit like that. Yeah. Other than that, I don't really have any sense of smell.
To, if any, mind at all, he uses a dead and decaying rat as an alarm clock at one point.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream, because
I found the rat, by the way.
Basically, what happened was,
I found this one.
Whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would wake me up.
Yeah.
So I would use the rat effectively as an alarm clock, and
wake me up like
as soon
7.
as I, as soon as it got hot enough, it would wake me up, and then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream.
That's pretty badass. Also, left a rat in a room full of junk that had just piled up for 5 or 6 years before he cleaned it and then covered the stain with a rug.
Anyway, what happened is that a rat got in there and it died.
Yes.
And so I was like, man, this smells really bad. We've got to deal with this problem with the dead rat in that room. So I closed the door. And that was pretty much about it.
And the smell went away after a while. If you ignore a lot of problems, they do go away. Don't ever let somebody tell you that that's not the case. There are tons of problems that if you ignore them, they'll go away.
I didn't go in the room anymore. So anyway, I go back. This is like 5 or 6 years later. I'm going to clean up this room. And I actually did. It was like, I felt like Hercules, like cleaning the stables, right? It was like commanded by Zeus. And like there was just so much shit in there. It was insane. It took me a week to clean this out.
Yes.
And I had to throw things away, fill up my garbage can. We have like the biggest size garbage can you can possibly have. I filled it up every single fucking week with stuff. And it took like 3 weeks to get everything out of the window. And it was kind of annoying to me, but you know, we got rid of them and the problem got solved. And there was like
as soon as I got my room cleaned up, my mom ordered a bunch of extra stuff on Amazon to put in my old room. So now it's just full of more boxes. Yeah, she's like, wow, look at all this space. Holy shit. You know what? We need another thing up. We need more plates. Let's buy more plates. Oh, fuck.
Big, like there's like a stain on the floor, and so I put a rug over it.
Yeah.
And everything's fine
That
now.
was where the dead rat was.
It's a miracle that he's still the fine specimen that he is. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, definitely. So, yeah, the rat was like, half of the rat's body was like decayed. I took a picture of it because I thought people wouldn't believe it. Everybody would always, you know, like they would always act like I was lying. Let me see if I have the picture of this. Where did it go? Oh, this is one of a possum. There's that. That's from 2021. Let me see if I can find another one. Where is the dead rat? I don't know where the hell it is, because I remember I took a picture of it. Where did it go? That's so weird. Huh. Check the date? No, I thought it was there. I'm not going to look too much longer. I'm just going to look for a couple more minutes, and then if I can't find it, we'll just move on. But I really thought that I had it here. What the hell? What in the fuck? Oh my god, there's no way I lost this. Maybe I took it off the phone. That's probably what it was. I might have gotten rid of it off the phone. Because I took pictures of my room, and so I assumed it would be about the same time, but maybe it's just not there. Because it's really crazy. Like, half of the rat was... Oh, this is a raccoon. That was a raccoon that I got, and that was cool. Do I have any other good ones? You name it? Not really. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not able to find it. I'm a big idiot, stupid dumbass. Yeah. Damn it, man. Okay.
The effects of the way that this man lives are seemingly clear. It's pretty clear it's affected his body quite badly. And when you ask the question, what are the red marks on the wall in this video, you'll find the answer that
blood.
he was wiping blood from his teeth on the wall so he didn't have to get out of bed. What?
Yeah, because a lot of my teeth at that time had been rotting out because I couldn't afford to get the fillings replaced. So I couldn't really fix the teeth. And so they just like, the fillings just come out, right? That's what happens. They have to be replaced regularly. And so then over time, obviously, like if the tooth is exposed, then it just decays over time. There's nothing you can really do about that. It's just how it is. That's why you have the enamel on the teeth. And so the teeth would just decay. And yeah. Find a new dentist? Oh, no, I mean, like, this was like a long time. How do you even wipe teeth on a wall? Well, I would do like this, and I would just get it off of my teeth and I'd put it on the wall. Like, that's what it was. It really hurts. Yeah, it was really painful. It was bad. And is that a problem you can ignore? Yeah, I did. I ignored the problem and the teeth went away. Yeah, exactly. And so is it painful? It was so painful that I would pass out from the pain sometimes. That's how bad it was. And so, yeah. And so that would happen, and I'm trying to think what else besides that, getting dentures. Yeah. And that's why I had it happen. And I was like 21 at the time, like 20 or 21. I was still pretty young, maybe 22.
That's crazy. How do you even do that? Your teeth were bleeding. How are your teeth bleeding, dude? So you didn't have to get out of bed? I had a little booger area when I was a kid.
Yeah, they would. That's too young for teeth problems? Yeah, well, that's just what happened. Yeah, that's just how it is.
When I was like...
And I didn't have the money to get it fixed or anything either, so I just had to let it happen.
Infant, like 4 or 5 years old, there was a little booger wall, a little booger area, and then I got in a lot of trouble and I'd stop because I'm normal, or at least I'm not even that normal. I have ASD level 3 or ASD level 1, I don't know. I got Asperger's. There's no excuse.
You can't eat certain food.
Not doing too good.
No.
His teeth were so bad at one point he broke a tooth on a piece of pizza and used pliers to pull out the remaining chunk.
I used to be an animal, a degenerate, and a fiend. Not exactly. One time, I broke my tooth eating
Sam's Club pizza.
A pizza at Sam's Club.
Yep. I was with my mom.
I had to raid lead the Lich King Heroic, and the shard of the tooth that was still there.
Because people would not move out of shadow traps, which was like the mechanic in phase 1. I had to keep calling them out. I couldn't do it. I remember it very clearly.
Was stabbing my tongue.
Yeah, I wonder how I knew it was going to happen.
And I went downstairs on the break for the raid, and I got a pair of pliers, and I broke that piece of my tooth off with pliers in my bathroom.
Yeah.
And on stream,
I basically took it, and I still have the pliers in my bathroom. I took the pliers and I just like crushed it, and then that pretty much solved the problem. I came back and we raid led and killed the boss, by the way. And I have Invincible now.
That he has lost so many teeth between the ages of 21 to 28.
Yeah.
That after getting all
it started at like 19 probably was whenever they started to like really decay. But then it wasn't until like probably 20 or 21 whenever I had to have them like start having them pulled out.
Fixed. He now only has a single digit amount of original teeth.
That's right. Your face is more round? I actually think that my face got
lot thinner whenever I was like I'd say like 21 to like 28 or so, because I lost all my teeth. But well, I never brushed my teeth in high school. I would brush my teeth maybe once every other week. The reason why is that I didn't really see the point in it. I had just always assumed that I would probably kill myself or something like after I graduate high school, because like I just didn't really want to live the life that people wanted me to live. I was like, what's really the point of this? Like, why would I brush my teeth? Why would I give a shit? And so I just never did. I never thought about the future. I never thought about what would happen. And so, yeah. You see the point now? Yeah, I mean, it was definitely regrettable, right? I mean, it was not a good decision in retrospect. Yeah, it was not. You know, now my face is probably about the same as it was like whenever I was younger, like even younger, like 16 or 17, because I got the teeth replaced, so like, you know, those muscles are in my face again. How many teeth did you? Yeah, that's why I have a beard, by the way, is because like I don't have a jawline anymore because all the teeth are rotted out. And like my jaw is contracted to the point to where like you can't even put teeth in. So like I have no back teeth at all. Lose? I have a single-digit number of actual real teeth. Yeah, I'm not ashamed of it. 4 teeth left. Was that depression that you were going through? Did you not think you get any help? Oh, who cares? Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this fucking some depression? But get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. That's the way it is. Everybody has problems. Left. So, like, I don't know how many you start with. I'm not sure. 32? Damn. That was nuts. So I lost 28 of them. Holy fuck.
And some people point out his teeth on stream as there's like something in them.
Let me see. If something in your teeth? Yeah, that's called one of my teeth. Actually, let me see. Do I have some of my teeth? Yeah, right there. No, that's fine. You guys want to see? I'll show you. Let me see. I took a picture. I'm not gonna upload the photo, but I'll just show you what it looks like on my phone, and you'll see how bad it was. There's so many fucking pictures on my phone. I'm sorry if I'm not able to here. Oh man. Well, anyway, I took a picture of all my teeth, right? Like the bottom row of my teeth. And the entire thing had like pretty much totally rotted out. Like every single tooth they had to pull out and put something on and like grind down. And like a lot of them were like black and they had been like decayed and had like, I don't know, stuff growing on them. It was crazy. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to the pictures. I guess I can't find. I don't know what the fuck. No, it's supposed to be there, unfortunately. That's one of my teeth that I need to get fixed. It sucks, but there it is. Anyway, so let me see if something in your teeth. Yeah.
And he acknowledges that it's just a tooth that's rotting because you drink
it's just
so
the tooth just turned black, basically.
much soda, and he doesn't drink water. And it's foreign to him. And
well, I do drink water. I play this up.
Who the fuck drinks this shit?
I drink water sometimes.
Yeah, just his teeth are bad, man. It's tough to maintain the balance of your teeth. I've never had braces or anything. I've got pretty good teeth.
Yep.
It's because I brushed them.
Yeah, I never brushed my teeth at all. I think I really started brushing my teeth at like age 20. I think it was like maybe 19 or so. But like before then, I would never brush my teeth. Yep.
Drink water and all that. So yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff, by the way. And I'm no stranger to talking about Zach Asmongold. I've been a big fan of his antics for quite a while now. I brought him up.
No, my parents tried to make me do it. They tried to push me to do it. I just wouldn't do it. I just tell them I do it. I just don't do it.
My girlfriend on the Some Ordinary podcast, and it was only a matter of time before he reacted to that.
Of course.
And he reacted to it, and I got to give Zach credit here, dude. Like, obviously, I'm just poking fun. This dude's an internet legend. Like, this is it's a big ass meme, right? This whole thing is a big meme. This is one of the most interesting character traits anyone who's been famous on the internet has ever had, and it's funny, and it's disgusting and weird, but you know, it's entertaining for sure. And I've got to give Zach credit for being able to acknowledge that he is in fact living quite poorly. He has acknowledged it repeatedly.
I live like an animal. I absolutely live like an animal. It's not even a question.
Takes a shot on the chin like a champ, and it's really not a shot on the chin, to be honest. It's just like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
That seems bad. I also want to apologize for what I said in the Some Ordinary podcast. I said that Asmongold looked like you could feed him an apple through a fence because I was making a horse joke. And
I have horse teeth.
I'm still in motion, still in motion. Rather be the last one in than be first to let it go. Oh, I would rather be late than give up.
That's just the way it is. People have been making jokes like that about me for the whole time. And then also another reason is because I don't have any muscles in the back of my mouth, obviously I can't eat that way. And so it shifted like my facial structure to where I only have muscles in the front of my face. And so it makes me look like a horse. No, I understand. Yeah, that's just what happened.
Got mad at me for making fun of the way that he looks.
I do.
And I'm pretty sure that I heard one of his friends say that as a meme on stream at some point. That's where I got it from.
People have been calling me that my whole life.
I didn't say that ever. I believe I
there's
picked
a
that
reason
up
for
from
that.
watching his content. I just meant it as a light joke. I wouldn't be making this video if I hated Asmongold or wanted to actually make him feel bad about himself outside of his dirty house and room. It's not cool to make fun of the way that someone looks, so I apologize for that, obviously. It does seem
it doesn't bother me. I know I look like an animal. I look like a deformed, fucking disgusting, degenerate animal. I've always looked bad. That's just the way it is. That's life. Bad RNG.
So he is slowly improving his situation over time, and his lifestyle is getting better, but it's taken over a decade at this point, and it seems like he goes through a bit of an ebb and flow.
What? No, you don't look bad? Guys, do you know whenever I started having anybody tell me that I didn't look like shit? Whenever I started becoming popular as a streamer. Before that, nobody said anything good about me. Nobody ever said anything like that. Do you really think I'm going to believe that? I have, you guys know I have a mirror, right? I have a mirror. Like, I know what I look like. You don't need to, guys, this isn't some weird thing where like the girls come together and they tell the fat girl that she's beautiful and she feels good, and then, you know, like they act like they did something special. Hey, guys, listen. I've got a fucking mirror, okay? It's okay. Normal dirt. Yeah, no, I mean, I know the way I've been treated my whole life, and the way people have talked about me my whole life. No, absolutely not. No, the only time I ever got any type of positive, like, you know, anybody saying anything good about the way I look is after I got popular streaming. I mean, come on, let's be real. It's just the way it is.
Maintaining his environment. I just want to know how his brain works. He's really good at WoW and organizing stuff in WoW, just not in Wheel Wife. Wheel Wife sucks. We do find out, thanks to this reaction, that the room we see him in the most is called The Lair, and that is the cleanest room. It's where he spends the most of his time.
Yes.
And it's not in a good state, though, even here. It's pretty bad. So the other parts are probably worse or something like that. I don't know.
I wonder if he just has like a little den that he records in and he actually lives in like a normal place.
Oh, that conspiracy? Yeah. Where the fuck does this come from? This is not, no. You want to know the truth? Is that this is the cleanest room in my house. Because this is the one I'm in all the time. It's the rest of the house that's bad.
Yeah, people with the mansion thing. Yeah, exactly.
This is pretty good. Well, actually, I mean, it's not.
Also, when we brought him up on the Some Ordinary podcast, he says that he wanted to come on at some point, and maybe this video will encourage him to come on, dude. How about that?
When are we getting him on, by the way? When Asmongold is free, to do streams like 36 hours of fucking
Yeah, Mudahar invited me on the podcast. I do want to go on there eventually. I just haven't done it before. I'll move it up so you guys can see him. Yeah, we don't want to miss out on him.
How about I spend a week with you in your house? That's what I would like to do.
Be careful what you wish for. No mere mortal can live with Asmongold. The last time people went over to my house, they got hives, rashes, acne. No. This is, no, you do not, trust me.
Document the whole thing. That'd be really fun.
That would be awful.
Like
trust me.
In the wilderness. Imagine having a sleepover at Asmongold's house. That'd be scary as dude. There's just rats and shit everywhere. Assimilated organisms. The life of Asmongold to me is really interesting because it goes to show that social media and this whole internet thing and making content on platforms like YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, whatever, it can change someone's life, absolutely elevate that person's life, and also it can happen to anybody. It can happen to anybody. I can't imagine Asmongold would find success in many other high success fields. I'm sure he could live a normal life. I'm sure of that. But like, you know, fucking being the salesman guy or other, I don't know, some cringe shit. I'm not sure. Dude's nailed it as a content creator in spite of
growing up, I never wanted to have a job. I never wanted to have a job. I never wanted to do anything. All I wanted to do was steal people's stuff, play video games all the time, and hang out with my friends. That was all I ever wanted to do.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. If you're like us, you have a box of old videotapes and photos just stacked in your closet. Worse, they're degrading. To fix this problem, we started Legacy Box.
Legacy Box helps families convert their aging media to digital. The Legacy Box team saves these memories by professionally digitizing them on DVD, thumb drive, or the cloud.
It's easy. Load Legacy Box with your videotapes, film reels, or photos and send it in. You'll get back your originals and newly digitized copies.
Legacy Box is simple and safe. With over 500,000 satisfied customers, we take care of everything and provide you with updates through every step of the process.
Dust off those recorded moments and save your family's history so they can be passed down for generations.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do for your family. Don't risk losing those moments forever.
Get started preserving your past with Legacy Box.
These mushrooms make you feel better.
a lot better. And these mushrooms make...
Yep.
In his house. And cockroaches crawling on him and blood on the walls from his rotting teeth. Incredible. We also talked about the fact that Zach only spends about 1% of his income, and that is on food and stuff for his job. In the same interview later on, it's brought up that he could just spend 2% of his income and completely revolutionize and change his life for the better.
Like, do you think spending that little is okay? Because you could spend 2% of the money you make.
And then what would it do?
Completely change your quality of life.
He could replace his bed. You know, the one he's had for 25 years.
How could that possibly happen?
Okay, invest in a good mattress.
I have slept on this bed for 25 years.
Yep.
I did get a new mattress.
That has got to be fucking gross.
I don't know about that. I feel like it's nice. I like the bed.
He could hire a maid. That'd be really easy. Then he wouldn't have to surround himself with irritants, filth, mold, and contagions.
Get some maids, clean the house.
Yep, I was right.
He'd clean his house, clean the floors that are stained with food, rat remains, blood, drinks, shit, probably, and vomit.
Upgrade your showers to where showering is...
Well, even like the bathroom, like the carpet is like, because the refrigerator would leak and then the carpet would always be damp, like growing up. And we never really replaced it. Like, I still have that carpet. It's there now. Yeah. We just put another, we put like an outdoor mat over it, so it didn't get our socks dirty whenever we would walk over it.
Easier. Like, I'm getting a waterhead shower because I spend way too long because I'm a big guy and I just want it to fucking be done with. So waterhead, get me fucking soaked in seconds.
Yeah.
Like I do your mom.
I would love to sit down with this guy and just ask him so many questions. He's very fascinating, man. Is it laziness, stagnation, simple acceptance and surrender? Does he just have like a Buddhist mentality of just, I will accept all things that happen to me violently? He subjected himself to living in an unclean environment from habits that maybe they stemmed from necessity and doing the best that he could. I don't know. It's no longer the case because he makes so much money, he can just hire someone to fix his problem. So it's got to be some kind of logical thing. I have no idea. Please wash your and your ass. Thank you, Zach.
I love how he knows I'm gonna watch this. He knows I'm gonna see it. Abso-fucking-lutely. What a fucking video, by the way.
Something
oh my god. I will say that he got almost everything right. He did. He got almost everything right about it. Now, obviously, this, like, so the way that I live is, like, I do end up, like, yeah, I live like an animal. I definitely do. So, was it right? Yeah, points video. No, I don't take any of it personally. Like, Beth, you actually hired an interior designer. Oh, I was going to have somebody renovate the house. I was going to have it done for my mom, but my mom didn't want to have it done. No, sorry, I didn't do it because then COVID started happening, and because she was like compromised, and she wouldn't get the vaccine either. And so like I was like, okay, well, there's no way that I can have people in here doing work. Like, no way. And so yeah, that's the reason why it never happened. Because I would have done that in general. So, yeah, I mean, I think for me is, like, the reason I started living like that is that, like, growing up, like, I always felt like I wasn't really a normal person. I wasn't really a person. I was like an animal, right? Or like some sort of, like, between an animal and a person. Because I just felt like I never really connected with people. People didn't really like me a lot. And like, you know, and like, no, really, right? I wouldn't be able to like interact with people if furry. No, like, I think a good way to explain it is like a homunculus or like a golem, right? It's like you look like a person, you act like a person, but you're not really a person. That's always the way that I felt about myself, like growing up, because of how much, like, I had like a number of like pretty weird friction points growing up where it was like kind of a shock for me to see like kind of how much different I was than other people.
And I think that after doing that, and then growing, also like I didn't really get along, like, you know, never had girls like me. I didn't really have like the normal, like, you know, like I guess growing up experience that a lot of people did. And I was always treated quite badly in that respect too. And I thought to myself, like, well, you know, if I live this way, and even despite living this way, like people don't like me and I still feel like shit, and people still, like, you know, don't want to be around me and don't like me, what's the point of trying to take care of yourself? What's the point of trying to do this? Like, why am I trying to fix myself if the fixed version of myself, people don't want it anyway? People never liked me anyway, so who cares? For yourself, I don't care about myself. That's not important to me. What was mattered to me is the way people see me. Like, and I will tell you how much that's true. I have these side of my teeth fixed because I usually look at my monitor from this side. My teeth here are missing because I never felt like fixing those, because people don't see that a lot on camera, so it's not that big of a deal. That's the only reason that one side of my teeth is fixed and the other one isn't. It's because this is the side I usually am seen on camera. That's it. Asceticism, content brain? Yeah, exactly, right? And you can see it all the time. Yeah, I probably should get it fixed. I might do that at some point. But yeah, no, I live like a degenerate. I live like an animal. And I think that it took me a long time to, like, because it was weird, right, growing up. And especially like having a lot of the, like I had like friends that like were able to go forward and like do things in their life that, you know, I was very, like, I was envious of, right? It's like I growing up, like I had to help my mom. Like I had to take a lot of like my student loan money and like any money that I made and like give all that money to her, because like she wasn't getting a job. And like, if I didn't do that, then she'd be homeless. And I mean, how could I take care of her, right? And so I had to do that. And so I couldn't really go out and live a life the way that, you know, I think a lot of other people like would naturally want to, right? I couldn't go out and do, you know, live in an apartment with like other friends of mine. I couldn't go and, you know, have different types of experiences that, you know, people had growing up. And, you know, then my teeth started falling out, and it's like everything in my life was awful, right? Is he making this up? No, I mean, I wish. I mean, you can go back and look at the videos yourself, right? I mean, like I mean, I've recorded everything in my life, right? It's not like it's a big secret. Effective relationships as well. Yeah, exactly. Like I couldn't really have a girlfriend because like I was dealing with this, and then I had other issues. I didn't have money to go out or do anything, and so yeah, it's never good enough. No, yeah, and that's it. And so that happened a lot, and it got to the point where like I had to, because I cared a lot about what people thought about me when I was like I would say, how old was I? Maybe like I would say 15 and under, right? Something like that, 15 and under. I really cared a lot about it. And then growing up, I realized that people would never really, it doesn't matter like what clothes I wear, how I act, anything like that. People are never going to like me, right? It's not like, you know, I can convince people that I'm not what I am. So I stopped giving a fuck. And so my entire life, I think, has been, in a lot of cases, a process of caring about less things as possible, right? Where it's like, you know, growing up, I've had to stop caring about the way that people felt about me and how people perceived me. Then, you know, having to deal with like my mom and then like my dad getting like super fucking sick, I had to like try to disconnect and like, you know, come to terms with the fact that like I'm gonna lose and you know, have everybody around me die, right? And that already happened with my mom. And so that was really awful, and it was hard for me to come to terms with that, and I still haven't really entirely. And like now I'm getting older, right? And I'm
are seeing or listening to this podcast, this fireside chat, after Election Day 2024. I am recording it the day before Election Day 2024. So I cannot comment on the results.
You know, I see my friends of mine as like, you know, getting gray hair, and you know, I sometimes I get afraid of like kind of getting older and dying, but I try not to think about it as much anymore or care anymore, because it doesn't, like, there's nothing like you can do about it. It doesn't make a difference. Like balding, yeah, balding, absolutely. You know, my friend came over yesterday, completely fucking bald. Yeah, exactly. And so I had that happen, and so I had to, like, now I'm kind of much more in the process of trying to just, you know, separate myself from like the way I look or anything like that, like my self-image. Like I try not to, and this is like something that happened like when I lost my teeth, right? Because like losing your teeth and like having all your teeth falling out and like rotting whenever you're like, you know, ages like 20 to like 25, right? That's like insanely bad. Like people look at you and they're just like, it's disgusting. And it was, because it is disgusting. And so it's like, you have to develop a certain degree of like, you know, like you can look in a mirror and you can see yourself, but like you think about it as like it's like an intellectual perspective, where it's like you don't really see yourself as like, you don't have an emotional attachment to the way that you look or the, you know, like what you are. And I felt like I had to develop that a lot in my life. And then now I'm even having to do that with myself as an individual, because obviously I'm getting older. I've had like issues with my back, etc. And I've been very lucky, right, that nothing else like that has happened. But you know, like learning to let go of yourself is a pretty hard thing to do. But yeah, no, and there's a lot more to it, right? And like experiences I've had, you know, growing up especially. And so I try not to think about it or care at all, because I think in the end it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, I don't, like, I'm not a big believer in like an afterlife or anything like that. I think that's all just bullshit that people tell themselves so they can feel better about, you know, the fact that, you know, people are just fucking nothing, right? It's just meat. And so, yeah, that's the way I've seen it. And I have a very dark outlook on life and pretty much everything. And I think that the more that I explain my perspective of things, the darker it gets. And so I think a lot of those things contributed to like the way that I live. And and so yeah, I think that's a lot of the reasons why I did it. It's not a crude matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's whatever, right? But that's the way it happens. You're dark and you're kind of real. No, I try to be realistic about it as much as possible. And do you believe in God? No, it's fake. It's possible, right? It's definitely possible. I just don't think it's happening. Like I don't think there's any proof for it. And I think that it's a cope. Do you believe in free will? I do in general, yeah. About family, wife, and the kids. Growing up, I always assumed that I would die alone because of how weird I am and like how much like I guess like this is a really weird way to say it, is that, you know, people feel like they feel something whenever they touch another person. And I remember like whenever I first had like a girlfriend and stuff, I always hoped that I would feel that way, but it just felt the same to me as touching like a chair. Like I never really felt anything like being around or anyone. And I realized that, like, you know, again, I'm like an animal or something. Like, I don't even know. And so, yeah, I figure, fuck it, I might as well live like an animal too. So it's fucking hilarious. I know.
I know. I don't even. Yeah, that's the way it is. And when based women are chairs. Well, hey, you know, like there it is. Try touching a dude. It's a good one. I like that. And I've internalized a lot of people enjoy your content. No, that's fine. I know that people like me. Right, yeah, of course. Your extreme case. Yeah. No, that's the way I see it too. And yeah, it was a very, very weird realization. I remember I was like in 6th grade whenever I started to like really realize that about myself. And like, again, I think that it's it's like if you think of an onion, there are just like more and more layers of it, and the more layers, the worse it gets. So that's basically it. There's a reason why I'm in my house that has mold and garbage and animals everywhere, living in mold, trash, blood on the wall. And this is just the way by myself with the doors locked. So you're Shrek? I'm Shrek, but I'm not fat. Yes. Were you ever resentful of your parents whenever you were younger? Absolutely. Of course I was. Yeah, sure. This sounds like the dissection of the personality of a serial killer. For sure. For sure. Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, there you go. Brother, why did you get your teeth rotten at such a young age? I just never brushed them. Bad genetics was a part of it. Right? I mean, for sure, but it was only a part of it. That was it. You'd be surprised of how many felt the same way growing up. Oh, it doesn't matter to me how many people feel the same way that I do. If people feel the same way, that's great, but like I'm not looking for validation. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah, I've moved past that. And also keep in mind that there's probably a lot more to this that I don't really tell people because it would change their perception of me in a way that it would be too much. And so I'm not fully displaying my power level of being crazy. It's just it's just a small part of it. But yeah. You ever genuinely cared to know why you are the way you are? No. It's not relevant. It's not important. It doesn't matter. Are you gonna make upgrades to the house? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so either. Is that also oh, do you guys think I have autism? I don't know. Like, I feel like, let me link you guys this video. I find it to be so flattering that people are making 40-minute videos about me like I'm some kind of a fucking like Bigfoot or something. I think it's I growing up, like I never thought it would get this far. I'm gonna be honest, I never did. Give it a like. This is amazing. Oh my god. Yeah, it was fucking crazy in Enigma. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I'm told I have Asperger's, but I think being told that I have it did more damage than maybe actually having it. Yeah, I have a lot of the what do you call it? The commonalities of having like autism or something like that. But I honestly, I don't necessarily think that I do. I think that I think what's wrong with me is a lot worse, to be honest. It like autism is like a mild dysfunction. What you're talking about is being 180 degrees in the wrong way. So yeah. What would happen if you showed your craziness in full? Oh, I don't know. You know that anymore? It's not trauma? Yeah, sure. I mean, people have like whatever opinions they want, right? So yeah. Somebody have I have the game Faith is in your house? Yeah, it's a lot, man. Yours are just situational. Good thing you became a streamer. Yeah, I like streaming a lot. I've always liked making videos. I was going to go to law school, and I was, finishing a degree in computer information systems whenever I dropped out.
and I have a degree in business and business administration, which is basically cosmetic. It doesn't really matter. And so yeah, there was that. And I wanted to become a lawyer because I realized that you could use the law to scam people, because my friend Jason in high school knew all the rules to Magic the Gathering, and he could figure out a way to like shift rules in a way that would make him win the games and people couldn't argue with him. And I thought to myself, I bet lawyers can do the same thing in real life, and I can do this to other people. And so I want to learn everything about it so I can do it to them. And so that's why I wanted to go into law. That was the reason. And so I never really followed through with that, but that was the reason. Code of ethics. Well, again, that's not really the way I looked at it, but that was it. Went to law school for the same reason. Yeah, exactly. Similar to how you think lying is cheating, but legally. Yeah, exactly. I'll read a few of the comments. I can't wait for the 4-hour dissection of this by Asmund. Yeah, there it is. Please clean yourself. This is so annoying. Yeah, sure. I didn't shower for 6 weeks straight, which resulted in me getting pneumonia. What the fuck? Bronchitis, 103-degree fever. I had to cut 6 inches off my hair because I had a bit tangled. Come on. Yeah, you got. It's not so bad. 6 weeks. Asmund lives online. His house is his prison. I like that. I think Pink Sparkle's breaking up because he refused to leave his house, refused to leave Austin, refused to travel with her or meet her family is peak need. There it is. True. Let's see here. I use Asmund's house as motivation to clean my apartment. His minimalistic approach to life, despite his colossal earnings, absolutely baffles me. Well, it's because I don't view any of that stuff as mattering. It just isn't. It doesn't mean anything to me. That's really it. Like, yeah, sorry. And whenever I say that, like, I have a nice new Mercedes, right? I got a 2024 car. Whenever I say I don't care, there's like a degree of like people that say they don't care because they try to find pride in like having things that are cheap. I'm not like that. Whenever I say I don't care, I mean I don't care. Like, if you want to give me a really expensive car, as long as it doesn't like draw attention to me, that's fine. If you want to give me a piece of shit, that's fine too. It's okay, because as I said before, I don't care. So there it is. Under 1%. Oh, I mean, that month it certainly wasn't. Yeah, that was like 60K, like 50, 60K, something like that. Yeah. You're a car guy? No, not really. Not at all. Hardly. Does it have a soda holder? It does. Yes, it has 2 of them. I'm 40 and I'm gonna wash my teeth. I have 4 fake ones, probably 5 the next year, something like that. Well, good for you. It's a good start. You know, a brand of Mercedes, it's like I think a 300 or something like that. I don't know. I think C300. Yeah, how's the stereo sound? Oh, it's fine. Yeah. Did you get insurance? I have to. It's legally required. Oh yeah, no, I don't I don't do anything wrong or anything like that. I try to be a good boy and not break any rules or do anything that I'm not supposed to do. I'll read a couple more of these and what do you call it? And then I figure we'll probably play that Swarm game. I have to download League of Legends to play Swarm, right? So I downloaded the game so I can try it out. Yeah? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll try that in a bit. Do you think you're a sociopath? I don't know. Yeah, I think that if I answer that question, because it's not a yes or no, I think I shouldn't answer that. Craziest Asmon war for me was watching a stream of some friends feeding him fruit for the first time in his life. Man. Yep. Did you have good grades in school? I had nearly perfect grades in every standardized test, and I was good enough in school that whenever I would start in the 6 weeks or like the semester, I would figure out by reverse engineering the values how much each different project and assignment would cost on my final grade, and I would min-max myself getting a 70. And I would do as little work as possible. There would be like huge assignments that I would just not do because I knew like this was only 8% of my grade. And so like it's fine, I can just skip it. Yep, same, exactly. I was the same way. Sounds like ADHD. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. But No, I remember like they had me take like the SAT whenever I was like 12, and then also I was the only person, like I was like 9 people in like my whole school that like passed and was able to like take college classes for like all of the subjects, and I was one of them. And so no, I mean I always like, it's not like I was like stupid, right? It's just that I didn't give a fuck. I never did. I was like 12, yeah. And I mean, on an IQ test? No, I don't really think I have a particularly high IQ. Like, I don't think I'm very smart. I'm just very good at remembering things. And basically being able to remember things and being non-emotional is perceived as intelligence. And so people think that I'm smarter than I am. So that's really what it is. Is efficient? Yeah. IQ tests are fake anyway? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Does he watch the I'm a woman sitting at the table with a blue suit? No. Being able to remember everything is a cheat code? Yeah, it is. And I think like that's a really good example where it's like, that's one of the reasons why I don't really feel bad about like other people, because like, about like not being the same way as other people, is that because I can remember things and I can like know things the same way, like this is a huge advantage that I have over other people. And it's not really something I've like learned or earned or anything like that. It's just how I am. And so, you know, there's different people that are going to have different advantages for different things. And so that's just one of mine. Yeah, the grass is always greener. Yeah, exactly. Have you commented on Biden stepping down? Yeah, I think it was a good decision. I think it's the best decision for him as a person. And I hope he's able to like retire and, you know, have some degree of dignity and spend time with his family, and he's okay. I mean, you know, for better or for worse, the guy was this public servant for 50 years, and he was our president, and, you know, I support him. Always support the president. And so, yeah, I hope he's able to, you know, retire with dignity and grace. And I'm not a big fan of Biden. I don't really like a lot of things that he said, but he's still the president, and I still support him. Yeah, let him take a rest. Yeah. It's been 50 years. The guy deserves a fucking break.
Do you suffer from anxiety, feeling irritable or moody, forgetting little things, or feeling overwhelmed and isolated?
Some people felt that he was smiling Biden. The president sitting down with Donald Trump at the historic handshake wasn't the only headline. It was Biden's grin that captured attention on social media, leaving many folks to speculate, why was he so happy?
One final fuck you to the Democrats. That's one final fuck you to the party. All right, guys, I'll see you later. He won. Yeah, he fucking won. Biden voted Trump.
Vice President of targeted victory, Matt Gorman, former Clinton advisor.
I've got to say it, bro. People always say bald guys look like eggs. Look. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Brian's and gentlemen, good morning to both of you.
Man.
Let's get to it. Here we go. Some of the reaction online. Biden never looked happier. Joe Biden shares the same smile that most of America has. right now. I don't. Matt, you see something there?
I have not seen him that happy since the last debate. I mean, I'm not even trolling. I mean, if you're Kamala Harris,
I love how I'm not even trolling is on Fox News and it's just normal now. That's amazing.
What are you thinking right now? I mean, they were saying he's a fascist, Trump's a threat to democracy, this and that, and yet, do you smile that happily when you're next to someone who you think ostensibly is evil? It kind of shows everything they were saying was just kind of a lie. I mean, it was incredible. I have not seen Biden that happy in a long, long time.
Philippe, what you see?
Matt, I love you, but I just don't think that's the case. I mean, Donald Trump also has some nasty things about Joe Biden, and he kept that to himself. Look,
is it really that crazy to imagine that two adults that, like, let's be honest, both of these guys are professional shit talkers, and they've been doing it for the better part of a century. They understand the game. Like, this isn't like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they're politicians. Of course, they're gonna talk shit about each other. Like, if you go and you look at streams of me, and I see somebody that I don't like, I'm usually nice to them. It's fine. That's not a problem.
As I want to be, I like seeing that. It is important. It's good that Joe Biden offered, which Donald Trump did not do in 2020. It's good that Donald Trump accepted, and it's not just a ritual. And I have to say, I think if it had been a couple hours later and the Matt Gaetz news had broken, I'm not sure the grin would have been as wide. But they both said the right things. What they next
I think it would have. Biden was the president of the United States. He was the vice president of the United States. He has a 40-year history of being a public servant. He's retiring as a rich guy, and he gets to spend the rest of his life on beaches with his family doing whatever the fuck he wants. I think that I feel like he's, again, it's like the last week of school and you're a senior.
So it does nothing?
You know you're going to graduate. Everything's fine.
How did you kill my...
He's not stressed out at all. Yeah, he won.
I think they met for 2 hours, and that's the really important part. And the one thing I would say is I hope that the president-elect took to heart some of what Joe Biden said, even if he disagrees with it. Because if you remember, President Obama told President-elect Trump to watch out for Mike Flynn. And it turned out that Mike Flynn was fired 23 days after the election started and ended up, being found guilty and needing a pardon. So it's actual work
I remember him.
That's getting done. As far as the grin, I'm glad that they both could put it aside and say the right words.
It is really funny that they were so happy to see each. I do think that this is probably one of the funniest things to happen. And my favorite, of the memes here is that Biden voted for Trump. I think it's so fucking funny.
Really am.
Okay, gentlemen, one other thing. There was a question about why she wouldn't do the Rogan interview. And a lot of things went back and forth. And apparently Rogan went her in Texas, and they said, let's do it for an hour. Well, he finally answered it. Let's go ahead and play the clip from his explanation.
Now, I don't know if I've seen this part.
They had, I don't know how many conversations with my folks.
Right.
But multiple conversations. Giving different dates, different times, different this, different that. And we knew that she was going to be in Texas. So I said, open invitation. I think they had requirements on things that she didn't want to talk about. She didn't want to talk about marijuana legalization, so I thought was hilarious.
She didn't want to talk about that because of the time that Tulsi Gabbard brought that up in the debate that made her look like a retard. That's the reason why she didn't
want to talk about it. Yep.
Hilarious.
Why?
Like that's so because of her prosecuting record, and you know.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, she put a lot of people in jail for weed.
Yeah.
You had that. You had this.
Yeah.
From one of the spokesmen. There was a backlash with some of our progressive staff that didn't want her to be on it, and how there would be backlash.
I hope they're happy.
Hey everyone, what's up? So today we're going to be taking a special early look at the latest update for Once Human titled The Way of Winter.
Oh, you do that, breaking up families.
Hey, they got what they wanted.
They got what they wanted.
How about that?
I guess there's truth in there somewhere, gentlemen. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's malpractice, right? You're worried about your staff's feelings and not, you know, getting in front of tens of millions of voters, more than
It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, he's right.
Actually, the evening news even. And look, Rogan is a symptom of a larger cause, right? I don't think doing Rogan would suddenly win her the election, but it spoke to a mindset of playing it safe, of keeping her from a lot of interviews for most of the campaign, of not taking risks, of not saying, hey, let's figure out 3 things where we can separate ourselves from the historically unpopular president in our party, of, hey, let's cater to this interest identity group and that interest identity group instead of trying to win voters and build the broadest tent possible. Look, Rogan in itself didn't lose the election, but it was a mindset that informed all of that.
It does definitely glaze Joe Rogan so much that people are discussing whether going on his podcast or not was even a factor for winning the national election. Like this elevated him so much. It was massive.
My feeling, Philippe, is that anytime you put conditions on an interview,
all right.
It's probably either not going to happen or it's not going to go well. And I think this other comment about progressive staff members being concerned about it,
That's so stupid.
There might be some truth in that. About the infight.
That's so fucking, like, that's what's so crazy to me about this is that the level of selfishness that some people like that have, the fact that they're going to put their feelings and their own like personal desires, like, do you want to win the election or do you want likes on Twitter? What do you want to do? I wonder. Would you ever go on Joe Rogan podcast? Guys, I'm not that important, okay? Like, the guy has on like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and like all these people. Like, I'm not, okay?
Well, Bill, you just teed up.
Confirmed. He's going. I'm not.
You just teed up a softball right down the middle. I mean, President Trump gave preconditions to the interview with National Association of Black Journalists. He didn't want to be fact-checked, and he did the same thing in terms of trying to work the refs, which he's very good at, on the debates. But I'll say this. Look, I think the most important thing about this is that Rogan said that she said okay. So, look, I don't have any inside information here. I would say that the idea that she didn't go into, I won't say the lion's den, but the fox's den is a little crazy because she sat with your colleague Brett Baer, which is more than President Trump did the other way around. And I think
that they don't want to legitimize alternative media. That's really what they're worried about. And I think that the establishment doesn't want to legitimize things like podcasts and streams. And that's really where it's coming from. And you see this happen a lot, PewDiePie effect. Yeah, it happens to PewDiePie. It happens to, I think it happens to a lot of people. It happens to Mr. Beast. It clearly didn't work. Yeah, exactly. Because they don't control it. Exactly. Well, that's the reason why. They want to delegitimize it because it's decentralized and they don't have control over it. That's absolutely what's happening. Rogan's #1
one rule is that his interest level, he'd be interest for sure. Well, I don't know, but like I'm just saying in general.
I don't know whether or not the left or the progressives did or didn't. I am certainly not going to defend anyone on the inside who might have said that's too something.
That's
the one
so
thing I will
stupid.
say is that I am sure there was discomfort with some of the people that he has had on his show, including Alex Jones, in terms of not pushing back hard enough.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's no discomfort about that. There's just a few retards that are mad on the internet for no reason.
If you need tube bending services, you have to try Xometry. Access world-class tube fabrication capabilities and capacity. Get instant pricing on your project when you upload your design files at Xometry.com today. Xometry, where big ideas are built.
Please, let me join your guild. I want to be a part of a team. I know you are a fake. Not a fake. Help, help, help.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that's really about it. You guys are starting? Yeah, I mean, it's just nobody actually thinks that his fan base loves Alex Jones. Like, Alex Jones is his close friend. Yeah, like, what are we talking about? Joe said that they wanted to edit and travel somewhere else to do the interview. Would you go on InfoWars? Would I go on InfoWars? Probably, yeah. Like, I would go on any show, basically. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, what show would I not go on? I would go on The View. Sure, I would. Absolutely. Yeah. Talk Tua? I wouldn't want to have to go over there, right? It's like the problem is the reason I said InfoWars is because InfoWars is in Austin. So it's like, okay, well, this is like realistic for me to go there. Like, if I could magically teleport to any area, well, let me finish the video first, and then we talk about it.
So,
yeah.
I don't think it's that simple.
I would just offer, I think, in the end of it, a little difference because of what we saw in the electoral vote.
What is this here? Only one.
Pushing back hard enough.
Oh, Alex Jones.
I don't think it's that simple.
I would just offer, I think
it is that simple. Nobody gives a fuck about that. All the people that were complaining about Alex Jones being on Joe Rogan were a bunch of hysterical musicians that were mad at Spotify, and then nothing ever happened.
A little difference because of what we saw in the electoral vote. So, Philippe, thank you. Matt, thanks. Gentlemen, we'll talk again soon. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
They shouldn't do this, by the way. Who's ever editing and running the Fox News YouTube channel is really doing kind of a disservice. So what I think they need to do is they need to put like in video, like a thing where it shows like to click the subscribe button or click the thumbs up button about like 1 minute into the video. Like that's what they really need to do more of, where it's like, or at the point where you have the highest audience retention, that you can detect, then you put it in there. Like, it's optimized. Yeah, I think that they're doing a very bad job of it, and they're still using like an old, antiquated, traditional media approach to doing new media. Legacy media is horrible at YouTube. I think they're getting better, but there's still a lot of problems that they have. Absolutely.
I predict everyone will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. My name is Brandon Moore. I'm an engineer here at Pi, and I've been here since the beginning. Once you install our ad blocker, you will be able to see how much exact screen real estate that you lose to these ads on sites that you see and visit every single day. My role at Pi is that I am one of the engineers that build the backend systems to make sure that you get paid for the ads that you see. We are trying to change how people interact with the internet. At Pi, we give our users the power to either block ads or get paid to see them. It blocks ads on all websites, including Google, Amazon, Reddit, and YouTube. And we
let me see if I can show y'all. This is unreal.
Sean Diddy Combs is facing new sexual assault allegations. A lawyer representing 120 accusers says the artist committed numerous sexual acts on his clients, dating back more than 20 years. ABC's Andrew Dimpert has the details.
This morning, Sean Diddy Combs faces a slew of new allegations. 120 new alleged victims coming.
Again.
Diddy Combs faces a slew of new allegations. 120 new alleged victims.
New. So this means additional. This is not 120 total victims. This is 120 new victims on top of the existing victims.
Coming forward with plans to sue, claiming Combs sexually assaulted or abused them.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world.
The alleged assaults span 3 decades, with the alleged victims ranging from men and women who claim they were drugged during Combs' parties to a 9-year-old who claims Combs assaulted him in a music studio.
We talk about the ages of the victims when the conduct occurred. It's shocking. 25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts.
The new accusation.
For context, Bill Cosby was only like 40 victims, right? It was like 40 something women that came forward about Bill Cosby? Yeah, right? Or something like that. I was like, yeah, there's only 40. So O.J. Simpson was 20, yes. So you think about with this guy, he is like half nearly the age of Bill Cosby, with at least more than 3 times more victims. Think about that. That's insane. Crazy.
Have not been fully vetted, and the lawyer expecting to file the lawsuits says victims will remain anonymous whenever legally possible.
Obviously.
But the claims come on the heels of a dozen other civil suits and a federal criminal case against Combs that alleges a decades-long pattern of physical and sexual violence.
Oh
The
my
conduct
God.
at issue spans from the years 1991 all the way till this year, 2024. The only reason many of these people are coming forward because they see other victims coming
Yeah,
forward.
sure. That's always what happens.
It gives them some comfort that, hey, I won't be the only one.
Yeah.
Combs has pleaded not guilty to racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and prostitution charges. In the wake of these new allegations, his attorney says Combs emphatically and categorically denies as false and defamatory any claim that he sexually abused anyone, including minors.
Oh my fucking God. This is insane. And the thing is, like, any reasonable person would realize, like, obviously, it's not like this is going to be it, right? It's not like, oh, well, now there's not going to be any more of these. Justin Bieber's 48 hours with Diddy. Yeah, this is fucking brutal. This is, bro, this is so fucking dark. This is a Justin Bieber video on his main channel from 14 years ago. Oh my God. I'll look at a little bit of this. I don't want to go through everything, obviously. So it's a long one. Bro, the top comment, Judgment Day for the entertainment industry.
My name is Tony Busby. I'm a lawyer here in Houston. I'm licensed in Texas and in New York. And I'll introduce other members of our team as they speak. As many of you know, our law firm has been at the forefront of some of the most important litigation in the United States. We like the tough cases. We thrive in the complicated cases. We've handled over the last 25 years some very people and many entities involved.
Wait.
The conduct we will describe today occurred over more than 20 years. There are many people and many entities involved.
Okay.
And we're going to follow this evidence wherever it takes us. We will find the silent accomplices. We will
Get a small business insurance quote at Byberg.com or give us a call.
Byberg.
If he does that, this is going to be like a Hollywood entertainment industry rapture. The fucking Purge. Yeah. It's so crazy. It's like one of those things where it's like the probability of this like it's there, right? It could happen. But it's so insane to imagine, because think about all the people that have made offhanded comments about this, and now people are retroactively looking back and being like, hey, wait, what the fuck, right? Like the Ain't No Party, like a Diddy party, Leonardo DiCaprio stuff, you know, Jay-Z, yeah, exactly, like Usher, Pink, right, deleting all their tweets, LeBron James, yep, there you go. The Hollywood Holocaust. I mean, I actually think that this could be probably the biggest scandal that could ever happen in Hollywood if these names are released. This could be probably the biggest entertainment industry scandal that probably has ever and maybe even will ever happen. Ideally, this is what happens. We need this culling. Yeah. Bigger than Epstein? Yes. Way bigger than Epstein. Who went down for Epstein? The guy killed himself, right? And then like that other woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, went into jail or some shit. Like, who cares? They didn't bring down hardly anybody else besides him. Yeah, like that's a huge difference. I'm afraid he'll end up committing suicide. That's the thing.
Expose the enablers who enabled this conduct behind closed doors.
Oh my God.
We will pursue this matter no matter who the evidence implicates.
Epstein was for politicians. Diddy was for celebrities. Yeah, true. Where it's like celebrities are powerful, but they're not Bill Clinton, right? And so I could see this easily happen to them. Yeah, they could be done. They're not lawmakers, yeah.
These brave
They don't make the
victims who
rules.
step forward deserve nothing less. The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us, with people claiming
3,285. So these 120 are just the cream of the crop? Like, and these are just the ones that have contacted you?
people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against.
So if they're representing 120 individuals, let's read in between the lines here. That means that they have found that 120 of these people have enough information and enough evidence to where they have a viable case. Which I would also probably assume is the minority of people. Like, I would logically assume that most people would not have enough evidence to prosecute for something like this, especially because it spans, you know, like 30 years.
Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases.
I hate to say it, but I'll believe it when I see it. After Epstein, after Harvey Weinstein, I'll believe it when I see it.
And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement.
Yeah, this is 3,000.
Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened.
This is something that's extremely common for a lot of people that are sexual abusers and bad actors inside of different spaces, is that when a person gets prosecuted or they get criminally tried for any sort of sexual bad behavior, the odds are, or sorry, the average is that a person who actually gets held accountable for bad sexual behavior has already had 5 prior victims that they were not held accountable for. So that's why, that's the reason, and this is a studied phenomenon. And I think this is true, like, obviously with like celebrities, because they're very powerful. But what I'm saying is that it's true even at like an individual private citizen level. It's extremely common.
People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons.
And that's why, by the way, you see when one person speaks out, a bunch of other people speak out too. And like, to me, that's one of the big indicators whether I believe the like veracity of like an accusation. Is like, I generally, like, you know, one person accuses somebody of something, it's like, okay, right, I'm not sure what happened. But like 3 or 4 or 10 people, or let's say, I don't know, 3,285 people, come out and they say the same thing, or like they all say the same thing about this one person. It's like, come on. At what point, right?
Are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared.
Do you want more customers from your ads cheaper? Do you want to make 15 and 20% more profit from your ads? HireRisk will do this for you, or you do not pay for it. Let me repeat. You copy and paste our code on your site that fixes your ads with print tracking and AI optimization. You will make 15 and 20% more, or you do not pay for it. Now, I already guaranteed this result. Let me prove it. If you click this ad, you'll be taken to a page with endless testimonials and results and case studies verifying what I just said. Not just from nobodies either. You will see the media buyers for Tony Robbins who doubled a sales funnel using this. You'll see the Playboy media buying team saying this is absolutely essential. You'll see giant billion-dollar SaaS companies like ClickFunnels saying how much this improved their advertising and swearing by it. You will see major players, the influences in business right now, using it, like the media buying teams behind Grant Cardone, Patrick Bet-David, Alex Hormozi, Bodybuilding.com, Pier 1, Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather. You will see countless giant e-commerce stores and leaders in the space like Matt Smith suggesting it, and countless other 8- and 9-figure e-commerce stores that swear by it because they simply get what I talked about before, more revenue from their ads. Because running ads without this optimization leads to unoptimized ads that make less.
Yeah, of course.
They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates.
Yep.
They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed.
We got to protect this man. Yeah. I just, like, Diddy's gonna die. So, I don't think that's going to happen because it won't change the outcome. The difference between Diddy and Epstein is that a bunch of other people have these videos. With Epstein, nobody else had this information because it was so locked down. Like Epstein, you've got to keep in mind, was flying out like former presidents, like, you know, CEOs of multi-billion-dollar companies. Like the level of control that they had was like way higher than Diddy. Like you've got to keep in mind, like Epstein was like several measures of power more powerful than Diddy. Like I mean, this guy was friends with Bill Clinton. It's not even close.
Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty.
I bet they can.
You'd be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities that they love.
I wouldn't be surprised by that.
This word fans, they're fanatics.
That's clever.
I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media.
I bet.
And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone. There is a great strength in numbers. You
Yeah,
can
that's what
seek
happens with a lot of
redress.
people.
You can obtain justice. We can help you, and we will help you. That being said, as stated, we are vetting every call.
It's crazy there's Diddy defenders. I'm going to be honest. I haven't seen any Diddy defenders. And like, if there were any Diddy defenders, like 100 new sexual assault allegations, one person's apparently 9 that's named. Like, I feel like people are like, oh yeah, I mean, damn, wow, that whew, okay. Ain't that something? Wow. Yeah, I feel like that's. Yeah, where are they?
All that we receive. We've had to turn away some. For each, we ask for corroboration. For each, we ask for the identity of witnesses. We also have collected pictures, videos, texts. We check venues, we check dates. We want to corroborate that the claims being made have legitimacy and merit. We have on staff now a former detective from the Major Offenders Unit of Houston Police Department who is helping us vet each claim. We're using our common sense. We're being stringent because, as I said, these are not easy cases. They're very tough. The process is hard, and in some cases, the process is very lengthy. These cases are hard to prove. Many times it's the victim's word against the alleged perpetrator.
Maybe they'll only prove half of them.
Each of these victims will no doubt be publicly attacked by the alleged perpetrators, and in some cases, the general public. The feckless and cowardly keyboard warriors love to attack. We know what we're up against. We did not enter this fray blindly.
Damn.
I wish it was my last such fray. I wish this type of behavior wasn't so pervasive, but it is what it is, so we will press on. As
This
I said,
guy's
our
good,
law
man.
firms have been retained by 120 individuals at this point to pursue cases.
It is what it is, yep.
Against Sean Diddy Combs. You should know, in this group, it is evenly divided between males and females. There are 60 males and 60 females who have joined us to pursue these claims as plaintiffs.
So if it's even and it's like that, the odds are they probably took the 120 best ones because they didn't have the bandwidth for any more than that. Like, that's logically what would happen, right? They took the top 60 for each one, the strongest cases. Because you've got to keep in mind, like, you can't just, like, you know, do an infinite amount of cases.
Plaintiffs. In this group, 62% identify as African American, 30% are white, and the remainder are Hispanic or Asian. Victims are from more than 25 states. Majority are from California, New York,
I don't know why it's doing
Georgia, and Florida. I don't want to focus.
Is this?
Of these
Can y'all check real quick and see if this is me, or if this is the video? Can y'all do that just real quick? It's not just you? Okay, okay.
Victims. When we talk about the ages of the victims when the conduct occurred, it's shocking. Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15. 25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts complained of. The time frame of the acts complained of is.
Somebody said Justin Bieber was 14 then? That's crazy. Man, what a coincidence. That's crazy. Wow.
Very wide. The conduct at issue spans from the years 1991 all the way till this year, 2024. If you wonder why there are so many alleged victims, that's your answer. We're talking about more than 25 years of this type of conduct.
Oh my God.
Now, although most of the victims who have stepped forward were victimized after 2015, this has been going on for a very long time.
Because you got to keep in mind that, like, the people that probably got fucked around with, like, in, like, the early 2000s and, like, maybe even the 90s or, like, even the early 2010s, you know, you didn't have as many smartphones back then. Like, the world wasn't as connected. You didn't have as much evidence as you do now. Like, now you've got all this evidence. And also, like, of course, you know, as time goes on, it becomes harder to prove things because it's like, well, this happened such a long time ago, and, like, you know, there's less people that remember it well. And there's also, of course, statute of limitations. And so, yeah.
Now, when you think about the fact that some of this conduct occurred 25 years ago,
you don't have strong evidence, just hearsay?
You wonder why would it take somebody so long to step forward. I want to remind you that many states in the United States have recognized that it's very difficult for a victim to step forward and to make these types of allegations when something very terrible has happened to them. I'll use New York, the state of New York, as an example. The state of New York has
It's a big problem that, like, people have is that, like, there's like there's always like this internet discourse that is about whether you should believe victims or not. And I think the reality is that you can't prosecute and you can't go after a case for something like this unless you have some degree of trust that the person is telling the truth. I think that from my perspective, it's trust but verify. You know, you're coming up to this. It doesn't mean, like, you know, shoot first and ask questions later, but it means, okay, you're coming up with this accusation. We're going to take this seriously and we're going to act on it. Now, I wish more people thought like that.
Statutes in place that revive claims that are even claims that would typically be not
too many victims,
that
too many people
revive such claims, and they can be brought even 25 to 30 years later.
Yeah.
Because there's a recognition there in New York and California and other states that it's very difficult for a victim to come forward. And I would respectfully suggest the only reason many of these people are coming forward because they see other victims coming forward. And it gives them some comfort that, hey, I won't be the only one. And I expect more victims will come forward. You know, there's an old saying that says, a lie has great speed, but truth has endurance.
Yep.
The acts complained of in these cases that we're going to file occurred primarily in New York.
I never heard that. That's true.
Either Manhattan or the Hamptons, or occurred in California, primarily in Los Angeles, or in Florida, primarily in Miami. Most of these events and incidents occurred at parties, typically after parties, or album release parties, New Year's Eve parties, 4th of July parties, something they called a puppy party.
A little much.
No matter how you interpret what puppy could mean, it's bad. Doesn't matter how you want to interpret it, it's bad either way.
Parties, 4th of July parties.
Again.
Something they called a puppy party.
Jesus.
All-white party.
All-white party?
Although several of these events occurred at auditions. Many times, especially young people, people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star, or in the promise of having Sean Combs listen to their tape or even let them read for Sean Combs.
Well, it's never happened before.
You should know that some of this behavior occurred at well-known venues in New York City. Some of this behavior occurred at private residences of people that we all know. Some of this behavior occurred at hotels that we're all familiar with.
J-Lo, at your
You should know
private residence.
that more than 55% of the victims filed reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals. We're in the process of collecting with our...
This goes into what I was thinking earlier, because statistically, as far as I know, there is a low probability that people filed reports. So this proves, it doesn't really prove, but it goes to show kind of what I was saying is that they clearly took the 120 most credible, because for actual reports, there is a very low probability that somebody files a report. So if you're at 55% for something like this, that means that you've curated the most plausible and the most verifiable instances.
Curated your mama.
Our team assistants, medical records.
You see what I'm saying?
Reports that were made to the authorities. And I've already said that some of the individuals in this group did in fact talk to the FBI. You should know that several of the individuals, and when I say several, I mean many, who did in fact seek medical treatment were drug tested, and drugs were found in their system, weird drugs.
It's crazy how it just gets worse.
Yeah.
That's not, wow. So it just gets worse and worse.
Drugs that you probably never heard of. One in particular that continues to pop up is a drug called xylazine, or Trank, which, based on our research, is known as a horse tranquilizer.
What the fuck?
Now, there's been a lot of reports that we're filing a class action. This is not a class action. Class actions when one or two people file a case on behalf of a group of people. That's not this. These cases will be individual cases. Each case will live and die on its own merit. These cases will be filed individually, one plaintiff against whoever the defendants were involved in the case.
Oh my God.
Each case may be filed in one venue like California, another case may be filed in New York.
Multiple charges,
One case may sue just Sean Combs, but multiple other people. One case may sue a range of people.
Yeah.
I would expect most, though, to be filed, as I said, in New York and Los Angeles. Now, I know this. Many of you came here thinking or hoping, or perhaps believing, that I may start naming names. Well, that day will come, but it won't be.
He's not going to do it until it goes to court. Because if he goes and he names names right now, those people will know and they can act accordingly. So obviously he's not going to name names. That would be stupid. Never tell somebody what you're going to do until you do it.
Rated card right there.
Yeah, don't show your hand. Yeah, of course.
We will name names other than Sean Combs, and there's a lot of names. It's a long list already. And of course,
I think this is already a lot different than the whole than the Epstein situation, because all of the information is way more decentralized. Like the Epstein situation was extremely centralized, and the control around it was incredibly tight. But with this, there's already so many other people that know about the information. I feel like you basically can't stop this at this point, because too many people know about it. And so like, even if you kill one or two of these people, the tipping point is already happened. Especially considering these are people in entertainment. So the odds are that there's like media of these things happening.
already know who some of these individuals are, but because of the nature of this case, we're going to make damn sure damn sure that we're right before we do that.
On over there.
But the names that we're going to name, assuming that our investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told, are names that will shock you.
Ouch.
These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know watched this behavior occur and did nothing.
Yeah, this is what I saw. Yeah, this is what we saw
Talking
earlier.
about the people that participated.
Yeah, because this is the thing. People that knew that it was happening and didn't do anything about it. It's going to get real? Oh, yeah. Bro, like, this is insane.
Encouraged it, egged it on. They know who they are.
Oh, my God.
I call them the facilitators of foul play. Willing participants in vile conduct.
Yeah?
As we identify them, each will be part of this case as defendants. These defendants will not only include individuals, but would also include corporate entities who ultimately profited off of this culture and behavior. I'm looking at banks, pharmaceutical companies, hotels. We know that many of these individuals were paid cash. We know that many of these individuals involved, whether they were the ones being assaulted and abused or they're witnessing other people being assaulted and abused and then paid and threatened and told to leave. Typically paid 10 grand in cash and told to leave. And then threatened as they were leaving.
Only 10 grand? Jesus.
In addition to Sean Combs.
That's it?
You should know the defendants in these cases we're going to file will include anyone, of course, who engaged in the assault or exploitation.
Yeah.
Anyone who participated in such in any way. Anyone who encouraged or facilitated this conduct. Anyone who was in the room and watched it happen, but made no effort to stop it. Any venue or venue owner.
Bro, they're going scorched earth.
What? I want that equipment.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
This is insane. And the thing is also, like, the fact that this guy went out and made like a massive, like, did a whole press conference for this. It's going to be pretty hard to kill this guy now. And, you know, like, and also, by the way, he's at a law office and there's a bunch of other people that work at the same law office. And they all know the same thing.
Who was aware of what was going on, but failed to stop it. Any individual or entity who knew about the conduct and benefited from it, but did nothing to report it or stop it. And any individual or entity who covered it up or helped cover it up. These people who know who they are should just come forward now. I would imagine, as we speak here, there are a myriad of people who are very nervous.
Oh, man.
You can't hide skeletons in the closet forever. I would expect there are many people out there right now who are desperately searching their memories as they delete their texts and data.
Wow.
Now,
I can think of one of them. Yeah.
These are, in fact, individual cases. There is a common theme, an MO, if you will.
What's the theme?
Typically, the victim is lured into a situation where he or she is given a drink. Typically, that drink, reported by these victims, is apparently laced with something. Once that drink takes effect, the perpetrators perform all kinds of sexual acts on the victims, many times passing him or her around as other people watch and enjoy the show, and then leave the victim ashamed, confused, injured, and wondering what happened. When the victim reaches out, he or she is told not to say anything. Sometimes there are threats of physical violence or financial repercussions.
Yeah, of course.
Or bodily harm. The claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment, sexual abuse of minors.
Settle down.
Given the large volume of cases,
those are all really bad. Oh my God. Wow.
and given our docket obligations, and given the fact that we want to be sure when we file these cases that they are fully vetted, I expect we'll start filing these cases against Sean Combs and other perpetrators within the next 30 days. Now, it's rare, you know, sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, this type of activity is pervasive in our society, and it's rare we get a chance where we can really focus on this as a country and really focus on this about how pervasive this is and what we can, as collectively can do about it. So I thought
it's disappointing that you have a lot of people that co-opt issues like this and they turn them into being like kind of a women are lying or men are bad type situation, because I think it muddies the waters a lot. And what he's saying is really true. And the problem is, like, you have so many people with, like, you know, past unresolved trauma in one way or another, or like their, you know, vendetta against the other gender. And these people, I think what they do is that they try to, like, they want the world to look like the way they see it. And I do really, really hope people take this shit seriously. I do. I really hope people do, especially like a lot of the like kind of like red pill, like you know, people that are like constantly worried about like, false accusations and shit like that. This stuff happens a lot, and it's real a lot. Like it's not like every accusation's fake.
Take this opportunity before I go into some of the individual cases.
It's on video. Some of them are
individual claims being made, and some of the, so you'll get a sense of what this 120 people group looks like individually. I want to bring forward Carrie Paul. She's a national victim advocate who helps victims who have been victimized by this type of conduct.
I feel like this pretty much what's going on, right? I mean, I think that, like, you know, him explaining it, I'll go ahead and I'll go to the end, because like they're just going to be talking about like kind of like different things. So yeah, I mean, she's just going to be talking about, I'll wrap it up.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close, but we also print signs so that people can see your business here.
Of the victim. You can file these cases, these individual cases, under Jane Doe or John Doe. Each state is different in that respect.
Skips the woman.
Typically there is a...
No, it's just that, like, I mean, obviously they're going to talk about like how prevalent like this kind of stuff is and like why people don't come out for it and everything. And like, I feel like also, like, I don't want to patronize you guys. I feel like most normal people know that. Right, everybody knows this. Like most, like adults, right, that aren't like you know, like part of some sort of like brainwashing. Like we all know this, and so that's why I'm like, yeah, we know.
A balancing test, like the public's right to know the name of the victim and plaintiff versus versus the confidentiality and the safety of the plaintiff.
Yeah.
So we'll have to struggle with that with each one of these cases. Our intention, of course, is to, like we always do, file these cases under a pseudonym until the court tells us otherwise. But let me share with you a few just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet, and these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. One individual who was 22 years at the time she was assaulted said that the typical MO at one of these parties that have been widely discussed in the press was that when you were handed a drink, and now we know that the drink is laced with something, if you refused to drink it, you were kicked out of the party.
Yeah, of course.
Now, let that sink in for a minute. I mean, the admission to this party was that you had to drink the chosen drink that was handed to you. And now we know that in most cases, I would say 90% of the cases, these individuals were drugged with some sort of drug. That was kind of the MO. Another instance, this individual who was 9 years old at the time was taken to a audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. Other boys were there to audition as well. All of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio.
And other people too.
In the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal.
What the?
Oh my God.
Fuck. Another instance, another minor told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident,
and he's just like, okay, next, like, oh my God.
Individual 15 years old at the time, flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her.
Come on.
Another individual, 26 at the time.
How do you just like?
Oh my.
You just like this is crazy.
That's just ridiculous.
Oh my God. And he just keeps going.
Of the occurrence was picked up by, allegedly, by Mr. Combs and several other people in a black SUV from the airport, was given one drink in the SUV, and then literally woke up the next day not knowing what had happened, but with pain and damage to both her vagina and her anus, where she then went to the hospital. She was missing her underwear and her shoes. Another instance, individual.
Another
this time
instance.
Not a minor. Was attended a group dinner, allegedly with Sean Combs in Miami. She wasn't drinking because she was pregnant, but whatever she drank at the table, apparently, at least according to her, was laced with something. She blacked out, and she woke up in the same bed, again allegedly, with Mr. Combs in his mansion in Miami.
And she was pregnant?
Her vagina and her anus were torn and sore. And I could go on. I mean, literally, you're sensing a theme here. It's the same theme. and it all involves some sort of drug. One instance, an individual who was 20 years old at the time was asked to attend, just saw her on the street, asked to attend a party in a hotel. She was flattered, went to the party, was given one drink and doesn't remember anything else. Ultimately, was so messed up, went to the hospital where they found cocaine and this horse tranquilizer in her blood system. I want to give you a quote from a very young man who told us over the phone about his experience and all the things that happened to him. He says, allegedly at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and his friends in the effort to try to sign.
So there's another one, right? Because like he's saying here that it wasn't, because like a lot of this is just like literally just Diddy doing it himself. But if you listen to what's being said here is that other people are also doing it. They were watching it happen, right? This is fucking insane. Like, this is like allegedly, it is. It's allegedly, yep. We don't know.
A record deal. This was kind of what he was told he would have to do. His quote is, "Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me." And that's really what it comes down to. We are pursuing this,
I can easily see that,
asking you to support this effort, to encourage witnesses and victims to come forward and bring your evidence so we can continue to break down this wall of silence and we can continue to have these stories heard. This is the beginning of what I hope to be a national dialogue. This type of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation should never happen in the United States or anywhere else. This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred.
Yeah, literally.
If you are one of those individuals, we ask you to reach out. If not to us, to someone you trust. If you are someone who witnessed any of these events, we ask you to reach out. Your name can remain confidential. With that, I'll take a few questions, not many, maybe two, but if you have a question, I'll be pleased to try to answer it.
Perfect. How many minors are making accusations in total, and are the feds aware of the allegations of minors in the case?
I don't know what the feds are aware of, okay, but I do know it's 25 out of this 120. But I will say this to that point: we welcome the FBI or any.
You see what he said, right? It's 25 out of the 120. So very clearly they received more. And again, they probably just picked the 120 most credible. It's more than 25. 25 is the minimum. And everybody knows it's more than that.
Authority who wants to come to us, and we're going to make that available to these victims because I think that's important. My suspicion is, based on talking with these folks, is that you know the FBI is just not aware of these people. The FBI has talked to some of these folks, and I'm going to try to encourage the victims to, in fact, talk to the FBI because I think they have some very, very important things to say.
And were all of the children auditioning because they were musicians, or were any of them
That's a
all
good question.
seeking either TV or some sort of music.
It's harder to hear. I think some people might not be able to hear that. What she asked was that were they just kids that were just like there, or kids that were looking for prospective careers?
With promises of,
Yeah.
you know, we're going to make you a star.
Yeah. See.
Instead, basically did things to them such that they don't want to have anything to do with the entertainment industry ever again. All right, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. We're going to go now. Thank you.
Do you anticipate any Houston cases?
Holy shit. There's a video right there. Y'all want to watch the rest of it? Some parts of it I didn't watch. Did he get in the electric chair? I mean, I want to, like, honestly, I want to see him testify and say who else was involved. Because, like, that's really what needs to happen, is because, like, something like this, like, he didn't do this. He didn't solo this, right? Like, he did this with a bunch of other people. So, like, I mean, him going to jail and, like, he's done, right? Like, I mean, he's obviously done. So, like, that's a foregone conclusion. We know that's going to happen. What about everybody else? Yeah, like, what about the people that were involved? Like-minded individuals. Yeah, exactly, right? They better have them on watch for suicide. I'm going to be honest. I don't even think it matters. I think if Diddy kills himself or somebody kills Diddy at this point, it won't make a difference. Because there's so much corroborating evidence. There's so many people that have talked about it. And there's so many things that have happened. And there's probably data, phone calls. Like, again, like Epstein and Clinton, these guys are fucking professionals. Diddy? Usher? These are singers. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, they're not on that level. They're not anywhere remotely as powerful as somebody like Bill fucking Clinton. Like, let's be honest, right, guys? Like, yeah, these are the guys that pretend to be gangsters. People like Bill Clinton are the ones that say they're not gangsters, but they actually fucking are. Very big difference there. Diddy's a rookie? Yeah, bro, like these, yeah, they're... I don't think they have even remotely close to the power or influence to stop this from happening. Especially with so much information and so many people knowing the information. Hollywood's involved too? Yeah, I know. But Hollywood doesn't write laws. That's the difference. Singers who are under the influence of powerful people who invested in them? Yeah, I guess so, right? Man, Clinton made $250 million in office and his wife. Hey, you know, and that's just what we know about, right? You heard about 50 Cent selling a documentary about this to Netflix? I actually don't know anything about that. I'm not sure. They'll turn on each other. They're all snakes. Good. Like, I feel like, because, like, let's be real, right? Like, after that Harvey Weinstein shit, and the fact that, like, a bunch of other people didn't get called out for that, like, everybody knew, right? Like, we all knew, like, it is pretty obvious that, like, some bad shit happened, right? And there were a bunch of other people involved. But there just wasn't enough, like, information. Like, the floodgates had not opened at this point, right? This could be the greatest bust in... I actually think this will be the biggest reckoning in entertainment history if he follows through with this. And I actually don't know. Like, this is so insane. I can't even imagine something that could ever be bigger than this. This is insane. His personal assistant was promoted to create a $2 million show? Yeah, I don't know. Trump even stated he didn't know Epstein that well and got away with it. I don't know. I mean, like, Epstein and but, like, think about it, right? Think about the levels of magnitude of power between Donald Trump and, like, Usher. Or, like, P. Diddy. It's not even remotely fucking close. So that's why people like Donald Trump and other people can, you know, like Bobby Kotick. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, these guys are real popular. They've got
albums that sell really well. But Bobby Kotick, that's a whole different situation. So, yeah, don't downplay. There's still queens in a deck of cards, man. Well, I mean, like, yeah, no, I mean, for sure. Also, his victimizing didn't slow down after all the Epstein and Weinstein shit came out. Yeah, exactly. Do you think this could implicate those powerful people like Epstein and Clinton? I do think that to an extent there is a web. How like how big is that web, right? Like how how robust is the web? I don't know. I mean, I guess you're gonna have to find out, but I feel like at this point the big difference between this and the Epstein stuff is that, number one, you're dealing with people primarily, at least in Hollywood, that are several magnitudes less powerful than actual politicians and former presidents, right? So they have less power to exercise to stop this from happening, number one. Number two, there's a lot of talk about videos and information made about this, and it's done in a decentralized way, and there are so many points of failure. So a lot of conspiracies in my mind fall apart whenever I have to imagine that 10,000 people can keep a secret. No, don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I think especially whenever you have this much communication and this many people like cooperating with each other, there will be a fuck up. Absolutely. Tunnel under. Yeah, there's a tunnel. Yeah, there are apparently Los Angeles home underground tunnel at P. Diddy's Los Angeles house near Playboy Mansion. This dude had underground tunnels. Yeah. What do you think about Trump being with Diddy in a lot of those images? I think that's very, very concerning. And I think everybody should, I don't think this is a shoot first and ask questions later. I mean, who knows, right? Maybe he had nothing to do with it. Maybe he did. I feel like it's totally fucking over for them. I think this could actually be like a rapture on a level that I don't think we've ever seen. I think this is going to make like the Epstein stuff and the Harvey Weinstein stuff look like a joke. And honestly, I think it's going to make the R. Kelly stuff look like a joke. This seems like probably potentially the biggest one.
Can't decide between a slasher or vintage horror? Pick a style or upload your reference. On LTX Studio, you can choose the vibe of your video in a Scream. Make your movie pitch or AI competition video a killer one.
I'm actually really curious to see what's going to happen with this.
The P. Diddy scandal has finally uncovered just how dark and twisted those in control of our culture really are. From some of the most disturbing sex parties ever.
And the thing is that, like, I kind of don't want to say this, but like, if Leonardo DiCaprio and Howard Stern got named, I'd be like, Yeah. Yeah.
Recorded sleepovers with a teenage Justin Bieber, funding and controlling your favorite celebrities, hosting his own Love Island where he took people off the radar.
I got an island, it's called Love Island. When you going off the grid with me, you gotta go to sleep for a week.
Free.
That's a what, he just said it?
Off parties, whilst also allegedly taking down some of the most iconic musicians in the industry.
Oh my God.
The P. Diddy situation is truly disturbing, and now that he's in custody, only time will tell what's going to happen next. But the fact that this has been going on secretly behind the closed doors of the Hollywood elite for decades shows just how well covered this truly was. But now, finally, the truth is unraveling in front of our very eyes. P. Diddy.
I will say that like people that heard about this or knew about this and didn't speak out against it, I don't necessarily think that they're bad people. Not categorically, all of them. Because I don't think that like, because if you speak out against this and bro, well, let me explain why, okay? Like before people get mad about this, let me explain why. It's because I understand, and I would probably do it, I would speak out against it despite this. However, a lot of people believe it's not their place to do it because they weren't victims, and it's up to the victims to do it, and they don't want to throw the victim into a situation where they're not prepared and mentally or emotionally able to deal with the situation. So I think that's whack. Yeah, like, so, okay, I view it as a trolley problem, basically. And so because of that, I would still make it public, where it's like, yes, this could damage these people, but it also could prevent it from happening to an unknown amount of people in the future. So I have the same conclusion, but I don't think that their perspective is entirely invalid.
Needs hardly any introduction. Before he was infamous for his crimes, he was at the top of society. He rubbed shoulders with
especially if people don't really know about it, right? You hear about this, maybe this happened. Are you really going to go out and spread some crazy rumor like this that you don't really know?
Powerful celebrities in the world. He knew everyone in the music industry, from Jay-Z, Beyonce, Snoop Dogg,
That's
to
crazy.
Biggie
That's a lot
Smalls,
of
and even
people.
Justin Bieber. However, this recent case has exposed how truly twisted the celebrity elites truly are. The investigation began initially in November 2023 by Sean's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Cassie Ventura. She accused him of misconduct and filed a lawsuit. Cassandra and P. Diddy then settled out of court the very next day, and one of his lawyers, Ben Brafman, was clear that it was by no means an admission of wrongdoing. P. Diddy then released a statement wishing Cassandra the best in order to further support the idea that he was innocent.
Right,
Guilty or not, it certainly left a stain on his name. Cassandra then released a statement thanking her friends and family for their support, and the settlement amount was left undisclosed.
It
seemed
always
to be a
is.
case closed, done and dusted job, or at least that.
Well, I think the reason is, like, I mean, let's just think about this logically. Why would he do this if, like, he's paying this massive amount of money? It's no way a mission of wrongdoing. Like, I mean, come on. I hope she got paid. Yeah, she probably got paid a
Little
ton of
did P.
money.
Diddy know that this would be the beginning of the end for him, and would start the ball rolling with many accusations and investigations that would lead to his demise. A further 2 lawsuits were then filed, with accusations of abuse and sexual assault by 2 other women. Joy Dickerson claimed that in 1991, when she was just a 19-year-old college student, P. Diddy had drugged her after a date and sexually assaulted her in her home. Lizard
Jesus.
Gardner was the next victim to come forward, claiming she and a friend were drugged and put in separate rooms where at first, P. Diddy and then Aaron Hall would do awful sexual acts against them. She then found out her friend had the exact same treatment as well, as it seems like they both took turns doing these awful crimes against these girls. Lizard was just 16 at the time, and then a few days later, P. Diddy pitched up at her house and assaulted her again, this time choking her until she passed out. As he
What the fuck?
was irritated at the thought that Lizard might mention this to his girlfriend. Then in December 2023, another person came forward.
Wait, what?
That Liz and my
Until she almost passed out because he was worried she might divulge what happened. So he
Oh, he did math.
mentioned this to his
Look at that.
girlfriend.
He finally did the math.
Then in December 2023, another person came forward with more accusations aimed at him. She claimed that she had been gang raped and sex trafficked. She said that Harvey Pierre, who was the president of Combs Bad Boy Records, flew her from Detroit to New York in 2023. However, while with them, a third man joined P. Diddy and Pierre and raped her.
I think that like this is a really interesting component that whenever I'm looking at stories like this, it like I kind of have like a degree of the more details line up between stories and the more minute the details, the more I believe the stories. And like the whole gang raping and drugging people, I know it's common, but this seems to be a common factor among all of them. And like for me, whenever I read situations like this, if I see a bunch of like these like really kind of abstract commonalities, it probably happened. Yeah, the
P.
dots
Diddy even
connect.
complained that he couldn't finish until he had his nipples pinched. The suit included a photograph from the night in question of her sitting on Sheen's lap. She was only 17 then, and was now the fourth woman to come forward in just a matter of weeks. This time, P. Diddy did not settle out of court. In fact, he issued a statement on his Instagram saying, quote, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation, and my legacy.
Shouldn't have put that out there.
Sickening allegations to be made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of these awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." But there were several red flags hinted by friends of P. Diddy, particularly in Usher's interview with Howard Stern, where subtle suggestions indicate that these new allegations were possibly founded as far back as 2016. Back when the interview took place, as Usher described his experiences when he lived with
What did he say?
2016.
Living with Diddy comes as questioning experience.
Back when the interview took place,
What'd he say?
as Usher described his experiences when he lived with Sheen Coon for a year, and said he was exposed to some very curious things, but at that age, he didn't understand it.
I moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
We're sending you
New
over
York
to
City.
something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn some.
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it was
Camp.
called. Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle. I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it.
It's only now that it stands out because it further.
What the fuck? Jesus, like
Of course, just give it death touch.
he knew, but he's 13. I don't know. Like
This supports the allegation. When Howard asked Usher if he would allow his own son to participate in the Puffy Flavor Camp, as P. Diddy would call it, Usher didn't hesitate to say no.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Well, he sent somebody else's. His name was Justin Bieber.
No.
In a Rolling Stone interview with Usher in 2004, he elaborated on his experiences with living with P.
Oh
Diddy.
my God.
He said there was always girls around. You'd open a door and see somebody doing it, or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen. With this in mind, it wasn't that surprising that by February 27th, 2020,
And they just brought a kid in there? I mean, this isn't like 17, right? This is 13.
the
Oh my
producer of P. Diddy's
God.
album, The Love Album, sued P. Diddy for $30 million for sexual assault.
Yeah.
He claimed that he was also drugged and woke up in a bed with 2 male sex workers and Mr. P. Diddy himself. His lawsuit included P. Diddy's son, Justin, who he claimed would bring underage girls home and then drug them, while his dad secretly filmed these sexual acts. Although an adult
Bro, this guy. This is this is insane. It's fucking insane. Like, no, I mean, I thought it was like, oh yeah, hooking up with some girls, and you know, this guy was like sleeping with a 16-year-old girl. Okay, you know, like, all right, this is like, it's just your typical situation, right? This has happened many times in Hollywood. This is crazy. His kids bring, like, and he's filmed. I feel like I mean, this is some, like, I would say this is some Game of Thrones shit, but this is worse. This is insane. Like, oh my God.
A film actor called D'Angelo Knockout Marquise claimed that one of the photos used in the lawsuits was actually still from one of his films. Although perhaps discredited, where there's smoke, there's fire, and P. Diddy was now desperately trying to put the fires out as more and more took to flame. P. Diddy actually admits that he did document everything in his life, so any sexual male acts could have easily been caught on tape, and the fear of that exposure will keep some from coming forward as well.
So he secretly recorded people to use as collateral to ensure the continued obedience. Wait, but then he admitted that he recorded people too?
Acts could have easily been caught on tape, and the fear of that exposure will keep some from coming forward as well.
At this point, like, what didn't this guy do? This is insane.
In Deal, P. Diddy's former bodyguard said in an interview that the freak-off included P. Diddy having sex with male escorts that his then girlfriend was forced to find.
Looking at this lawsuit, she alleges that, you know, Diddy, he'll make her
That's I could care less about that. Some dude wants to fuck another dude. You gonna suck another dude's dick? Go ahead. I don't care. This part's like, who cares, right?
Online for BBCs for their freako sessions. And she say that, you know, in this lawsuit that, you know, Diddy, he enjoyed watching her get smashed by BBCs.
And she was searching for the big black, not only for herself, but for somebody else who we all know that was in the room with her. There had to be...
That's really, I'm gonna be real, like, I really could care, I could care less about this. Really, like, I really could care less about, like, this situation. Like, these are two adult swingers that are into cucking, shit like that. It's a private sexual fetish between consenting adults. Weird? Sure. Problematic? No.
For both of them, they was in the room.
P. Diddy would make them wear masks to keep their identity from Casey.
She also alleges that, you know, while she was having sex with these male prostitutes, the male prostitutes, and Diddy, they all wore masquerade masks.
He didn't want her to know who they were.
Which is why on March...
It's the fucking Hunger Games? Like, what is this? Like, this is some fucking, like, Great Gatsby Hunger Games fucking, like, weird... The Eyes Watch... Is that one of the... I never saw that movie. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like...
March 25th, 2024, P. Diddy's homes in both LA and Miami were raided by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations in New York. The raid was part of the investigation of sex trafficking led by the Southern District of New York, perhaps prompted by the now 5 victims who had come forward, one of which was a male who also chose to remain anonymous. Because of this,
only
the
5 back then.
Guns and P. Diddy's phone on the day of the raid. It was reported that over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant were found on the property. This unusual find would be laughable if it...
The thing is that after hearing about all this stuff, the only thing that I'm surprised about is that it was only 1,000 bottles.
this is insane. Like,
weren't so incriminating to the horrific charges. It only supported flying rumors of sex parties that would go on for days with drugged up women and male escorts, all performing sexual acts in the quote freak off to satisfy P. Diddy's endless need for lust. In the Los Angeles home, P. Diddy's sons were also put in handcuffs during the raid. It was reported by their mother that the federal agents used excessive, unnecessary force and that it was just racially motivated. But it couldn't be any further from the truth. Everyone allegedly involved was being taken down, and over the coming months the truth would unravel about how truly disturbing this Hollywood celebrity culture truly was. Now, P. Diddy's
this is insane. Like, and the fact that his kids are involved with it too. Classic race card. I mean, look, it's the mom. It's like there's a reason why you don't have people that are involved. Like, you don't have the parents of like the perpetrator or something make decisions. Like, the mom's in on it, and yeah, no, and that's another fucking thing, man. Is like, now, like, I would never think like the kids are like it's maybe she's in on it too. I mean, fuck, like, how could you not be in on it? It seems she's got to be an accomplice too. Yeah.
These are known to be insane, as you can probably tell by the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. At these parties, it was reported that the drugs offered were all designed so that party participants could go on for hours having sex.
Like
there was
meth?
a drink called the 2C, which was dosed with a bunch of drugs. Jaguar Wright explained this in an interview, as she said that P. Diddy would put in Special K, also known as ketamine, to relax your muscles.
Now, if you don't know what ketamine is what they call on the street Special K. It's a veterinary drug. It's a horse tranquilizer.
This was then mixed with cocaine and Viagra to counteract the negative side effect of limp noodle, as Jaguar described it, creating the perfect mix to relax you while still keeping you completely energized for sex.
The cocaine keep you up all night, but unfortunately, it gives you limp noodle because of what the blood flow is. So you want to fuck with a half-hard on night. So that's why you had the Viagra, to make sure that the involuntarily stays hard while you're numbing your fucking self with the coke.
Jamie Foxx even said that he'd been to one of these parties. And
that's... Oh my god, bro. Like, that shit's sick. That's so weird, bro. That shit weirds me the fuck out. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's so weird. Like, how do you just do this? Just the beginning? Like, yeah. Like, that's just... It's sick, bro. Like, what the fuck?
And it's very likely that most people in the celebrity LA Hollywood culture would be partaking in this stuff, especially with the recent allegations coming forward in the last couple of weeks. And it's truly disturbing to think what was happening there. Recently, a video was shown by CNN of P. Diddy assaulting Casey, which further supported her claims. The video shows her trying to leave the hotel party, and P. Diddy had already given her a black eye by this point. In the video, P. Diddy's wearing nothing but a towel, and as he catches up to her, he violently pushes her down, then proceeds to kick her twice and tries to drag her down the hall.
Yeah,
the
I saw
footage shows further abuse when he throws a bunch of glass in her direction.
Wait,
it's
what?
obvious that he's very intoxicated at the time, having just emerged from one of these awful parties. After this footage went public, P. Diddy posted an apology saying he was disgusted with himself when it happened, and that he's disgusted with himself now.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
He claimed that he sought help and went to rehab after the incident.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry, but I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
The LA County District Attorney's Office also issued...
Man, he's gonna have to do a lot of apology videos. Yeah, they gotta have him in jail doing apology videos all day. This is gonna be a lot.
a statement saying
That's
that while
bad.
the video was hard to watch, they could not use it for further action as the footage and incident happened beyond the timeline where it'd be of legal use.
Oh,
However,
yeah.
they encouraged
Statute
others
of
to come
limitations.
forward. It was explained that P. Diddy paid the hotel $50,000 for the footage so that it would not be leaked to the public.
Oh my God.
The sad reality is that this is the only incident caught on surveillance and actually exposed to the public. However, Casey's lawsuit was riddled with far more horrific accusations.
That girl went through some tumultuous shit that she never thought that she would ever have to go through being in the music business.
She claimed that P. Diddy would go into fits of rage and that she was his main target of savage beatings.
Well, I mean, she had a black eye, right? And so, like, how does that happen?
Into the bedroom and shut the door, and all I could hear is screaming and yelling and whatever was going on in there, I don't know.
What the
all I
fuck?
could think of was to grab Cassie's things and start packing it up and just getting her out to safety.
She claimed that he would drug her and force her to have sex with other men while he watched, filmed, and masturbated to it. This is
I just like. It's just like, I mean, is a cucklord? I don't care about the cuck part. It's about like drugging her and forcing her, right? The cuck part, like, I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's just, yeah, you want to go do that? Go ahead. Like, NTR did it? Yeah, plenty of people like NTR. Great, have fun. But fuck, he blew. Wait, what? Wait, often punched, beat, and kicked on her, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding. Blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically. Wait. Ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive who he learned was nearby, demanded that she carry his firearm in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous. And this is even the one that's highlighted? Yeah, dude, bro, this guy's playing Grand Theft Auto. What the fuck? This is insane. He blew up Kid Cudi's car? Oh my God. Special place reserved now for Diddy? Just yeah, like this is like, you've got to. I'm trying to think, like, has there been anything that's been more deranged than this? Like, there's plenty of like serial killers that get into like weird stuff, but usually it's like one or two weird fixations. This guy, I feel like this guy just looked at like, what can I do wrong? He looked at it like a checklist. This is insane. Like, Epstein, well, we don't know what happened with Epstein. We're not sure about that. Like a challenge, yeah, bro, like an achievement list. Holy fuck.
has since been dubbed as a freak-off, and as we've mentioned, it's come up in many other accusations as well.
Yeah.
She also claimed to try to leave him in 2018, which ended up with her getting odd. Casey also claimed that for a brief time she and Kid Cudi started a romantic relationship, but when P. Diddy found out about it, he threatened to set his car on fire and wanted to make sure that Kid Cudi was there when it happened. While it seemed like an idle threat, it did indeed happen. 2 weeks later, Kid Cudi's car was deliberately set alight. As for P. Diddy, this footage of the abuse could not have come at a worse time. He was already being investigated, adding fuel to the fire.
There's another dude. This guy is insane. But probably Las Vegas, Hollywood, couch surfing in 50. Yeah, I mean, this is nuts. Professional deviant, yes.
Were coming forward with further accusations, and even men like the Michigan inmate Derek Lee Smith sued P. Diddy for $100 million and won by default. It seemed that P. Diddy didn't even show up to defend himself for this one. In Derek's suit, he claimed that while at a party in Detroit in 1997, he was a victim of groping and sexual assault by P. Diddy. And once these accusations started coming forward, people started realizing that P. Diddy was just the tip of a giant iceberg of a huge Hollywood conspiracy. You see, Eminem, who's known to rap out his opinions, recently dropped a line in his Kill Shot diss track, mainly aimed at Machine Gun Kelly, that brought up the possibility of P. Diddy's involvement in Tupac's murder. The line that had fans reeling went, "Kill was the day you put out hits, the day Diddy admits that he put the hit out that got Tupac killed," which was
this guy, bro, this guy's actually like, yeah, this is actually, he's playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, you want to know the only other person that I feel like is this reckless, this insane, and this dangerous? Hunter Biden. Like, P. Diddy and Hunter Biden have been playing Grand Theft Auto in real life. It's nuts. Much worse than and yeah, this makes Hunter Biden look like a good guy, you know, normal guy. Just oh wow, oh yeah, wow, he does crack. Oh, that's so bad. Like, yeah, sane, yeah, bro. This is insane.
Then followed by, "I'm just playing Diddy, you know I love you," and many share Eminem's suspicions, although there has been no real proof of it. It is possible that Eminem is not holding back as P. Diddy's record company Bad Boy Records is funding MGK, who was gunning for Eminem, but Eminem didn't stop there. In other songs like Antichrist, he brings up the video of P. Diddy and Casey and makes fun of possible reasons for P. Diddy to chase Casey. In another,
the Antichrist? I feel like you know what? I mean, this is, yeah.
The song Fuel, he brings up the lawsuit and insinuates that P. Diddy tried to have Tupac's alleged murderer killed. In another song, Bad One, Eminem raps about P. Diddy possibly blowing up Kid Cudi's car.
What?
It hit such a nerve that P. Diddy demanded a public apology from Eminem. He believed that the rapper had gone way too far and was doing more damage to his reputation in light of the new developments. Well, he's not wrong, because Eminem's fan base outnumbers any other rapper, and they tend to be loyal and hang on to their every word, especially when it comes to the disturbing life behind the scenes in the music industry and Hollywood world. People trust that Eminem isn't just making this up. All these allegations seem to stem from a
I don't think he's bullshitting either. I don't. I don't think he's like making it up. Now, somebody could have lied to him. He might not have the right information. But man, fuck.
P. Diddy came off as a powerful icon in the industry. This speaks to the intimidation and manipulations used to keep all those people quiet. In 1999, certain testimonies indicate that P. Diddy got away with a shootout in a club. At the same time, P. Diddy and his then girlfriend.
This guy is the only guy that you can be like, there's like one sentence, oh yeah, there's also a shooting in a club that he got away with. Like, and this is a 19-minute video, bro. Like, I remember when, you know, like there was some Michael Jackson stuff back in the day. And, you know, there was like a whole documentary about the Neverland thing. And then it was like R. Kelly happened. And like R. Kelly had like a whole Netflix season. Bro, this dude is the new whole Game of Thrones. But like, you need multiple seasons to go through all of this. Like, I thought R. Kelly was like, that's really bad. You got a bunch of episodes. Yeah, you got spin-offs. Yeah, you got Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, House of the Dragon. Yeah, like you gotta. You have a movie for this too. What the fuck, man? Yeah, 50 Cent's got his work cut out for him.
No mana for me.
This is insane. MG was debunked years ago. Look, I love Michael Jackson. I also think that he was mostly innocent. I agree. But like at the end of the day, it's like he dead and it's literally dead and buried, right? And so what I'm saying though is like, but at the time, a lot of people, it was a contentious point, right? It was very contentious. This is nuts.
Our friend J Lo went to the club and got into an altercation with Matthew Scar Allen. P. Diddy knocked a drink out of Matthew's hand, which sparked the violence, where P. Diddy threw money in his face as a sign of disrespect. As it got heated, both of them drew their guns and fired into the crowd. 3 victims survived to tell the tale, but one victim in particular stands out. Now, Tanya Rubin reports that she saw P. Diddy do the shooting while Sheen shot into the ceiling. She herself was shot in the face, and her testimony has not wavered since.
I watched them both fire their guns. I watched them, and that is exactly how I sit here today. Because some thug criminal with an attitude and an ego that was outside of control decided he was going to fire a gun in a crowded nightclub and shot me in my face.
She was so adamant about it that she offered to get bullet fragments removed from her skull to use as forensic evidence. However,
How's she still alive? I mean, if I had to guess, probably because it's right there. And that's probably why she parts her hair that way. Yeah. That's what I would assume.
About it that she offered to get bullet fragments removed from her skull to use as forensic evidence. However, P. Diddy was once again acquitted, with Shane taking the fall, being sentenced to 10 years in prison. Pulling the strings behind the scenes once again, and P. Diddy got away scot-free. This was even brought up in Rodney's suit, as P. Diddy would tell him that he even got away with shooting people and would display his guns to instill fear to keep Rodney silent and
well, and that's the thing, is that he was right. He did get away with it. What the fuck?
Compliant. The more we uncover about P. Diddy's life, the more these testimonies start to line up a very dark picture of what it takes to actually succeed in the celebrity culture, and how truly powerful the people pulling the strings really are. P. Diddy just seems to be the tip of the iceberg. Just one guy who was so clumsy.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I will be shocked if anything beats this. I cannot imagine something that is more insane than this is. Just wait, and that's the thing. That's the thing, right? Epstein is close? No. Epstein is so undefined. We don't know a lot of the stuff that happened with Epstein. This is totally different. Man.
We don't know.
Waiting room for Jay-Z drop?
But this is real different.
I mean, like, this, like, dude, this is nuts, man. It's unreal. Like, I really, like, I honestly just, I cannot imagine something being worse than this, because this, to me, it's like, again, it feels like it's not even real. It's like Grand Theft Auto or something. You can't even believe it.
Made so many obvious mistakes and became so hated by the industry that he's finally now being exposed. But who knows how many other people are out there doing the exact same thing or even worse. But soon another 2 victims would come forward. This time the model Crystal McKinney, who claimed she met P. Diddy in 2003 at a fashion event. He found her attractive and offered to help her with her career. And once he had her at his studio, he gave her alcohol and offered her laced marijuana, stating, "You've never had weed like this before."
Yeah, I bet. No, I think so. Chappelle was right, even in his skits back then. What makes sweeter is Trump getting exposed? You think is P. Diddy going to release the names of everybody involved? I feel like the names are already going to get released no matter what. Because there's so many other victims and so many people that have come forward, and it's already been made so public that even if you kill one person, it's like a hydra at this point. Like, you can't stop this because there's too many people that know about it. Yeah, and also keep in mind, a good dozen people immediately left their position and retired the moment that all this went public. Obama's going down? I don't think so.
At least she was very intoxicated, and P. Diddy took her into a bathroom and forced her to perform some certain acts. Later on, she woke up in a cab, but luckily remembered what had happened, and she kept her clothes in plastic if they were ever needed for forensics. But because of his power, she only filed the lawsuit in May of 2024. April Lamprose is another victim of a much older but longer case. In 1994, she would meet P. Diddy, as he offered to mentor her in pursuing a fashion career. However, this would turn into a lawsuit of 4 incidents where P. Diddy would sexually assault her over the next 6 or 7 years.
Jesus.
If she refused his advances, he would go berserk, which almost made her feel obliged. P. Diddy then taped it all without her knowledge and had shown these clips to others.
That's the reason why. He recorded fucking everything. Did you hear 50 Cent's gonna make a series about this? Yeah. Yeah, this is insane. Steve Harvey's wife filed for divorce the day this happened. That's interesting. Really interesting. Wow. I hope it's. I like Steve Harvey. I'll be real sad. I'll be real sad.
Like he had the power to ruin her career in an instant, so she always had to be careful. After a few years, she bumped into him again. This time he apologized for his behavior, but then fell straight back into his old tricks to lure her in. The indictment revealed that P. Diddy also threatened his victims,
100%.
including by threatening to expose the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of freak-offs, if the woman didn't comply with his demands. Kidnapping, also one of the charges, was briefly mentioned in a joking manner in a Conan interview with P. Diddy, where he says, quote, "I don't know if you guys have noticed this, a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, so if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. You need locks on the doors." And
What? Oh my God. Like, I hope this trial will be on TV. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be. I think this is like so dark and like so fucked up that there's like no shot they record this.
And while the crowd laughs at the time, it's only in hindsight do we realize how disturbing the statement truly was.
I don't know if guys have noticed this, like a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, so you have, if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave.
Right.
Gotta keep them there.
Right.
You need locks on the doors.
Which is why last week on...
That's crazy. That's crazy funny. Well, the thing is that like a lot of people, like everybody, that's bro.
September 16th, 2024, P. Diddy was finally arrested at a hotel in Manhattan on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. His lawyers claimed he intended to hand himself in, but wasn't awarded the chance. He also claimed that he had handed over his passport, but it was cleverly worded as he had only handed it over to his lawyer, not the federal government.
Oh, right.
The reason this is important is because he was trying to show that he was not a flight risk, and therefore able to be released on bail. If P. Diddy did try to leave the country, it would turn into a nightmare of trying to get him back. However, his lawyer would have discouraged this. Still, it didn't matter because the judge denied his bail. His lawyer then appealed bail on the 18th of September, offering $50 million, which was again denied. And P. Diddy is now facing up to life in prison should he be convicted of the long list of charges.
That's it?
Forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. P.
I
Diddy
feel like that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's like nothing. Yeah, that's it?
as a team tried to silence many witnesses with bribes. But
Right.
while his life went from expensive cars and parties with some of the most rich and famous pop stars in mansions and
Ooh.
hotels, he's now confined to 4 walls of a prison cell, waking people up to how disturbing this Hollywood industry truly is. It's
Holy
also known that
shit.
the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where he's currently being detained, is known to be hell on earth. It's the same prison that housed R. Kelly, who faced very similar charges, and Mr. Jeffrey was also a former inmate before he was found dead. Since this
Uh-oh. Yeah, he did say he was suicide. That's crazy. Wow. Man, how about that?
second appeal of bail was denied, P. Diddy has been put on an S-watch. His lawyers have said that they'll fight this with all they have, as they believe he's innocent. But it's believed that the defense attorneys have an airtight case and are very confident that their investigation findings will secure a guilty verdict. Regardless of the outcome, his career is completely over. He's been exposed for all the vile stuff, and now the truth just seems to keep on unraveling.
This is
all his
nuts.
business colleagues and former friends have done everything they can to distance themselves from him.
Yeah, I
it appears
bet.
that Usher's deleted a bunch of tweets to get some distance. And even though he claims he didn't do
He
this,
got hacked.
it does seem very suspicious, and nobody
Yeah.
really believes him. But many celebrities are too scared to even speak out against P. Diddy, and some might fear the footage the feds have that could implicate them. It's been reported that Justin Bieber is so shocked by the crimes of P. Diddy that he's unwilling to talk about it. And after all the videos of him and Justin
Man, bro, this shit is... This is so fucking dark, bro. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, like, this is... What the
Bieber
fuck?
surfaced back online, it's said that Justin's completely shut down. And you can only imagine some awful things have happened behind the scenes that we'll never truly know about. Justin, who once looked up to and admired the music mogul, now regrets collaborating with P. Diddy on his latest album. And there's probably way more to
Yeah.
it than just that. More information has also been leaked about how P. Diddy funded Bad Boy Records by drugging his guests with food and drinks. And
The thing is, though, like, what I bet probably happened, like, this is what I think probably happened, because this seems like what he did with his kids, is that he probably groomed Justin into doing bad shit, too, and has him on recording of doing that bad shit. But he probably groomed him into that even as he was a teenager. That's what I bet probably happened. Usher, too? Yeah. I mean, you're going to do it to your own kids. You, of course, would do it to somebody else. Or did something to him. No, I think both. I think, like, whether P. Diddy did something to him or not, like, that's a foregone. Like, we know that happened. For sure that happened. Not for sure, but like 99% sure. Is that to using the victims against other victims? Yeah, exactly. That way use it, like, turn the victims into your accomplices so they can never rat you out. And, like, what do you think the odds are that he does that? I'd say 100%. Absolutely. This dude's a psycho. Absolutely, he would do that. Do you think Diddy was taught this, or is he just a solo act? It's impossible to know. I don't know. P. Diddy was probably, yeah, maybe he was also a victim, like, at the beginning. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know.
Orgies to blackmail the elite's high-profile guests. Castle Black made the claim and said he had been waiting to come out with the truth about his knowledge of the matter.
Wait, his
But no matter
name's
what,
Castle Black?
this entire scandal should really highlight how disturbing the celebrity world really is, how there's power brokers pulling strings behind the scenes, controlling everyone in the industry, and if you don't fall in line, you can easily be blackmailed, which makes it so that it's almost impossible to know what's really going on. But with more clues like this, people are starting to wake up to how truly awful the celebrity industry truly is.
This is insane, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, this shit is outrageous. Seems very plausible. Yeah, like, what the fuck? I'll link y'all the video. Like, this shit, like, yeah, give it a like. Like, this is fucking insane, man. Like, yeah. We need the names? No, they're gonna put out a lot of names. I guarantee you they're gonna put out names for this. This video's soft, and no, this video was from a bit ago. Yeah, and now it's getting even worse. It's like every day this shit gets worse. That creepy video of him with a teenager is worse. It'll give you shivers. Like, this dude is
like, I don't even know what to say. Hundreds of people got exposed. You know what's crazy to me is all the people that didn't get exposed. I feel like it's all the assholes that didn't get exposed. Cat Williams is an asshole. Fucking Kanye West hasn't been exposed. 50 Cent, Chappelle, yep, not yet. Ooh.
All of these big dick deviants
I haven't seen this.
is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed.
January 5th.
And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
I need to have another one of these.
Amen, amen.
Gee.
What are the comments saying? I wonder if people are mad at him for saying this shit. They were initially?
I kind of getting on here.
Right.
After that, I don't really kind of know where to go. Let me, one more time.
Right.
We good now?
Because the people want to know, well, why would he get blackballed?
Yeah,
Oh, because in 30 years, I've done nothing but collect information, knowledge, and your secrets. So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing,
You will tell it.
no, somebody come to tell me.
Okay.
I gather that, I value that, I'll pay for that.
So people
come, tell me. I know so many things I shouldn't know, and they all know it. They all know it. Why? Because you don't make me the villain. Not the guy that raises black children and ain't never done a hard drug in his life and don't have no stories of doing nobody dirty. And they'll just go out and they'll lie. The industry doesn't mess with Cat because he didn't show up for the studio. No studios have ever said that. Look at my IMDb. It will show you that no studio has ever lost money with me on the script. How? That's why I'm saying, that's why I can't let Ricky Smiley say he was supposed to play Money Mike, because I wrote the words for Money Mike. I designed the hair for Money Mike. I collaborated with the wardrobe department and made outfits to make sure that no one in America would be wearing what Money Mike was wearing. I told him to go get the Prowler. I then told him to paint it purple. I told him don't have an actor playing a pimp. We could get an actual pimp, Archbishop Magic Don Juan, to play. Like,
This shit's good. This is really good.
I did far
Oh
too
my
much
God.
work for somebody to come years later and try to tag along just for their own self-aggrandizement.
Why didn't Cube set the record straight? Terry Crews could have set the record straight. Mike Epps could have set the record straight. Why none of them set the record straight?
That's what you were supposed to ask him when he told you those lies that
But I
no
didn't
one's
know it
ever
was a
heard.
lie.
Right, but he's telling you something no one's ever heard of. Nobody has ever heard, oh, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon was in a movie, and somebody said, y'all should switch roles. Like, this is a business.
But that's the thing, Cat. Normally when people will give you information, I'm thinking I'm hearing it for the first time, and they're giving information no one else knows or have ever heard. So I'm taking them at face value.
These are lies.
He's not wrong. Of course, he's not going to try to go fight some fucking shit, like tell somebody they're wrong about a story they're telling them. Like, yeah, he got no frame of reference. Like, he's totally right.
This is like Steve Harvey telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey wasn't never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash and doing 5 shows a week.
To be fair, I can believe that because Steve Harvey used to be a comedian. He's been a comedian for a long, long time. Like, I feel like he's been on Family Feud for so long, people might have forgot that. But yeah, he used to be a stand-up comedian. And this is like way, way, way back. So is Cat Williams? Yeah, but everybody knows that.
They just tell the stories. Thanks to my wife, I'm where I am. You said that about the first wife. You forget that? You told us it was her. Then you married somebody else that think like a man. Like, what are you talking about? They think they can
said that about your first one. That's some fucked up shit to say. Man.
Right history. Guy Torrey did a beautiful special about the Comedy Store and Fat Tuesday, where he said that Steve and Cedric and Kevin Hart and Tiffany Haddish came through there and made all lies. Steve and Cedric never performed at the Comedy Store at all. Tiffany was only seen at the Laugh Factory. In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to LA and in his first year in LA, he had his own sitcom on network television and had his...
I mean, I've always thought Kevin Hart was kind of funny, but like, man, it's like, yeah. Oh my God. And so like, it makes me wonder, like, because basically what he's saying is he's saying that the people look at who's popular right now, look at why, like, think about why that is. And it's like him and these other people that have been put outside of it because they didn't want to play ball. You know, they didn't want to play the game. That's odd, man. That's really odd. Like, this is... Bro, what the fuck?
His own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading. No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't
He just says it. God damn.
Then the definitions of these words. He just did his documentary with Chris Rock where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was.
So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing?
Man. That's crazy.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies, but Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you.
Forgot all about that one. That dude. Yes, I remember him. Oh my God. Absolute God-tier reference. Yes.
In the checks and balances of the universe, that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
Are you not afraid about being blackballed again? These are some power people.
What do you mean again?
What do you mean
These
again?
people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the #1 job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is?
What?
Is to act like it didn't happen.
Jesus Christ. Oh my, like, this is nuts. Like, good shit, yeah. This is insane, man. What? I've never I've seen Cat Williams comedy specials, right? I've seen him in a few movies. I had like, what the? This is crazy.
They all do the same job. Why do you think Gary Owen can't cross over and he already white and been in comedy for 25 years? If what I say ain't the case. It's a cabal. It's a consortium. They rock with who they rock with, and they don't with who they don't. But I'm not scared of being the competition any more than you were when you lined up across from a superior team. Yeah, on paper, they're a better team.
Right.
They have all the assets and resources, and we don't. But let us get on the line boy.
He getting up.
And see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't.
Wow.
Because Shannon Sharp got to be a different person than that other person.
Absolutely.
And he always was. That doesn't change when I change teams. That remains the same. That's how a legacy is built. So all of these shortcut takers, they canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he offered to suck my penis in front of all my people at my agency.
Tall, owned to be.
This is unbelievable. Like, he telling the truth. I just like, what the fuck, man?
What am I supposed to do? He did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, there's 3 other black guys on there. Woo.
So you wonder what they did to get there?
I told him no. What y'all do?
That's so fucked up, man. Oh my God. Jesus.
And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, no. The king has walked in and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about. They tell you that themselves. I can't do that because Steve told you that he stopped doing stand-up because he had 7 TV shows. The only problem is when he stopped stand-up, he didn't have those 7 TV shows.
Oh my God. Do you think this is going to cause more racism toward black people? No. I mean, no, of course not. It's got nothing to do with that.
Oh, that's sad.
What do you mean? No, bro. Like, what? Where do you get that? What, because maybe Harvey Weinstein was racist? Like, who gives a fuck? Guy's a freak.
He stopped stand-up because he got in a comedy battle called the Championship of Stand-Up Comedy with one Cat Williams in Detroit in front of 10,000 people and lost because Cat Williams said he was actually bald and that was a wig. And I went in and that's why he couldn't do stand-up anymore. Imagine.
What the fuck? Bro, what?
Imagine him coming to tell you another story where he got so big and it was Bernie and them's fault because they wanted to be movie stars. What? You called Ocean 11 to get that nigga's part. What do you mean you didn't want to be a movie star? So on the behalf of Bernie, I would have to say what I have to say.
Have you ever been on tour with any of these guys?
Every guy I mentioned to you is not funny out there in real life. So no. Faison's never done his own tour in third.
Just talking mad fucking shit. God damn.
Years. Steve Harvey don't do stand-up no more. Cedric doesn't write. I'm sorry, he doesn't write. Ricky Smiley has been playing the same old black woman forever. Like, you can't get a young fan base with that. Like, you gotta be doing karaoke around the country to make that work.
Right.
And he is.
Oh my.
But I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my 19th 100-city tour. I'm not gonna have a conversation with these lazy...
Wait, really?
Bums that'll take a shortcut at any point. Yes, it's easy.
19th 100-city tour. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my God.
for you to juice than to get in the gym. But you don't get to bring that body in here talking crazy.
Talk about how good you look.
What? No, there's too many comics out there
He
that
called
are
them
putting their
bums? He
life
said they're
on the line
lazy.
to tell these jokes, man.
Okay. Let's get to your upbringing. We're going to circle back and we'll get...
I want to protect him real quick, because you had said for the Kings of Comedy, it was in 2018, 2019, but did you mean 1999? Because it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
No, I didn't. No. So what I meant to say was, remember, he said I couldn't do stand-up anymore. I had 7 TV shows. I said he didn't have any of those TV shows at the time.
I know you talking about Cedric.
Joke stealing from Cedric.
Cedric.
Okay.
You had said that 2018, 2019, but it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, no. What comes out in 2000?
The original Kings of Comedy.
Right. I'm on BET's Comic View, and they're using this as the commercial in 1998. Okay. That's why I'm saying, yeah. So if I said the dates wrong, yeah. So
let's go back and clear that up.
Okay.
You said,
You got fact check.
I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To
I mean, to be fair, like they're sitting there getting drunk, and he gonna fuck up a number. Like, it is what it is.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian, and that he could take this joke and nobody would know.
Right.
The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
It had done so well on BET's Comic View that they had made it part of the commercial.
Damn.
So part of the commercial of make sure you tune in to BET was you seeing me doing this joke.
Right.
And this joke is one of those jokes in comedy where you set it up and it takes a little longer to set it up, takes about 3 minutes, but then you're just hitting them with jokes after that because you don't have to set it up.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. He had me go back in the lab and help me craft it to be an even more powerful joke. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke.
Okay.
1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comic View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the
Well, he didn't lie. He liked it a lot. Yeah. Yep. Man, the proof's so. And this is the thing. Good enough to. Wow. He really liked it a lot. Yeah.
Kings of Comedy, and he's doing it verbatim. He's just changed my car into a spaceship. Him and Steve had already apologized for me, so I gave him a pass for a decade.
Right.
Why would you sit here and be like, I saw Cat 30 times, and Cat didn't do, as I stand before you, Shannon. I would have bust Cedric's stomach. There was nothing.
To be fair, didn't Cat Williams get in a fight with like a 14, 15-year-old and lose? Yeah. So I don't know about that, right? But like, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
One of these in that patch right there. Like, are you kidding me? Why would you downplay me like that? Why did I give you a pass if you were just gonna lie? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all a group. Cedric, Steve, Ricky, they've been a group. Everybody knows that. They've been aligned. And there are these alliances in comedy. And if you stand against them, then they sometimes have a problem. But we don't let that change the content because that's all you know me for, is that I'm quite
It's actually crazy, like, because, you know, you
look at it from his perspective, and like he feels like, you know, he came up on his own. Apparently he's done 19 100 city tours. Like, this guy has been farming, grinding, you know, putting himself out there and just, you know, fucking working, right? And then he sees clowns come in and get positions that he thinks he should be in. And to be fair, he's probably not entirely wrong. Man. Yeah. Of course he's
tell
mad.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting the body. And you gotta... tell him no. You got to tell him no.
Bro, he's trying to yeah. Oh my God.
Any day now, you can press the
button. I did. See, I got the receipt for everything I'm telling you. That's why I just say
no. You want to get out? Yeah.
You here? Get your notes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is into going again.
I did. I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting the body. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. I did. See, I got the receipts for everything I'm telling you. That's why I can say them so freely.
Can I need another one? You here? Get your notes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Come on.
Because early on you was accusing me of being...
Man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because I'm favored by God. Like, when I see people's wives and stuff, I don't even look at them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to look at nothing I don't want to have. Because I know how blessed I am. If I look at it, I got it. That's how Diddy be feeling.
Come on, man.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So, you're not supposed to look at anything that you don't want.
Not me personally, just because God has given me literally everything I ever even pump faked like I want. And
oh my
that's
God.
The whole thing. That's the whole thing is I don't have a type of
50 million
woman. Every woman that I ever had as a type, I ended up getting her. Now she's not the type anymore. Now I understand that every woman is a one of one. Like, you can't really have types.
Wow. Oh my God. This is the most popular podcast episode of all time or some shit? This... 78 fucking million views? On a podcast? What the fuck? Cat told the truth.
My fellow subjects of Tsinch, today we are looking into a huge Nurgle drama. Nurgle situation is insane. Today, I want to look at the massive battle that is the smelliest drama in YouTube history. You may call me slop, but I have done it's not 15 seconds of the video yet, so I'm not allowed to say the word, but I've done a ton of research into the Hassan versus Asmongold drama, and ladies and gentlemen, I am about to put my dick on the table, give you all the relevant information, and talk about why one of them is incredibly based and the other one is incredibly cringe. Definitely stay tuned to find out. Now, you may have an opinion, you may not know about this, but I do know about this, do have an opinion, will probably get canceled by one of those two very large fan bases, And bro, we are talking about Asmongold himself. He's so bald. He's so bald and stinky, and we're gonna talk about this. So I'm gonna give you some backstory. I am gonna end up talking about Twitch. I'm gonna be talking about certain streamers on Twitch that have literally put out death threats and hitman hits with prices on them to murder streamers they don't like. All right, I'm literally not talking in hyperbole. I'm gonna talk about the current adpocalypse, how Twitch is failing right now, the massive situation. I have a lot more information than I did in the past when I covered this, but I'm very excited because A, this will probably blow back on me, which means hey, more content to make in the future if I get canceled, and B, it is such a wonderful pile of chaos, and if you know me, you know I love some chaos. All right, so look at the face of your Lord and Savior Asmongold over here before we dive into it, because you are about to be thrown into the craziest story of your life. I have like look at how many tabs I have open, bro. Look how many tabs I have. You don't even want to know. I'm so ready for this. All right, we're not going through all of those, but I have selected a lot. All right, so I want to start things off from the very beginning. We're going full ass chronological order, okay? This isn't like you're reading the books of Warhammer 40k and you start with book 476, all right? We're going chronological order, exactly how we got to the point that there are literally Twitch streamers putting out hits. Twitch lost 90% of their advertisers. Asmongold and Hassan are currently in a massive bloodbath, and I have an incredible amount of opinions on all of it, which will probably get me in trouble. So, we start from the very beginning. This is the clip of Asmongold that got him a 2-week ban on Twitch about a month ago. Right on time for him to come back so he could live stream the election. All right, let's go, Basement Gold. All right, so he has a pretty fucking terrible take here, and he words it in the worst way he possibly can, and he gets banned for it. So first I'll show you this clip so I can properly show you the hypocrisy and bullshit going on.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Yikers.
It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care.
Yeah, so that was the legendary, infamous Asmongold clip. For obvious reasons, he got banned for something like this. It was a little wild. It was a little crazy. He ended up making this whole apology video for this clip. He ended up coming back to streaming. He says things are going to change, stuff like that. The reason why I wanted to show you this in full is because A, I feel like no other YouTubers that actually cover the situation want to play this clip in full, just because of how fucking unhinged he put his words. Like, I don't know. Like, if he would have been referring to terrorists, that's one thing, but he's just referring to like an entire group of people with like innocent people and children involved, and that is just such a broad stroke to say I don't care if genocide happens. That's a little bit wild. All right, so anywho, he makes a take like this. He gets a ban from Twitch. He called an entire culture an inferior culture that obviously does break the terms of service, and he gets banned. Everything is fine in paradise, right, guys? Everything's fine in paradise. Nothing is fine, and Twitch is not paradise. Let me show you a clip from Hassan. Now, the reason why this clip is going to be relevant will make itself very clear to you. It's because that take that Asmongold said that got him banned, yeah, that exposed Twitch's double standard. Because on the one hand, they had to ban Asmongold, which made him literally turn his whole life around. I mean, he even drank water. It was fucking crazy. But it turns out Hassan, who is the CEO of Twitch's favorite streamer, as he admitted in articles, has done, unironically, the same exact thing as Asmongold, and not only gets away with it, but gets glazed by the entire Twitch staff. So while Asmongold's ban makes sense, he violated terms of service, it really makes it clear that there is a interesting sussy-wussy double standard going on Twitch. Let me show you this clip, just so you understand what I'm talking about.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave.
This is talking about, by the way, China, imperialist China invading Tibet, murdering their people and conquering it. All right, I just want to set the stage for you.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like autonomous zone.
So basically, he's justifying China's genocide because he's saying that Tibet was an inferior culture. He is literally using the exact same Asmongold logic, except Asmongold, who just worded it terribly, Hassan worded it exactly how he meant it and still didn't get banned for this. I'm gonna play a little more here.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when
China, so he gets asked if China did them a favor, and the obvious answer is no. No.
I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China
took over.
Unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the
the
identity.
part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No.
Wow, bro! Oh my God! Listen, while I am not one to say slavery is good, I in fact have the incredibly hot take that I think slavery is not very based. But, bro, he said the exact same thing as Asmongold said, except unlike Asmongold, who's politically somewhat illiterate like me, Hassan actually is not politically illiterate. He follows politics. He knows what he's talking about. And this is genuinely his true beliefs. It's not like he's mincing words on this. And he literally puts this out into the world, and Twitch turns a blind eye. And not only does that happen, but Twitch literally unlatches their jaw to glaze him properly.
China did them a favor.
I think that, yes, I will be on the record
just
to
like
say
America
he's on the record, all right? He's being very careful here.
that while the Chinese government, wait,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well.
Oh, so Taiwan should also get dicked over by China. Like, you don't understand. Like, this is literally this man's opinions on imperialist China because they're communists or some shit. I don't know. I'm not gonna make believe I'm as politically literate as this guy. But this is the same clip as Asmongold, all right? He keeps going for 40 seconds talking about this shit. I don't know if anyone wants to hear this. I'll play it anyway, just for the sake of brevity, including all the context. But you gotta be pretty mentally regarded in order to think that any of this is fucking normal. All right.
Describe Taiwan as well.
Yeah, God, I'm so excited to show you the clip of so the spoilers. Hassan currently is upset at Asmongold and attacking him because he says that Asmongold is causing the Twitch adpocalypse. He is blaming Asmongold for it. All right. But this is the fucking shit that he says. The reason why Twitch is losing ads is because of this piece of shit. All right. Now, I'm sure he's a nice guy in real life, but these opinions and not willing to recognize the fact that he is the problem is vile.
The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of...
Get ready for this analogy. Holy shit. It's gonna be good. This analogy is gonna blow your fucking mind and your penis.
Slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed.
All right.
Okay.
Tibet is the South.
Boom! Boom! In Hassan's analogy, Tibet, the nation that got absolutely dumpster fucked by imperialist China, is the South in his analogy to the Civil War. Okay.
In the Civil War?
Yes. Tibet in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes,
so
they were doing slavery.
What was the moral aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim.
Wow, bro! Oh my my god, that's wild. That's like so insanely wild. That like, A, he'll say it, and B, it's worse than the Asmongold clip, and he still isn't getting banned for it. Like, that's fucking wild. So anyway, the obvious double standard for Twitch got revealed. The Asmongold ban caused the snowball into Twitch getting revealed that they have a massive double standard. Asmongold immediately gets banned for 2 weeks. Hassan gets glazed. Anyway, just to show you how clear it is that there is a double standard, I have a couple other good clips. Obviously, there's a lot of good Hassan clips, but my guy Dan Can't Stream over here has a 3-minute compilation of Hassan literally calling Jews inbred. All right, like I'll just give you a minute of this. You don't need to listen to the whole thing. It's pretty wild, but it's even wilder that you can actually make a compilation.
Why? We recoiled when people screamed resist by any means, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture. We shuddered when an activist held up a sign telling Jewish students they were Hamas's next targets, and we
Hamas mob started chasing us, calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus. They threw hard objects at him. They started harassing him. They tried to light his flag.
All right, next clip.
That's why I always personally bring up the West Bank, because the way that the Israeli occupying force and the Israeli government has conducted itself in the West Bank is something that even Americans can understand as unconscionable, because it is literally the Jewish KKK brigades out there.
Wow.
Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks.
There we go.
Literally.
That's his favorite thing. A 3-minute compilation of Hassan calling Jews inbred. Like, bro, you can't have a compilation of me saying anything that's 3 minutes long and this insane.
Doing pogroms to the Arab population and kicking them out deliberately from their, okay? Like, imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Like, the most illiterate, inbred.
Yeah, so anyway, calling a group of people inbred, by the way, just letting you know, I thought you'd be curious, violates Twitch's terms of service. Not that it matters, because as you can see, Mr. Hassan, still glazed by Twitch, doesn't matter. And it's this that's causing the adpocalypse that Hassan is blaming Asmongold for. It gets even better.
Religious fundamentalist, white supremacist guy, you.
Oh my god, the air nomads were based after Tibet. Hassan is the Fire Nation. No! Okay, that's the craziest analogy I've ever heard.
Ever thought of. Like, think about it. Close your eyes and think about that guy, okay? Eyes looking in different directions, okay? Now, instead of that guy being Christian, imagine if that guy was Jewish.
Boom. There we go.
And was currently
Hassan
actively doing.
Bro doesn't stop.
The beginning, like in a couple months in after October 7, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag, wearing fucking military fatigues, shooting another Israeli dude because he thought, oh, I thought he was a terrorist.
Bro, what is that French accent, man?
He was terrorist.
Okay.
Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude.
Oh my god, it doesn't stop. It does every time. Like, he just sees Jews and he's like, oh, these inbred douchebags.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude, how many examples?
Where is that chatter? He was like, come to Israel. It's so beautiful here. You will see the conflict from my eyes. Yeah. I should go to the old city so I can get my. I swear, die and be put in a joint. The Israeli will smoke you like there is no tomorrow. Come to Israel.
Yeah, anyway.
I don't think it's the same.
I don't think you need to watch a full-ass 3-minute compilation of my boy calling Jews inbreds. I feel like we did a pretty good job about that. It gave the point that despite the fact that this man could violate terms of service an infinite amount of times, nothing happens to him. And clips like these, thanks to people like Dan Can't Stream, again, not supporting the whole adpocalypse mailing shit to advertisers thing, simultaneously not supporting that either. I'm just felt like mentioning this. It is a little bit wild to see the double standard here, and it's perfectly understandable why advertisers don't want to be on a platform where this gets incredibly defended. All right, here is literally Hassan showing terrorist propaganda to kids again. This just happened after the elections were over. This just happened in the middle of this drama. He can't stop himself from doing it.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Nasrallah was the leader of Hezbollah, I believe. He was a terrorist. like he was a internationally recognized terrorist with a bounty on his head put by the U.S. government. He's dead now. They blew him to bits. But this dude is a terrorist, like definitionally.
Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million.
This guy caused the deaths of like 500,000 Syrians, by the way. This Nasrallah guy caused the deaths of 500,000 Syrian people, okay? He's so well read! You're looking at this from an Orientalist perspective!
Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK.
Anyway, you get the idea. Here is Hassan interviewing a pirate, terrorist. Like, this guy is also a, professional. I'm just noticing now, every single person I criticize on YouTube is following me on Twitter. Like, I feel like this is not healthy. Listen, Hassan, this isn't criticizing you as much as it is Twitch, but I'm also criticizing you, my bro. What is going on? It's insane. Anyway, it can keep going. Dan ended up figuring out that if you were to type in message on Twitch, all Arabs are subhuman, AutoMod will block it. But if you type all Zionists are subhuman, it goes through. If you type Arabs are trash, your message is not sent because of the AutoMod. If you say Zionists are trash, the message goes through. If you say, Muslims are trash, it gets stopped because of the AutoMod. Like, you actually see this shit. Like, this is the most blatantly obvious double standard of all time. Like, this is a wild, obvious double standard on Twitch. So there were a lot of congressmen like Richie Torres and a lot of other people, the Anti-Defamation League, and a lot of people that have really been blasting Twitch for this. They've been blasting Twitch. They've been blasting essentially all the advertisers that are advertising on Twitch. They're blasting Hassan for this as well. And because of all this, there was an adpocalypse. Suddenly, for some reason, a lot of advertisers were like, wait a second, I don't want my ads to be on this dog shit website. Twitch literally just had a massive scandal because on a officially sanctioned Twitch panel, they ran an Arab to Jew tier list, okay? And it was only after they were called out that they banned the people on the panel. That was, let me remind you, sanctioned by Twitch. So, for these infinite double standard reasons and obvious bullshit, Twitch ended up in really hot water. They ended up uncovering that Twitch's trust and safety team are all located in Egypt. The head of the trust and safety team was actually someone that was fired from their previous position because they were anti-Semitic. Like, the rabbit hole goes deep. I already covered it, but what I'm trying to point out is this is all an incredible reason as to why Twitch ends up now in the shitter when it comes to advertisers. Advertisers don't want to be here. So, Asmongold. Oh, never mind. Forgot this. This is to pay no attention to Nuxanor propaganda. I've totally forgot this was here. Pay no attention to that. Make ooh cold again. Ooh will remain cold. 3 terms. Ice King, 3 terms. All right, Anyway, moving on. We got a clip over here of Asmongold saying, I am done with Twitch. So, it gets crazier because now that there are these advertiser things, and advertisers are pulling out, for some reason, the Twitch politics streamers are so good at literally gaslighting themselves that they are blaming this adpocalypse on Asmongold, which has got to be the most low IQ, bottom feeder, self-gaslighting take I've ever heard in my entire life. I would go as far as to say that that's a pretty inbred take, ladies and gentlemen. So Asmongold here finds out about someone literally putting a hit out on another streamer.
And so, yeah, if it doesn't get shut down, I will make sure that everybody hears about it. Did you see someone offered 100K to jump Destiny? No, Twitch streamer Central Committee does not like Destiny.
They're not even running. Well, we brought the wife.
Shock, you fucking idiots. It's called shock. Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If
Destiny lives in Florida, by the way.
you want to earn $100,000,
he's offering a monetary incentive to kill Destiny in Florida.
Me know.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, so that is obviously unacceptable. You can't just be putting hits out on people on Twitch. And are you ready for like a real shock? This is like the third hit I've seen be put on people like Destiny or Asmongold on Twitch, or myself. I've seen one like that as well, not on Twitter, not on Twitch. But on Twitch, you see it happening in real time, people actually putting hits out on streamers. Like, all it takes is one really unhinged person in your audience, all right? So that happens, and the dude doesn't even get banned until Asmongold starts talking about it.
That should just be a perma. I mean, at least a 2-week or 30-day. I broke the rules. I paid the price.
Yeah, so when Asmongold broke the rules, he paid the price. But for some reason, there seems to be some kind of double standard.
That's what happens. Other people should do the same thing.
The very same person in the clip was also someone who outright called for Asmon's ban. And
all right, well, interesting. So this guy says Asmongold should get banned, but that guy didn't get banned yet for some interesting reason.
Guess what? That clip wasn't even the first time he threatened to kill someone.
All I'm saying is on site.
What? I didn't know about that. What?
I would like him to come to TwitchCon and we'll see what happens.
And guess
Holy
what?
shit! This dude threatened Destiny twice. Oh my god, what a pathetic loser. Bro, dude, there are more men inside this man's head than there are inside Destiny's ex-wife. All right, that was uncalled for. But the point is, bro is living in his head rent-free.
This is a partnered streamer who gets regularly featured on the biggest political broadcast of the platform.
Right,
and remember
so
those tweets
it
denouncing...
might come as a shock to you, but he's actually a good friend of Hassan's. Oh my god, they're multiplying. This inbred Twitch community of politics streamers. Well, I'm gonna get banned for this shit. Watch.
Asmon, I have more...
John Black says someone needs to kill Destiny? Someone needs to kill Destiny. What do you mean?
This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery. That's what you get. You get Destiny. We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and...
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we got another instance of a streamer actually asking for people to murder another streamer. All right, actively putting a hit out.
It would be so easy.
Is this guy banned? Did they ban him?
Nope.
Get ready.
Let me see if they did.
Hello?
Clip's no longer available.
Hello?
No. No? That's crazy. If they don't ban this guy...
Everybody wave at Asmongold. Hello?
Again, this was posted months ago and nothing ever happened. While these...
Yeah, so interesting. Another political streamer literally puts a death threat on people. And wow, that's crazy. He didn't get banned for it. Wow. Interesting. I wonder why there's an adpocalypse on Twitch, a site where certain protected class of politics streamers that all follow the same strain of thought can literally call hits on other people and not get punished. I wonder why there's an adpocalypse. It must be Asmongold's fault. Well, they wouldn't be putting hits on Asmongold if there wasn't an Asmongold, am I right?
These partnered streamers.
That's like saying that you can't blame a rapist because, well, if the girl wasn't hot, she wouldn't have gotten raped. Like, that is the logic that they're using here, and it's fucking insane.
Streamers were the first to call out Asmon, and of course continue to be given huge platforms.
What?
And remember this clip from 6 months ago?
No way. I didn't even know that. Oh my god.
Asmon, and of course continue to be given huge platforms.
Oh my god, he's also a friend of Hassan's? There's no way. That's crazy. This must be a coincidence.
And remember this clip from 6 months ago?
30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
All right, death threat number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Also well known for being on stream with Hassan, another friend of Hassan, in the same fucking inbred leftist crackpot far left super extreme community. That's a shocker. That's crazy. My bullshit senses are tingling off the max.
Partnered streamer received no ban for this.
Oh, no ban for death threats and literally calling a hit on someone. That's crazy.
Continued to enjoy huge platforms and was only recently suspended after this.
Well, she was suspended for the Arab to Jew tier list.
Ethan Klein.
Where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Twitch Arab to Jew tier list. Pretty hilarious. Twitch sanctioned. I wonder why Twitch has an adpocalypse. Must be Asmongold's fault.
Has a huge moderation problem. The worst part about it is that it's the third time this has happened. It happened with that guy Sean the Black, and it happened also with Denims before that. I think this crosses such a dangerous threshold. Actually, I'll say this. If Twitch doesn't ban this for this happening, I will make sure that everybody hears about it.
Interesting. So, that's wild. I wonder if now Twitch is going to do something about it.
Especially their advertisers. I broke the rules. I paid the price. Absolutely. Other people should do the same thing.
Like, I'll be completely honest with you. Asmongold might actually be, and I know he's obviously doesn't want to make it look this way, but he might be, scared for his life. I mean, you could argue it's so petty for him to say something like that advertisers will hear about this if Twitch doesn't do anything. He's threatening Twitch. Oh my god, what if Twitch loses advertisers? It would all be Asmongold's fault. The guy that someone literally just told people that he would pay them to kill him. Yeah, totally Asmongold's fault, right?
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
This is all Twitch staff who, by the way, are not, are working their asses off in some fucking office somewhere, just trying to live their lives, recording a industry mandated happy birthday little gay video for Hassan. Yeah. And I wonder if that guy actually gets special treatment. I wonder if there's a double standard. It still could be a coincidence, to be honest. Maybe they didn't know about all these clips.
Happy birthday to...
Yeah. Pretty wild, huh? It gets crazier. There's a follow-up. Twitch is a fucking joke. Because Twitch, after the backlash of Asmongold saying that I'm threatening you to ban this or I will talk about advertisers, Twitch suddenly realized, wait a second, we don't want this to happen. We are going to ban him. And they banned him for 2 days. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. For 2 days. They banned the guy that literally put a hit out on another person on a $100,000 bounty. Yeah, they gave him a 2-day ban. Essentially a slap on the wrist for nothing, and he literally just comes back 2 days later. Oh dear, a 2-day vacation.
This guy, a central committee,
2 days and 23 hours. Less than 3 days.
Got banned 3 or 4 days ago.
Remember, Hassan got banned. Asmongold got banned for 2 weeks. Hassan didn't get banned for any of this shit. You know what Hassan did do, though? Oh, he deleted all of his VODs from the last 3 years of streaming. So no one could look up his nefarious shit on the platform. Interesting.
Ago, because in plain English, put out a hit on Destiny.
Holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
If Twitch banned him, that means that Twitch knows that something happened that was wrong. And they are also acknowledging that for putting a hit out.
Yeah, so banning him means that they recognize that he put a hit out on a streamer. Like, this is Twitch's endorsement, all right? This is a fucking endorsement. They heard what happened. They tabulated what happened. They're punishing him for what happened. And it's a 2-day ban
on another real person.
Bad move of Hassan to delete his VODs. The internet doesn't forget. No, I'll tell you my conspiracy theory, Nuxanor conspiracy theory. I think Twitch made him delete all his VODs. Because Twitch is getting so much backlash, they don't want to actually upset him, so they probably told Hassan to delete his VOD. That's my guess.
On a live stream with a $100,000 incentive, that only gets you a 3-day ban.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Making a death threat with a monetary incentive can lead to up to 5 years in prison. It is a felony, okay? That dude committed, in my opinion, a felony live on stream in front of 8,000 people, okay? 8,000 people in front of him, where he committed a felony, okay? And he gets a 2-day ban! And then, Asmongold gets banned for freedom of speech? Question mark? Like, what the fuck is this world? You're not allowed to threaten violence on Twitch, and that is literally in the terms of service too.
This is insane. This is crazy. Mike from PA threatens to DMCA Asmongold, source LSF.
If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you.
And now, after doing a felony on stream, he threatens to commit copyright fraud. What a clown! What a fucking loser! Like, we're not living in reality. Anyway, I pass the question off to you. Why do you think advertisers are leaving Twitch? Do you think it's Asmongold's fault?
I don't give you any consent to review my content.
We don't give a shit about your consent. Me reviewing your content is fair use, motherfucker.
I don't give you any consent to defame me.
Is it so?
It's not defamation if it's literally true.
Mikey?
Oh shit, Asmongold's editor's pulling out the Death Note music. It's real. He deleted all his videos! What a fucking clown, all these losers. Oh, way back machine, let's go! He doesn't have a license for CNN, does he, piece of shit?
You got a license for that?
Oh my god.
Hey, you got a license for that?
Oh my god.
Hey, you got a license for that?
Oh my god.
I went.
He literally killed him. Oh my fucking god, he murdered him. He murdered him.
And I said that if.
Is that why you deleted your VODs on Twitch? No. Twitch deleted my VODs on Twitch without my consent because after I criticized them, they removed my check mark and deleted all my videos. And then I complained about it, and then they gave me my check mark back because it is an ass backwards fucking website, and I hate it. And it's why Adventure Time is on hiatus, because I can only do Adventure Time on Twitch, and I'm on hiatus because I fucking hate them, okay? I'll get back there eventually, but god damn it, something needs to change. And I think Dan Clancy needs to fucking step down.
This guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks. I am going to bring Dan Saltman.
Dan Saltman, in case you were curious, is this guy, the Destiny friendo dude who's literally been making this whole thing exposing Twitch and messaging advertisers and stuff. So this is a real threat, all right?
All of the information that's going to come out has not come out. Some of the most damaging information has not come out yet. And so
all right, listen, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means? You know what that means? You know what that means? More chaos for the Nuxanor! Everyone in chat's telling me to go back.
Come out. Some and Saltman, all of the information that's going to come out has not come out. Some of the most damaging information has not come out yet.
Right.
And so what would you do if they auto-ban you the moment you bring them on? Well, if I'm trying to hold the platform accountable for allowing people that openly commit felonies and use the platform as a vehicle to commit felonies, and I get banned for that, honestly, rip bozo. If this is an extremist website that is meant to house extremist propaganda and crimes, etc., then I think everybody should be aware of that.
This is a big difference between like when YouTube gets hit for an adpocalypse. It's like a one thing, or it's not the biggest YouTuber on the platform, you know, not the biggest YouTuber. I love how like the other Asmongold is growing out of the first Asmongold like a tumor. Like this is how I imagine he actually looks, like under his shirt, like with the second Asmongold just molting out of the first one's skin instead of showering. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make here is, yeah, Twitch, fuck you, you disgusting, abhorrent piece of shit. And there's more. We're gonna wait until Hassan responds and literally attacks Asmongold for causing the adpocalypse on Twitch. You thought the hypocrisy wasn't good. You thought the hypocrisy wasn't done. You fool! There is more chaos for Nux to milk.
Oh, tell him what? Here, you can say it.
I saw that fat fuck asshole Central Committee with his little mustache and fat face, and who knows how fat he is if he gets up. And
oh my god,
major one.
Is that Asmongold's dad just literally calling this dude a fat ass? Awesome.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right. Yo. Bye.
Nice. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Hassan has something to say to Asmongold. The drama continues. The slop thickens.
They're gonna start doing this to China too. Fuck it, add Haiti on there too.
Get ready, baby.
I just want you to understand, by the way, when Asmongold is making threats like this.
All right, because Asmongold said this guy literally put a hit on somebody, right? So Asmongold said, if you don't ban him, I'm fucking exposing you for all your shit. Which I think is based, personally. I think everyone has a right to criticize, and he says, I will use and exercise my land of the free moment, my right of free speech to criticize you, and I will do so, you know, because I hate you guys. My incentive is this guy is on the platform. I think that makes sense. Anyway.
This is the result, okay? When you partner up with cynical fucking assholes who just simply want to see the fucking world burn.
That's me, by the way, that he's referring to Destiny, I think.
And they force platforms who are terrified of offending anyone.
Yeah, they're forcing platforms terrified of offending anyone. Meanwhile, you have the whole fucking Avengers Assemble of fucking anti-Semites on the platform.
Okay? Even if their purpose is utterly and so clearly to troll.
Is it to troll? Or is it because it is a platform where if you don't have Hassan's exact political viewpoint, you get banned? Like, Hassan is the only large political streamer on the platform, and the only other people that have a chance are the ones that are literally glazing this dude. Even Destiny, who's a leftist, is banned on Twitch. Like, and Asmongold, who had pretty extreme unhinged take, let's not sugarcoat it, he immediately got banned for it. So you have a website that is literally pandering and creating a propaganda hole for Hassan's politics to be oviposited into your rectums.
Okay? Platforms that turn around and capitulate and cave against that sort of thing.
I love how he's talking about caving against that sort of thing. I wonder what his thoughts were when, when advertisers pulled advertisements from YouTube when PewDiePie said the N-word or whatever. Like, this is so insufferable and such a disgusting way to frame it. It's like me criticizing the obvious anti-Semitism on Twitch is not me being a bully just for the sake of trolling.
Are gonna hurt other content creators, you know?
Oh, the poor content creators that aren't getting their advertisements on Twitch, all because of Asmongold. It is literally Asmongold's fault. I can't believe he would cause Hassan to talk about how it was based when China wiped out Tibet. Or I can't believe it was all Asmongold's fault when he convinced Hassan to talk about inbred Jews for a 3-minute clip. I can't believe that it was Asmongold that convinced Hassan to deny rapes done by terrorists on October 7th. I can't believe it was Asmongold that is the one that told Hassan to talk about how America deserved 9/11. I can't believe Asmongold rigged Twitch to make a Arab to Jew tier list on their official Twitch channel. All of these things that Asmongold did, damn, pretty fucked up for all the other creators on the platform.
This is the list of OFAC countries that you can and can't target to.
Anyway, so can't believe Asmongold would do such a thing. So Asmongold obviously sees this clip and responds because what the fuck? You're blaming Asmongold for Twitch shit when Hassan is literally interviewing terrorists and showing terrorist propaganda on the platform, which arguably is making advertisers a lot more upset?
Hassan blames Asmongold for the Twitch apocalypse. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
I just want you to understand. And by the way, when Asmongold is making threats like this, this is the result.
FaZe Kaysan revealed Twitch demonetized his stream due to having an Iran tag on his channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's fucking brain dead of Twitch. He's from Iran or whatever, or he's an Iranian. So he puts Iran as a tag on his channel because that's where he's from, and Twitch demonetizes him. You're gonna blame Asmongold for that? I didn't see you blaming anyone. You didn't see you blaming Asmongold when Twitch literally, by the way, this is a fact, a confirmed fact, Twitch banned all of Israel for a year. And they only unbanned all of Israel because of the trolls like Dan Saltman that exposed them for doing that. And, you know, people like me that covered it, and Asmongold that covered it, and everyone that talked about it. That is the only reason why they got away with it. And Asmongold feels so bad for the poor streamer from Iran that got demonetized. Let me remind you, I also feel bad that Twitch is fucking retarded. I also feel bad about it. I feel so bad that Twitch banned all of Israel. I'm sure that was pretty awful for Israeli streamers. I didn't see Hassan talking about why Hassan said that the reason why Twitch actually banned Israel was probably an oversight because they didn't want terrorist propaganda uploaded on the platform, which is fucking brain dead because they banned Israel a week after the terrorist attack on October 7th. They banned Israel October 13th, I think. So, Hassan, if you feel bad for this dude getting demonetized because his tag is Iran and Twitch is incompetent, then how do you not feel bad for Israel that Israel was literally banned for a year? I wonder if it's because he's a biased individual with brain rot. Like, Twitch is fucking awful. It is a nightmare world. And blaming Asmongold for this? What?
So Hassan is now blaming Asmon for threatening Twitch.
If this is an extremist website, then I think everybody should be aware of that.
When you partner up with cynical fucking assholes who just simply want to see the fucking world burn.
I mean, let's be honest. The Iran thing, nobody wanted people from Iran to get demonetized. No,
Yeah, obviously not. It's saying that I'm saying that Twitch, you guys are evil, and I'm gonna expose you guys, is not saying I want all Iranian Twitch streamers to get demonetized. No, that's crazy. Oh my god. I feel like no one's covering this like with the level of vicissitudes that I am. Like, this is a glorious level of chaos.
what do you think? What are you talking about?
Bro, yeah, Asmongold threatening them. It's his fault that a guy from Iran got demonetized because Twitch is fucking insane. This is the biggest pussy shit of all time. Aramage, thanks for the subs.
And they force platforms who are terrified of offending anyone, even if their purpose is so clearly to troll.
The poor website that made an Arab to Jew tier list. Damn, I feel so bad for the fucking Amazon-owned website. Remember, this is anti-capitalist Hassan, the guy that says that he wants landlords to be murdered, all right, in Minecraft, all right? This guy said that he wants the land to soak with the thick capitalist blood of landlords in Minecraft. That's a quote from Hassan. And, oh, the poor Amazon-owned website that's getting bullied for making Arab to Jew tier lists.
Platforms that turn around and capitulate against that sort of thing are gonna hurt other content creators, you know?
I mean, I find it to be kind of flattering, right? That like now, you know, it's like my fault that all this is happening. But
honestly, it's because this is, let me introduce you to someone named Hassan Piker. I haven't followed him for very long, but I am aware that Hassan is only willing to say this about Asmongold because he could put the blame on someone big and famous, right? He obviously doesn't want to give any credit to Destiny because he hates Destiny. He obviously doesn't want to blame Twitch because Twitch is sucking his cock.
But everybody...
Hassan said that. Aren't his parents landlords? I don't know if they're landlords, but he is, he was a millionaire, Nepo baby.
Knows, like, there's been a million bad things that have happened on Twitch, things people didn't get banned for. You know, I don't want to, like, say it's like a group of people, but it kind of is.
Yeah, it's the Hassan crowd. I'll say it.
Of, like, Hassan, Central Committee, Denims, Frogan. They've kind of defended a number of things that are extremely alienating for a lot of people. Like, for example, like not getting banned for calling people crackers.
But, editor, Hassan did actually get banned for saying that.
That's true. Then why would advertisers be mad if Twitch is actively applying their rules?
True, true. There wouldn't be any form of adpocalypse if, you know, the rules would be enforced. Interesting.
It was 3 years ago. That makes sense.
This is a cracker take.
About whether that's
Cracker-ass
worthwhile?
take.
As someone who is cracker-phobic, I don't think Charlie Day and Atrioc look similar.
Let me just read through the lines. Her saying that she's cracker-phobic means she hates white people and used a slur. Just wanted to translate the bullshit for you guys.
No, I don't give a shit about like someone being called a cracker, okay? As someone who is white and as like
I love how he says as someone who is white, and then half the time when people say things, he says, "Oh, the reason why they hate him is because you're Islamophobic." So this guy is a white Turkish Arab Muslim, depending on the day of the week, in order to defend certain talking points. Like, it's actually wild.
Used that word myself.
The death threat thing only being like a 2 or a 3 day ban. It's not really hard to perceive somebody that puts out a death threat.
If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
You know, they should get in trouble. And so when you play defense for things that you shouldn't play defense for, you're defending something that's unreasonable. It would have never escalated like this if people had held each other accountable and not tried to come up with excuses for...
I don't know. I'm not even blaming people for holding each other accountable. I'm blaming the platform for not holding people accountable. Like, if you want to ban Asmongold for violating terms of service, which makes sense, you do have a terms of service. I think you got to start banning other people for violating terms of service as well. Hasan violated terms of service infinitely worse than Asmongold, and he's literally been getting glazed non-stop by the platform. Like, and you're really gonna blame Asmongold for an apocalypse? Like, that has got to be the most insane shit I've ever heard.
For bad behavior. I said something stupid about like the whole Palestine thing. I got suspended for 2 weeks because of that. Not once have I said that I didn't deserve that. I completely took accountability for that. I said I fucked up. What I said could have easily been interpreted in the wrong way. I made a mistake. The issue is that people are not taking accountability for the bad things that they're doing, and they're trying to pretend like they're not bad.
I don't even necessarily think that's the case, because I don't think Hasan is not taking accountability for the bad things he did. I think he's a professional gaslighter, gaslighting himself into not really thinking he actually did anything bad. I think that when he actively supports terrorists, he doesn't want to say the quiet part out loud, but I think he probably actively supports terrorists. Like, I'm not saying that he hates Jews, because I don't think he hates Jews, but I do think he hates Zionists, and he thinks that basically all Jews are Zionists. Like, it's an insane strategy that he uses, where he literally, he called Nasrallah based, right? Like, the guy's fucking crazy.
You break the rules, you get in trouble. Here's the problem. After I got in trouble, it provided a massive contextualization.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it, baby. Man's cooking. Man's cooking. That's why I started this whole thing with the Asmongold clip, because if Twitch is just not enforcing rules, then you can't necessarily completely blame Twitch for all this bullshit. But if Twitch is enforcing rules when it's following a talking point that they don't agree with, but if it's following a radical talking point that they do agree with, like, I don't know, let's say supporting terrorism hypothetically, that's when the microscope goes on, and it's pretty fucking insane. Like, are you recognizing this?
Of all of the other people who didn't get in trouble, this is completely Twitch's fault. It's only my fault for making it obvious to everybody else.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure.
Yeah, so then he showed him actual terrorist propaganda.
What do you mean a music video?
No. They do music.
So you might not be able to read this sign because it's in Arabic, but don't worry, my friends and brothers, my comrades and homies, I got you. This sign says, "Death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews." You probably can't read the fine print in Arabic, but don't worry, I got you, baby. These are actual terrorists as defined by the United States government. Anyway, Hasan's Spotify playlist be like,
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about, like, their actions all the time.
Yeah,
they love walking.
What are their actions? Terrorism! This guy's fucking crazy. It's Asmongold's fault that the Houthis are terrorists.
Over, like, the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side, they will always, like, march on it.
Oh, hell yeah. Nothing like marching on the American and Israeli flag side by side. God, that's so based. So anyway, as we stand right now, Asmongold plans to do a stream exposing Twitch for biased moderation, claiming he will switch platforms if banned. This is where it basically leads us to today. Ladies and gentlemen, I like chaos a lot. I don't know if you're aware, but I am very much enjoying said chaos. Not that I'm enjoying the incredible amounts of evil shit that the platform has on it, but I am happy that I am here to document it and fling my poop where that poop doesn't belong. As someone that really doesn't love seeing Twitch not getting slapped on the wrist, and while I do feel bad for streamers that are losing their advertisers over this shit, obviously I don't want streamers to lose it. I only care about one part of politics. Only one part of politics matters, ladies and gentlemen. And my internet's dead. The only politics that truly matters, ladies and gentlemen, We will make ooh cold again, okay? Princesses will no longer have rights in ooh. Ooh will be a safe haven for people. We will build a wall around Who, and we will make the Nightosphere pay for that wall. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. The moral of this story is ultimately that it's all Asmongold's fault, is what I'm saying. I told you that by the end of this video, it will be made incredibly clear that whose fault it is, and I think I've painted a pretty good picture that it's all Asmongold's fault. I can't believe Asmongold would literally make Houthis terrorists just so Iranian streamers get demonetized on Twitch. That's my logic. I'm sticking with it. Remember to stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Men are slowly giving up and nobody cares? That's not true. I gave up super fast. As soon as I realized I needed to have a job, I gave up. Yeah, 7 years old, I was like, I'm just not gonna make it, guys, sorry.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up. Giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing.
This is why my stream is getting popular, by the way.
Unemployment is becoming rampant.
Yeah.
And keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today.
Yeah.
This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that. Men are becoming infantilized, with terms like adulting now becoming normal.
3 stages of adulting for men.
It's clear that something ugly is happening that needs to be addressed. We live in such a strained, unnatural environment that is bound to start to wear on society. But men in particular are battling to keep up and are slowly giving up. Giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive. And for a large part, it's really not their fault, as this trend isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So why is this happening? And why has it gotten so bad in 2024?
It's gonna keep getting worse, by the way. And here's another reason why it's getting worse, is that in like 1950, if you were a dumb guy, you could be like, all right, well, I don't really know what state I live in or how to spell my name, but I can put a bolt in a car and I own a house. That's a big fucking difference.
On the surface,
That's a huge
it's a long and
difference.
complicated story. Life has never been simple for any human, and objectively speaking, for men in the West today, it's never been better. We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating readily available to anyone with a simple swipe. Any products, items...
Well, it's not really readily available, right? I mean, because like if you're an ugly guy, you've got a really hard... it's hard for you to be able to meet anybody. I mean, I feel like that's definitely a factor. 100% a factor.
Or experiences that you want can be had with the tap of your phone. But over time, all of these comforts of life destroys the importance and necessity of struggle. Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care, means there's no reason...
Well, the reason why a lot of guys, I think, don't care is because they don't see a path to happiness and a path to success. Like, there's no longer the idea that you can work hard and you can be guaranteed success. And I think that that's really where people, like, you lose a lot of people. That's a massive factor.
For people to properly live or have the will to achieve greatness.
I think also, like, as a guy, it's probably, like, very demoralizing when you see opportunities for, like, I think it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of opportunities that are made, like, explicitly for women. And if you're a man, you just don't have access to that opportunity. There's very few things that are in that opposite direction. And I think that it's also more socially acceptable to be hostile and negative towards men. Because, like, men, and this is undeniable, that if you go back 50 years, men had a tremendous advantage in culture, right? Like, culture was built by and for men, and I think that culture has improved in a lot of ways to where women women are given a lot of rights and privileges that they should have had all along. But I think that also what that comes with is that there comes with like a lingering sense of resentment, where it's like a 20-year-old guy now isn't responsible for some sort of like patriarchal, advantage that his great-grandfather had. And so like you can't use the patriarchy as like a reason to like tell a guy that this is the reason why you're a loser. And I think that's what really makes a lot of guys mad, is that they're effectively, you're basically giving people original sin. You're saying like, well, because your grandfather, great-grandfather, like whenever he grew up, he had advantages. Now, we're going to treat you badly and act like those advantages still exist. And there's like that lingering resentment and animosity that is culturally acceptable, I think, in a lot of cases. And you can just look at Twitter and you can see how culturally acceptable it is. Even look at mainstream media, or like look at daytime talk shows. That is extremely damaging to men's mental health. To be told that you constantly have all of these advantages and the world is handed to you whenever you exist in a world where opportunities categorically exclude you from existing.
Which is probably why 40% of young men aged 18 to 45 meet the criteria for depression, and 49% of 18 to 23-year-olds have had a thought of passing themselves in the past 2 weeks alone.
Hard really to say if that's comparable. I think that probably those numbers went up for women as well too. I think social media and the internet's brain rot for everybody, but I think that for guys it also is bad. But like if you look at it from like, I don't think this is a male-only problem. A lot of these issues are like meta-level society issues that affect men and women. Obviously, the way that you approach it for men is different. And, men and women have unique struggles. But I think also this is something, a rising tide floats all boats, or a rising tide floats all toasters in a bathtub. Anyway,
and we're seeing the symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies, and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom, and logic for all the population to see, with great town squares, bustling with art, life, and community. These things were placed above all else as the bedrock of their society, laying out a code of honor and struggle in its people to achieve greatness. Comforts were shown in...
There is no more virtue that is assigned to critical thinking and logic. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and I think that like anti-intellectualism isn't really something that's new in American culture, but I think it's become so pervasive in like widespread American and also Western culture that it's become extremely harmful. It's like an unironic, like, I think that we've become a little bit inferior to where we used to be. I do, absolutely. There is so much less of an emphasis, and like thinking for yourself gets you into so many fucking, like you can trap yourself by thinking for yourself because you go outside of the box that you're supposed to exist in.
Us in culture, but as an aspiration for achieving something great, for following your mastery. But today our cities are mostly devoid of all of this character, and instead they're marked out by the most cost-efficient, bland, and sterile designs to facilitate a simpler, self-motivated purpose. It's why people flock all over the world to a handful of remaining cities that retain their centuries-old charm to feel and experience the character of bygone societies that were motivated by higher ideals. Ideals greater than our modern two-dimensional ways of thinking. With a prioritization of comfort, lust, and opulence, and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community, we're now reeling in the aftermath, becoming
I think it's that people have been divorced from being able to hope for anything better than what they already have. That's the real reason. Like, you see this all the time, like, because it's true that working hard will make you, like, working hard will increase the probability that you will be successful. But I think that like the reason why video games are so popular and so many young guys like video games is because video games provide a guarantee that if you grind and you work hard at something, you'll see a result. Whereas in real life, a lot of times that doesn't happen. I think that it's actually like, that's why young men are drawn to video games a lot. It's because they're an equal playing field in a way that nothing else in the world really provides them.
Still a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever while seemingly having more than ever? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the